on the base. That's one man defending and it's not enough.
Nice one.
Next up in Group A is Unique Devo taking on the Burmese Ghouls at the Land of Dawn.
This is looking big. D with a big attack coming in with the ult as well. Gets quite a lot, but not enough to secure those kills. Aerith as well jumps in pretty deep. BDD one shot gets absolutely destroyed by Lancelot, and the rest of the team is just gonna walk and end this game.
Can Toda claw back a win in Group B, or will Impunity KH capitalize on their recent defeat?
And there's the jump out. There's the fatal links. Hakurai gets destroyed in his own base. And Seo Abbey is just panicking. It's gonna be a wipeout, ladies and gentlemen.
Representing Singapore, RSG starts their M2 debut against the Russian invasion.
Sunset Lover is the target here for KZP. But there's a diversion. They go in. Roger goes wild.
Y4 buying some time for him. That Bloodhound, he isn't going down. 4 people. They can't get rid of LY4.
Nice.
With Impunity KH in their way, will Omega Esports get their wish of staying atop at Group B?
Ajizi coming in from the back, charging up the arrow. He takes down one. He gets another. In tandem. Oh! They're forcing it back in. What a combo! Implosion encircling Eagle.
Can they secure that wipeout? They will just end the game.
And for the last game of day 1, who will be progressing to the upper brackets of the playoffs? Burmese Ghouls or RSG?
He's come on towards Kim, however, he gets stunned in the process, he gets taken out, but the rest of the squad can't seem to make this happen. Even Sync himself using his ultimate was not enough. AZP once again, before D finding a huge pick off there. That was so good, it's a triple kill.
And now, are you ready for day 2 of M2 World Championship? Join the fight.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020, powered by Moondog.
All supported, by the way, by the Singapore Tourism Board. Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. Yes, sir.
Championing esports, man. Ooh, I really had one that one stuck in my throat. Esports talent and careers in Singapore since 2008. And that's not all. We would like to thank our partners in esports.
And by the way, at your service, my name is Leo, joined here
さあ
by
皆さん
Gideon,
こん
and
にちは
it's
聞こえておりますでしょうか
going to be
本日
Group C,
モバイルレジェンド
and
世界一のチー
up
ムを
to you
決める大
guys.
会
For your
その名も
pleasure,
モバイル
once
レジェンド
more,
世界
we got
選手権
M2
M2 グループステージ Day2 の配信を日本語解説実況でお送りしてまいります。本日実況担当私山下勝弘が務めます。よろしくお願いいたしますそして解説はこの方
ヘイブロ、モバイルレジェンド公認 YouTuber の和吉です。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
振るときそんなテンションでしたっけ？むちゃくちゃたぎってますね。
すいません、たぎり山下になってございました。
たぎり下さんで
たぎり下で
行きましょう。よろしくお願いします。
たぎり基地で今日は
たぎり基地頑張ります。
お願いいたします。
いや、とうとう来ましたね、この時が。
和吉さん来ちゃいました。
楽しみで楽しみで
いやもう M1 の時の興奮と歓喜の渦再来でございますよ。はい、ということなんですけども、ちょっと早速今大会のルールについて、画面について説明させていただきます。世界各地9カ国から12チームが参加している今大会でございまして、昨年と同じようにグループステージとプレイオフに分かれております。まず、昨日の18日と本日の19日がグループステージの Day1、Day2 となっておりまして、画面のように A から D までの4グループ、それぞれ3チームが分かれております。そこで総当たりを行いまして、アッパーブラケット、そしてアンダーの方にチームが分かれるようになっております。グループ内ステージで1位のチームがプレーオフの上位トーナメントに進み、上位リーグに進出できなかった8チームが明日グループステージフェーズ2に進みまして、その中から勝ち上がった4チームがプレーオフの下位トーナメントに進みますということになっております。でポイントシステムになっておりまして、1試合 BO3 のゲームとなっております。1戦勝ったチームには1ポイントが与えられて、逆に負けたチームが1ポイント引かれるという計算になっております。なのでストレートで勝った 2-0 で勝った場合は、勝ったチームに2ポイント、負けたチームがマイナス2ポイントというスコアになります。で BO3 でもし自チームが2勝1敗となった場合は1ポイントゲット、そして相手チームは1勝2敗となりますのでマイナス1ポイントというポイントシステムになっております。でもし万が一ポイントで同点の場合になったしまいは直接対決の結果、それでも順位がつかない場合は BO1 による決勝を行われるということになっております。ちょっと複雑なルールになっておりますね。そうですね。そういう感じになっております。で先攻後攻はコイントスで決めるようになっておりますので、ぜひお楽しみください。さあということで和樹さん、早速
使用禁止ヒーローと万能、
そうでしたね、使用禁止ヒーローが本日パキートがなっておりまして、天番制となっております。
初めにお互い3体ずつ番をして、途中から2体入れての合計10。
そういうことです。10の番制となっております。これ日本では初めて、日本チームが体験するのはおそらく初めてだと思うので、
そうですね。
それもどういった風にするか楽しみにしていただきたいと思います。本日の放送は約3分ほどの遅延を放送を行っております。和樹さん、私の説明からは以上でございますので、あとはご自由に。
私も説明はもう以上だと聞いて伺っております。聞いて伺ってます。おかしいか。いや僕らも緊張してますし、
めちゃくちゃ緊張してます。
選手の方々ももちろん緊張してらっしゃいますし、
めちゃくちゃ緊張しております。本日ちょっとですね、向こうの現地の解説実況の方の声がかぶってしまうというのはシステム上仕方ないことになっておりますのでご了承ください。できる限り
コメント欄で毎回あるんですけど、どっちが和吉どっちが山下郎はどっちも違うよっていう。どっちも違うから。
どっちが違います。和吉山下は本日映っておりませんので、皆様の脳にそうです直接お届けするスタイルでお送りしております。よろしくお願いいたします。さあどうでしょう、本日第1戦目も間もなくアルターエゴ VS10 セカンドゲーミングフロスでございますけども、
その10セカンドゲーミングが入っているグループ C というのが、いわゆるですね、一般的な死のリーグと呼ばれてるんですよ。
もう誰からどう見ても死ですね。
インドネシアの MPL、準優勝および、MPL インビテーショナルで優勝している現環境インドネシア最強と謳われているアルターエゴ、そしてフィリピンの、MPL 優勝チーム、で MPL インビテーショナル準優勝チーム、フィリピンの最強と言われているブレン e スポーツ。
要するに今世界トップ1トップ2の同じ。
そうです。見方を変えたら早めに食えちゃうってことなんですけど。
熱い。
そうです。
いいですね。確かに。いや昨年を思い返してみるとなんかデジャブみたいな感じ。
そうですね。去年もその10セカンドゲーミングで出場した時に、いわゆる死のグループって呼ばれてたグループで大金星上げてますから。
そうですね。当時もほぼ最強と言われているオニックにストレートで勝ち、そしてEVOSレジェンズにも1勝1、2の状態で
予選で1勝を上げたのが確か10セカだけなんですよね。
だけでしたっていうのもありまして、そこから10セカンドゲーミングとなんだこいつらはと当初日本のチーム、なんだと言われておりましたけど、そこで番狂わせもう言われましてメタも作りましたからね。 はい、本日どういうサプライズピックをしていくのかも気になっているところで、まずその対戦相手がこちら、アルターエゴ e スポーツメンバーヤム、レオ・マーフィー、ウディル、セリボーイ、パイ、こちらのメンバーがラインナップになっているようですね。はい、アルターエゴ本日1人ちょっと注目選手が、
そうですね、はい、アーマットという選手がいたんですけども、サイドレーナーで、僕は勝手に処刑人と呼んでたんですけど、
処刑人、
はい、処刑人アーマット、
ほう、
もうとにかくもう大事なところで仕事をぶちかましてくるんですけど、
さあ来ました、皆さんご注目ください。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、オブヤン、シナ、セブニア、パッパ、コロ、この5名がアルターエゴ戦に臨んでいただきますと。はい、もう1名ペコ選手がいるんですけども、本日はサブにもあると。
そうですね、はい、
ございますかね。さあ来ましたよ、このメンバーでございます。
まずメンバーからいくと、まずアルターエゴ、注意しなきゃいけない選手が2人いるんですよ。
2人、はい、
はい、コアになってくるセリボーイ選手、
セリボーイ、
そして、サポートのウディル選手ですね。はい、
轟かせてますね。
そうです。もともとそのアルターエゴっていうチームが、セリボーイ選手が加入したことによって、少し勢いが増してきたんですよ。というのはインドネシアの界隈でもセリボーイ選手のジャングルコア、ミッドコア、がかなりダメージ出力がすごい、秒間ダメージもすごい出せるし、この選手はすごいぞって言われてたんですけど、なかなか成績としては振るわなかったんですよ。
なるほどなるほど。
というのはセリボーイ選手を生かしきれるメンバーがいなかったんですね。
強いけどそれをサポートしたりとか活かせるようなチームがいないと。
はい、で、インドネシアのですね、市場というのはすごく特殊で、プロチームの選手の移動がすごい激しいんですよ。あそこのプロチームにいたと思ったら次のシリーズはこっちのプロチームに契約を結び直して、はい、すごい流動的で、その中で、オニックという別のオニック e スポーツというインドネシアのチームがあるんですけど、その、黄金世代、オニックの黄金世代を築いたオニック最強メンバーの5人のうち1人のスーパーサポーターウディル選手がなんと電撃加入したんですよ。
びっくりですよね。
そうです、そうです。で、ウディル選手が加入したことによる、プラス、タンクのレオ・マーフィー選手で、サイドの、パイ選手、で、アーマット選手の5人で固まったことによって爆発力が上がったと。
もうなんか漫画アニメの主役のチームみたいな感じ。
アルターエゴを例えるならですね、僕個人的には軍隊なんですよ。
アーミー、軍隊。
はい。というのは一人一人が自分の仕事を完璧にこなしてくるんですよ。
なるほど、実直に。
そうです、そうです。サイドレーン、片方のサイドレーンは耐える、片方のサイドレーンは攻めるだとか。はい。
なるほど、その連携もチーム内でも取れてるし、お互い自分がやるべき仕事をしっかりとこなしていく。
そうです、そうです。
素晴らしいチームです。さあ、それに対抗する天セガンドですよ。
いやー、もう来ましたね。
来ましたよ。
我らがエースですよ。
我らがもう日本代表。
10セカンドゲーミングはですね、例えると全員が主人公なんですよ。
全員主人公ですか。
はい、これ去年も言ったんですけど、今年も変わらずで、このスタンス僕の中では。
そうですね。で、今回ね、同じチームのブレンとアルターエゴは M1 出てませんからね。
はい。
そして10セカンドゲームがオブヤン、パッパ、両選手は M1 の経験者、
世界組ですから。
世界組ですから、もういっちゃうんじゃないですか、これは。
そうですね。まずはその特筆するべきとしては、皆さん知っているエースオブヤン選手、はい、リーダーですね。
さあ、早速、早い早い、もうバンピック始まっておりますけど、まず10セカンドゲーミングが、これ先行ということですかね。
はい。
さあ、
海外の実況中継の映像いただいてる感じですからね。
そうですね、海外の方の、画面をいただいておりますと。はい。一旦ちょっと CM がここで入るということでございます。少々お待ちください。お待たせいたしました、システム上 CM を挟ませていただきました。さあ、番見ていきましょう。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、エスメラルダ、メタルヘッド、そしてマチルダをバン上げていきました。対する AE はブロディとナタリア。
今大会で個人的にすごく注目しているヒーローがエスメラルダ、そしてマチルダなんですよ。マチルダの、火力自体はナーフされましたけど、サポート精度が高すぎて、
なるほど、
はい、サイドレーナーが思いっきり入っていくゾーンだとかエスメラルダよく見ましたと。で、ミッドのコアにですねアサシンを起用する機会がすごい少なかったんですよね、昨日の試合を見ると。
なるほど。
はい、ハンターをジャングルのコアに置くチームが非常に多かったです。
ああ、なるほどですね。
はい、これおそらくなんですけども、今のその環境っていうのは、逆転がしやすい、お金差がつけられても1キル取り返すだけで、お金がもらえるゴールドボーナスがかなり増えたんで、そのハンターが育つまでの時間っていうものが、攻められていたとしても返しやすくなった。
なので 2MM 構成とか
そうですそうですそうですそうです、はい、なんで
そ
その最終的に全部のビルドが揃った時に一番 DPS 秒間ダメージが出せるキャラクターっていうのを、チョイスしてくるチームが増えてきたのかなと思っています。
なるほどですね。さあそしてベラをアルタ英語パンした後に早かったですね、10セカンドシューをファーストピックしてきましたよ。
なるほど、これシュー2つのパターン取れますね。はい、タンクシューであれば、我らが日本の最前線セブニア選手がいますけど、実はこのコロ選手は、ジャパン第一流使いなんですよ。
シュー、日本を代表するシュー使い。
そうです。
来ましたね。それ楽しみですね、使い方。さあここでおっとセブニアがティグラル、そしてシナがブルーの。
なるほど、となると火力集ですね。
ですかね。
10セカンドゲーミングのワクワクさせたピックの好きなところは、相手に考える時間与えないんですよ。
早かったですね、秒で取りましたね今。
そうですそうです。
結構初日、昨日はだいぶ時間を使ってるチームが多かったイメージですけども、
これっていうのはもちろんその自分たちの熟考する時間が少ない代わりに相手に考えさせる時間も少なくできるので、
いやこれができるチームはなかなか、今集中して相談をしている。
ただいろんなチームを見てると、このアルターエゴの対策としてウディル選手のサポートキャラクターを潰すっていうようなチームが多かったんですよ。
なるほどなるほど、やっぱサポート大重要ということですね。さあ今選手の映像も映っておりますが、これはローイーをピックしてきましたか。
めちゃくちゃ楽しそうですね。
そしてラファエルバンしましたか。
なるほどなるほど。
いやーまだまだ轟かせてますか。
となるとこれ多分おそらく10セカンドゲーミングとしては嬉しいですよ。はい、っていうのは去年はラファエルを起用してでしたけど、もうメタも変わりましたし、研究ももちろんしてますと。おそらく今オブヤン選手はこう思ってます。去年の僕見てるんですね。
なるほど、1年前の僕を相手にしてるんですねと、
感謝します。
成長してるんですよと、いいですね、見せていきましょう。アルターエゴはね、結構スタッフコーチ陣も今回一緒に帯同しているという情報があるんですけども、やっぱりそれでもまだ謎が多い10セカンドということですね。
完全に情報統制されてたみたいですね。なるほど。一応そのプロというかこのリーグに出てる選手は戦績は隠せるんですけども、スクリームだとかの情報もすごい隠したんですよ。スクリームいわゆる練習試合だとかを組んだりとかしてたみたいなんですけど、
その情報統制をしてしっかりと我々の勝ち筋を少しでもつかむためにというところですね。
ただ気になるのはこのアルターエゴに、ローイーですね。ウディル選手はローイー使うと思うんですけど、ローイー上げてよかったのかなというのはちょっと気になりますけど。
そうですね、ここは要注目ですが、ローイー序盤からの火力だいぶ凄まじいですし、昨日もローイーのウルト健康の使い方がもう見事バチコリはまってたシーンもありましたからね。
そうですね、
使い方はフルパならではのというところがありましたけども、
こう見るとそのアルターエゴの番というのはすごくオーソドックスというか、ここ来られたら嫌だなというものに対して10セカンドゲーミングフロストの番というのはすごく明確というか、1個その10セカンドゲーミングフロストが今現状でリードしている点というのは、アルターエゴというチームは、プロリーグプロシーンでさまざま活躍してますんで、情報量が出過ぎてるんですよ。
多いでしょうね。
そうですそうです。なんで分析する、データベースとして情報量が多いのは10セカンドゲーミングフロストなんで、
確かに確かに、引き出しはアルターエゴ多いでしょうけども、その分相手に知られている情報も多いと、そこを有利に取っていきたい10セカンド。 さあまだ、両チーム2ヒーローずつあります。番は出揃いました。面白い形となっておりますね。
おそらくアルターエゴは、ジャングルコア、セリボーイ選手がイスンシン、でスタンスとしては、セリボーイ選手が序盤ずっとファームをすると思うんですよ。
なるほどなるほど、
はい、
イスンシン
アルターエゴのスタイルとしては、もともとレオ・マーフィー選手と、アーマット選手が相手に圧力をかけて、その間にセリボーイ選手が、ファームをするっていうスタイルだったんですけど、
悠々とファームをさせないといったところ、そしてシルバーナ今大会かなりピックが多いように
そう
なります
ですね、
ね。
今の環境で、タンク種、タンクメタヘ、タンクシルバンナだとかといった、特定のヒーローに状態上スタウンだとか CC をかけるヒーローが人気なのっていうのは、
なるほど。
今ジャングラーっていうものがロールとして確立され始めていて、ジャングラーは、半島を持たないとジャングル装備を買えないんですよ。つまり半島を持っているってことは、そういった強力な CC に対抗する術がないんですよ。
浄化等もできないと。
そうですそうですそうです。なんでシルバンナだとかシューだとか人気なんですよね。
確かにそうですね、スタンかけてしまったらインペリアルジャスティス内で閉じ込めてしまえば、ということでオブヤンガチャ、そしてパッパ女王が、さあオブヤンガチャですか。
楽しみです。元々オブヤン選手も世界ランク4位だったかな。
かなり上位の
ガチャの使い手ですし、去年に比べるとカチャのアルティメットディバインジャッジの有効範囲が 15% 下がってしまって、ちょっと当てづらくはなったんですけども、
さあこのラインナップで第1試合目の第1戦をきます。さあオブヤンいい表情。
そうですね、オブヤン選手、パーパ選手、ムードを盛り上げていただいて、やっぱりこの一番緊張するというのは、我々その日本勢というのは大会経験が少ないんですよ。
確かにそうですね。
なんでその思うようにプレーができない。昨日の試合とかでも MPL 非開催国の成績が1勝9敗だったんですけど、やっぱりその初動というか初戦で、思うように動けなかったというのはでかかったと思うんですよ。
そうですね、やっぱこの緊張感とうまく立ち回らなければいけないということで、さあ出揃いました。アルターエゴは残りはアリスをピックしてまいりました。さあ以上のラインナップで試合を進めてまいります。ここで昨年 M1 の興奮を味わわせてくれるか、テンセカンドゲーミングフロスト、オブヤンシナセブニアパッパコロ対する世界チャンピオンアルターエゴ、ヤムレオマーフィーウディルセリボーいっぱい。さあ腕組みでは負けてませんよ。いきましょう。マッチ 1BO3 本日の1戦目でございます。さあ選手の気持ちやいかに、まず先手こう相手に何かインパクトを与えたいですね。
そうですね、昨日の試合見てる限りですと、やはりその序盤から相手のジャングルだとか仕掛けた方が、そのまま有利を引っ張っていっている。逆転っていうのはちょっと起こりにくかったのかなと思っていますね。
じゃあ序盤から積極的にいってくれ、テンセカンドゲーミング、皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。それでは試合スタートです。さあ序盤どうするか。さあアルターエゴを出してます。エモート誰に向けてだこれは。
まずはここでそのタンクがこのエモートだとかリコール連打をする理由というのに触れていきたいんですけども、とにかく相手にインパクトを与えたい、で相手を萎縮させたい、でそれをやることによってタンクのロールのプレイヤーが自分にヘイトを集めるんですよね。
なるほど、
でシルバンナというキャラクター、アルティメットで張った後攻撃速度上がりますんで2スキルのダメージも上がるんですよ。でシールド量も上がりますんで、実はタンクシルバンナってかなり耐えやすいんですよね。
耐性能にも優れていると。さあそこ要注目でございますけれども、先ほど一時停止がありました。おそらく選手側からのポーズということでしょうか。さあ、続報を待ちたいと思います。昨日も一度こういったポーズがありましたけども、選手にはポーズをする権利が与えられておりますと。さあこれもちょっともう緊張が持続しますけども、
そうですね。
いやまたテンセカンドゲーミングもね、昨年の実績はあるんでね、世界的なものが、昨年の M1 ももうザ・チャレンジャー、もう言ってしまえばなくすものはない、我々はもう挑戦者としてぶつかるだけだという気持ちはあった中での世界ベスト6、そして今回はそれを加味して世界チャンピオンたちが挑んでまいりますので、さあまず序盤 これ予想とあくびしてますけども、リラックスセリボーイ。
セレボーイが、寝起きでパフォーマンスが落ちているっていう可能性もなきにしもあらず。
いや、ありますね。
であってほしいですけど、公式には。
そうですね、
はい、
今、さっき10分前に起きててくれないかなって思います。はい、いや、起きてても、
ただ、この方々はプロフェッショナル
なんで、
おそらく10分で調整してくるとは思いますよね。
逆に10分前に起きたぐらいがちょうどいいって可能性もあるかもしれない。さあ、行ってみましょう。気を取り直して、さあ、セブリアのこのタンクティグラル、世界にどう通用していくか、そして世界、日本にナンバーワン、世界に対してどうアピールしていくか、この
孤立無縁の週なんで、1on1ラップラップとの戦いも気になりますけども、
ガチガチいきそうですね。さあ、レオ・マーフィー、ブッシュに待機している。さあ、こちら、やはりイ・スンシンとブルーノ、まずファームからと。
そうですね、はい、やはりセリボーイ選手もそうですね、ファーム。なんで、このジャングラー同士のファームで、どっちがどこで差をつけられるのか、かなり肝になってくるかなと思いますし、
そうですね、これ、ブルーノを選んだピックの意図みたいなのも
はい、
ないですかね。
ブルーノと、イ・スンシン、この2つのキャラクターというのは、レベル1、レベル2からでもジャングルファームが早いんですよ。
なるほど、なるほど。
序盤から火力が出しやすい、2つともパッシブでクリティカルが発動しやすいので、
ああ、確かに、そういった意味でファームの速さを優先してと。さあ、トップレーンね、アルタエゴ2体が、でアリスがつきまとってますね。さあ、一方、1人でファームをしているのはブルーのシナ。
先にただアルターエゴの方が敵ジャングルに侵入してきましたね。
ちょっと中に入り込んでいる様子ですね。さあ、タートルが来ました。タートルカメラ、すでに触っているのがブルーノだ。さあ、これに対してシルバンナ、しっかりと視界を取っている。3対3の形だが、セブニアに少しダメージフォーカスされてしまっている。いや、4人集まってきている。裏からオブヤンやってくるか。ここはどう触っていく。10セカンド、4体で確保していくのはアルターエゴか。あと少しなどどちらが取り切る。さあ、狩猟で取ったのはイスンシンだ。
アルターエゴ、このタートルのタイミングで5人しっかり寄せてくるのさすがですね。
さすがですね、
はい、
早かった判断が。
先にそのタートル前で裏処理を挟んでいたんですよね、そうするので。
そこら辺の細かな作業も見事ですね。
はい、
しかし先ほどパッパの姿勢乱射、相手のヤムにだいぶダメージは出せたりしましたので、お金差タートル分ということで少しだけ開いておりますが、ここからどう有利を取っていくか。どうですかね、ブルーノがこう集団戦で一緒に仕掛けられるタイミングというのはどれぐらいになりそうですかね。
そうですね、ただ序盤から火力は出しやすいキャラクターではありますので、
結構もうじゃあ序盤から進んで積極的にいく可能性もあると。
ただ、ダメージを出す動き出しの部分でいくと、イスンシンの方が火力は出しやすいんですよ。
なるほど、ここでインペリアルジャスティス少しタワー内でも思いまして、猛流撃で蹴ってはいきましたが、それに続いてラップがしっかりとフォーカスをしていく。これがアルタエゴ、裏処理をされています。パッパ、さあファーストブラッド発生したことでアルタエゴ勢いつくか。
徹底的にこのセリボーイ選手ゴールドレーンの裏処理参加してますね。
そうですね、トップは、さあしかしながらまだファーストブラッド1キルです。うわ、積極的にレオメルフィー行くな。うわ、コロが狙われた。さあヤムも中に入り込んでいる。セブニアインプロージョンが不発か。さあガチャコーンローイ決まっている。中に入り込んでイスンシンを落とさねはでかい。さあこれはラプのシールドを剥ぎ取ってブルーのキル。さあなんとか2-2交換の形に持っていった、
ただジャングルのコアが生きているので、この時間ファームをすることができれば、今若干セリボーイ選手の、イスンシンの方が育ちが早いんですよ。
はいはいはい、この隙を突きたいですね。いや、しっかりとブルーノに1キルが出た。さあキル差でいうと4対2、お金差が2000ゴールド、少し差をつけられている状況。やはり注目すべきポイントはレオマウフィ、シルバンナー積極的にウルト使ってきます。これです。セブニアタンクに対してもセイントハンマーでなんとか押し受けたい。コロ参加していくか。いや、引き際もお見事アルタエゴ。
先ほどからレオマウフィ選手のアルティメット起点になること多いですね。
もうそこにいるんだよね、分かってるよっていう形で捕まえてきますね。
タートルの意識は本当に高いですね。
はい、
すでに5人いますから、
オブジェクトは絶対逃さないと。さあ 1on1 レベル差があるブレイブファイター、ウルトが発動して裏から らも来る。マイブリンクをしていきましたけど、またしてもキルを取られてしまう。孤立無縁が生かせてないですかね。2体囲まれてしまっている。相手のバフ一度リリースすることにしよう。ローイの火力もすごい。いやしかしながらカチャも火力を出すことができますので、しっかりピックアップしてディベインジャッジを決めていきたい。
もちろんシュウも非常に強力なキャラクターではあるんですけども、ある程度装備が揃ってきての前提の火力になってくるので、
そこまで揃わないとというところ、まだ耐えたい。さあコメスティックランススタン当てていく。アンダーボットのタワーが1本折られてしまって、ミッドも少し危うしといったところか。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト。さあローイがウルトを出していくか。
ローイのウルトって草むらブッシュに打つとそこに敵がいた場合ミニマップに映るんですよ。
そこを確認していく作業と、ちょっと前線アルターエゴかなり押し上げてますね。
そうですね、序盤はやはりこのアルターエゴのムードになってくるかと、早い時間帯に火力を出しやすいキャラクターが多いので、
ここでディバインタッチ、引き寄せていく。ウルトのパッシブを使わせる前に無事バーストでダメージを落としきった。さあしかしながらミッドのタワーが折れてしまう。さあボットのタワーもあと少し、いつの間に削り切ってたアルターエゴ。さあここは少し落ち着きたいところ。10セカンドゲーミング大丈夫です。みんななら大丈夫。いける。しかしアルターエゴさすがですね。これ捕まえることができるか。インペリアルジャスタス逃げウルトに使っていく。ローイが来たぞ。さあ反転していく。ウーディール
素晴らしいウルトでしたね今の。
逃げたと思わせといての反転ですか。ブラボー、エクセレントだ。これが世界基準。さあしかしながらシナブルーノはまだ0です。しっかり育てきれば集団戦勝ち切ることはできるでしょう。
そうですね、これイスンシンというキャラクターパッシブでクリティカルが即発動しますんで、序盤からでもダメージが出しやすいんですよ。ブルーノはどちらかというと攻撃をしていってボールを回収するスキルを使うたびにクリティカルのパーセンテージが上がっていきますので、ダメージを出し切るまでには少し時間かかってしまうんですね。
そこ行きたいですね。さあスパイラルストラングルからロイ健康その位置ですか。裏を取るか気づいてるか。さあ三角変式で相手の居場所をしっかりと視野確保。
おそらく今ブッシュに入る音で気づきましたね。
避けていきましたね。さあ次アルターエゴはどういった攻めを見せるのか。タートルは全て取り切りましたので、ロードが残り70秒ほどで湧いてくる。それまでに仕掛けていくか。さあミニオン処理で非正乱射を使っていく。
今でもここの状態であれば育ちきるというか耐え性能は高いんですよね。上眼もいますんで、テスカンゲーミング側は。
そうですね、
なのでセカンドタワーを全て上げてでも、一旦ファームに徹したいなという気持ちはありと思います。
さあコロ少し前、距離を取るのが難しいか。
ただレオ・マーフィーの
さあディバインジャッジで引っ張っていくけども、そこですかさず瞬間移動を逃げに使っていく。さあパッパが中に入り込んでいって、セイントハンマーだいぶ中に引き込んだぞ。セブニアパイラプここでもう一撃タワーのダメージが出ればというところでしたけども、しっかりと中にセイントハンマー引き込んでいった。
素晴らしい。
さあステーラージャあと10発くらい惜しかった。さあセリボーイまだ生き生きとしてます。なかなかこのジャングル一度キルを取り切ることはできましたけども、それ以降行動は制限できていない。さあ4対9のキル、お金差が約7010分弱にしてついてしまっておりますが、これは10セカンド立ち回りとしてはどういうことを心がけていきたいでしょうか。
今この時間帯でいたら当たったら間違いなく負けますというのは、ジャングルコアのレベル差が4レベル差ついてるんですよ。
だいぶですね、
セリボーイ選手のこの効率のいいファームで、アルターエゴとしては今とにもかくにも早めに試合を決めきりたいのかなと思いますね。シュウが育ってきてイスンシンだとかロイを狙われるっていうリスクもありますし、
かなり積極的にじゃあ競うというところで、
そうですね、
それをうまくいなしてカウンターでしていきたいところ、10セカンド。なるほど。さあ要となりそうのはどなたですかね、10セカンドゲーミング。
そうですね、シナ選手のブルーノがダメージを出し切っていくというところもそうですし、あとはコロ選手の、シュウですね、が、武器1本2本詰めてくると はい、今ディスペアブレード作ろうとしてるので、ディスペアが完成すると、ヘルスおそらく半分ぐらいの敵であれば、ウルトからのワンコン狙い。
ブルーのマスク積んでますか？
そうですね。
ほう。さあ2段階も上げてますね。バーサークラプターを行ってマスクを積んでるのはセブニアとブルーノだ。何か秘策か？
なるほど、マスクから今得られるゴールドボーナスでお金が最下位であったりすると、かなりもらえるゴールドボーナス高いので、マスクは育てないと、国ごとにも違うんですよね。フィリピンなんかはこのマスクウッドマスクで止めたりもするんですよ。
はいはいはい。ジャングラーが狩るということも面白いところでございますけれども、そう言ってるそうこう言ってる間にロードとともにトップのサードタワーは折られてしまっている。1本でなんとかこのプレッシャーは半端ないぞ。いや、来るかレオマーキーがシルバーナ全員突撃してきた。全員が相手のタワー内に一色単一網打尽というところでキルが2キル取られてしまっている。しかしながらシルバーマナを落としていることによって少し前張り性能を阻害することができたか。10セカンド。さあここミニオン処理していきたい。いや、少しでもこの距離で決戦さんが変式使ってくるセリボーイ。
さあアドタワー全て取られちゃった。
ミニオンが来る中に入り込んでくる。こういう時のアリスは本当にいやらしいんです。さあポークからウディルが VE だいぶダメージ出していく。いや、処理性能というやはりこのジョーがありがたい。さあなんとかウェーブをしのぎ切ることができたか。恐ろしかったですね。先ほど全員が突撃してきましたね。
シルバンナーからのイニシエートでシルバンナー結局落ちても1体確定で拘束できるっていうのがでかすぎますね。
さあブレイブファイター1人で突撃してきたぞ。まずそこはやりすぎたか。いや、タワーにダメージを出していくか。その後レオマーキーインペリアルジャスティスシナが捕まえられてしまっている。いや、ミニオンはまだ来てない。ということはキルを取り切ることはできるか。この残るはこの暴流撃タワーのダメージ。そして残るはウデル1対1ワンオンワン。いや、これはミニオンがやばいぞ。これはダメージがこの距離でウデルミニオン
なんですかね今の火力。
なんですか。溶けましたよ。惜しくもワイプアウトをどちらが取ってもおかしくなかったという終盤戦でしたが、見事エンドイットまで持っていったのはアルターエゴ。お見事でございました。これが世界ですか、和吉さん。
とにもかくにも統率取れてましたね。ただちょっとやっぱりこの選手もそうですけど、動きが少しやっぱ硬い。
ちょっとなんか伸び伸びというか、勢いというかあまり感じることがなかったような画面には見えましたね。
確実にレオ・マーフィー選手のシルバンナがほとんど持ってってましたね。
あれバンナされるとちょっとどうですか。どこからでも飛んできますもんね。で逃げれないと。これちょっともしかしたら浄化とかを積むことを意識し始めるんですかね。
そうですね。どう対策するか。
バンから対策していくのか。本日チーム5体ヒーローはバンできるということなんですけども、それをどう使っていくか。これちょっと切り替えて次の戦いに臨んでいきたいですね。
BO3 ですので、
BO3 でございますので、しかしながらいい集団戦を見せてはいましたもんね。天セカンドゲーミング、ブルーノも火力出してましたし、しっかりディバインジャッジ引っ張ったり、セイントハンマー、ティグラル、引き込みというところもできてきましたので、相手が飛び込んでくるならば、じゃあこっちはそれをしっかりとキャッチするよという勢いも見ることができました。さあここチーム内でしっかりとコミュニケーションを取っていただいて、次の2試合目2戦目ですね、2戦目に臨んでいただきたい。いやー肌で感じましたね、世界を。
いやーかなりアルターエゴのサイドレーナーが集団戦特化だったんですよね。
そうですね。
ラプラプアリスト
ラプラプ、
で天セカ側はどちらかといったら単体撃破と、全体的なクリアリングが得意なジョーガーを起用してましたんで、サイドレーナーが一気に真ん中に集まってくるタイミングっていうのはどうしても処理しにくかったですね。で アルターエゴのスタイルとして、まずセブニア選手のティグラルからキャッチしに行ってたんですよ。
そうです、多かったですね。
はい、そうです、そうです。おそらく10セカンドゲーミングの狙いとしては、相手が入ってきたところをティグラルのアルティメットで先に固めて、そこにスキルを当てていこうというようなイメージだったと思うんですけど、
そこ先手を取ってあったわけですね。いやー、それをされてしまうと、確かにティグラル、日本で使ってたセブニア選手の動きとはちょっとやりづらそうな感じを、イメージがありましたね。さあ、それに対して、次の戦いどうしていくか。しかしながらアルターエゴもう全員が先ほど言った和樹さん、もう軍隊でしたね。
そうですね、
一人一人の仕事量が凄まじすぎました。シルバンナ、ラプラプ、イ・スンシン、ローイ、そしてアリス。
やはり途中までずっとセリボーイ選手はファームしてるんですよ。
ずっとし続けてましたね。さあ、こちらがスコアになっております。 MVP はローイ、3010、凄まじい活躍でございました。さあ、序盤のやはりファーストブラッドを取られたあたりからもうコロコロとちょっとスノーボールというか、勢いが相手にいってしまったという印象はありましたけどね。
そうですね。ただアルターエゴのやはりこのセリボーイ選手の育て方の部分ですね、ローイーとシルバンナがラプラプ、EXP レーン側に寄って圧力をかけていく、でその間セリボーイ選手はゴールドレーンを、アリス、ヤム選手のアリスと一緒に、攻めていくと
処理してましたね。はい、あ、シナ選手のブルーのマスクはあれ表記ミスですかね、もしかしたら。
いや、それか買っていたので、移動速度アップ、そしてアシストからのゴールドボーナスだとかを加味して積んでいた
っていう可能性があるんですかね。はい、さあ、これをスコアを見ながら、こういう時にね、チームとしてアナリストというかコーチがいたら心強いというところあるかもしれませんけども、もうワンチームで10セカンド戦っていく必要があります。さあ、凄まじい圧力、世界を肌で感じたでしょう、日本チーム。しかしながらこれを勝たなければいけません。優勝するにはどうしてもこのチームが立ちふさだかります。 MVP はロイ・ウディル
のローイは消しときましょうか。
消しときたいっすね。
3体までのその10番の、5体番のうちの残りの2枠が、初めの3体がピック決まってから残り2体の番が入るんですけど、そこまでに間違いなくまたウディルの、ローイを入れてくるんですよ。でウディル選手のローイで、セリナ、この辺りはとにかく警戒したいですね。
サポートの重要性というのが活躍しどころがものすごい大きくなっていると、ダメージも出るしサポートもするし、さあ、驚異的なものを見せつけられた。さあ、次の試合、今選手たちは一旦休憩に入っておりますので少々お待ちください。さあ、盤からもう頭を切り替えていかなければいけない。ここでやはり世界組パッパ、オブヤン等がちょっと中心になって今リフレッシュを図っているという時間帯になりそうですね。しかしみんなも
一発目ですから、ここから気持ちを切り替えていけたらと思いますよね。
いきましょう、我々も気持ちを切り替えてさあ行きたいところ。もちろんチームの意図があっての構成バンピック、さあそれに対してアルターエゴも、ラファエルという相手をもうバリバリ警戒してのバンを見せてきましたので、警戒されているのは間違いございません。さあ見たいですね、アルターエゴを撃破する瞬間、世界を驚かせる瞬間、また昨年の歓喜再び。 BO3 なので、次の試合もアルターエゴが勝ってしまうとアルターエゴに2ポイント、そして10セカンドゲーミングフロストがマイナス2ポイントという形になります。このポイントが多い上位1チームがグループリーグを突破し上位トーナメントに進出するというシステムとなっておりますので、なんとしても1ポイント 取っておきたい。
レオ・マーフィー選手の視界取りが素晴らしかったですね。
この
常に敵のジャングルの位置で視界を取っていたっていうのと、
確かに
レオ・マーフィー選手の怖いところっていうのが、もちろん今回タンクシルバンダ見せてきましたけど、
タンクバンダ
メインとして
はい
一番僕恐ろしいなと思ったのはタンクシューなんですよ。
タンクシュー、
はい。
おー
なんでシューは取り上げなきゃいけないし、
うん、
ウディル選手も控えてますんで、
足りない
足りないんですよ。
足りないです。これは足りないですね、足りないならば何かで補わなければいけない。それはマクロの部分かミクロの部分か。さあ必死に今頭をフル回転させていることでしょう。しかしながら日本人応援しておりますので、もうその気持ちをなんとか届けたい。なんとか届けて日本チームの力に変えていただきたい。さあこの5名先攻後攻入れ替わりまして、次アルターエゴが後攻となります。オブヤン、シナ、セブニア、パパ、コロ。さあこの5名で世界を名前を届かせたい。本人たちもね、ある種世界招待、いきなりと言っていいぐらい決まった中で準備をしてここの試合、大会に臨んできているわけでございますので、さあなんとしても日本のモバレシーンのためにも、そして自分たちのためにも思う存分まず力を出し切って楽しんでもらいたい。期待しておりますよ。さあ先ほどちょっと育ちきるというところができませんでしたが、ここは、ジャングルサイドちょっと変更はやはりしてきそうですよね。10セカンド、
そうですね。
どういった変更
逆に言ったらこの BO3 というシステム上、
はい
1戦目 BO3 の1戦目にチャレンジングなピックをしてくるチームが多いんですよ。
なるほど。そこでちょっと10セカンド試したチャレンジしてみたという捉え方も確かにできるということでございますので、さあ一旦選手たちのアップ準備を待ちたいということで、一旦少し休憩を挟むという情報が参りましたので、チャンネルはこのまま今しばらくお待ちください。それでは一旦我々は失礼いたします。
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Mikado, but you need to be stronger.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
お待たせしました皆様、マッチ1の第2戦目、テイセカンドゲーミングフロスト VS アルタエゴ参りたいと思います。さあ早速バウン始まっております。先行5個入れ替わりました。アルタエゴ先行。さあバウンはまずメタルヘッドとイスンシンを自分たちでバンしてきましたか。
なるほどですね。
はい、
先行としておそらくアルタエゴこのままいったら、ローイー取ってくると思うんですよ、僕は。
ぶっ刺さりでしたからね。
でとにかくそのイスンシンの評価がインドネシア勢で高いのは、
はい、
パッシブのクリティカルにあると思っていて、
なるほどなるほど、
クリティカル率を上げなくてもとにかく確定でクリティカルが上がるので、初手でディスペア積んでもクリティカルがどっかるダメージが出ると。でジャングルファームが早く、お金稼ぎが早く、育つまでの時間が早い。でアルティメットで視界が取れるのもでかいですね。
確かに、
はい、
カチャバンしてきましたよ。
なるほどな。さっきのその試合のオベア選手のカチャ、火力ぶりしてたんですけども、ビルド3つ積んだだけで、イスンシンワンコンできてたんですよ。
溶けてましたね、確かに。引っ張れるし、
とにかく的確だったんですよね。
溶けるし、引っ張るし、いやちょっとあれをうまいことコントロールされると厄介だなと。
はい、
脅威は残しましたね。さあだいぶおっとここでエスメラルダをバン。
なるほど、ローインに対しておそらく奥に入れるヒーローは入れてくると思うんですよ。先ほどの試合だとその手前を対抗するのは得意ですし、
確かにそうですね、前から溶かす、
はい、ピックアップするのが得意なキャラクター。おっとマチルダ
来ちゃった、マチルダ来ちゃった。
そうか、マチルダ開いてたか。
そう開いちゃった。いや仕方ない。
はい、
いやしかしながらこれベラとか巻いてますよ。さあ何を優先して取ってくる。ベラや、本大会人気で言うならばゾーン。
マチルダがいることによってその相手の動きがもっとよりアグレッシブになるんですよ。
いや、
はい、
そうですね、サポート性能としても
マチルダの序盤の火力の高さ、少しナーフされましたけどやはりまだ健在ですし、
はい、
はい、
おここで
ローイー取り上げてきましたが、
ちょっとローイーを使うなら私でしょと、はい、見せてあげますよと言わんばかりの相手の先ほど MVP ヒーローを取り上げてきました。そしてベラ、今大会ベラの注目すごいですね。
そうですね、
とにかく逃げるという
1スキルとパッシブが大幅にナーフされたんで、そこまで火力は出ないと思ったんですけども、ただそのパッシブの移動と、2スキルのブリンク、でアルティメットもブリンクありますんで、それによって生存能力が非常に高いなと思いました。でかなり見るチームによってはその集団 AOE アルティメットでタンクだとかが、相手を固めて、そこにベラのウルトを打ってダメージを稼いでいくっていうの結構多かったんで、
それの使い方がお見事、とにかく逃げてましたねベラ。そして今大会人気もう一体といえばゾーン。
そうですね、サイドというよりはその奥に入っていけるヒーローが人気で、今のその環境下で、昨日の試合とかもそうだったんですけど、アサシンコアの試合っておそらく3試合ぐらいしかなかったんですよ。そうですそうです。っていうのは先ほど話したその逆転しやすい、で天井になった時に、一番火力が出せるハンターマックスマンが人気だっていう理由から、アサシンが減ってきたのかなと僕は予測してるんですけども、
今大会結構やっぱり拮抗して試合が長引くということも予想されてというところですね。さあ来ました、ジャパニーズ忍者はやぶさでございます。
来ましたか。
来ました。日本といえばというところもありますけども、昨日はもうラスト1試合ぐらいでしたかね、はやぶさ使われたの。
はい、
さあ来ました、アサシンです。さあガラッと変えてきましたよ。
そうですね、
いいですね、ワクワクしてきますよ。さあ3ピック終わりましたので2番、残りの2番に両チーム入ります。相手のまだコアが見えてないというところでリンを
セリボーイ選手はリンもいけますから、リ
ンもいけちゃうんですね、いけちゃうセリボーイじゃないですか。さあもうスパークスもバンしたい枠はいっぱいあるんですけども、さあサイドを消してきたのはアルタエゴラプラプ。
ラップラップも今回ナーフされてアルティメット状態の時の物理防御大幅にデバフ食らったんですけども、たださっきの試合を見てる限りであればウルト中のウルトの火力でご利用していくようなイメージありましたんで、
2段階きますからね。
そうなんですよね。で火力臭とかに比べると、パワースパイクといって強くなるダメージを出し切れる時間帯が非常に早いなと思いました。
前半からゴリゴリきちゃう、
4レベル同士の戦いだったらシュはそのウルトでタワー下に引きずり込んでダメージを出していくとかが多いんですけども、
そうですね、基本的な集団の戦いになりそうですよね。ということで、ラストアリスをバンしたのは10セカンドゲーミングフロスト。さあまだ見えてないのがタンク枠とレーンが見えてないということで、アルターエゴどこを意識してバンをしていくか。おお、もう自分たちのピックをバンしてきますね。イスンシンに引き続きシルバンナ、
これさっきアルターエゴがやっていたピックを今10セカンドゲーミングがこぞっとこう取り上げるような形で今取ってきているので、相手にシルバンナ渡したら嫌だなっていう考えだと思うんですよ。で、レオ・マーフィー選手がもちろんタンク集で今来られると思うので、
それを見越してのバンをいった。さあ10セカンドゲーミング何をピックしていく。ここでハリスが出ました。日本といえばちょっとハリスというイメージもありますよね。
そうですね、サイドハリス、はい、
いや、いいんじゃないでしょうか。
ただハリスも少し火力がナーフされたんですよ。
ちょっと落ちましたね。
なんで、武器で言ったら3本目ですかね、ガーディアンリリック積んだあたりからゴリッと火力が出せるようになってくるので、
以前のように前半からもうウルトでバンバンバシバシいくというところでなかなか。
ただ昨日の試合でも、RSG 戦だったかな、ハリスが敵陣に入って4対1で無双するみたいなシーンもありましたし、
ハリス無双ありましたね。
ポテンシャルは全然ありますよ。
まだまだありえる。
で昨日の試合でもあったのは、ゾンだとか、相手の奥に入っていく、強力なキャラクターに対して、個人個人が高機動力で分散していくっていうスタイルがあったんですよ。
はいはいはい、雲の子を散らすように。
そうですそうですそうですそうです。
いくと、ここでロジャーとクラウド。
なるほど。
うわー、火力振ってきましたね。
マックスマンでおそらくロジャーがジャングラーで、サイドにクラウドを置いて、ってなるとグリッドサプレス、サポートエンブレムのグリッドサプレスなんで早めに叩いておきたい気はしますけども、
ここで来たか、セブミノ隠してました。ミノタウロス。さあこの情報は世界あるか。ミノタウロスが今大会出ると思いましたでしょうか。出るんです。さあ来ましたね。
いや、今年の日本の最前線はバリエーション豊富ですから、
豊富、
たくさん引き出し持ってますんで、
千変万化、
はい、
中央無尽、
ウッシッシスタイル見せちゃいますよ。
ウッシッシもセブニアウッシッシ見せていきましょう。さあアルタエゴ、マチルダ、ゾンシュ、ロジャー、クラウド、メンバーヤム、レオ・マーフィー、ウディル・セリボーいっぱい変わっておりません。10セカンドゲーミング側、ロイ、ベラ、ハヤブサ、ハリス、ミノタウロス、こちらもメンバー変わっておりません。オブヤン、シナ、パパ、コロ、セブニア、以上のラインナップとなっております。もう試合がわからん。前半、先ほどの第1戦目と全く変わっております。
おそらくこの10セカンドゲーミングはこのグループリーグで手の内を全部出さないと、出し切らないと、
確かに、
はい、超えれない壁だと思うんですよ。ただここのグループリーグを超えれば
見えてきます。
はい、
未来が明るくひれてくる。開け5枚いってくれ。10セカンドゲーミング VS アルターエゴ、マッチは第2戦目、試合スタートです。
アルターエゴも衝動の動き変えてきましたね。裏処理、クラウドのレーン、ゴールドレーンの裏処理警戒してから入りますか。
そうですね、シューがまず遅れてミッドに、ベラが少し参加しそうというところでしたけど、またトップ、自分の陣地。
レオ・マーフィー選手の視界取りが本当に秀逸なんですよね。
嫌ですね。痛くないところにいますね。
ただその後取れましたね、ちゃんと。
これはお見事。いやもうエモート大好き。さあここで、ミッドの戦いから、お互いの青バフをやり合ってますね。さあレオ・マーフィー徐々に近づいてきたぞ。セブニアそれをカバーする。治療でなんとか青バフは取り切った。
ミノタウロスのいいところはこのレーン維持能力が高いんですよね。2スキルで回復できますんで、
モチベーションは周りも回復できます。さあここで次 先ほどはファーストブラッドを取られたのが、3分弱というところでしたけども、ここまで来るか、いいのか、やるぞ、やっちゃうぞ。さあどうする、3対2、3対2、いやダメージが出されているマチルダ、そして寄ってきたゾン。
マチルダのダメージ出力素晴らしいですね。
こう歩けば歩くほど精霊の加護がある。さあエビルウルフ一撃、もう隙を見逃さない、囲まれてしまっているお牛さん。さあ狼に食べられてしまった形になってしまったぞ。生き生きとしております。
エビルウルフの火力高すぎますね。
高い高い。さあそして引くこともうまいんですよね、アルターエゴ。寄ると引く、これの連携がお見事と言わざるを得ない。さあまだ、2分を経ったところ。さあ大丈夫か、ゾンのパッシブが少し乗っている。アレクトファイナルブロー。さあここで光陵誘拐、奥に奥に入り込む。いやたわないたわない、逃げることにも長けている。ここで来ましたレオ・マーフィー、逃がさない逃がさない。いやしかしながらしっかりファイナルスラッシュ、1スキダメージ逆に囲む形になるか。まだミノスレージウルトは発動できない状況にあるが、オスカートップを押していくか。
ただコロ選手よく今引かずに反転する判断取りましたね。
いやお見事でしたね。
はい、
あそこ引くと思ったところ、シューも来ているのが見えていただろうに味方を信じました。さあしっかり1キル獲得してお金差を徐々に、ここで暴流撃が品に入っている。アレクトファイナルボロー中に入り込んでいる。ゲー滅も出してしっかり相手を引かせることには成功したぞ。
マチルダの1スキル最後当たったらハヤブサがもう危なかったんで、
危なかったですね。
はい、
溶けちゃいますもんね、
実際逃げウルトのような形で今ウルト入ってったんですけども、ただ今回マチルダ洗礼じゃなくてフンヌなのでバースト火力はそこまで出しきれないのかなと思います。
はい、洗礼ではない。さあ序盤の戦い、やってやり合っての様相を呈していますが、なんとかしても育ちたい、早めに育ちたいところはハヤブサ、相手はハンターが2枚いますからね。
そしてクラウドをちょっと無視したくないですね。
ガリゴリダメージをタワーで稼いでおりますけども、さあここでハヤブサやってきた。いや光陵誘拐使いどころもお見事でしたが、逃げ切ることができる竜の状態で、さあパッパなんとかシールド間に合わず。さあオブヤンダメージを出しているがたわらない。セリボーイもうイケイケだ。
セリボーイ選手の思い切りが素晴らしいですね。
素晴らしい。エビルウルフの使い時。
ただトップルートのゴールドプレートでここで食えるっていうのはかなり大きい
いいですね。
はい、
素晴らしい。さあ少しでも削っておきたい。まだゾンは少し時間がある。
頭降り切れそうですね。
降り切れる降り切る、
はい、
さあ降り切ったのはテンセカンドゲーミングフロストだ。これは大きいぞ。
ただアルターエゴのスタンスとして今もう相手のジャングル側で基本的にファイトを始め出したんで、
前線上げるの早いんですよね。さあおそらく次はタートルを狙ってくるんでしょう、セリボーイ。さあ割ってますね。クラウドもいますね。前線上げられているのでそこまで生き切ることができないか。さあ下に寄ってきた下に寄ってきたぞ。上はベラがしっかり押せてはいます。それ以外での戦いなんとかミノスレイジ溜めている溜めている。プレッシャーをかけているか。このセブニアの溜めること技術力長けております。さあもう中にどんどん入り込んでいる。それに続けとばかりにセリボーイ入ってくる。ダメージセブニアミノスレイジ発動している。ガシャコン決まるかローイ。光陵誘拐中に入り込んでしまっているぞ。
いやいい
まずはミノスレイジがした後にスキルを取られてしまって、ここでベラが来た。後から来たベラによってローイなんとかキルを回収することに成功。
落とせれば大きいですよこれ。
さあここでゴロいけるか。
いやー素晴らしい。いけるか。
キルをいやここでシールドが発動する。ニスキによってシールドが発動しました。
ただ相手のコアを落としたの大きいですね。ここでお金差一気に縮まりました。ただパイ選手のねクラウドがずっとここ傍観してるんですよね。でボットルートの101で1キル取ってますんで、
下ではハリスにキルを取って上ではなんとか勝ち切りましたけども、クラウド恐ろしいですよ。さあ先ほどね落としきった後の動き見事な追い性能を見せましたベラ。逃げることもウディルさすがでしたけども、 6対5。
いやー素晴らしい。
では負けてな
お見事
い。さあ浮いてしまっているゾーンにフォーカス。これが忍者です。はやぶさ。さあ次の戦い、タートルまで残り20秒。さあコロフォーカスされてしまっている。これで逃げ切ることは惜しかった。できず。いいですね、パッシブと I4I ダメージこう、そしてコントロール
レオ
もこう入る。
マーキーのフォーカスがお見事ですね。
そこ行っちゃいます。
どこにいるかわかんないんですよ。
わかんない。
しっかりブッシュ系して、
さっき上にいなかった
はい、移動してるので。
いやー、これがウディルですか。黄金時代を築いた。
ちょっとクラウドの育ちがやはり気になりますけどね、今2キル目入っちゃったんで。
そうですね、タワーのゴールドも稼いでいることでしょう。セリボーイタートルにやっている、それを見ている、1人で2人を見ているレオ・マーフィー。いやー、ヤムが奥に牽制をかけていく。もうタートルに近づくことすらできない。相手のジャングルに陣取っているのはシュウ。先ほどと同じ流れか。その後パイ行くか。スタックを貯めているぞ。
いやー素晴らしい。
さあなんとかレオ・マーフィー厄介なタンクを落としきることに成功。
シナ選手しっかり影当ててれてますんで。
はい、これしっかりダメージとパッシブを出すことができた。
そうですね。
続きましてパイコロがしっかりダメージを出している。一度引かせることに成功している。
全然1戦目引きずってないっていうのがなお素晴らしいですね。
そうですね、
はい、
動きが違いますね。生き生きとしているところが見えるぞ。さあこの調子で自分たちの素晴らしいプレイ、そして楽しんでもらいたい。次
はやぶさにオーシャンエッジ入りましたんで、ここからはそのハラスのダメージもかなり期待できますので、
一発のダメージが出そうなところ、それでもやめない。相手のジャングルを荒らすのをやめない。セブニアが先ほどからフォーカスされている。さあミノスレイジ、ここぞというところにぜひ見せてほしい。さあ来たぞウディルとパイ。ミニオンがいない状況でもかなりダメージ圧力を出している。裏からはレオムルフィーとセリボーイ。ここでケンコン発動して一度、さあどこに行ったか。逃げないようにしてウディルを狙っていく。ウディルを狙っていく。3体が一撃として、さあ中にダメージを出していくぞ。集団戦の形が多かった。人数差が勝てている。人数差が勝てている。フォーレを誘拐。さあゾーンが入ってきたが、じゃあセブニはまだ生きてる。オブヤンシナゴロ、これはダメージする。ミノスレイジここで入らせていく。あとはダメージを出すだけ。ダメージを出すだけ。引かざるを得ないのはアルターエゴとなっている。ここでスリーキル、3に交換となりました。
素晴らしい。ミノタウロス綺麗に決まりましたね。
あそこでもう溜めてましたね。ミノスレイジ発動ありがとう、はい、
ただこの局面でもセリボーイ選手のロジャー生きるんですよね。
生きるんですね。いや生きてほしくなかった。しっかり逃げることにも長けている。攻めるだけではない。さあしかしながらキルでは互角の戦いとなっております。タワー差で分かっている。ただお金差が2000で少し負けている状況。
ただもうそろそろベラも火力が出始めますね。ベラのそのパッシブと1スキルの火力ナーフがあったんですけど、装備の割合はそこまで変わってないはずなので、はい、ビルドが組めてくるとかなり火力が出せますと
期待できそう。
はい、
殺戮の共演執行ベラ。さあ次の戦いアルターエゴ、少しちょっと度肝を向かれていくか。ここでフォーカスしていくのは
今回いいところというか、クラウドが瞬間移動なんですよ。なのでミノスレイジの射程圏内にバッチリ入れますんで
逃げれない。
はい、
さあいいですよ。セブタメ効いてるよ。圧力出てるよ。さあウディルのダメージも出ていますが、あまり中に入れすぎてしまうとキルを取られてしまう。さあセリボーイとウディル、先ほどからコンビネーションで一緒に上げているが、フォーカスされているのはパッパだパッパ。さあしっかりここでシールドを剥がしたところはちゃんとクラウドを後処理している。シナ忍者サイレントキル。さあここでヤムが氷を床に使ってセブニアフォーカスして、これもまあ仕方ないというところか。3対3、3対3のダメージ、まだ生きてるぞ。
いやー
軸が生きてる。さあしっかりと影を全てシャドウキル取り切った。
相手のコアとハンターマックスも落とせたの大きいですね。はい、
しっかりハヤブサ刺さってます。さあこれロードいけるか。2対2だぞ。相手が回復してきた。間に合うか。
ただもうそろそろ
さあこれ1対2
ゾンですね。
ですけど、
ゾンのアルティメットがもうそろそろ湧き出しますんで。
そうですね。
はい、 ただ今のでお金差かなり縮められたら大きいですね。
めちゃくちゃ縮まりましたね、キル差では逆転、先ほどから集団戦、ファイトが起こる状況では徐々に
この選手のベラがさっきからちゃんと欲しいところに切り取ってくれるんですよ。
いいですね、殺意が高い。さあマスクの力を使っていく、裏から来た、狙うはセリボーイ、いやコロだいぶダメージを出されてしまっている。光陵誘拐でフォーカスしているのはベラだ。さあそれを見越してブレーニングデート入っている、だいぶダメージ出力が高い。ロジャーがしっかりゾーンと突けることに成功しましたが、残ったのは忍者シナ。いやーダメージ出力がえげつなかった。フォーカスは良かったのではないでしょうか。
無理に入りすぎちゃいましたかね。ただシューのアルティメットは今これ落ちてますかね。
先ほど猛流撃、
いやただこれエンドありますよ。
いやミニオンが中入り込んでしまっている。なんとか処理することができるか。ミニオンは処理して、ミニオンはウルトはないか。いや無理やり煙っていく、無理やり煙っていってしまった。ここでエンドイット、世界の壁が大きくのしかかった10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、ストレート勝負を決めたのは世界チャンピオンアルターエゴ e スポーツ。GG グッドゲームでございました。おめでとうございますアルターエゴ。いや負けてはなかったよ。素晴らしい試合を見せていただきました。和樹さん、こちらはいかがでしたでしょうか。
いやでも2戦目と1戦目の受け圧倒的に違っていたんで、
違いましたね、
やはり1戦目は少し気持ち的にも、リラックスしきれなかった部分はあると思いますね。
あったでしょう、もう手に取るように分かりました。しかしながら2戦目ガラッとバンピック変えて、そしてプレイングスタイルも変えてきました。さあアルターエゴ笑顔が見えております。やはりもう緊張したしプレッシャーもあったのでしょう。もちろんこのチーム世界チャンピオンといえども勝負の世界でございますから、それだけこの10セカンドゲーミングフロストよう警戒していたというところだと今画面上からは伺えます。
最後の最後で、ロジャーを落とせるか否かだったんですけど、先にバフ借り終わっちゃったんですよね。おそらくシューが、ボットルート側に見えていたんで、そこの気をてらったんでしょうけど、
もうロジャーとゾンでしたね。
ですね。で先にベラが落とされてしまったんで、
そうでしたね。そこでロジャーを
ただそこがなかったら試合展開って、途中から完全に天セカのムードでしたし、
ムードイケイケでしたね。キル差では上回った形、要所要所集団戦では必ずキルでは上回って2-3交換、3-2交換いけてましたから、そこではやぶさいい仕事してた。
いやこれ全然いけますよ。
いけます。
今の現世界最強って言われてますからアルターエゴって。
そうですね、実力で世界ナンバーワンをもぎ取ったアルターエゴに関して試合後ほっとした表情を見せさせましたからね。
いやそうですよ。だから今見てくださってる方々も、この試合だけを切り取ったら10セカンドゲーミングの負けかもしれないですけど、
確かに
ここまでのバックグラウンド見ると、
違うと、我々が対戦していたのはなんならゲーム始まっていきなり大ボスと戦うみたいな RPG の展開ですからね、これ。そういう展開で、いやもしかしたらというところを見せてくれた10セカンドゲーミング、まずはお疲れ様でしたと。そこで次の試合まだあります。
いやでも切り替えてこれたのが素晴らしすぎますね、僕からしてみて。
普通だったら引きずってしまいそうですけどね。
僕と山下さんだったらトイレから出てこれないですよ。
出てこれないです。もうこもって嫌だって言ってます。もう嫌だ、次嫌だ。さあそれをしっかりと取ったアルタエゴ、お見事でございました。スコアでは全然負けてまいそうなんですしな。このはやぶさ お見事なスコア MVP、 アルターエゴセリボーイも MVP でございます。まあ後半戦やっぱりクラウドの火力が凄まじいものになってましたね。デモ半尿病を積んでからラスティも積んでブレイジングデュエット一気に持ってってました。さあミノタウルスもミノストレージね、バチンと決まったところもあり、しかしながらこのアルタエゴサイドのレーン押すのと眼光かけるのが見事ですね。
いやーというより、僕そのウディルと、セリボーイ、とにかく注意だと言ったんですけども、それの前に、レオ・マーフィーが立ちはだかりますから、
その前にこのまずゲームが始まってまず会うのがレオ・マーフィーなんで、この試合奥に入り込んできますからね。いやー立ちふさがりますね。まずなんとかしなければいけない。
全然でも手応えありましたんで。
ありますね。いけますね。
こっからドラマティックなルートとしては決勝で再戦ってことですもんね。
あ、もうそうです。
ですよね。
はい。そうです、そうです。いっちゃいます。
はい。
はい。この後、まだ本日分かりません。この後、テンセカンドゲーミングと、ブレインスポーツの戦いがありまして、そしてアルタエゴ VS ブレインスポーツの戦いがありますので、その結果によっては全く分かりません。はい。まずはポイントが、アルタエゴに2ポイント、そしてテンセカンドゲーミングフロスはマイナス2ポイントという結果になりました。いやーベラもいい活躍をしてたしたね。
素晴らしかった。
素晴らしかった。オビアンのローイモも取った意味が分かりましたね。しっかりと使いたい動きを見せていたように思いました。さあ MVP がこれはヤムということですかね。
なるほど。
はい MVP という表示が出ておりますけども、この試合活躍してたという MVP なんでしょうか。
ただ、そのアルターエゴって、もうこのレオ・マーフィーで、セリボーイ、ウディル、でパイでアーマット、この5人でもう動きもずっと合わせてきていて、今回そのコロナウイルスとかの影響で、アーマット選手が参加できなかったっていうところで、リザバンのような形で、入ってきたのにもかかわらず、綺麗にチームにははまっていましたよね。
溶け込んでますね。
はい、
それが素晴らしい、層の厚さといいますか。さあここで、振り返り、向こうの現地の方がですね、こういった試合の振り返りをしていただいているということで、リプレイ画像とこういう形で出てまいりますと。はい、素晴らしいシステムですね。
ちなみにこれ僕じゃないですからね。
違うんですか。
はい、全然違いますよ。逆に僕だったら山下さんどこおるんですか。
そうだ、和吉さんに向けて画面に喋ってました。
じゃあ完成できてるところ僕じゃないですから。
失礼いたしました。さあ出ております。さあやはりゾーンもヘルスがミリになったところをしっかり落としてくるのがこのゾーンだったんですよね。
ポーターがやはり秀逸でしたね。
秀逸ですね。さあこの集団戦の形、しっかりと相手にフォーカスをしていく。
セリボーイ選手の立ち位置がお見事やったんですよね、本当に。で、今のところとかも、セリボーイ選手のロジャーを落とそうとフォーカスしたんですけど、1スキですかされてるんですよ。
いやー、このハンター、ロジャー、最近ちょっとナーフされてあまり見る機会は少なくなっていましたけども、使い方次第では全然生きてくる。さあ、ここ、最後の集団戦。一気にまとめたところ、バーストダメージ、火力陣がやはりロジャー、セリボーイを落とせなかった。逆にベラが落とされてしまった。
はやぶさ込みのオールインで入る、もしくはベラか そうですね、セリナの、すみません、ハリスかの位置にハヤブサが入っていれば確定キルで持っていけたのかなとは思うんですよ。
そこさせなかった。
ただ、こればっかりに関しては、正直、全員でトライをしてる結果なんで、
そうですね。
逆にここまでよく思い切れたなと僕は思いますよ。
確かに、
いい意味で。
本当にそれはそうです。王者相手に一歩も引かずに、なんなら、このまま押し切ってやろうという勢い。そしてこれは、力ずくのエンドイット。さあ、この後ミニオンも来てましたからね。ワンチャンスを逃がさずにアルターエゴが2連勝を飾りました。さあ、この後の試合はまだまだ続いてまいります。皆さん今日は長いです。C グループの第1試合目、マッチ1が終わりましたね。続きまして D グループの戦いへと、駒を進めることとなっております。いや、この時間がね、ありますので、次、10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、そしてブレン e スポーツ、戦いは15時からを予定しております。それまで少し間が空きますので、またリフレッシュしていただいて、先ほどの試合、いい勝負をしていたのは間違いありませんので、それをポジティブに生かしていただいて、世界第2位ブレインスポーツ戦っていただきたいと思います。さあ、このグループリーグ1位になれなくても、明日のグループステージフェーズ2に移りますので、はい、それはお楽しみください。それでは我々も一旦失礼します。次は約15時からまたお会いいたしましょう。
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win.
A knockout.
Victory!
Huh? We'll be competing in a 1v1 best-of-1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals, where it will be a best-of-3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the Little Wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double command from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double parries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
Alright, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Bren versus Bren. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh!
Whoa! Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and Kurtzy, he's learned his lesson, destroys the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's EVOS SG taking on DreamMax. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. he can't actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be First Blood headed towards EVOS SG Matthew.
Alright, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's gonna be a little bit of these moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DreamMax, and it seems like EVOS SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that lost to Curtizy, he came the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Những pha lấy hero nên là bốn hiện tại lấy thì các skill với hiện vậy nhảy chứ kia hiện vậy nhảy hai ta nhưng cái tập skill bọn hero nó sang người ta chơi mà phải mấy nhân cả còn một hai giờ bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho chỉnh skill với lọ còn tha bây giờ combo tới thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại chỉnh.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Pakito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Pakito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap and play it.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Pakito Challenge.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2, all powered by Moonton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board and Skoga. We would like to thank our partners in esports IMDA for making this possible, and that includes you guys that are watching the stream right now. Don't forget to share the stream to let more people know about the action that's coming up in the group stages of M2 that's happening right now.
And you know what? Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. So make sure you are following Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account, visit _Singapore, and do not forget to use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
That's right. And if you guys were wondering, what is Skoga? Skoga is a NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. Wow, that's been a long time. And of course, they've been nurturing great talents on board. And speaking of Singaporean talent here, this match is definitely going to be a big one for the local team of EVOS SG as they'll be facing DreamMax Esports.
Definitely. EVOS SG, this is their last dance. So they have to make it count. Now, there are a lot of things happening here for the side of EVOS SG, but for DreamMax, I do think that they are, kind of a bit chill, just want to absorb the pressure or absorb the nature of this tournament and just have fun.
That's right, and of course, since this is going to be our very first time on board sitting and casting together on the desk, of course, if you guys haven't noticed, my name's Contra, and this is Butters right here, and well, we've seen quite a lot of great actions coming into Group A as well as Group B. This will be our official first match for Group C as well as Group D. And I'm looking at this sort of the group where these two teams, they are stuck here with our RQ Hoshi. So, do you expect that there's going to be any sort of upset coming in to be able to topple that powerhouse to be securing that playoffs round?
I mean, it all comes down to preparation. These teams have the capability to do so just because these are the best teams in the world. They wouldn't be here if they weren't the best. So that means I can see RQ Hoshi having a bit of a problem, but if RQ Hoshi has good preparation as well, that might be something that EVOS SG and DreamMax might want to look into.
Yeah, of course, we'll be having the standings on your screens coming up to show you the scores as of the moment. If you guys did miss out on any, not to worry, as we got you covered right here. So on Group C, we've just witnessed a performance coming from Alter Ego Esports to have been able to secure a 2-0 win against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. We were actually watching some of the matches there, and boy, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, they really bring in the pain, and they almost had a really good fight, but Alter Ego Esports managed to put the full stop at the very end and still managed to reign supreme.
There are reasons why you do not go for the Minotaur, and 10S Gaming Frost showed us how they do it, and they almost took that win. But they could not really turn those wins into objectives, which means it doesn't really count as much. But for Alter Ego Esports, even without Ahmad in their, lineup, they are still looking strong, and that is scary.
Indeed, and they are really showing strength from every single aspect that they haven't really shown signs of like, okay, I'm gonna give you an objective for free, and I'll take the other. Like they absolutely took everything whenever the chance presents itself. But on the second game, where we just saw 10S Gaming Frost pop up with things like Hayabusa, of course it was kind of like a surprise pick. Like they didn't know what to expect. But hey, Benedetta right now is in the interesting state because it's either being banned away or highly picked and contested by many of these teams, having some great win rates today.
And looking at the stats yesterday for day number 1, I think Benedetta had the highest contested rate in the whole day. So that means with highly contested pick with a high win rate as well. I think she was at 71%. That is going to be something that the other teams need to look at. I mean, if you use the Benedetta, then that might be your formula to win.
Yeah, I guess the mobility is a little bit too high for some of all these players to, just get a grasp. It's like, is he going to be running down at me or not? So, with that being said, of course, we go in towards that sort of the tier crafting later on, right after this entirety of the draft, because we want to see who will these two teams be fielding today. Starting off, we do have the hometown favorites, EVOS SG, with Pokemon off lane, Soul as fodder, Aeon as the multi-role, JPL as a mage or support, and Potato coming in as an assassin or marksman.
Aeon, a previous RSG member. Right now, he is the shot caller for the side of EVOS SG, and man, look at this talented lineup, and they're really aiming to bring the pain here in the M2 World Championship.
That's right, and Pokemon being, the later addition to this lineup, and he, after, 2 seasons, he finally solidified himself to prove that, hey, he is one of the most solid off-laners coming in from the MYSG region, now facing off against the champions of Brazil, DreamMax Esports. We got Nyx, Cabral, Luis, Holmes, as well as Make.
I'm really excited what DreamMax will bring to the table for the M2 World Championships, seeing that a lot of the teams that we thought that were behind the meta use that 15-day, quarantine. Just get an idea what's being done here, what's effective, and I want to know what twist and flavor are they bringing to the table for those kinds of strategies.
You definitely know that they do have the flair with the Samba moves coming right in. So, well, we've seen that the boys coming from the DreamMax side has been relatively friendly. Of course, we do keep our social distance, of course.
Yeah.
We saw the 1v1 Paquito challenges as well. Yeah, they did struggle a little bit, but hey, they were having a whole lot of joy. Speaking of which, you know, we've got a whole lot of great stuff that's coming your way throughout the entirety of the M2 itself. Now, getting prepared for this match, what are your expectations being set here between, you know, this matchup within EVOS SG as well as DreamMax?
I mean, EVOS SG are the clear favorites here just because we have more data on them, but you can never ever count out DreamMax because DreamMax really has a surprise factor. I mean, we've watched a bit of their scrims and we watched the, you know, Brazilian national championships, and I gotta say that in Brazil, their scene is getting very competitive. Like against Team Solid, they won against them, but it was a nail biter.
Yeah.
So that means these are the teams who, well, the Brazilian teams could get really competitive if they wanted to. But the question right now is, if you're facing the world in the world stage, how will you fare up?
That's right. And remember this, the previous sort of the World Championship that was hosted back in Malaysia, EVOS SG did not make it out of groups. Could this be a curse, or, you know, this is the time for them to finally make their sprint in towards the playoffs and finally prove themselves as not only the best in Singapore at one point, but towards the world?
Surely they have to, but there is a big obstacle that is within their, you know, certain group, which is RRQ Hoshi for a lot, but they have to take things in perspective. They have to move one game at a time. So right now, don't think about anything else. Just move one game at a time. Face DreamMax now, then plan against RRQ later.
That's right, and all they have to do is take one step at a time. And now I'm looking at the side of EVOS SG. I'm relatively sure that they have been able to still stick to their sort of game plan where they have a really solid early game. And as long as they make sure that they don't really have any sort of hiccups in the early game, things might actually go their way in towards a sort of draft that's focused on towards the mid towards the late game, and well, they could possibly play around the edges to just push their way through with those objectives.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS SG, when we talk about them, it seems like it's always the opportunist. They can punish anyone.
That's right.
But the thing is, will the opportunity present itself? Sometimes you have to make the opportunity on your own.
True.
It happens.
Yeah, like, if it comes, you better take it, or else you won't really get that sort of second chance at all. And speaking of which, some of the key players that we really have to look out for, in my opinion, Soul. Like, other than Soul, JPL has already been there. These two players has been there since the start of EVOS SG, and now, with the final Hura, it definitely means a whole lot that they are currently playing in their home cell. Back then, a couple of metas ago, we see him really shining on the Xbox, and now it's pretty much of a fighter meta as well. So, what were your thoughts on that?
I mean,
actually?
Soul isn't, you know, this isn't a foreign feeling for him. Like, he's been through the significant tournaments of MLBB. He's been there ever since the start of EVOS SG. So this guy is going to be the X factor. I think it depends on him on how he reads the map. I mean, this guy has high mechanics, has a wide hero pool, he has a lot of stuff to show us. But I think for Soul right now, he doesn't feel any pressure. It's just because he experienced this already.
Yeah, and not only that, combo with Potato, who really plays some great roles as well, and Aeon being the backbone of it all. I definitely think that this is a very all-round team in general. For the side of DreamMax, they just have that sort of flair, you know, like they try to go aggressive, but sometimes when you go a little bit too aggressive, you definitely seen some games where, you know, you open up some sort of the area where teams can actually punish you for overextending, or even dives that were not really planned to perfection in that sort of sense. So with that, of course, they have to be crystal clear on their main objectives right here. Are they going to be playing for picks? Are they going to be setting up for those mid-game team fights in general, or just pick one by one in the early phases?
I think in a way we really have to look at the draft first if they want a resource battle, if they want to just get the objectives into the early game, or they want to scale into the late game. Now, we talked about Potato, and Potato is one of those players that if you give him time to just pop off and get his items, I really feel that he is certainly a fundamentally good marksman. Like he's one of those players that give him time, he's gonna carry.
Yeah, and same goes to Potato as well as Pokemon, right? So Pokemon, the couple of seasons we did see him really being pretty much of a decent marksman out there, but from decent he has become pretty phenomenal in his job, and they've managed to secure a second place finish in the recent season of the NYSG bout. But heading in towards the other stages, I felt that MPLI was a little bit of a lackluster run for them as well. They crashed out pretty early, and it's also due to the groups of them being drawn right in. I wouldn't really say too much because honestly MPLI was stacked, but in M2 World Championship it's even more so stacked.
It's a grander stage.
Yeah, and one more question is like, how well does EVOS SG actually know about DreamMax? Like DreamMax, we know them as the team that has been able to pull off quite a significant clutch back in their home country to be able to hoist the championship, and I'm pretty sure that fresh out of that win being crowned as champions, they definitely have a sort of a level of confidence to say, hey, this is what we are back at home, and this is where we just add in the spice.
And if you think about it, I mean, Zace, the coach of EVOS SG, might have his own, devices to get these kinds of information for his team. But for DreamMax, I think they can, play around their strategies a bit. I mean, they're not really tied up to the meta. I mean, the meta is the most efficient one. That's obvious. But if you want to surprise people, or if you want to put your own flavor into it, who knows, maybe they have a meta that's more meta than the current meta, and that's a lot of metas.
Yeah, that's definitely a whole lot of things for options out there for them to reach out to. Like, well, if you can actually pick one hero, Butters, that somebody wouldn't expect to come into the Land of Dawn, what would that be? Like, at this moment, I'm not really that surprised anymore.
I could have gone for Minotaur, but Minotaur got picked already. But
okay, that's fair.
You know what? For a stationary mage, I wouldn't mind if a Gord would come out once or twice into the tournament. But,
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of stationary mages. Those mages don't have the exact mobility to, go in and out of the fight. So yeah, I think Gord does fill the bill.
True enough. And when we look into some of all these sort of picks, back in the previous World Championship, there were times we actually see things like the Helgard. It wasn't seen anymore in the entirety of this tournament. Of course, falling off of the meta, but you know what will be really tough to play in this M2 World Championship with all these sort of quick fighters as well as mobility out there? Aldous.
Yeah, I think
he's just really bad at early game. He's really tough to play if he's going to be set here.
I mean, the current standing right now of this patch is you go for those XP laners or gold laners that can get their ultimate, and they can just, fight in the early game. But for the Aldous, you don't really use Chase Fate to chase down people or to fight. You use that to get back into lane and just go for the stacks. He has a lot of requirements to actually just pop off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we should head on to the M2 coins.
That's right. And what is great, you guys can complete those tasks out there and predict the champions of the M2 championship itself. And with that, you guys can gain exclusive rewards, and that includes M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, as well as battle emotes, and on top of that, a sacred statue. Like, you can just flex like, hey, I can be a part of M2 without actually
being in
here.
M2.
Yeah. But hey, everyone's of course staying safe at home, I hope. And we also have the M2 exclusive skin, which is in the form of Qeon Shadow Omen skin that can be gained directly for only 899 diamonds. So make sure you guys get your hands on it because that event will only last until the 24th of January.
A lot of freebies for 899 diamonds. So if you're not buying it, what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. What are you doing with your life if you're not currently watching the M2 World Championship and celebrating it with that skin out there? Of course, who doesn't like Qeon with that brand new skin buff, if I must say?
You go get it because Clint is reworked, so we might see Clint in the near future. Who knows? Maybe we might see him get played in the M2 World Championship. And I can see Lafel laughing there. I think he bought it as well.
Yeah.
So
I definitely... Yeah, he's nodding his head right now.
He's nodding his head. He bought it.
All right, and we can already see the players are already on board in their stations. Coach Say is already prepping them up as we got a couple of seconds to go before we start our match here in Group D.
This is going to be fun. Look at the eyes of these players while drinking water.
Wow.
Such intensity. Like you're just drinking water, but you have the eyes to kill.
Yeah.
Eyes set to kill.
Eagle eyes.
Eagle eyes.
Like Matilda?
Yeah, they're men on the mission. And the mission is to lift that trophy at the end of this tournament.
Yep. And of course, seems like we've already got our cue to get ourselves ready for our very first game. It's EVOS SG versus DreamMax Esports.
And right now, DreamMax, they start with a Natalia ban, EVOS SG taking their time. I think in a way, you know, it's all about the research at this point. EVOS SG, they might just ban out a couple of meta heroes, to be honest. But if there's something that they, you know, researched about on the side of DreamMax, a really good hero that they want to go for, we might see it here. We might see a respect ban come out.
That's right, and they're just taking their sweet time right here, adjusting their, well, peripherals as well. So they're going to be going in for the very first ban. Jahit is something that is pretty much a standard pick that most teams could easily play. Like, it doesn't meet really high requirements of mechanics for you to just go in with the ejector, put somebody back into the team, just feed them with those kills, right? So it definitely makes sense. And we've already seen party bans on towards Esmeralda, and I'm honestly hoping to see a little bit more of an opening. A lot of players also hope to get their hands on that Yuzong on the either the first pick or the second pick. I wonder if that's going to be any party for the side of DreamMax.
I think in a way they could go for that, but it all depends on what support are you planning to get. Like, to be honest, for the side of EVOS SG, they're not going to hold back on those Parsas. They're not going to hold back on those Changos. It's just that it's a matter of knowing who's going to use those heroes. Because I think, in a way, they have no set tank or mid laner. The roles interchange. So, yeah, that is the mind games that EVOS SG brings to the table for their enemies.
That's right, they are really flexible. Technically, most of them are multi-role players. Like we saw teams like RSG yesterday, they've been switching up the roles itself, where you saw LY4 was playing a marksman. The next game, hey, he's on the mage. So, of course, bring it back to the other Singapore team that's currently playing right here on stage, EVOS SG. They opt to ban out the Selena, and I believe that we've actually seen some sort of gameplay where DreamMax have been playing Selena to great effects, and you have to give respect to those abyssal arrows that can actually catch you off guard in very key moments of certain team fights, especially when you're contesting for lords or turtles. You don't want to be clipped out in a sticky situation. Now, final ban coming in for the side of DreamMax, and it's the Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda right now is a really strong hero. They're not gonna give it to EVOS SG, a team that could be very aggressive at times. So, I mean, if you give them the Matilda, she gives the team extra protection and she gives them extra burst potential. So might as well just take it out. But for EVOS SG, I think the Selena is a pretty good ban. It's a standard ban, let's say.
Yeah.
That you don't want to get hit with a lucky arrow at the clutch moments of the game. And that can really just flip the table if you're winning.
That's right. And now, final ban on phase number 1. And of course, balls on the court of EVOS SG as DreamMax will be going in for the first pick in a couple seconds. And they definitely can't afford to let go of these Esmeralda. And I definitely think that it's a wise option here. Generally, Esmeralda has been really strong. Very hard to take down as she has this really high sustainability with those shields being popped up. So Luis, he does opt to go for a Benedetta, which we have definitely seen a whole lot of this as a first pick.
Yeah, very high win rate with the Benedetta, and right now it is the first pick that is fitting for the hero. But Pokemon and Soul, they have to answer it with 2 power picks as well. Who will they go for? There are a lot of heroes in the pool right now.
Well, Yuzong is definitely open right here if they want to go for it. I think it's not too bad of an option right here. Yishinshin has been relatively popular. They can opt to also secure it before it lands back towards the side of DreamMax. So they are definitely thinking. They've only got 10 more seconds here. And what other options do they have? It seems like they're going for Cho.
Cho and Yuzong. That was a nice read, Contra. And surprisingly, nobody went for Lapu here onto the side of EVOS SG against the Benedetta. That could have been great, but right now he's gonna go up against the Yuzong possibly. We don't really know if this Cho is going to be a side laner or a tank, but that is the mind games that they bring to their to the other team, and we talked about it later. They really like to make their opponents think, what is EVOS SG gonna do next?
That's right. Of course, it's still really too soon to tell in this sort of draft. For now, DreamMax, if they don't really go for those sort of tank heroes or so, they will be risking it to be banned out. But oh boy, we talked about the Yishinshin. They're adding in the Loyi as well. Since, it's being left on the table, you can easily go for some diversion plays in some crucial moments to be able to reposition. Or, Luis on Benedetta probably will be so annoying to deal with. Imagine if he escapes with, the diversion.
Yeah, man, that is going to be a really tough obstacle that EVOS SG has to answer. But luckily, they got Cho for that. And I do think that for DreamMax here, the Yisunshin and the Luyi is a really good pickup for them. Those are power picks for their side because they have the Mountain Shocker for Vision. You know where the enemy team is coming from, or you can plan ahead just because you had vision on the enemy team. And if they are put in a very bad position, you can use the diversion to use or to get the opportunity to, just punish them.
That's right, and they are looking to secure the Hayabusa. Well, they saw 10 seconds gaming Frost actually using the Hayabusa to great potential. I guess this can somewhat match up to the Benedetta in a sort of way or the other. And, well, you mentioned Lapu Lapu. I guess maybe it could have been considered, but they're playing for different style of plays, and they want to go really aggressive with this one. Like JPL on that Cho, he could still opt to, do a semi kind of build where you can still do a little bit of tanking and hitting it towards the late game. You get that ULD or so. Now, Sylvana being banned away for phase 2. So I feel that there's still those sort of focus on towards mages right here that hasn't been picked up from the side of EVOS SG that DreamMax can actually punish.
Banning out the Sylvana Contra is good for the side of EVOS SG just because I think of her as a direct counter against the Cho. Even if you put the Cho onto the side lane, that's going to be hard because one stun from Sylvana, it could lead to an Imperial Justice which Cho cannot Shunpo out of, and that only means that, just be safe, and that is a clear answer to the Hayabusa as well. Those high mobility heroes, once they get leashed on the Imperial Justice, you know that there is pain that's gonna come out from all ends.
Indeed, and also you want to find that catch on towards Pokemon as well. So they understood the risk. They don't want that Imperial Justice to come by, and immediately there's no yin overturn that's going to be popping on the land of Dawn. So that's going to be pretty much Kagura out of the question.
Yeah, and yeah, right now, you know what? I think Hayabusa is kind of underrated if you think about it.
I agree.
Getting that orange buff on your side gives you a significant damage boost that can really make your Shadow Kill ultimate hurt.
Yeah, and they could possibly go for any of these sort of squishy targets. It's honestly not too hard to actually burst off a Lo Yi in that sort of instance. Or better yet, if you can get your hands on Yu Xunshin, hey, if he gets that full channel of OG Shadow Kill on only one unit, he's a done deal.
That is enough to take down someone. But you know what? EVOS SG bans out the Akai. It makes sense just because EVOS SG, they know that DreamMax lineup right now is very squishy. So what you do is you go for the Yuzhong Black Dragon form, you have the Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill coming out here from Pokemon and Soul respectively, and you have the Cho to actually just go into the backline. So that only means that they do not want to get pushed out of their plan.
That's right, and now Potato opts to pick up this Claw right here, and this is going to be really crucial for him to time that Blazing Duet, especially when, you know, they were to channel out this Divergent or so. You could just gather it up and ready to blow. Just take that damage all across the team, and he's also got to be really careful because right now EVOS SG has to pick something that's really, really solid to find a way to protect perhaps the clock right here.
But the way I'm seeing it, EVOS SG is making them hard for themselves because they're picking a lot of physical damage heroes, and the itemization for the side of DreamMax is going to be a bit easier just because you don't have to separate magic damage to physical damage defense right now, because 4 of them automatically has physical damage, so you just protect yourself from physical damage and you're fine.
Yeah, that's definitely a smart move as well by doing so. And we're looking at Aeon here and needing to secure the very final pick to complete this EVOS SG side, which looks to be very ultra aggressive, but we can see DreamMax answers with that Kaja, and they could possibly go in for a good Divine Judgment on either side of the party. Of course, you're not going to be looking to pick up that Cho for sure. So how are you going to get your way to that Claw or, you know, stop that Hayabusa from punishing you? And wow, I love this pick. This is an EVOS SG special right here. Fasa is definitely perfect. So it's going to be possibly getting in people's face with this one. Yeah. So, yeah, that itself makes a whole lot of sense.
If EVOS SG's Farsa positioned himself well here, I'm really thinking that DreamMax, if they don't commit as much, they wouldn't really have the chance to, you know, catch out that certain Farsa. They don't have that backline potential. I mean, you can argue that Benedetta can go to the backline, but still, if he goes there, if the Benedetta tries to go for the Farsa, everyone will turn. And when everybody turns on you, I'm pretty sure you're gonna go down.
Yeah, and with that, we're going straight in towards the Land of Dawn right after this, as the players are all set and ready to go in towards their very first game of the AM2 World Championship Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So, partners, this is a best of 3, and these two potentially meeting each other for the first time in the Land of Dawn. We're not going to make predictions, but we leave it to you guys watching back at home. And make sure you guys share as well as like the live stream right now, as DreamMax starting off on the blue side and EVOS SG on the red. I'm looking at this really aggressive side of EVOS SG, and they're hoping to find these early picks, and I'm definitely thinking that DreamMax knows how to respond to that aggression by setting up a perfect defense.
And as you can see here, JPL using the Jit Kundo a bit to punish Mikey, but Mikey there with the dash out doesn't really take JPL with him. And as you can see on the map right now, Contra, Potato is starting out with the orange buff. He needs a certain damage because his skills aren't that well, it's spammable, but he uses energy, and it doesn't matter because it really takes low energy to cast, and that is going to be Potato going down.
Wow, he got punished right inside the jungle, off of screen, as the Benedetta was looking to set up that dive to actually take the buff away, but this fight is not over just about yet. Makes an escape. So that's going to be perfectly fine for DreamMax. It's sort of like a big win because now that you actually disrupt that Hayabusa, he's going to be slowing down for a little bit, but oh, good news. The buff is still intact.
Yeah, the buff is still intact, but still, it would take time for him to clear these monsters or these creeps, just because he doesn't have the extra damage coming out here from that orange buff.
Oh, bottom side is like be a dive on towards Luis. He's overextending, and this might just be it. Oh, a little bit of slither of health as JPL forces to flicker away too deep in towards the turret range, and Luis stays alive.
Was it really necessary for JPL to jump in there and just, you know, try to harass him for a bit? He's not really with the high-end guy, so I didn't really think that he could have gone for that kill, but he wasted, well, he used the flicker.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit of an overestimation of the damage that he could potentially put out at level 2, so he should have perhaps wait for level 3 for a little bit more of that level up, and now Turtle being contested. DreamMax already having a good setup. JPL face checks in towards the bush, and oh, they might just actually set up this dive. Also with a fair airstrike, it will be the Turtle taken by DreamMax, but they are chasing right in. So looking for the target as he will be looking in towards Snakes. He might just be able to go in for the pickup here, but Holmes is there to stop him. Oh, a pause comes in at the heat of the moment. All right, I'm not too sure what's the hiccup right here, but let's have a look in towards the fight, shall we? So, big casualties on towards the side of DreamMax. 3 kills on towards EVOS, but DreamMax only walks out with 1, as well as, on top of that, they did manage to secure the turtle.
One of the things that you need to note when you are fighting against a Farsa is you really have to look at your surroundings. You have to look at the surroundings as if it's narrow. If you can look at it and you can get out of the feathered airstrike, that would be great. But at that moment on, I think DreamMax didn't have the communication and didn't really realize that Farsa is at level 4 already.
That's right.
They got stuck right there. And you know what? It just worked for the side of EVOS SG. And EVOS SG right now, things are looking great for them because their magical damage is now up, which means their DreamMax is at a certain point of dilemma where, do I get physical damage defense or do I get magic defense? Because I gave 2 kills to the Farsa.
That's right, and this is the sort of the special move coming in from the side of EVOS SG that we did see from time to time in their local leagues. So now Farsa ahead. This problem is definitely going to be something that has to be answered by the side of DreamMax Esports eventually, and that Farsa's feathered airstrike came in the most crucial moment when they are actually contesting for that turtle. And how could you possibly back away without getting shot right there? So that chase was really great as we saw the Yuzong diving in with the Black Dragon form. And now, before the pause, he was being stuck between 2 members. And yep, that is definitely a tough place to be at. Hopefully, the best case of scenario, he walks away with 1 kill and he still drops out.
You know what? They'll take that trade any time of day. They're a consistent team. They are risk takers, calculated risk takers in our description of them. So, yeah, these are the trades that they're willing to give. If it puts them on the lead, or if it puts the Farsa on the lead for quite some time, they'll happily take it because, you know, the Yu Zhong can just farm after he goes down.
That's right, and we saw a great setup coming from the side of JPL as well. He really went deep with the Cho, and of course, DreamMax, after suffering a little bit of the hiccup right there, the only good thing that they can make out of that is that early game sort of retreat coming from Benedetta. She got the first blood, some extra gold going right through the side lane, so with that, perhaps they're hoping to find a way to snowball that Benedetta. And good news, we're back in the game. And so,
if he gets away with this, 100%, this is not gonna look well for the side of DreamMax. But so is gonna go down. He gives, well, Mikey gives the kill to Homis, but you know, Homis will take anything that he can. since he is the Yi Sun-shin jungler. But right now, we can see the Mountain Shocker, and that will give them an idea where the players from EVOS SG are. JPL gets spotted out, and Mikey there pushing him out of the lane, and the brush rather. And as you can see, this is the pressure that will come out for the side of EVOS SG. They're just using Aeon.
Oh, there goes JPL right in the middle of it all. He managed to dash himself into safety. And, well, great thinking right there, as, of course, they've already expended further airstrike. No business to be dealing up top against a Kaja anyways. So they're going to take it slow, let DreamMax have what they want, but JPL is still checking in just to ensure that some of the coast is clear at the moment. So, bottom side, it seems like this Claude is just going to be having some free farm for the moment. Pokemon tries to secure the River Crab, but of course, Lewis can't really do much out of that as JPL tries to get themselves into position. 3-3 on both of the teams, and I feel like there's not much of a lead that they could possibly garner unless they contest for the next turtle.
And as you can see, the timers right now are running, and this is a very critical point in the match. I think DreamMax should not give that turtle anytime soon to EVOS SG. They should contest it or probably steal it from their hands. Now, you're seeing the turtle cam. The turtle is now up. Outer turret energy shield will be down in 30 seconds. Now, these teams have priorities. And what will they prioritize? The energy shields or the turtle?
That's right, Demon Hunter Sword already purchased coming from the side of Pokemon. A little bit of damage being done towards the side of JPL. Flicker being popped there by Nyx in a little great reaction. But over on the other side, Lewis caught up in between. That's not where you need to be. And it will be a free kill going over the side of EVOS SG 4-3. But JPL is the next one on the chopping block, being forced to flicker away as well. Cabral now getting a little knock. Further airstrike straight into Cabral, bringing out the flicker as well. And this forces DMX to just retreat out of the way.
That damage output coming out here from the Farce is just way too much, and with that in mind, DreamMax cannot push any further than that. And we are seeing right now a knock-up coming out from the Yuzhong, Blazing Duet coming out from Pokemon. Pokemon goes down, and that is going to be a 1-for-1. EVOS Soul here using that Black Dragon form. Cabral dealing so much damage. Divine Judgment is there, and that is going to be a 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of DreamMax.
That's right, and with that, further airstrike being channeled, but Holmes is definitely safe on the corners of it all. So kind of underestimated, or did not really consider that the Kaja will be coming in anyway. So he kind of overstayed in that sort of position where he didn't really have enough HP to deal with that, but EVOS at least walks away with this turtle intact. So they're now slightly ahead by just 600 gold.
And now, this is great timing for the side of Potato as well. His buffs are gonna respawn in just a bit. He's working on the orange buff right now. And that means EVOS SG has the capability to fight Aeon here. Might get caught out, but he gets out in time.
Potato though. Oh, here comes Predator Airstrike. Trying to look for Nyx. Oh, what a shot! Flame shot as well coming out, and one more kill coming in for Aeon. 3 kills already. Cabral tries to pull Aeon right in, but Maka cannot respond. Here comes Pokemon as well. He gets that double kill. My goodness me! Lewis goes so low on his health, and it's a triple for Pokemon. Maka might just be finished off right here for an early wipeout for EVOS SG.
And it took time.
Maniac!
It took time until Claude took down that Tigreal, but still, that is a maniac for Pokemon. And right now, if you're DreamMax, you just gave 4 kills to the side of EVOS SG. It's specifically the Claude. That is bad news for you.
That's right. As much as they have got Homies really fat in the early stage of the game, Pokemon, out of that one fight, actually took everything in the bag, and he's just laughing himself into the bank.
Now, I think in a way they need to, use Cabral more, but there's a team fight happening right now. Nyx gets caught in between. That is a crossfire, but that is only one man. That is a Claude. Mikey here might fall down. Nice dodge there, and he will survive that certain fight.
That's right, and at least DreamMax pulling back for the moment. They understand they could not push the issue right now. JPL hoping to steal this buff away for the members of EVOS and probably passing it to Pokemon. Make it just tries to stop them, but oh, what a charge coming in. They are catching on towards Aeon, and he still survives as he floats away.
Oh my god, oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, that is one of the... Oh, they got the kill. Mountain Shocker. I'm actually speechless that he survived, but that Mountain Shocker really just, you know, saved the day for the side here of DreamMax.
Well, quite a sort of spoiler right there, right? Like,
at least...
Hey, I think he absolutely forgot about the element itself. Now, Turtle being contested as well. Make it tries to charge right in. JPL all alone, but he's putting so much pressure that he's actually buying time. But Benedetta going for that split push. Man, my tongue is pretty much tied right now.
All right. Guys, looking at this match, I think DreamMax should have went for the Lord Turtle take rather, because the Forza wasn't there. And so that means most of the firepower here coming out from the EVOS SG is cut. I mean, Claude has items, but Claude still needs a bit of time to, you know, just go all out. So that could have been the perfect timing if DreamMax really just wanted to go for that turtle and just stall EVOS SG for a bit. But there might be another fight here.
Oh, JPL extending in towards the jungle, and it will be a catch straight up. And DreamMax finds that punishment right across and gets Pokemon from overextending. But over the bottom side, you can see Potato putting the pressure on towards the side as well, keeping that Kaja right there. But I felt like Pokemon should not commit for this sort of mistake. There is a Purify up as well that Home is now getting charged up. Waiter Dragon straight on towards his face as well, but JPL goes down towards the Yishin, and Hummus is now 5-1. Soul could possibly find that kill. He needs just a few more auto attacks to be able to make that cut, but there's nothing much to do here, and DMX is slowly taking members of EVOS SG down.
Is that a fight that EVOS SG should have gone for? I don't think so. They lost 2 people in the process. They were just respawning, and EVOS might be overestimating their capabilities right now.
Yeah, and I felt that they went a little bit confident to hit in towards that pit looking for the buff, but it was pretty much well read by the side of DreamMax, and this is a champion of Brazil that we talk about. They always bring that flair, and now that Yishin is starting to get real huge, and late game, you know he's just gonna be shredding people up.
And he needs to get a bit of a Wind of Nature, probably. Winter Truncheon, although it's not really recommended for him because a lot of physical damage is going to be dealt here by the side of EVOS SG. But I think Wind of Nature is one of those items that he's looking at right now to just stop the damage coming out here from Potato, especially with that Shadow kill.
That's right. Even though they are down in sort of the kills for the side of EVOS SG, they do have a little slight advantage in terms of gold. Just look at how they're actually controlling the side lane so well, shoving the wave, and now with the Lord already being spawned, they are finding a way to just bait the rest of DreamMax to come right in, but they're not abiding on the bait just about yet. Endless Battle being purchased there, coming from Potato. This Hayabusa have yet to find a kill as he's just focusing on all these pushes. So great parties coming right in, but someone's got to answer that, and Benedetta being out of the picture from this team fight, it might just be advantages for the side of EVOS SG.
You know what? I want to talk about JPL and what he's doing right now.
Go.
But I can't because there's another fight. Let's go. Black Dragon form will be thrown out here. Soul chasing down Cabral, but Cabral just way too fast. And the only thing that they did there is just zone out people so they cannot contest this Lord take. There is a diversion there, but Nyx going in. Is that the best option though? That is the question, and that no is the answer. No is certainly the answer.
Well, we've already seen Nyx as well as Maker getting punished. And here comes the Barrier Airstrike dropping in hot towards the South Cabral. Almost taking it out though, but EVOS SG just showing dominance right now, having that Lord slowly marching in towards the top side of the map, and well, it's going to be crashing towards in the hip. So what they have to do is having members being sent further up in towards the map, which might put a threat towards the side of DreamMax side, and JPL diving in deep. He might just be punished, but you're not putting that focus onto him. Just protecting that buff at this sort of moment and slowly backing away. there's still a big elephant in the room. Hayabusa is going to be able to secure one turret for the side of EVOS SG and further opening things up as EVOS prepares to just pressure them to crack open the base.
All sides of the map being controlled now by the side of EVOS SG, and this is their only safe haven. Soul rotating in, and they only just wanted to get that turret, nothing else. They just want to get the turrets. This is systematic, this is textbook, this is good for the side of EVOS SG, and they're slowly but surely peeling off these turrets onto the side of DreamMax.
Oh, DreamMax responding over to the bottom side as well, just clearing all the ways. But look at Potato. He's extending all the way towards the back, but he's still massive walk away. One more HP, but the Benedetta chases right in. Luis shuts him down. 4 kills already for Luis, but Potato getting punished for a little bit of overextension. There's no need for the Hayabusa to just go right back at it.
What are you gonna do when the shadows can't save you? And that is something that Potato really needs to look at. I mean, he uses the shadow kill. It wasn't enough damage. He didn't really get a lot out of that. He just peeled off some of the HP here from the guys from DreamMax, but it was divided onto many people. So I don't really think that they wanted to go for the initiation there. It's just that Potato was put in a bad spot.
Indeed, and now there's going to be a Meike that's going to be having a little bit of a glimpse of members of EVOS SG. Now, currently without much objectives left available, EVOS SG is just going to be channeling this further airstrike for fun and add it on top of the flame shot. Why not, right? So JPL could still soak in the pressure.
You know what? A lot of punish can be done to JPL with his invasion play here onto the jungle. He's been doing it ever since level 1. And I'm kind of surprised about the amount of information JPL has been getting. He's been seeing a lot of these heroes. He's been communicating with his team. And with that, you know that the Kaja could punish this Cho. Well, but they did not, and a lot of information was given, and I think it all comes down to this certain lead that EVOS SG has as of the moment.
Yeah, but of course it's going to be a little bit tricky when he could just easily shoot pull away as well. And if you were to bring in JPL with, say, a Divine Judgment, like, how fast can you actually burst that Cho before he kicks you with the way of the dragon? But speaking of a dragon here, we got a big problem for Luis as he needs to dive his way across. But make it come here from the back as well. He's currently trying to catch them up, but he fails to do so. Now, with JPL still in the faces of DreamMax, there's going to be a little bit of a dance coming into the middle. Oh, away on the dragon with the flicker as well. Combos in, Maker goes down, and now with the blazing duet, shredding them to pieces with the fairy airstrike combo on top. The rest of DreamMax running for their life. This is the opening that EVOS SG was looking for, as they will be able to just split things up, and this might just be game over right here. The first point in the best of 3 going to the hometown favorites, EVOS SG.
EVOS SG here with their first win of the series, and I might say JPL there just gave them a lot of information that, you know, DreamMax didn't really know what to do. I mean, they had the mounting shocker on their side. They should be telegraphing where EVOS SG is gonna come from. But that can only do so much.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, the game-winning play was coming from JPL. That flicker to the way of the dragon. Absolute beautiful catch on towards Making. And you can see there was no response. Can he do implosion? I guess not.
I mean, Tigreal is one of those weird heroes that you can really punish people when they dive in for you. But if they do not dive and they play in a well-disciplined manner, it's like you cannot, you cannot just get your hands on anyone, even with a flicker.
That's right, and of course we're going to talk more about this, or we'll pass it to LaFell, but of course this is time for us to say thanks to all of you guys that have been tuning in, and we will also like to thank TUMI for being our partners in esports for M2 World Championship, as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest TUMI luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without any worries. So, of course, be sure to check out tumi.com/esports if you would like to get your hands on it to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 competition.
An established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ekchong's IT's Cup, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
It's been nothing but amazing games so far, but of course, before we jump into the next one here, let's get into our Razer giveaway, because we got a whole lot of goods coming from Razer themselves as our official gaming gear partners right here. And well, if you guys want to win yourself a Razer Kishi mobile gaming controller, all you got to do is, of course, leave a comment in the chat with the hashtag Razer Kishi, and make sure you guys check out even more of these good stuff. You got Razer blades, hammerheads. Who doesn't love themselves some great chromas coming in?
I would love some of that, but you know what? Let's pass it on to the man who shaved his beard. Nafel, take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Butters. But yes, right now you guys are watching M2 World Championship analysis segment, and I have to say it was a great match, but this is my job, so I have to be very, very critical for both of these teams. My name is Lafel. I'll be your analysis for today. And over there, we just saw DreamMax against EVOS SG, where, in my personal opinion, that DreamMax, they had a very good draft, but they did not use the full potential of the draft. And the draft from EVOS SG, they're just going to the room, but yeah, that draft is more of a comfort kind of situation. Right now, let's look at the itemization as well as the hero picks for both of these teams, where that is where I'm going to be focusing on. Look at DreamMax lineup. The thing that they have missed out on a lot is the early game. They respected EVOS SG a little bit too much. DreamMax should not have respected EVOS SG that much, especially with the lead that they got on the Hayabusa. They're managing to get a first blood. That's good. That's great. Continue the harassment. They have a Kaja. The Kaja did not roam as much and did not get a lot of good divine judgments. Homies, he did so good as the Yisun Shin. They should have pushed even more. And Luis, using the Benedetta as well, tried to get advantages on his own. They should have gotten a lot of advantage from the early game towards the mid game and really punish EVOS SG and limiting their resources to make sure that the Hayabusa as well as the Claude could not get much later on in the game. Yes, Claude, marksman, super good in the late game, but the thing is, if Claude goes in, he could be punished very, very heavily by the Kaja with a very good divine judgment. But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game that really saved the game for EVOS SG is Aeon with his Farsa. His Farsa was really good in terms that he was able to punish DreamMax for trying to take fights that were geographically not well. They were all stacked up together in a very, very narrow part of the map, making it very, very easy for him to hit his feathered S-strikes, which really, really pushed them towards the win, as well as being slippery enough. Yes, he did get caught 3 times, but using the wing by wings enough times to make sure that he doesn't die even more than that is very, very impressive. Pokemon played a really, really good game as Claude, managing to get a Maniac. That was really, really good. However, in terms of making sure that they were able to secure the victory, I seriously believe that Farsa was the key to that victory, especially with the damage output coming out during the early stage of the game. Really, really boost their morale. And again, I really have to pressure this, where DreamMax, you guys had a very, very good draft. You have to play the draft's advantage, because there was a lot of kit that was not used to the maximum capacity. And EVOS SG, their draft was more on characteristic habits. Like, these are the heroes that they are really, really good at. They didn't mind so much on the meta or what they're trying to achieve in terms of their win condition. It's just that I am proficient in this kind of style. I like to gank this lane. I like to farm. That is the kind of personality that Zaze, their coach, puts into perspective whenever he's drafting for his team. So we can definitely see 2 types, where DreamMax, the draft is more meta, more M2-ish that we've been seeing. And EVOS, they're sticking with their guns. They know what works best for them, and they use that. Now, moving on to the second game, DreamMax, in terms of the draft, I have no issues with. I just want them to have a little bit more respect for themselves rather than the opponent, rather than on EVOS SG, and really push the throttle, try to get any kind of leads in the early and the mid game, especially if they have that draft advantage. But either way, I do have to say thank you very much, Reza, as well as Sumi. They have been very nice to me. They've been keeping me company over here. While I'm sitting, I have voices in my head. Might be them. But either way, EVOS SG, I heard the laugh. EVOS SG, they were messy in the way where some of the fights that they took really shouldn't have happened. One particular instance is Sol, he's chasing up until the enemy's base. That was really unnecessary. They have to have a little bit more discipline than that, especially with that draft. They can be good in teamfight situation, especially with the Dragon Tail as well as the Furious Dive, accompanied with the Feathered Airstrike. However, they have to look at the part of the map where they can take advantage of that situation, because if they make a misstep, they could be pulled by the Divine Judgment, or they could be heavily punished by the Yisun Shin's earlier power difference compared to the quad. So again, in terms of the draft, I don't think that is the issue. It's the issue of maybe jitters playing in the World Championship against an opponent that you've perhaps never fought against. So I do want to see that more aggression coming from DreamMax coming in the second game, and from EVOS SG, I also want to see a little bit more, I would say, discipline as well. They were disciplined, but a little bit more discipline on their respective drafts. Don't play the same kind of gameplay in any random draft. But that is it for me. We will be passing back to the casters for them to continue with the second game. So casters, please take it away.
Thank you very much, LaFell, for that fresh perspective of yours. And of course, welcome back once again to the M2. And of course, we're going to be going in towards our game real soon. But before that, of course, we'll give our special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long gaming hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
And of course, we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional games alike.
That's right. And if you guys are wondering, where can I actually watch the M2 live?
Good
if
question.
I'm in Singapore, did you guys know that there's an official live screening event happening right now for M2 in Singapore, Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big screens itself in the cinema. What's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities, as well as lucky draw. So, you know, M2 has been a pleasure out there for you guys watching back home, but it's always more exciting to be watching together with friends in the cinema. So MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rg.gg/MVP for more information on MVP.
Of course, you can't be with us here, but you can go there and just watch it with your fellow MLBB fans, have fun, join the activities, and win prizes.
That's right. And, you know, we really do miss a lot of all these offline events back at home, right? And a lot of things have to be done online, and I'm honestly really, really grateful to be able to even come down here into Shangri-La Hotel, casting alongside with you for the very first time, and seeing some of these players duking it all out to prove themselves as the very best. That you guys, although you guys might not be able to, you know, celebrate next to your favorite player, you guys can hang out with your friends, talk about the games, and that itself will definitely mean a whole lot of value for those of the guys that are playing on stage itself. And before we forget, we got even more special stuff coming in our way.
Yeah, we have the Battle Night. Log on January 30th to claim the free permanent skin. Who doesn't love permanent skins? I know we do. today we are very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on the January 30th. New upgrading system, blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you.
That's right, and well, you know, we are gonna get ready for our game number 2. I hope that DreamMax have been learning the ropes right now after having a really good draft coming in to face off against a very worthy opponent in the form of the hometown favorites EVOS Singapore. But you know, they haven't really been able to execute certain things cleanly, and in that very last fight itself, was there actually a good reason for them to extend all the way in towards the middle of the lane, because they should be somewhere still defending towards their base itself, but hey, they got caught out for those sort of reasons, and hopefully they won't do it for the second time coming.
I think that's how their draft works. They have to go in front and catch out someone so that the enemy team, or their allies rather, can go in and clean up. That's about their plan for there. But right now we are heading into the game 2 draft. Let's move on. EVOS SG here, just one game away from securing this 2-0 in the group stages.
And with that sort of ban coming right in, very standard stuff. That's going to be in the form of the Jawhead as well as Brody to start things off right off the bat. But you can definitely see that Zace is conveying all the potential bans that they need to remove in order to get another win to be able to secure pretty much that 2 pointers necessary before EVOS SG meets up with the likes of RQ Hoshi. And you know, Zace, he's been coaching in the MPL Indonesia side for long enough. They understood how to really go in for those sort of picks, especially now that they are playing on the blue side. Expect some changes coming in for the first pick.
Let's see, the bans are coming out, and that's going to be Yi Sun Shin. They don't want to give that to DreamMax. And looking at the bans here from EVOS SG, it might look a bit standard, let's say, but it's all about the vision game for them. Two of their bans really gives good vision on the jungle or wherever the other team is. So for DreamMax right now, they ban out the Natalia, and that is going to help EVOS SG a lot. But I think DreamMax is planning out something here to probably get a mage that could get disrupted by a Natalia. Brody is one of those bans that you just have to do, just because of the sheer amount of firepower that he has at any stage of the game.
That's right, and right now, DreamMax being forced to either ban out Esmeralda or leave it out in the open. Instead, they ban out the Benedetta. So Pokemon has a really good chance right now to just snatch away what I just mentioned, the Esmeralda.
Now, the Esmeralda was put into the hands of EVOS SG, and God knows what can they do with it. DreamMax, on the other hand, goes for a Mathilda. It's let loose here by the side of EVOS SG. They did ban this out earlier, but Mathilda right now is available, and we can see a lot of burst potential and protection for the side of DreamMax alongside the Cho.
That's right, and the Waver Dragon was the game-winning play for EVOS SG. Without it right now, DreamMax is hoping to punch the ticket in towards this best of 3 with a win for themselves. And I like that they do have some really great setup, especially with Matilda coming in with that circling eagle. That's going to be quite a tough crowd control to break through. So to respond to that, of course, Esmeralda in general still going to be quite tough to catch with the Falling Star Moon. And don't fix what's broken. Don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah.
Gotta correct myself right there before I actually pursue further with this sort of pick, because we still have the Claw as well as the Hayabusa. And
I'd say this is very greedy.
standard stuff.
I'd say this is very greedy, just showing what you want to go for in terms of the core lanes, the side lanes, and the jungle. You didn't even set up for your tank or your support. So I guess in a way, EVOS SG has a lot of room to adjust depending on what kind of utility that they need to bring into this match. But for the side of DreamMax, they do not hold back onto getting the lane.
Yeah,
they just went for it.
I'm really glad to actually see the Ling come into play, because there are times that Ling was actually left out in the open and nobody has been picking him up. Of course, patches by patches, he did receive certain nerfs, but hey, he's still very reliable when he gets a hit. One good pick is good enough for them to be getting that sort of activation where he can cause a lot of threat throughout the entirety of the Land of Dawn. Now, moving in towards the bans, we are seeing an Akai. So, really smart bans coming through from DreamMax's side. Now, Qeon has to find a sort of response, because there's just going to be more of these targets on towards tank. And remember this, there's still going to be things that's pretty much left out in the open. I'm surprised, like, you know, last game you mentioned Lapu Lapu was left available, nobody was actually playing it, but in this sort of moment, it would be too greedy to actually take a Lapu Lapu as well.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility for DreamMax, but I think for EVOS SG right now, they're aiming to go for those side lane heroes as well. They ban out the Yuzhong, that is good. At least they don't have this certain, you know, backline hero, or a hero that can go to the backline rather, and just, you know, try to take down Pokemon, probably Soul and JPL as well. And I think with that contra, EVOS SG might be planning to go for another Farsa.
Oh, perhaps so. I definitely see that one having a very big potential. But the question is, you know, Soul is kind of like a pseudo tank in that sort of way. Would that actually be enough for them to just soak in those damages? Because they still need somebody who could just get in their faces and still do something about it.
I mean, it all depends on the phase of the game. Like, Soul can be tanky, but that's going to be by the time when we hit the mid game and the late game. So right now, I think DreamMax is really aiming to end this game early. And because looking at EVOS SG's first three picks, you have these scaling, you know, assassins, marksman, and mage. So I'm guessing DreamMax right now should just backpedal on this. They have the capability to end this early. They just have to draft right. They don't, they don't have the side lanes. They have a tank possibly on Cho and the support on Mathilda. So let's see what they're planning to do here. Well, they did ban a lot of tanks, by the way. They just went for Sylvana, they went for Akai, while EVOS SG taking out good side lane or off lane heroes there on their bans.
That's right. And now we're gonna be looking at. Oh, okay. We mentioned about the Lapu Lapu, and like you said, DreamMax possibly have this perfect sort of pick going their way. And instead of banning out the Lapu Lapu, they were banning off the Khalid, which honestly isn't really that bad of a choice of bans. Like, I believe that they know how to actually handle this Lapu Lapu, but recently he's just been this sort of lane bully that he's pretty hard to crack in that sort of sense.
Yeah. In terms of dueling, he has a lot of kits in her skills. He has the projectile, he has a way to dash in, dash out, gap closers, and as well as the ultimate that deals a lot of damage. And seriously, Lapu right now is a monster onto the side lane. If you just want to duel, if you just want to win your lane, or you want to have a stable or consistent offlaner, then just go for Lapu. Hilda and the Kagura.
Okay, I'm liking what I see here. So you got some really great setups. You can see Potatoes looking to find a way to just get a big catch. And after that, Yin Yang overturned with the Falling Star Moon as well. On top of Claude with the Blazing Duet. Do I have to even mention OG Shadow Kill? Like, this is a very heavy teamfight comp, and they can still go up into going for picks as well. So it's a little bit versatile, but I like the addition of that Boxer because that's going to be the guide to actually stop big threats like the Hayabusa.
The only thing I'm looking at right now is there is a lot of responsibility put into the hands of the Kagura and the Hilda. Just seeing how they will set the tempo for their lanes to win, that is going to be the big question here for the side of EVOS SG. DreamMax, I really think that their early game is way better than EVOS SG. It's about EVOS SG weathering the early game snowball that will be set up by DreamMax, and they will be trying to set that snowball up and just win it from there. Now I think EVOS SG, this is one of their lineups where they really like to go for those complex win conditions.
That's right, and even with that, like, they are still trying to find that sort of formula. You know, perhaps this will be a great way to start off the group stages, and possibly this might not just be their trump card just about yet, because there's a bigger opponent waiting in the way. And Arkihoshi, of course, watching this game, also think, okay, interesting grabs coming from EVOS SG side, and of course, all thanks to Zace, but with this game commencing right here, DreamMax looking to find an equalizer, but JPL getting sandwiched in between Meike as well as Nyx. This does not look good. He will eventually find a way to escape, squeezing towards the top side, and it's still first blood for Nyx.
Baksha is such a good pick here for the side of DreamMax. Considering that Hilda will be trying to go for the invade and using those brushes to get regeneration on his HP, that cuts it. At least in a way, he cuts that regeneration. Soul here going in, and that he is caught in the crossfire. Soul here trying to run away. He does have the Purify, but will it matter? He doesn't have the extra movement speed up. Now he has it, and he lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, and oh man, like, you got 4 members right there, DreamMax. Is that a dream or what? But JPL is just putting in a little bit of the commotion up on towards the mid side, and JPL actually gets punished for it. Like, is that a case of overconfidence or what? I just couldn't tell. But now, 2 kills for South DreamMax. They get a little bit of head start, and they're pressing on the attack. Making it actually misses. If he crushes on top of Pokemon, he'll be punished by Lewis.
I mean, the hero's job is to invade, and Hilda is really strong at that. But when you cut out the regeneration that comes out when he goes to these kinds of setups, Lewis here might go down. Quad Shadow is still there, but Meike here really just wanted to go for that, you know, backup, but it was a bit too late, and Meike will just, you know, run back to the turret.
Yep, level 4 intact, and Hayabusa immediately goes in for the OG Shadow kill, and that's pretty much a easy pickup for the Haya in that sort of sense. But members outside of EVOS Singapore, they are slowly finding their pace back in towards the game. As you can see, it has already been evened out in terms of goal, but over on towards Seoul side, it's still a little bit risky to just contest for that river crab at the moment. JPL want to cause a stir once again, but you know, there's a time and place for everything at the moment.
That is true.
Maker, alongside with Homus, is going to be looking for some catches, and Ling, just give him enough time. Now that he does have that 1 kill, you just wait for that first big item spike, and hey, he's just going to be roaming all across.
He needs time, but not as much time as the Claude Hayabusa or the Esmeralda needs. So that is going to be their, you know, selling point here into winning this game. But Meike gets away. Nyx here and Meike just giving a lot of pressure here to the side of EVOS SG.
That's right. A couple of boots being purchased, while the turtle might just be started right here. Meike tries to stop them right here. It's going to be members on the side of EVOS SG trying to put that pressure in. Not enough to take down Meike at the moment. JPL trying to find this pick in the form of Nyx. This might just be really good. The Umbrella's being sent out to get to a little bit of damage. Flame shot, but, well, he gets body blocked by Homes right there. Good choice to be able to just stand a little bit forward to just block the attack.
It's as if he knew that was coming. Homes here, looking at the map, he has the map awareness, and that is great news for the side of DreamMax fans, that their team hasn't really, you know, broken down to the pressure from game number 1.
Indeed, and now, with all eyes being set towards each respective side lanes, there's going to be a little bit of camp going on. Oh, Homies might just actually get caught out right here. 3 members of EVOS marching right in, and they're diving over on towards the corner. Can he survive? The Tempest have to use. They're looking for Pokemon as well. Pokemon knows that this is definitely not the right fight to pick up at the moment. They can come in from the back as well. JPL knows that he can still tank in a little bit of damage. He's not too worried, but oh no. Whoever the Dragon has already been used, and JPL goes down. And, well, that's going to be a kill for DreamMax, begin 3-2-1.
JPL is getting heavily punished right now just because of the capability of the Hilda getting cut out. He has 3 deaths on his belt already. Pokemon might actually take down Homes here, but Luis and Homis just gonna get away, and you can see Mike going in here. Aeon trying to go for that yin-yang overturn. And Rasho Umbrella Flea is there, Shadow Kill is there, Mike here getting clobbered by JPL. This is his revenge, but he has no damage to back that up.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna lie, just looking at how they fight, it definitely looks messy, but Aeon, whoa, turn around! He does juke the side of Luis, and he's being stuck in between. No way out for DreamMax's side, and Aeon just flexing it all out.
Aeon there. Clearly outplaying Luis, ladies and gentlemen. Soul here might be in a bit too deep. Soul trying to get away. There is the back shot. There is going to be anti-healing, anti-shields for that. And that is going to be Potato trying to get the kill. Hilda here with the ultimate. He secures the kill. So that is another stack here for that Hilda. She's at 3 stacks now.
Indeed, and I really thought that Homies might just actually get out because he just set the Tempest just in time just to negate the damage being done from the OG Shadow Kill, but the healer just arrived to the scene, and now JPL still once again, I guess instead of a feeding Diggy meta, JPL is just like, okay, I dare you to take me down. It's not going to be much of a point, you know, like, you're taking down the tank, but over the top side, so he might just be able to win this trade against Cabral, but, you know, now that he's being pushed back, it's still considered like a win in terms of pressure because they're now going for the turtle attempt. It's going to be Mega trying to press on the engagement, but they can't find any sort of leeway. JPL is on that corner, and Mega, he gets in towards the scene, and it does not look good at all. EVOS gets the turtle. They also got Mega along the way.
Should've, would've, could've, but yeah, I mean, Soul didn't really have that Falling Star Moon when they tried to go. He tried to go for that engage. DreamMax here, they're not picking fights wisely. They're just going in. As long as they have the opportunity, they fight every fight that they see.
Oh boy, a lot of damage being done with the Blazing Duet. Oh, he tries to make it out, and could he possibly escape? He does get a little bit.
Look at Hayabusa. Look at Hayabusa.
Oh boy, I guess the Haya's gonna be getting a little bit more than that, and OG Shadow Kill on towards Mega. This is not the place he wants to be. Not only did they secure 2 kills in the back, they're opening it up, and the turret will go down.
It's like the collateral, like it's collateral damage. You just you went there at the wrong place at the wrong time, and right now Home is here. His buff got stolen and he couldn't really do anything about it. Potato going in, Tempest of Blaze forced out. That's the mid lane turret destroyed. Are they gonna come in? Look at the yin-yang overturn. It won't really pull back anyone. And Soul waiting at the brush. Right place, right time. And look at this Falling Star Moon on 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Soul! Soul making the plays!
My goodness, just look at that execution. Crisp and clear. EVOS SG set their eyes on towards the inhib, but this is not looking to be all too smooth. But Luis, he gets melted down like butter. Potato goes right back at it as Cabral, the last member of DreamMax, still surviving. He is the last hope right here. Seems like Mega is already back up, so they will be forcing a retreat coming from EVOS SG side. But they take all the stuff that they needed, and EVOS SG have absolute control of the map.
It was convenient for you to say melted like butter because you're casting with a guy named Butter. So it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. But right now...
Didn't mean to melt you down, but...
no offense, no offense taken. No offense taken.
I feel bad.
Don't feel bad, don't feel bad. Right now, JPL is at max stacks. He gets caught in on that 3-man setup from the side of DreamMax. And look at this, Cabral going in for Aeon. Aeon goes down. Shadow Kill has been thrown out. Potato here in the middle of everything as well. And he gets a lot of kills. Tempest of Blades thrown out. Will he survive though? JPL doesn't have enough damage and doesn't have the ultimate, so they will just back down.
Yeah, and you can see that a lot of all these Tempests have been used for a defensive purpose instead of offense. It's so hard for them to set up. And Luis, he's in a dangerous situation as JPL is cutting the exit. They're hunting their heads off. And Luis does have a little bit of safety of the turret, but he's still having his chunk of health taken off with a slither. And, well, easy peasy lemon squeezy for Potato.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy indeed. And another steal onto that buff of the lane. They cannot secure any more resources.
Whoa, my goodness.
Blazing Duet goodness gracious, the damage output from Pokemon. He's now online. And look at this, BMIN. Ling was there, and Ling will secure the kill. Nice reaction coming out from DreamMax, and EVOS SG wants to fight more.
That's right, great catch coming out, and Pokemon feeling a little bit of the confidence out there, but, you know, the Claude so far has only gotten 1 kill. He's not entirely all up there just about yet, but just look at Potato. He has not fallen a single time. I think that DreamMax really has an issue trying to catch this Hayabusa, and as you can see, JPL just draws every sort of aggro coming right in. A split push is coming imminently with the Esmeralda slowly marching that wave up top side, and look at the Hayabusa. He's just waiting right there.
Now, I want to talk about Thomas a bit. He has the damage contra actually, but his Tempest of Blades is used as an escape mechanic, sold here in the middle of everyone. But he is just way too hard to kill at this point.
That's right, and now with the rest of members of EVOS coming right in, they're trying to actually make it down, but Cabral forcing the issue right here. He will be able to secure the kill with the Lapu coming right in, but look at that damage coming out from the Blazing Duet as well. Cabral, with wanting help, will be taken down as well. OG Shadow Kill has already been expanded, as you can see. JPL tries to move in. Oh, Luis! Quick catch is right through, but Luis still has to win the Dragon towards the Side Potato on the last stand, and this is it. A wipeout for EVOS Singapore, and this will be game over for them. 2-0 victory is coming up, but Holmes coming up in within 6 seconds. Could he defend this one? I think that's pretty much enough. EVOS SG will be having the top of the podium of this group at this moment.
And the SG crowd goes wild. Home court advantage, is that really the thing right here? Well, let's see. Let's see. But right now, it's a 2-0 for EVOS SG. DreamMax, they did show a good, they did show good strategies, but they have to polish it up more. Now, DreamMax has to go against RRQ next.
That's right, and well, that's definitely going to be a really explosive match to be witnessed out there. And well, what a spectacular play coming out of all of these players out there. So with that being said, we still have a lot to talk about. So of course, with that, you would like to thank some of the sponsors out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch the live streaming of mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th to 24th of January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG, they just played earlier, from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. Please do support Team SG in the group stage.
That's right, and well, that game was a little bit sweaty, not gonna lie, but of course, I'm pretty sure that we were covering a lot of all these moments and we got into the heat. Now it's time for a little bit of cool down and relax with Muir LaFell waiting to break this one down.
Hey, I think that was a very fun match. Isn't that right, Razor and Toomey? They agreed. Anyways, I really like to see that plays just now, especially some of the outplays by Aeon, but also from DreamMax. I like how aggressive Cabral and Luis were, but anyways, this is the EVOS SG that I wanted to see. My name is LaFell, and right now you guys are watching the analyst segment of this game, of this series, where this series, honestly, is the early and the mid game, is the points that you guys want to see, because both the teams, they had assassins, and you can see the stark difference between a Hayabusa that has been pressured in the early game and a Hayabusa that has been pretty free, getting his buffs and every other jungle resources. But to explain it a little further, let's look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game and why it's a little bit different. So I'm gonna pause it right here and showing this first blood. Now, it's a good and bad situation. So the bad is, of course, being really narrow-minded, only thinking like, all right, I wanted I want to pressure the buff. I really want to pressure the buff. But the thing is, just like how Butters has pointed out, that the Baxia is really, really good at canceling out your regeneration, so making it very, very difficult. But the thing is, with that aggression in the buff area, forcing 4 people of DreamMax to be there, it gave a lot of time for the Hayabusa. And throughout this game, okay, pause it right here as well. Look at the slick moves by Aeon. Instantly using the first skill and the second skill to dash out of the way from Luis. And content team, make sure to take this clip. If you guys want to make a montage, take this clip. You're welcome. Anyways, we will continue this clip to see how Aeon, I don't even think he was trying to get this outplay. I think he was surprised himself, so that was pure mechanical skill as well as reflexes from him. And throughout this game, Hayabusa, he got a lot of advantages earlier on. And this is the thing about assassins, right? Where if they get an advantage, even a slight advantage, maybe just one level up of your enemy, or maybe even 1,000 gold, that is enough for the assassin to really snowball the advantage in a way that it makes it very, very difficult for the enemy team to grab any kind of resources to really come back. And in this situation, this is what EVOS SG did. Hayabusa just racked up the kills, making it very, very difficult for DreamMax to really come back. And the thing is, the DreamMax draft is still really good. The Baxia can handle the Claude really, really well because of the Baxia mark mitigating the damage from the Claude. But Hayabusa, when he has that advantage, the burst coming up from his shurikens from the Ogi Shadow Kill is just a little bit too much for the side of DreamMax to handle. And DreamMax, I'm pretty sure that they felt like they did pretty very good in this series, and in fact they did. However, in the second game, they were so preoccupied with the invade from EVOS SG that they did not pressure the Hayabusa just like they did in the first game, and Hayabusa really choked them out. And right now, let's look at the itemization. Soul, even though he has 2 boots, I know this has been memeing, but you know, this is more of a meme kind of situation. But EVOS Potato, let's look at his itemization. 10, 0, and 8. He finishes his Blade of Despair very early on, and everyone knows that Blade of Despair has the execute style of presence, where when your HP is below a certain point, the damage just racks up very fast. And Potato with the Hayabusa, they can accomplish that very easily. But once he has the endless battle, all those shurikens get really painful, because after the shuriken, it just folds up with a basic attack, and that basic attack pretty much crushes your own HP. And the side of DreamMax, unfortunately, not many damage sources coming out from homies, where he has been pressured, and just like what the casters have said, he is mostly using his ultimates, the Temples of Blade, in a more defensive fashion. Luis, even though he died 5 times, but the damage output from the Blade of Despair as well as the Blade of the 7 Sins, Blade of the 7 Sins, Blade of Heptases, sorry, that was the previous patch, Blade of Heptases, the damage output of a surprise attack was actually very high, getting him those 3 kills. And Nyx did not have the damage capability in the mid game and the late game to really help out homies as well. So in this kind of game, it's the reverse for DreamMax. In EVOS SG, the first game, Potato didn't do too well because he was pressured early, and this time, homies with the Ling, with the Assassin, was pressured early, and looks like he couldn't do much for his team. So this is the itemization between both teams. After this, we will be looking at the MVP, and I think everyone has no doubts in their mind of who the MVP is. A very stark difference from the first game and the second game. And here you go, the MVP of EVOS SG is Potato with his Hayabusa. He's only used Hayabusa today, but this is the first series. The itemization is there. Whenever a Hayabusa gets maybe just 1 or 2 kills earlier on, he can snowball basically the entire match, just because his mobility is really high, especially with the quad shadow. And once he has his Blade of Despair, it's going to be very difficult for the enemy teams to really defend themselves, especially when they're alone, especially when you're trying to push out your lane. You have to move in together to minimize the damage from the Ogi Shadow Kill. But again, being together is also not the best idea, because there is the Esmeralda with the Falling Star Moon stacking up all the shields, making it very difficult for them to handle the Esmeralda as a frontline fighter or experienced laner. Either way, congratulations for EVOS SG managing to win out the best of 3 in a 2-0. However, DreamMax They have been performing so well, and I really hope that they get more experience in this M2 World Championship to really start contesting with all of the other teams that are present here. And I personally liked what I see from them, especially from the side lanes. But anyways, this is not the end of the day. We have more exciting matches right after this. Again, just a final shout out of a thank you to Razor as well as to me. My name is LaFell. And again, we will be going to a break, but once we get back, we have much more matches coming up. So I will see you guys in a bit.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a teamfight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those teamfights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because he doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
chivalry is dead, I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win.
A knockout.
Victory!
Huh? We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the little wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double coming in from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the target range and perhaps even the scorelines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double flurries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
All right, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Bren versus Bren. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Paquito, but you need to be stronger.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Paquito, but you need to be stronger.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Mikado, but you need to be stronger. You're strong, Kato, but you need to be stronger.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Kato, but you need to be stronger.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Kato, but you need to be stronger.
I must protect the land behind me, for it's everything I stand for.
You're strong, Kato, but you...
Sir.
皆様大変お待たせいたしました。改めまして日本語実況を務めます山下勝弘です。よろしくお願いいたします。そして解説はこの方、
ヘイブロモバイルレジェンド公認 YouTuber の和樹です。
よろしくお願いします。イエイ。
山下さん、その前振りがなんかいつも打ち合わせと違うのやめてもらっていいですか。毎回なんか
生ものなんです
ごい角度で刺してくるから
気抜かないでくださいね、和樹さん。もう我々も戦い始まってますからね。
我々の戦い
始まってますから。
わかりました。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。ということで我々が登場したということは、続きましての対戦が10セカンドゲーミングフロスト日本代表が登場いたします。なんと対戦相手ブレン e スポーツフィリピンのチームでございます。はい、こちら MPL フィリピン優勝、そして MPL の各国の上位チームが登場する総大会でおいてなんと準優勝、凄まじい成績を誇っております。さあ頑張って勝ち切っていただきたい。さあ皆様、今画像では我々の画像とともにチームのメンバーそれぞれ映っております。
このユニフォームめちゃくちゃかっこいいですね。
かっこいいですね、このユニフォーム。皆さんね、ちょっと腕組みで隠されてた感じですけども、これぐらい協賛企業様入っていただいてまして、
いや本当に裏面も限りですよ。
凄まじいですよ。
スポンサー様のロゴがあって、なお映えてるとこありますよね。
いや映えですね。
映えって言わないですよ、若い子は。
言わないですか。
はい、
ちょっと行き過ぎましたかね、先取り過ぎましたかね。でね、ゲーミングラストを使って、いやー、この、日本代表のファンの応援、そして応援する企業様の一心の思いを背負って日本代表戦っております。さあぜひとも勝ち切っていただきたい。対戦相手がブレン e スポーツ。さあ先ほどゲームから約2時間ほど経ちましたけども、
もうですか。
もう先ほどの戦い終了より2時間ほど経ちまして、ちょっとですね間が少し休憩時間が長かったんですけども、お話によるとどうやらシンガポール国内では映画館でモバイルレジェンドのこの大会が放映されているらしい。
いやすごいっすね。
ということで
盛り上がりが
半端ない。
ぜひ日本の映画館でも。
いや本当ですね。そのバナーも出てたんですけども、映画館でやってるみたいな。で、その映画館との兼ね合いもあってのスケジュール調整ということで、ちょっと休憩の時間が長かったということでございますけども、次戦いの火蓋が切って落とされますので、C グループ、さあ行ってみましょう。対戦相手はこちらのラインナップ。ブレン e スポーツ、スカーレット TG、フラップ TG、ラスティル、リボ、ヒュー以上のメンバーラインナップとなっております。さあこちら和樹さんどうですか。
フィリピン最強と今歌われているチームですので、
フィリ最強。
ただもう10セカンドゲームがもう1回もう試合を終えてますんで、体は温まっています。リーダーのオブヤン選手なんかは SNS で修正しましたとコメント来てましたんで、
修正しました。
気をつけなければいけないのはこの、リーダーのフュー選手、そして、カール・ティーズさん選手、なんかはかなり火力もアグレッシブに、
やっぱり向こうのチームアグレッシブ。
あとはドラフトピックがやはり違ってくると思うんですよ。何を重視してくるかはまた違ってくると思うので、ここも1戦目は相手に合わせるというよりかは自分たちのやりたい形で思い切っていってほしいですね。
そうですね、チャレンジャーとして思い切ってください。さあ10セカンドゲーミングフロストメンバーを変えてきました。オブヤンシーナ、セブニア、パッパ、そしてペコ。さあ登場いたしました。以上のラインナップで戦っていただきます。さあこれ先攻後攻がねコイントスで決めるということで、直前までどちらかわからない。そして10番ですから1チーム5ヒーローバンすることができる。これもだいぶね日本としては慣れてないところがあると思うので、どういった戦略を立ててこないといけないのか要注目でございますけども、
まずは3体までしかバンはできないんですよね。5体といってもまとめて5体ではないので、3体で何を取ってくるか。ただ、今回の大会を通じて見ていると、サポートだとローイ、そしてバチルダなんかは非常に強力ですよね。
結構ローイの評価上がりましたね。
そうですね、スキルをしっかり当てなければいけないっていう制度がねプレイヤーには求められるんですけども、それプラスそのアルティメットをチームで駆使して使ってくる。
いやチーム戦ファイトならではでございます。 さあまあ新しいメタというものを10セカンドゲーミング大会ごとに作っていっておりましたが、今大会、リーダーオブヤン選手が何個の秘策を持っているかというのも気になりますし、先ほどのアルターエゴ戦でどれぐらい自分たちの引き出しを駆使して戦ったのか、まだまだ隠し玉があるのか注目していきたいところですね。で今回ラインナップペコ選手が出場しますね。
そうですね、はい、
ここちょっとチェンジしてきたのも戦略的な意味合い
ペコ
がある。
選手はそのチームの中ではもちろん一番ムードメーカーですし、パッパ選手と同じでかなりいろんなロールをマルチにこなすんですよ。
マルチですよね。
そうです。おそらく今回はオフレーンだとか、サイドレーナーで、ファイターもしくはサイドレーンにマークスマンを置いてくる可能性もありますし、今回大会ではまだサイドレーン琥珀はあまり見てないんですよ。
まだそこまでですね。そういった隠し玉を多彩に駆使しながら次の戦いを戦い抜いてくれることでしょう。さあ間もなくバンピックとなっております。皆様そのまま今しばらくお待ちください。さあ続いての戦いである種ちょっと命運が決まる形になってしまいそう。今回グループリーグ4グループに分かりまして、その中で3チームが振り分けされております。ポイント制となっておりまして、一番トップのポイントのチームが上位グループ、プレーオフのステージに進むことができるようになっており、それ以外の2チームは明日グループステージのフェーズ2に戦いまして、敗者復活枠に回ります。それに勝ち抜いた4チームがグループリーグプレーオフの下位グループに回るという形になっております。なのでこの、順位もだいぶ重要となってまいります。今回 C グループに組みされている10セカンドゲーミング、もし、今回トップ突破が難しく明日のフェーズ2に回った場合、 A グループの2位もしくは3位と当たる形になっております。グループ A2 位がグループ C の3位と、グループ A の3位がグループ C の2位と当たる風になっておりまして、 A グループは、昨日もうすでに結果が出ておりまして、ブーミズゴールスが1位突破、2位 RSG、 3位ユニークデウスウルトとなっております。さあこの結果もしっかり加味しながら戦い抜いていかなければいけないということになっております。さあでもだいぶですね、運営情報によるとちょっとリラックスもできていると、
そうですね、
いう形なので、
先ほどコメントさせていただきまして、
しっかりと調整させて、
先ほど1戦目もそうですけども、1試合目からの2試合目の切り替えが本当に早かったんですよ。
早かったですね。1試合目の負けを引きずらずにメンタル面でのケアっていうのはやっぱり重要なんですよね、こういう戦い。和樹さんだったらどうメンタルケアしますか？
僕ですか？それ僕に振るんですか？
参考までに
選手として出たことないんですけど。
いやほら大会出たことあるじゃないですか、
こちら側でね実況解説ではありますよ、僕らは。ただその一人の力でメンタルをリフレッシュするというよりかは、チームでリフレッシュしていった方が
確かにそうですね、
起き上がりは早いのかなと思いますし、
そういった意味でもやはりマネージメントするところでも必要なサポートメンバーっていうのも大事になってくるわけですね。さあどういう戦いを見せるか。世界第2位に立ち向かえるのは日本代表10セカンドゲーミングフロスト。青映えますね、サムライブルー。さあ今回、ここに座るのはおそらくペコ選手初めましてになりますので、しっかりと調整を感じながら、調整をしながら椅子の感覚とね確かめていただきたい。さあ笑顔を見せておりますね、ブレン。試合の経験やいろんな場面を想定した戦いというのはやはりもう MPL、あちらのリーグでの歴戦で集まってますから、猛者たちがそれに立ち向かっていかないとはいけないところ。
まずはそのドラフトの番ですね。番でどちらが主導権を握るか、そして先行後攻の情報はここで分かるんですよね。
そうですね、こちらの方で分かると思います。画面が出次第というところ。先ほどの2戦目お互いが、いい勝負をしておりましたし、日本チームも随所にプレイングスキル出してましたので、 それを生かしながら、可愛いですね、このバンダナですか。愛くるしいですね。
なんかのキャラクターなんですか、
キャラクターなんですかね。
めちゃくちゃカメラ引きます抜きますね、この
これ、
はい、
だいぶフォーカスされてますよ。映ってます。
ちなみに全然余談なんですけども、
はい、
フィリピンブレイン e スポーツのメンバーの中にカール・ティージー選手と、
はい、
フラップ・ティージー選手、はい、名前の後ろに TZY でつけてるんですけど、フィリピンの、流行語でクールみたいな意味らしいですね。
この TZY、
はい、相性的な感じでつける。
なるほど。
日本でいう何々タンとか
あだ名みたいな、そういう感じ。だからTZY さん結構いるなと思ったらそういうことなんですね。はい、おっとよ、ブヤン選手笑顔見えております。寒いんですかね、向こ
う。みんな北海道
触ってたり、こう手を揉んでる様子があるので、
はい、
機械とか機材いっぱいいると思うんで、そういった環境面で、少し涼しくなっている可能性がある。さあ、リラックスしている表情に見えますね、お互いのチーム。ブレインスポーツは今大会初登場になりまして、10セカンドゲーミングフロストは2試合目となっております。さあ、ペコ選手、サイズを気にしているのか。
個人的にはそのブレイン e スポーツはすごいエンターテインメントに長けていて、MPL インビテーショナルでも、MPL インビテーショナルは各ブロックの、MPL の優勝チームが、もうバケットに入っていて、そこの4チームが、各チーム、招待されたチームを自分たちのブロックにピックできるシステムだったんですけど、一番強いところ戦いたくないっていうか、同じチーム同士が戦ったら面白くないとか、
お肉同士とか、
お肉インドネシアとかをやってる、すごいエンターテインメント性があるんですけど、立ち上がりはかなりムラがあるイメージなんですよ。
波がある、
はい、
なるほど。
なんでまずこの BO3 の1本目取れるかどうかで
出花をくじくことができるかもしれない、逆に言うと波に乗らせると怖いぞと。さあ、その波をこちらに引き寄せていきたい。さあ、ミスタータンクセブニア、日の丸を背負っております。さあ、まもなく1分20秒後、ゲームスタートの合図が出ております。グループステージラストの試合になります。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、この結果によっては明日フェーズ2に進む、もしくは勝ち上がる可能性はまだまだあります。対するは世界第2位の実績を引っ提げてこの M2 に来ましたブレインスポーツ。昨年の M1 には出場はしていませんでした。さあ、その悔しさもあるでしょう。さあ、だいぶリラックスをしている表情。カメラ目線、いいですね、一瞬のカメラ目線いただきました。さあ、この緊張感たるや否や、まだゲーム試合始まらないんですけど、バンピックから切りつきを感じますね。あといったそばから大あくび。
すごいリラックスしてますね。
リラックスですね、やっぱり海外勢。
離れがすごいですね。
このリラックスできるっていうのも強みですよね。
どうしても大会の経験値っていうのはありますから。
やはりもっともっと経験を積める環境があればと、たらればになってしまいますが、ぜひともその逆境を跳ねのける試合をこの5名見せていただきたい。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。それではバンピック。さあ、先行ブレン e スポーツ高校10セカンドゲーミングフロスト。まずバンをしていたのはブレンナタリアからの10セカンドゲーミングフロストブロディ、そして続きまして速いメタルヘッドをバンしていきました。
先行がブレンですね。
先行ブレンですね。そしてエスメラルダ、はい、もうバン筆頭のヒーローたちですね。
この番ですと、そのアリスだとか、ゾーン奥に入ってこれるヒーローというのはオープンになってしまいますし、サポートキャラクターの取り扱い気になりますね。どちらが先に
先に潰してきました、マチルダ。サポート枠というのもかなり重要視されていますね。
マチルダ、序盤の火力は下がったと言ったんですけど、やはり火力高かったですね。
高かったですね、バーストで半分レベル1の状態から削っていきましたからね。 そうなるともうサポートとはという。さあ3体目少し悩んでいますが、10セカンドゲーミングフロストをピックしたのはベラでした。
となるとセリナ、そして、ローイオープンになりますし、
そうですね、セ
ファイ
リナ
ター陣も空いていると。
ほうほう、
イスンシンが今大会かなり人気というか、マックスマンでジャングルコアでピックされる可能性高いんですけども、
だいぶ高いですね。
ここも空いていますんで、ファーストでブレンが何を取ってくるか、
何を優先的に取り上げてくるか。さあ気になるところであります。ゾン、ラプラプなんかはね、開くけども必ずピックされるような戦い。先ほどの試合ではシルバンナかなり活躍しているところもありました。さあロールとして戦い方としてシルバンナ、
なるほど、
もう流行りか。シルバンナの流行、これはこぞって日本でも流行りそうですね。さあそしてテンセカローイからのゾン、ローイ優先しますね。
ローイは条件は必要ですけど、お手軽にスターもかけれますし、シルバンナ自体はそのウルトで相手を拘束する、プラスその後の2スキルのダメージが非常に高いんですよ。
高い、上がります
た
ね。
だスタンで止まりますので、
はい、
少し CC 多めにしていくっていうのがテンセカの狙いなのかなと思いますけども、
逆にパッシブでガチャコン固めてしまってというところ、おっとポークでファーサ、そして人気ヒーローラプラプを取ってきましたね。あまり今大会ファーサ見る機会というのは少なかったですかね。
そうですね、デイ1でも1回2回か出てきたのは、はい、
はい、お、ここでシュー、やはりピック率高い。
早めに取ってあげることによって、セブニア選手のタンクシューもいけますし、ペコ選手、パッパ選手もシューもちろん使えますんで、火力としてもタンクとしてもどちらでもいけると。
どちらでもいける、さあどちらに行くか。ブレン側としてはどちらで来るのかまだ読めない。それを見越して10セカンドゲーミングフロストバン移ります。さあまだまだコアジャングラーは見えてないというところでイスンシンをバンしてきました。
やはりイスンシンにはフリーでファームされてしまうと後々手がつけられなくなってしまいますし、早いですねブレンのそのバンが。
いやはやぶさ、やはりアルタエゴとの戦いでのはやぶさ
印象付けましたからね、シナ選手。
これは使われたくないと。そうした時にテンセカ側は何をコアで採用するのかというのも気になりますね。さあお互いのジャングラーを潰し合っている。さあラストバン、お、レーンですか。琥珀をバンしてきました。
琥珀サイドレーンに起用する理由として、まずファイターとの1対1で距離感を常に保って戦えるっていうところでダメージ交換勝ちやすいのと、あとは琥珀弱点を割ったら相手の視界を一定時間奪えるんですよ。
そうですね、今、目玉が出ますからね。
そうですそうです、で2スキルで CC 解除もできるということで、
万能、
はい、2マークスマン構成でサイドに琥珀、もしくはクラウドを置くというチーム多いですから。
なるほどなるほど、レーンとしてハンターが採用される時代が来ている、さあクラウドをバンしてとのブレン、こちらでバンが出揃った後すかさずジャングルで取ったのはリンでした。
なるほどなるほど、リンはですね今回エナジーの調整また入りましたけども、
そうですね、前後されてますね。
はい、
しかししながらジャングラーとして移動がもうどこへでも駆けつけることができるぞと。
シナリンをここで世界に見せつけてやりましょうということで。
シナリンちゃん、楽しみですね。
今回はその奥に入れるゾンもいますしリンもいますから、ファーサーからまず落とせれば、
熱い。おお、さあ
いいですか。なるほど、
毛がかなり濃くなっているハーリーからの減破いただきました。ハーリージャングラ結構
これちょっと面白いのが、まずシルバンナもそうなんです。シルバンナも、パッシブで魔法防御、相手の魔法防御下げれるんですよね。で、ハーリーにも新しくパッシブで魔法防御下げれるっていうのは聞きました。魔法防御が下がりきったところにファーサーのエアストライク飛んでくるかっていうところもそうですし、ハーリーってウルトのを当てたときに総ダメージ量の 50% 当てるんですよ。
デッドマジック、
はい、これってハーリーだけのダメージじゃなくて他の味方が与えたダメージも入るんで、
火の円の輪っかに当てるとってことですよね。なので 耐えたとしても、その後デトリマジックの火の輪っかが収まってしまうとキルを取られてしまう可能性がある。ラストピック10セカンドゲーミングをローイン、思わず巻き舌山下になりましたけども、ローインピックですか。
ローインでいくと、確かシルバンダの、2スキル、スタンで止めれます、ファーサーも、スタンがお手軽っていうところもそうですし、ハーリーに対して当てたかったっていうことなんですかね。
ハーリーの効果トリックを、なんとか死守したかったと。
で今回、そのテンセカンドゲーミングフロスト側は、集団 CC3 枚持ってるんですよね。ローインのアルティメット、ゾーンの3スキル、で、ローイー、あとリンですか、4枚ですね、ありますんで、集団戦かなり特化しているようなイメージですね。楽しみです。
これは意外や意外すぎる、ピックになったのではないか。さあ楽しみにしていきましょう。さあブレインスポーツ、シルバンナ、ファースト、ラプラプ、ハーリー、ゲンハー、そして10セカンドゲーミング、フロスト、ローイー、ペコ、シューリン、ロインとなりましたけども、さあびっくりさせてくれるやんけ。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、いやセブニア選手のローインそこまで使用してるイメージなかったんですけどね。
すごい気をてらってではあると思うんですけども、どういう使い方をしてくるのか
楽しみに見ていきましょう。さあマッチ2 C グループでございます。試合スタートです。さあウィングスを使って速攻ブッシュを警戒していったのはフューでした。さあセブニアとパッパが同時並行して裏処理をいっていると、ゴールドレーンの裏処理、パッパにゴールドを獲得させる勢い。
まずはテンセカ側としては、フュー選手のファーサーですかね、ファーサーから落としていけると、試合展開がすごい楽になると思いますね。
楽ですね、あれスタン入ってしまうとエアストライク全弾命中なんてことになると、これがローイーの火力、
いい火力出ますね。
半分以上削れていきました。さあまたシルバンナの起用もいやらしいことに視界の取り方、アルタイゴうまかったですからね。さあパッパが荒らしに行くか、孤立無縁パッパだ。さあ裏からフューが回って、このスタン気をつけたいところ、セブニはしっかりフォローしている。大丈夫と見て前のジャングルを荒らしに行く。さあエスケープ使いながらカール TG なんとかこの赤バフどちらが取りに来る。ポーカートリックちょっとパッパに決まってしまってはいるが、どちらが取り切る。さあ集まっている。いやしかしダメージヘルスを見てしかざるを得ない。
いやでも素晴らしいですね。敵陣に強気に圧をかけられているというところはまず素晴らしいですし、そのおかげで今リンの方が先にファームできていると。
それなんですよね。先ほどやられたことをうまくやり返したという感じですかね。さあシーナ陸戦剣舞贅沢に使っていく。タワー内のダメージがかなりできるがダンクし回収していく。さあリンの稼ぎ、シナ先ほどはやぶさで縦横無尽の大活躍見せてくれました。さあここでタートルが湧きます。今現在近くにいるのはハーリーとゲンハ。やはりトップ世界規模でいうと、もうこのタートルタワーに対する意識っていうのがもう高すぎていつの間にか触ってるんです。
先ほどのアルターエゴの時も本当にオブジェクト周り寄せるの早かったですから、
絶対的に逃がさんという勢い。さあペコ、これゆかエアストライク撃ち落とされた龍神。さあエイムが素晴らしい。ファーストプラットを獲得したのはブレインスポーツとなりました。さあしかしながらやり返すことができるが、10セカンド集まっているぞ。4人で囲んでいる。さあここでまずタートルを取られてしまうが、陸戦剣舞バーストダメージ、相手のゲンハをキルすることに成功。タートルの代わりに1キルを獲得しました。いやハーリーだいぶジャングル系、
ハリー自体はジャングルが早いんですよ。
早いですね。
はい、1スキルの回転も早いですし、通常攻撃に魔法攻撃力が乗っかりますんで。
さあここでトップのレーンしっかり押していましたしな。パッパだいぶダメージが、エアストライクのエイム力よ。このフューを止めざるを得ないか。セブニアエネルギー全開発動できず、オブヤン逃げの一手。
いやフュー選手のエイム力もそうですけど、立ち位置であそこ触れないんですよね。
もういけないですよね。
ゲンハとシルバンナに囲まれてたんで、そこは触りきれないということ。
奥に行こうとするならば逆にスタンかけて止められてしまうと。さあリボラプラプ VS ペコゾン。さあこれうまく蹴っていった。シルバンナをキルしていったのはパパ。さあペコ対フュー、鳥と竜の追いかけっこでございましたが、スピードは同じ。さあお金差では若干1000ゴールド差ほど、1000ゴールド、少しですね。4分を過ぎたところ、キル差は3と2。
そうですね、ボットルートのタワープレートをずっと触っていたんですよね、ブレン側のラプラプ、リボ選手が。
はい、その分の稼ぎ、徐々に有利を作るところがうまい。さあ次はどういう立ち回りを見せるか。残り10秒でもうタートルに行く気満々なのかブレン。その隙にミッドをしているのはテンセカンド。さあ3対3の立ち回り、両サイド VS ミッド、ブッシュにいるのはテンセカンド。さあここでコンボ見せる。おっとここで相手にカルテージに、さあポーカートリックでなんとか逃げ、エアストライクは逃げたいところ。デッドリーマジック入っているが、このダメージはどうだ。ダメージ重ねられてしまっていた。さあヘルスが少ないパッパとセブリア、ガシャコン決まっている。なんとか逃げ切りたい。ブリンクはどうだ、持っているか。先にフォーカスされてしまったのはパッパだ。
なるほど、ロインのエネルギー全開はあの形で当てにいってたんですね。
なるほど、あそこでエネルギー全開発動した時はおっと思いましたけども、健康と
素晴らしいトライではありましたけど、
いやあれ決まっていれば今大会もベストプレーに数えられるともおかしくないようなプレーでしたけども、いやこれしかしながら相手にプレッシャーはかかったんじゃないでしょうか。あれがあるのかと。いやー固められてるしまって、インペリアルジャスティス逃げ切らなかった。さあなんとしてもバフはやりたい。リンにバフはもらいたいが、このミッドタワーが折れてしまう。さあトップとミッド追っておりますブレン e スポーツ。じわりじわりと試合を動かしているようにも見えるぞ。さあ6分を経過したところ、次のタートルまで残り80秒ほどです。さあラプラプを囲んでいるか、トップ側どうだ。だいぶダメージで対してる。よーし、これはナイスキル。
しっかりキル入ってるのでいいですし、志田選手これ落ちてないの素晴らしいですね。
素晴らしいですね。さあエアスタイクのダメージもなんとか回収、龍神状態になって、ここでスタン決められたくない。ダメージ減破は出てしまうぞ。さあ陳部の胃のダメージ張り付きかなりきつかったか。さあハーリーをなんとかキルできたのはでかい。さあラスティスパイラルストラングル、シールドが張り付く。ここで折り切りましたテンセカンドゲーミング。さあタワーは3対1の形、なんとか1本を取り返したというところ。天坂側がファーストタワーが全て折られてしまっておりますので、またこれは前線を上げられてしまうという心配もありますが、さあファーサをなんとか止めたいですね、このエアストライク。さあ今現在の稼ぎ装備を見ていただきますと、ラプラプハーリーがかなり稼いでいる。そしてセカンドゲーミング側がリン、そうですね、稼ぎ的にはリン、
そうです、全然負けてないですね。
全然負けてない稼ぎとなっておりますね。さあここからです。タートルここで健康を来るか。さあ3人ができた。ナイスフォーカス。ここでリングスをしっかりと拒否することに成功。さあタートルは獲得されてしまいましたが、なんとかキルで巻き返したい陸戦剣舞。バーストダメージ、まずシルバーナを落としきることができた。全エネルギー全開発動するか。少しかすってしまったけども、まずゲンハがロインを落としていく。いやバーストダメージ出ている。ロー落とされてしまう。残りはローイーとリン。ここは残ったローイーが落とされてしまう。いやポーカートリック1スキかなり当たりましたかね。
ラプラプのウルト後の1スキですね。で、原則からのスタンでまとめて止められて、
止められてましたね。
ハーリーのダメージは綺麗に入っちゃいましたね。
綺麗にほぼほぼ全弾命中したかという鮮やかなスタン。さあセブリア削られていく。魔法ダメージをまだ阻害することはできぬか。 そうなってしまうと自由に相手の陣地を我が物としているのはブレイン e スポーツだ。インペリアルジャスティスからのスパイラルストラングル、逃げることができない、逃げることができない。さあ押されているぞ10セカンドゲーミング。まだ大丈夫だ。5000ゴールド、約5000ゴールド差となってしまっている。さあこのデッドリーマジック大丈夫かしら。無敵時間を駆使して回避することには成功。さあセカンドタワー、ビットのセカンドタワー、これは折り切られてしまうか。さあ前を張っていったゾン、ハリーのダメージが、このパッシブとバーストダメージがバカになりません。それをサポートする周りの連携もまさに。さあローイーでしっかりガシャンすることはできましたが、至る所でキルが生まれてしまっている。さあ連携をもう一度取り直したい。陸戦剣舞が終わるところにエアストライク。さあもう一度立て直したい。さあロードが湧いている。これは触りに行くか。
一旦ただブレンとしてはここでベイトっていう判断もできますから。
そうですね。おっとまずロインだけ飛ばしていきましたね。ロイのウルトでロインだけ飛ばしていく。それを見ましてラスティ強気にインペリアルジャスト活動していくか。さあ先にペコが中に入ってフューをフォーカスしていく。いやそれを見越してハーリーがダメージをゾーンに出しているぞ。
火力が高すぎる。
なんてことだ。見られている、見られている。どこに行っても誰かがいる。分かっていることだ。ファーザーを狙っているのを分かっているんだと言わんばかり。さあ瞬く間に2キル献上。これが世界ナンバー2セブニアデッドリーマジック。
ハーリーのバースト高すぎますね。
高すぎる。タンクが溶ける、タンクが溶ける明治。それがジャングルはハーリーか RTG。 残り10秒でセブニアが復帰する。そのタイミング、まだサードタワーは守られておりますが、お金差が7000ゴールド、いや8000ゴールドついてしまった。なんとか稼ぎを。
一旦時間をかけてサイドに振りたいですね。リンの強みっていうのは集団戦に参加しなくても、機動力が高いのでサイドレーンのミニオン処理に回ることもできますし、
しっかりと機動力を生かした戦いを見せていただきたい。そしてワンチャンス、ローイとロインのコンボも決まる可能性がある。狙っているのではないか。もうこうなったらワンチャンス狙っているんではないか。それはまさかロードを触るものをもしかしたら待っているのかもしれない。さあいい距離感でエアストライクを当てていく。まだ溜めている。最後の一撃打っていない。さあお手軽スタンはブレン持ってますからね。さあここは一度ロードを離す。今ミッドに5対5で集まっている。先に入ってくるかブレン。いつでも入るという振りを見せているが、いつでもベイトにもいけるぞというレベル差、お金差。これは10セカンド容易には踏み込めぬか。これはロードを明け渡す形となった。さあパッパがこの位置にいて武士を
囲まれてますね。
囲まれている。さあ風に乗ってきた。
ハーリーのキャラコンが高すぎますね。今の一瞬だけ顔出して
当ててすぐさま帰りましたね。さあその隙にリンがタワーに攻撃を仕掛けている。これがリンの持ち味ですね。さあロードの進撃を少し食いとどめることができるか。さあなんとかここからでも 挽回できる力を持っているのが10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、
はい、まずはロードの処理ですね。ロード処理した後の強化ミニオンがありますので、
心なしかロードが早歩きに見えてしまう、これは私の主観か。さあまずはミニオン処理していく形。さあシナにフォーカスをしているのはフラップ TG。 まだロードはどうだ、体力がかなりあるぞ。これとともに来るのではないかブレイン e スポーツ。さあ他のタワー、サードタワーをしっかりと処理している。ペコにダメージフォーカスゾーンがまず落とされてしまう。まだエアストライクが残っている。しっかりとフォーカスがまだまだ続いている。ハーリー続けてのキルシュー。1体だけではない、2体だけではない、3体まとめていってしまう。さあそうなると5対2、いやワイプアウト。綺麗な形を見せていった。自陣で悔しくもワイプアウトを取られてしまった。1戦目エンド1を勝ち切りましたのはブレン e スポーツとなりました。おめでとうございます。さあ今の戦いぶり、いや狙ったシーンもありましたが10セカンドブレン、やはり試合としての運び方がうまかったですね。
こちらから仕掛けてる序盤はすごいいいシーンもあったんですけども、
はい、
そうですね、ハーリー止まらなかったですね。
ここまで止まらないかと、
はい、
正直驚きを隠していません。
というよりはシルバンナからのハーリーの並びで魔法防御ゴリゴリに下げられて、ロインでも耐えきれないっていうような
神
倉庫になってしまうというか、はい、
解けるかと。シルバンナでスタンを入れ、遠くからはファーサが頭上からダメージを降り注がせ、そして前からはトランプが飛んでくる。いやー、四方八方どこを向いても相手の攻撃が飛んできておりました。
単純にあのコンボが強すぎますね。ロイ・ハーリー、失礼しました、シルバンナ・ハーリーの流れで、ファーサーのエイム力が半端なかったですね。フュー選手
飛んでいる敵を落とす、
はい、
ブリンクしている敵を当てる。いやー、もちろん物理的にはできることではあるんですけども、あれを軽々たやすくこの世界大会で見せていきますか、フュー。いやー、素晴らしい。やはりここも連携、そしておのおのの PS 随所に見せていただきましたブレインスポーツ。さあ対する10セカンドゲーミング、ここは修正していかなければいけません。どうでしたでしょうか。ロイやそしてロイン、ちょっと新しいピックが見られたんですけども、新しいピックをしてさらに自分たちのやりたい動き、もちろん構想はあったと思うんですけども、これはやはりバンピックから一度修正練り直すことが必要となりそうですかね。
そうですね、ロインでの狙いはおそらくハーリーに対してだったんですけども、シールドを打ち終わった後にハーリーに後出しじゃんけんされてしまうと、どうしてもスキルの回転がハーリーの1スキルの方が早いんですよ。
ハーリーの前にプロテクトをしてしまって、
はい、
その前にと。さあしっかり相手がなぜこのヒーローをピックしてきたかというのを分析しながらの戦い、お見事でございました。これが世界、我々日本代表、フィリピンとインドネシア、それぞれ世界のナンバーワン、ツーと今戦いを繰り広げております。肌で感じる何者にも代え難い経験を今選手たちは感じていることでしょう。しかしながら目指すは頂です。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、このままでは終わりません。まずここで何か掴むものを、得るものを得て、さあスコアを見ていただきましょう。やはり MVP はブレン e スポーツカール TG ハリス。 恐ろしいスコア13-18。さあ、
ジーニアスランドまで積んでるんですね。
はい、下げてきますね。貫通してきますね。さあ、この明治の魔法攻撃力コンボよ。そしてしっかり物理はラプラプ、集団スタンをかけていきながら、あとはお任せしますと。さあ、どうする日本。追い込まれた日本、このまま終わってしまうのか。さあ、育ちでいうとしっかりシナも育ててはいるんですよ。しっかりこのスコアの中で1万ゴールドは稼げていると。はい、そこをカバーする何か一手策はあるか。
そうですね。ただシルバンナに正直全部やられてしまっています。
試合、
はい、
確かに。
なのでシルバンナをどうするかですね。単純にスタンで対策というよりかは、例えばタンクが洗礼を持ってフォーカスから外れるだとかもそうですけども、ただそのシルバンナの高速を生かしてくるんじゃなくて、魔法を下げてくるところを特化されてしまうと、
うまく使われましたね、今は。その使い方かと、ちょっとびっくりしました。さあ、MVP、先ほどの MVP はフューということです。ファーストブラッドを獲得して試合を動かしていったのもこのファーストからでした。さあ、どうでしょう。テンセカンドゲーミング、火力の週を重要視してピックしているようにも見えるんですけども、
はい、
これを逆にうまく相手に、いなされているか利用されてしまっているようにも見えますが。
そうですね。というよりはシルバンナの当て感が素晴らしすぎますから。
確かに、
はい、
100発100中レベルで当ててきますね。さあ、どうする。今映像ではテンセカンドゲーミングフロストメンバーたちが映っております。オブやゴロ、そして先ほど初登場しましたペコ。さあ、よく考えると我々日本代表世界ナンバーワンツーと戦うというとんでもないことをやってるっていうの、忘れてしまいそうなんですけども、とんでもないことやってる。リーグがない国がリーグがある国の世界ワンツーと戦っている、なかなかどえれいことをやっているというのを忘れてしまいそうなんですけども、それぐらいの実力はあると。さあ、シナしっかりアサシン輝いておりました。さあ、続きましての試合、本日 C グループのマッチ2となります。さあ、第2戦行く前に少々選手の調整が入るということで、一旦ここで次の試合まで CM を挟み込みたいと思います。皆様、放送はそのままでお待ちください。では一旦失礼いたします。
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
さあ皆様大変お待たせいたしました。ブレインスポーツ VS 10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、続きまして第2戦を残り1分30秒後ほどから開始いたします。和吉さん、
はい、
みんなに力を。
いやもうこれに関してはここから先ほどの試合もそうでしたけど、
はい、
ゲーム1とゲーム2全くわけ違いました、確実に修正してくると思います。
ここ修正してくるでしょう、それが強みでございます。
ドラフトピックから変えてきてくれると思いますので、
今のところドラフトピック全く同じようなドラフトピックないですからね、セカンド。それは素晴らしい。さあ変えてくるだろう。まだまだここから
ですし、ゲーム1でも言ったんですけども、1戦目でも言ったんですけど、BO3 なんで、まず1本目はチャレンジングな、ピックをしてくるのはかなり多いと思います。
めちゃくちゃチャレンジングなことしてましたけど、
そうですそうです。やりたい意図はもちろん伝わったと思いますし、
いいです。そうです。我々あくまでもチャレンジャーですよね。行きましょう。やれる。世界を相手にやれるんです。その実績を作りたい。さあ残り15秒、見せてくれ。世界を相手に見せてくれ。10セカンドゲーミングフロストの先行でバンピックが開始されます。さあどういうバンピックを見せてくれるか。1勝取ってるブレーン、やはり少し気楽さが見えます。さあ一回暗くなるんですね、向こうが。さあからのバンピック始まっておりました。さあ右と左は先ほどの試合と
そうですね、先行がセカンドゲーミングフロストですね。はい、
さあ少し画面が止まっているようにも感じますが大丈夫でしょうか。さあこれは会場の問題か、少し調整入ります。一旦 CM 入らせていただきます。少々お待ちください。
Chivalry is dead.
さあ戻りました。お待たせいたしました。さあ番号を見ていきましょう。ブレインスポーツナタリア、ハヤブサ、メタルヘッド、こちらをバンしていきました。そして10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、ブロディ、エスメラルダ、ロイ。
となると先ほど猛威を振るっていたシルバンナはオープンですね。でマチルダも空いています。
空いてますね。マチルダですか。やはり優先はマチルダか。ブレーンは徹底的に先ほどと同じ番枠を使ってますね。一方番を変えてきたのはテンセカ、ベラに代わりロイをバンしてきました。さあそれを見越して何を取る。 得意ヒーローも空いておりますし OP ヒーローも空いている。悩む。いいです、十分悩んでください。そこで出した答えイ・スンシン、そしてベラ。いや、かなり強力なヒーローをピックしてきましたよ。
シルバンナは開けますか。
はい。
となるとピックでどこかでカウンターを取っていきたいということなんですかね。
そうですね、先に強力なまずヒーローを取って、得意ヒーローというそこから対応しようかという流れでしょうか。ラプラプピック率が高いですね。やはり
ブレンがもしかしたらもうそのシルバンナに対しては意識してくるだろうと踏んで、違う形シルバンナをもう使わない方向で調整している可能性はありますよね。
あまり優先しないと。
はい、
確かにそれもあり得る。おお、カチャ。今大会はお見かけする機会だいぶ多いですね、カチャ。
そうですね、はい。火力ただここのピックであれば火力カジャ枠もいけますし、サイドで、マチルダ使う可能性もなくはないかなと。
どちらでもいけそうですね。
はい。それからタンクなし2サポート、サイドレーナーに固めのヒーローという可能性もあります。
2サポ残りが、ジャングラーとレーンをピックする可能性があると。さあ、これはもしかしたら意外の可能性もあるぞっていうんですか、今、そうですね、相談してますね。相手がどういう動きで来るか。お、セームですか。さあ、ここでセームを取ってきたのはテイルセカンドゲーミングフロスト。さあ、セームピック狙いは
昨日ですね、やっていたチームあったんですよ。
昨日で、確かありましたね。ありますね。ブーミスゴールス使ってますね、セーム確か。
はい。すごく面白かったのが CC だとかあまり入れないで相手が入ってきた形にカウンターを取っていくっていうようなスタイルで戦ってたんですよ。
はいはいはい。リビルとグローリーの使い分けをしっかりして、さあこれの使い方要注目。さあ盤に移行してジャングラー、さあこちらが取っているということで相手のジャングル枠を潰していきましたね。リンをまずバンしていく。さあバンが早かった。渡しても自らシルバンナをバンしていく。これアルターエゴもそういう形してましたよね。
そうですね、自分たちの得意な形で来るのかと思いきや、もしかしたらそこを逆手に取られてしまう可能性もあったので。
なるほどなるほど。いや、考えることが多い。さあラストバン、残り20秒、ゆっくり考える。考えることは多いこのゲーム。
マチルダの機動力をどこで潰すのかは気になりますしね、はい、対策の取り方も気になります。
先ほどのファーストと違って航空というわけではなく機動力、
はい、
ハーリー、
そうでしたね。
悩んだ末のハーリー。
カルティージ選手のハーリーのキャラコンさながらとんでもないダメージ出しましたから、
とんでもない PS を持ってきました。そしてタンクワーク、セブニアを警戒したティグラルをバンしてきました。
そうですね、昨日のBG も最後ティグラルを取っていて、相手の入ってきた形に対してティグラルで、ロー E のウルトのコンボを決めていって
ましたね、
はい、
使い方は気持ちよかった。さあジャングル枠としてランスロット、ラストピックブレインスポーツ、
タンクで来るのかサイドレーダー、
レーンで、
はい、
どちらでもいける。相手のピックを見てどうする。どこも定評がある。ファーサと聞こえた。
なるほど、とんでもなく強気にきましたね。
聞こえた、
はい、
全力火力ですか。これ守るというよりも遠くとの至近距離でかなり火力を出していこうという意気込みでしょうか。
前張りってなるとラプラプしかいないので、おそらくブレインスポーツ、カジャーもしくは、マチルダを起点に相手を1体ずつ落としていくピックアップ構成になるのかなとは思うんですけども、 はい、でファーサでダメージで削って、ランスロットで回収
奥から、
はい、
後からランスロットが入ってきて、いやしかしファーサをピックか。さあここでタンク集か
ですね。ここのピックで来るとセフィネ選手のタンク集となると、もう両チーム、効果力全面戦争、
全面戦争殴り合い、どこで殴るかは己次第。ノーガードでぶつかり合うグループステージ C グループ第2戦、ブレインスポーツ VS10 セカンドゲーミングフロストバンピックで揃いました。ブレインスポーツカールティージ、フラッティージ、ラスティ、リブオフュー、10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、オブヤン、シナ、セブニア、パパ、ペコ BO3 第2戦目。さあ我々に見せてくれるか、リーダーオブヤン、そしてタンクセブニア、対するは世界ナンバー2ブレインスポーツ。いやーリラックスしている、余裕が見えて通れる。唇がカサカサです。私
僕もです
そうなんです。さあ勝利をもぎ取れ10セカンドゲーミングフロスト、試合スタートです。
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
はい、このサポート、まずはフュー。さあリボがファーサーを今回使ってますね。そしてフューがマチルダ、オブヤンがセーム、やはりタンクセブニア。さあ序盤の動き、序盤ファーストブラッドを毎回獲得されている10セカンドゲーミング。さあここは落ち着いた立ち上がりを見せていきたい。さあストーンタートルに狩猟を使って取り切っていたのはシナ。今回ジャングラーイスンシン。
序盤からかなり強気にいけてますね。
かなり強気ですね。
先ほどと同じように、はい。
そしてシュウがこの位置にいる。
やはり10セカンドゲーミングは、マークスマン、ハンターを入れてますので、一推進どこまで育てられるかに鍵があるのかなと思います。
後半にかけても行きたいという意気込みですね。さあまずフィーをピックアップするか。ウィンドリードを発動しているぞ。さあ相手のランスロットが2バフをしっかり獲得、そして今イスンシンが赤バフをやっている状況。さあファントムキル強気に入ってきる、たまらず瞬間移動、目を離した隙に入ってきる怖さがある。さあフラプティージ VS ペコ、ラプラプとカレード。さあ対する上ではファーサがレーンをしている。
そうですね、サイドレーンファーサなんで、マップ外に逃げることもできますから、
そうですね、
はい、
逃げ場所確かにファーサー
ストライクでミニオン処理というのもできますし、
ありますね。さあイービルインパクト当てているのは
ブレンのその攻撃の起点っていうのがおそらくカジャーもしくはラプラプからのイニシエートになると思うので、
どちらが先に入っていくか、引っ張るかもしくは飛び込んでスタン当てていくかという流れになりましょう。さあ3体、いや逆に囲まれているのか。10セカンドゲーミングばらけた形で逃げ切る。ここにばらけたところエアストライクが入っていく。一方下ではセブリに対してファントムキルからのハンドレッドローズ。さあカレードがうまくスタンを当てているがセブにはキル取られてしまう。いや上と下でのフォーカスそれぞれ狙い撃ちはお見事でしたブレン。さあファーストブラッド獲得した流れで綺麗な流れでハートルを触っている。これは取り切られてしまう。
ただまだ焦る時間帯ではないですね。
そうですね、
はい、
まだ切るとタートルを取られただけ。さあペコカレード、ここでミニオンを押し付けたい。ここで合流して何かこちらに流れを引き寄せたいところではある。そしてイスンシンはまだゆっくりファームができているぞ。さあランスロットがだいぶカレードに対してダメージ仕掛けている。デザートトルネード入っていく。 さあ3分半を過ぎたところ、ファーストタートルを獲得したのはブレインスポーツ。残り70秒ほどでセカンドタートルが湧く。いやー、ここでパッパなんとか I4Y ダメージ無効、 CC 無効。これでスペラの逃げ性能狙われている。ここでランスロットがすかしましたけども、カルティージ素晴らしい。
よく見てますね、ちゃんとチームでしっかり情報共有されてると思うんですけども。
そうですね、サイビルでさあセイムの使い方にも要注目。しかしながら下ではカレード2体にフォーカスされてしまって、カチャとラプラプに落とされてしまっている。さあここでベラがサポート、なんとかミニオンを押し付け、プラスアルファダメージをしっかり対アレックスファイナルブローでダメージを出し切っているぞ。
あ、レン変えてきましたね。
レン変えましたね。そうしました、
はい、先に修正してきました。
さあ対面をここでもう流撃を果敢に使っていくのがセブニアのタンク。さあここでマチルダやってきた。さあ囲まれている形、相手の奥、陣地の奥に行っているこの位置。さあしっかりと時間を稼いでいる、さあただではやられない、その隙にといったところ、おっとこれは逃げ切ることはできず、しかしながらしっかり時間をかけてタートルをやっているか、シナがタートルをやっている。これは取り切れることができるか、相手に気づかれてしまう。ここで離さずを得れない。
途中まで削ってでまだタートル離してないので、
さあ3が変式取ることはできるか。いやカレードを代わりにクイックサンドガード回復とのキルを取られてしまった。続けさまにオブヤンセーム。
こちら側から仕掛けられてないのがきついですね。
向こう主導で試合が運んでしまっているという印象がありますね、ミニオン勝利で手一杯となるか。さあそろそろタワーのシールドがなくなった時間帯、そろそろタワーにフォーカスが入っている。まずタワーを獲得していくのはブレインスポーツ。さあまずラプラプフォーカスしていくが、よりが速いウルトを使った後すかさずキルを取っていくタンクシュー。そしてオブヤンもカールテージに狙われている。エアストライクも決まって、ランスロットの餌食か。しっかりペコカレード相手のタワーをフォーカスしてファーストタワーを獲得。さあイスンシンの育ちはどうだ。この機動力ランスロット。さあ6分7分に差し掛かろうというところ、タワーが2本獲得したのがブレインスポーツ。そしてお金差が5000ゴールド差ほどに広がっております。後半にかけて望みをつなぎたいというところは10セカンドゲーミング側ではありますが、フラプテージブレイブファイターウルトで逃げていく。さあそれを見越してウィンドリード入ってきたのはフィュー。もう姿が見えるだけで恐ろしい。
圧力のかけ方がうまいですね。
ホラーゲームかこれは、
そこまでついてくるってことは何かあるんだろうと思わせてますよね。
思わせますね。コーナーサークルですよね。タートルをやって見えている、カレードは見えているはず。いやしかしながら下ではベラが裏処理をしていることによってミニオンを押し付け折ることができそう。さあ囲むことができるか。いやライトウィングでまずオブヤにスタンが入っている。フィーを捉えることができた。アレクトファイナルブローワンキル獲得。さあそこで三が変式で視界を取り切る。いやまたオブヤン狙われている。グローリーでなんとか逃げ帰ることができるか。品が残された品を見つけたランスロット。いやブッシュに隠れているのをしっかりと逃さない。さあ2体キルを取られてしまっている10セカンドゲーミング。まだキルを取れたのが先ほどのワンキルのみ。凄まじい圧力。M2 モバイルレジェンド世界選手権、これが世界。 さあ時間にして8分30秒、ゴールド差が6000、残り50秒ほどでファーストロードが湧く。さあ陣地を上げてきているのはブレンダー。金差レベル差だいぶ取っている。さあまずミニオン処理していきたい。さあレーンをしっかり押しているのは先ほどからペコとパッパ。
そうですね、ペコ選手のサイドプッシュがあるので、そこまでサイド押し込まれてないので、
そうですね、フォーカスはもうしっかり当たらずにというところ。
逆にブレンは今もお金さもある状態なんで、5対5で当たっても余裕で勝てると。
当たりたいという意識ですかね。しかしな、思わずですね、気づかないうちにサイドを押されているという印象もありますね。さあラステに対してだいぶダメージを出している。カチャから落としていった。いやしかしながら後入れしてくるのがランスロット、トリプルキル、まさかまさかのマニアック。
入れないとなるとエンド、
ここでサーベージワイプアウト。アサシンランスロット、華麗なマタドール。さあまだミニオンがいる。ここでなんとか復帰。我々は恐ろしいものを見せられてしまったか。これが世界トップのジャングラー。さあセブニアなんとか撃ち落として、いやこれは怖い怖い。前に行き過ぎてしまったがために、
いやセブニア選手イニシアチブ仕掛けてもこれ後ろにヒュー選手がいたんですよね。
いましたね、瞬間移動ディバインジャッジ、絶対に逃がさない。相手のタワーにいようとも関係ない。引っ張り出す引っ張り出す。5対3の戦いになる。ここからロードが来る。まだ復帰にはそれほど時間はかからない。
キルタイムはそうですね、間に合いそうですね。
はい。さあここからまだ自陣、このミッドタワーが全てない状態。守りきらなければいけない。命がけでマジ通り命がけで守りきらなければいけない。センガンドゲーミングフロスト。さあまだタワーをロード押し付けた。さあここからだ。集団戦行きたい。ブレインスポーツはなんとかこれを折り切りたい。さあミニオンが来るぞ。さあ引っ張れ。さあここでエアストライクまた入っていく。風に引っ張られてしまっている。カレードからまず落とされた。さあここで1と、いや逆に、さあ奥この位置までいましたベラ。逃げることできず。5対3プラスミニオン、火力の渦、火力の暴力。残る1対1対フォーカスされていく。逃げるのが精一杯。生き延びることすらできず。これが世界。2連勝。勝利しましたのはブレン e スポーツ。おめでとうございます。言葉が出てこない。10セカンドゲーミングフロスト。少し呆然のようにも感じられる先ほどの表情。昨年の M1 疾風怒涛のダークホース、渦を巻き落としたその2度目とはならず、ここでトップ通過ということが10セカンドゲーミングフロストなくなる形となり、続き手のブレン e スポーツ vs アルターエゴ e スポーツ、そちらの結果次第となりますが、しかしなこれ直接対決の結果も反映されますので、10セカンドゲーミングフロストここでグループリーグ C グループ3位で明日のフェーズ2に進むということが決まりました。 つまり明日フェーズ2では A グループ2位通過の RSG との対戦が決まりました。さあ、あまりの衝撃プレーに我々言葉が
そうですね、
出てこず、凄まじいものをまざまざと見せつけられたということ、和吉さん、まだ上には上が、そして奥には奥があるこのモバイルレジェンドというゲーム、見せつけられました。
そうですね、正直ここはもう世界の壁ですね。はい、
我々はここを目指していかなければいけない、ここに勝っていかなければいけない。これを勝つためにどうしていかなければいけないのか。いや、しかしながら逆を考えると、こういう大会の現場でない限り世界のトップ1、2と戦うなんてことはまずありえませんので、これを肌で感じてなんとか自分たちのものにしていただきたい。ここでしっかりとカレード、レジムさんとストームファーサーに当てるんですが、カバーが秀逸でした。しっかりとフォーカスしてダメージは出してるんですけども、ブレンのそのカバー力というか、よりの速さ、そして意識の分散のさせ方、どこをとっても一流品。
例えばタワー1個入るにしてもランスロットから必ず入んないんですよね。はい、他のキャラクターが、タワーダメージ1発2発受けて、その時間にキルを落とし取ってもらうと、
それができている。言うは易し、行うはたやすし。一体一体落とされ、エンドイット。さあ、歓喜のブレインスポーツ2連勝となりました。さあ、スコア見ていきましょう。恐ろしいキル数を稼いでいたランスロット MVP、 13キル0です。いやー、凄まじい。ノーガードの殴り合いと言いましたけども、殴りが凄まじい。世界の殴りはここまで。さあ、この時間でもうゴールド差もこれほどついてしまうと、やはり序盤の立ち上がり、どうしてもファーストブラッドを献上してしまって、1キル2キルを与えてしまって、そこから自分たちの動きたい動きや流れが突っ切りきれずに相手主導でゲームメイクされてしまう。この2試合見てもどちらともそれが見て取れた、やられてしまっていたように見えましたね。さあ、 MVP ランスロット、まさしく1試合目、失礼しました、1戦目と2戦目、ハーリーとランスロットも縦横無尽、気持ちいいくらいののみのみとプレーをしていましたカール TG、 カール多層。
いや、素晴らしい立ち回りでしたね。
本当に素晴らしい。惚れ惚れしますね。いや、しかしながら和吉さん、これで終わりじゃないです。
そうなんですよ。
そうなんです、これで終わりじゃない。今大会はこれで終わりじゃないんです。昨年の M1 でしたら、グループステージ敗退してしまいますと、もうそのまま終わりだったんですけども、今回全チームにチャンスがあります。明日の敗者復活戦グループステージフェーズ2に進むことができます。そこで、今回グループステージを勝ち上がれなかった8チームが4チームに絞られて下位リーグに進むと、下位トーナメントに進むという形になっております。先ほど申し上げましたが、その対戦相手が A グループ2位の RSG でございます。 シンガポール開催国と対戦するさあ人気チームでございます。さあ本日10セカンドゲーミングフロストの試合は以上で全て終了いたしましたが、明日に向けて切り替えていただいて、なんとしてもプレイオフ、
はい、
我々が夢見るプレイオフに進んでいただき、もう一度アルターエゴ、そしてブレンリベンジをしていただきたい。我々はそれを願っております。和吉さん、何かお願いします。
山下さん言ってくださった、はい、ただ正直に言って、はい、今回のトーナメントグループ、はい、フィリピン1位とインドネシア1位と来て、はい、世界との壁はやっぱり分かったなと。
まあ体感的にですね MPL で我々見てまして、はいはい、トップチームたちが戦っている状況、もちろん熱い試合とはあるんですけども、温度差的に感じることが難しかった。まあ向こうのトッププレイヤーたちがやってるから、あ、うまい、確かにうまいし強い。ここで我々よく知っている10セカンドゲーミングフロストが当たることによって、こんなにも世界は遥かエベレストのごとく立ちふさがっているかと、ひしひしと感じることになりましたね。さあ、我々デイ2実況解説日本試合が全て終了しましたということで、本日は実況解説コメント以上にて終了になってしまいます。また明日皆様どうかお願いです。10セカンドゲーミングフロストに熱い声援を、そしてご視聴よろしくお願いします。明日勝てば金曜日からのプレーオフ下位トーナメントに出場が決まります。なんとか盛り上がって世界に立ち向かう、もう一度その姿をみんなで見ようではありませんか。さあ和樹さん、はい、今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
また明日
我々も切り替えて、
我々も切り替えて、はい、そしてプレイヤーご視聴の皆様と共に熱く盛り上がっていきたいと思います。それではまた明日何時からでしたっけ明日何時からでしたっけ。これでそうなんです、対戦がカードが決まってるので、グループリーグの明日11時、またしても明日11時からです。皆さん、11時から朝の11時から10セカンドゲーミング VS プラス RSG の試合が開始されます。ぜひ皆様その時間帯応援よろしくお願いいたします。それでは我々はこちらで失礼いたします。ありがとうございました。
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double coming in from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the scorelines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double parries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
All right, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Bren versus Bren. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh!
Whoa! Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and Kurtzy, he's learned his lesson, destroys the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's EVOS SG taking on DreamMax. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can't actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards EVOS SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of these moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DreamMax, and it seems like EVOS SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that lost to Curtizy, he came the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Chúng ta lấy hero nên là 40 hiện tại lấy thì các skill với hình gì nhảy chứ kia hình gì nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill của hero nó tăng và thay chơi mà phải mấy chân này còn một hai bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho chỉnh skill với lọ phòng tha bây giờ combo tới thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại chỉnh.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap, man. play it lah.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
And welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship M2. My name's Contra, alongside with me is Butters, and all of this is powered to you by Bunton. And of course, M2 is also supported by Singapore Tourism Board as well as Skoga. We will also like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, for making this possible. And of course, that includes all of you guys that are currently watching, whether you guys are at home, in the cinemas, or so. Of course, we are here to celebrate the best of the best that Mobile Legends have to offer. And don't forget to share the stream to all of your friends out there, and of course, enjoy all the matches that will be coming your way. We still have a lot more action coming in for Group C as well as Group D, and you know, we also still have to thank a lot more people in that.
And speaking of that, going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account, visit _Singapore, and don't forget to use the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore. Make sure you take note of that when you create new memories here.
That's right, and if you guys are wondering, what exactly is Skoga? Skoga is a NTUC associate championing esports talents as well as careers in Singapore since 2008.
Right now, that's like, they can be up for like 13 years now?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's their
that's
13th year
a long
running.
time. That's a very long time.
Yes, and of course, they have been grooming so many great talents that's here locally in Singapore. But let's check out the results as we talk through some of the stuff that has happened throughout the M2 World Championship Day 2 so far. If you guys just missed out, our very first Savage has been claimed here by Bren Esports, now taking 100% of wins with a 2-0 against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost.
And looking at it, Alter Ego Esports looking as strong as ever. They also defeat 10S Gaming Frost with a 2-0. Now, the question remains, the hottest matchup probably for the day, Bren Esports versus Alter Ego. Who will take the upper bracket slot?
Well, this is really tough to say. Like, both of these guys are looking phenomenal. If you really must say who looks cleaner today, it has to be Bren Esports. Both of them have already met up with 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, and you can definitely see from Game 2 of Alter Ego, they were pretty much having almost the same score lines in terms of kills until they actually break out with that game-winning fight and just clear out with a big wipeout towards the side of 10S Gaming Frost. And Bren Esports showing everybody how it's done. I think they actually secured the most kills in the tournament in one go.
Yeah, been the first Savage as well.
Yep.
So who knows what other records will be set by the time we head on to the playoffs. But right now, this is only day number 2, and things are getting hotter and hotter as of the moment. But you know what? Just looking back, you know, RRQ versus RRQ Hoshi versus DreamMax.
Oh yeah,
This is somewhat of a, let's say, a lot of articles, a lot of people are saying that this is going to be a cakewalk for the side of RRQ Hoshi in terms of groups. Now, we have yet to see RRQ, you know, play, because EVOS SG DreamMax played earlier. We knew that EVOS SG had the upper hand, and right now, challenge after challenge, technically, DreamMax is facing them one by one, and this is probably the biggest obstacle that they have to go through in terms of their groups.
And speaking of which, we definitely want to see who will be playing for the rosters of this evening. And with that being said, let's check out our RQ Hoshi. We got R7, Wiz King, Psycho, Sin, as well as Vin. That will be your 5-man roster for RRQ. They do have a lot of substitute players out there that they could also utilize, but this is going to be your main 5. We got 2 off-laners, interesting, alongside with, of course, Psycho as your main tank. Sin can play anything he wants with the multi-role, and Vin, you know, I kind of miss Lemon. We've seen a lot of his pictures popping up on our screens time to time, but he's the guy that always offers you a little bit of a mixed bag of anything he wants to play.
And you know what? the ever-analyzing RRQ Hoshi just brought out these players, and who knows who's gonna come out for their next series. No, but for DreamMax right now, we have Nix, Cabral, Luis, Homies, and Mike. They did have their moments of brilliance earlier on.
Yeah, indeed. Like, we saw some really interesting sort of drafts that they actually went in to pick as well. But it seems like EVOS SG proved to be too tough of an order for them to take down. But now facing a bigger challenge here, RRQ Hoshi, arguably some of the best talents across the world. And for the first time meeting the Giants, can David actually overcome this Goliath?
Yeah, and that is the question right now. David versus Goliath, the underdogs versus the Titans of the Mobile Legend scene. Now, looking at the certain lineups here, I mean, you did mention this earlier. RRQ Hoshi has a lot of, let's say, substitutes or, you know, players that they can, you know, play with and deploy when needed. Like Albert isn't even playing right now.
That's right. Like, I think this is definitely a plan where, you know, everybody gets a shot at this M2 World Championship. And, of course, the King of Kings, RRQ Hoshi here, is just showing that, okay, we can feel anything we want, and we still have a lot of plans that we can raft in when the playoffs come in mind. And you expect nothing less from RRQ Hoshi. They are looking for that playoffs run, but in order to do that, they cannot drop a single game to DreamMax, because we've already saw from the side of EVOS SG, they've already got pretty much that 2-0 victory going in favor of their own side. And if RRQ Hoshi were to eventually take that win, then it may just be a little bit of an awkward scenario. Like, if they get that, then actually, of course, there's still that possibility where EVOS SG, if they take another game off, then, you know, RRQ will be in a very tight spot. But I do trust that James, their coach coming in from RRQ, knows exactly what to do in the group stages in order to just get it all the way in towards the upper brackets.
And that is the plan for the Kings of Kings. Ever so fierce, ever so ambitious. Right now, let me just give you a fun fact here. Sin, according to the data that was given to us, wasn't able to join RRQ for M1.
Oh,
so
okay.
This is probably, this is not probably, but this is his first international showing in the World Championships.
That's right. Now that I recalled it, yes, that will be probably his debut. And of course, he's been waiting for a very long time to be able to just hop on board. But, you know, chances like this don't come by all that often. Things can change within a year, where we saw many teams, they actually changed roster. EVOS legends who used to lift the trophy are not even here today. So this is where I would say it's the best opportunity for RRQ Hoshi to still go for it.
That was their arch rival, by the way. Their arch rivals, their arch enemies. EVOS Legends isn't here, and maybe for RRQ, this is the time to lift that trophy. But you know what? The competition is hot. A lot of teams are being very competitive, and who knows what will happen at the end of this tournament. Now, Psycho is kind of a, well, not kind of, but a new player going in here to the side of RRQ. Now,
yeah, that's right.
He's playing this series, and that means there is probably a new dynamic that we're gonna see.
Yeah, and do expect nothing less coming from inside RRQ Hoshi. Usually they are having some of the cleanest plays possible. Every single risk that they take is extremely calculated. They don't simply rush in towards the jungle for just nothing. They will either get your buff or they'll get the kill. If that's going to be happening soon, you have to find a counterplay to that, and hopefully, you know, the side of DreamMax will be able to respond. But, you know, other than that, we also have a little bit of announcement right here.
Yeah, and speaking of completing tasks and predicting the champions to win the M2 coins, that has nothing to do with it though. Exchange M2 coins for M2 exclusive rewards. That includes the M2 special avatar border, M2 exclusive skin, which is Clint the Shadow Omen skin, the M2 battle emote, and the M2 sacred statue. And that could be yours for only 299 diamonds. And you know what? Get it before the 24th and get it before it's gone.
That's right. You only have the entirety of the span of M2 to get your hands on this exclusive skin, which will never be available anymore, of course, after the M2.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of people were asking me way back M1, is this skin gonna come out again? Who knows? But if you have the chance to get the skin right now, go get it.
That's right. And well, that's definitely the best opportunity. And also, we're gonna be looking into how this sort of the drafting phase is gonna be looking like for both teams, especially for DreamMax. You know, like, you don't want to be that team out there to be falling flat into, you know, over the bottom of the brackets itself on your group, which we've already saw them already suffering the defeat. So if they can just draw a pointer out of the side of RQ, and who knows, they might just be able to make themselves in towards a better standing.
You know what? For DreamMax here, their showing against EVOS SG wasn't that bad. I mean, there were times when EVOS SG looked like they could drop the ball, but it's just the experience that they have that, you know, it really made them the winners of that certain series. So yeah, for DreamMax, they know what to expect now. They saw one Southeast Asian team on how they play, and probably for the side of RRQ, that is going to be the things that they need to think of when they face this certain team.
That's right. Now, less than 2 minutes to go before we go straight into its draft itself. I guess RQ, they're just having a little bit of good fun. Since, you know, some of us, we got out of our quarantines after a long wait. I definitely love our stay here in the Shangri-La Hotel where, you know, quarantine, we really wish to be able to explore all around Singapore, and finally we do. But here, we got a lot more work, which is in the form of play for the players itself. And this is where they're going to be displaying all the best that we can possibly get. So WizKing, he's just, yeah. I really do wonder what is he going to be bringing to the table. And looking at the current form of RRQ, they are indeed the champions of MPL-ID, which is revered by many as, you know, the greatest of all MPL regions. But now we saw a very strong side of Bren Esports that have just got themselves the very first Savage. So if I'm thinking RQ Hoshi must have watched the game and think, okay, is there a way that we can possibly break a new record today because first Savage has been claimed? Is there any other statement that can be made possible in this match against DreamMax?
First one to get 100 kills.
First to get 100 kills.
I mean, it's not impossible. Lafel, stop laughing. I mean,
are we talking about 100 kills in one game, or
I'm just saying that DreamMax and RRQ and all the teams here have the chance to break that if it's ever possible. But who knows? Maybe it will come someday. But right now, let us go to the draft. RRQ, Hoshi, DreamMax. Lafel just laughed.
And he's not the only one laughing here. Even on stage, there's going to be some smiles as well as laughter. But, well, I guess they're just getting themselves pretty much eased up for this battle here with the Cho being banned away. RQ Hoshi does not want to be smacked with the Way of the Dragon. And there goes another Esmeralda by Sitas.
DreamMax here don't really want to give that Esmeralda, and this is a standard ban for them. RQ Hoshi, you don't really see the Cho getting banned that much. I think they watched the game earlier, and you know, just to be safe, don't let them get the Cho, and don't let them get the Yuzhong. But for RQ Hoshi's side, when you ban out the Yuzhong, that's actually kind of, you know, a flag that you want to go for a stationary mage at the back, at your backlines.
Yeah,
so I think it's a possibility.
I guess it's definitely a possibility out there, and we do see a lot of Farsas being around, but Farsa still has a little bit more mobility with her wings to be floating around. So I guess maybe you're also looking for a different sort of setup as well, and I'm just having a hunch that we might see another Lapu Lapu coming in. But Brody must ban or must pick if it's being left available, so might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah, Matilda right now is just getting banned left and right. There are a couple of appearances for the Matilda, but yeah, it's still top ban priority for these teams. DreamMax take out the Brody and the Natalia. You don't want RRQ Hoshi to get that early start, so just ban it out. You don't want them first picking the Brody. Benedetta is open, and they go straight for the Lapu Lapu, and they know the priority for Lapu Lapu right now is just... He's just way too good of a hero right now.
Yeah, like I mentioned early on, if it's being left out in the open, it's too hard to pass on this sort of pick. And looking towards the side of DreamMax, they finally see the jaw hit left available, and I guess it's definitely a great option on the table, but they have to find a certain pairing to be responding to all these sort of pickups that they could possibly get throughout the Land of Dawn. And heading in towards this, what should they actually go for? Because they are spoiled for choice.
And they... Oh, okay. So that is a good pick coming out here from DreamMax. Actually, I think that was a read. It's because they banned out the Yu Zhong, so there's a huge possibility that they could have gone for the Yi Sun Shin. And they do not want it to go to the hands of DreamMax. Benedetta, though, will be left open with the Sylvana. So there's a lot of control already for the side of RRQ Hoshi. Now, DreamMax, what will they go for? Will they go for the Jawhead Eudora combination that we've been seeing?
Well, perhaps
for quite some time.
Yeah, I definitely think that that's going to be a really good thing to do. But it surprises me that we missed out a Benedetta pick that could have been actually secured from the side of DreamMax. But now, Cabral goes in for Selena. I believe that Selena, we talked about this before, EVOS SG kept going in for this sort of ban, but I still feel like DreamMax's side isn't all too secure. They don't exactly have a very solid tank on their side.
I mean, if you think, or I could say that Selena is a good hero, but at level 1, or let's say level 2, if you don't keep on hitting your arrows, then the whole idea of Selena just being a threat is out of the window.
You're definitely out of the window. And the question now here is, somebody's going to be caught out by that Imperial Justice when Vin just goes in for the engagement. Like, you do expect it to actually lock down the pick like Selena. Like, after Abyssal Arrow, she's going to follow up. So she needs to actually think twice. Like, should you go in, even if you actually hit that Abyssal Arrow?
You know what? And Benedetta is actually, you know, Benedetta actually likes the Abyssal Arrow. Because if you think about it, when she almost gets hit by the arrow, what you do is you just go for the eye for an eye.
Yeah, eye for an eye, straight up for the Delecto as well.
Then you're gonna stun the other one. You're gonna stun the Selena.
Yeah, that itself is technically the counter. Well, good read, and there goes the Harif as well as Hayabusa. No more assassins on the table, and you know, at this rate, we haven't really seen much of a Natalia, and to correct me if I'm wrong, it has been banned almost 100%.
Yeah, almost 100%. You know what? I'm really looking at DreamMax here, probably going for well, not a Lance, but I think RRQ Hoshi is gonna go for a Lance. For the side of DreamMax, I think they really need to get a stable and consistent side laner. Or XP laner, just so that they can hold on to this certain map, or the bottom lane or the top lane, so that they can hold on to that certain turret and not give in to the snowball that is always set up by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah.
Because RRQ just really likes to go for the run and gun. If they know that they can run over you, they will run over you.
And I'm looking at a certain sort of the pattern here coming in from the side of RRQ Hoshi. They've already banned away that Wan as well as the Harif. They know that perhaps there's a possibility that they are trying to go for another high DPS sort of the setting. So they are bringing in Tamas to match up the same aggression that Lapu Lapu could possibly put out on the table. And if you head towards the late game, Tamus can be really tough to deal against with its very high lifesteal volume.
And they go for a Thams, and this is a great pick considering how stable the Thams is. You can just use the slaughtering sites to clear the minion waves if you want to. And for DreamMax, that is going to supply them with consistency for the side lanes. At least they have protection for it, and they can just be aggressive once they get their level 4 ultimates. Claude and Alice for the side of RQ Hoshi, they really like this Claude pick.
Yeah, I definitely can see why the Claude is being picked here. Like, for this sort of setting, you know that the Alice could just go in for the initiation, opens up the Blood Ode, alongside with a Blazing Duet. Is something that's really classic that back in the days, if I do recall, Season 3 onwards, it has been around and it was a staple. You just don't really have much of an answer. And he says, yep, you have lifesteal on your Tamus? Yeah, we do have one from Alice too.
Now, I guess for the side of RQ Hoshi, they just picked up the Alice just to make, you know, the most of the frontliners here for the side of DreamMax. You'll have the Jawhead, you'll have the Thams, and they go for a Kaja. So that means, who's going to be the side lane here? Is it going to be the Selena?
Oh boy.
Or the Jawhead?
I do believe that the Kaja would still be pretty much somewhere around there, and well,
Kaja XP lane.
Most likely the case.
But I mean, if you put Kaja on the XP lane, you don't really have that burst potential unless you hit the Abyssal Arrow with the Abyssal Mark. So it's not enough time for the Yi Sun Shin, to be honest, in the early stages of the match to just take someone out with that Divine Judgment. But yeah, let's see. DreamMax here, they just went for a triple utility setup.
Yeah, and we'll definitely see whether if that's going to be working out or not in this best of 3 series, as RQ Hoshi will be facing the best of Brazil that has to offer DreamMax Esports. So moving in towards the land of Dawn, I really wonder if this early setting could possibly be something that can be paid in a whole lot of ways for the side of DreamMax, or could they just be smashed to the ground by RQ Hoshi?
Let's see if there is going to be a problem going towards RQ. I do agree with that. Psycho here, starting off with that brush. He's the first one there. And look at this. They are giving Psycho that certain mid lane. So this is going to be a mid lane Benedetta.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is interesting. This is so interesting.
Well, I guess it's a classic RQ. Like, RQ plays whatever they love to, and Psycho is just giving a little bit of pressure. And I guess it's something that is refreshing to note as well. Lil Veronica already being secured by the side of RQ, but the rest of DMX, they're crashing right in. They're trying not to let Vin go out there, and it's first blood for the Brazilian side of DreamMax.
And DreamMax there flexing that alter ego sticker. I don't know why.
Well, maybe it's just a statement to say, hey, I think that the other team might just be the better Indonesian team out there. But, you know, game is being paused. It's still very early, and honestly, I wasn't too sure of the reason why, but we evidently see that Vin wasn't exactly moving right under the sort of the bush right there. So maybe he just think that, okay, I got caught out anyways, and there's no point of burning a flicker.
I guess it's better to just, you know, they have Flicker as well. The side of DreamMax will have Flicker and will chase him down.
Exactly.
If he ever goes for that Flicker, on all sides of that certain area, he was surrounded already. So if he dies, he loses the Flicker and he loses his life. He gives gold to the enemy, so that means he doesn't have any initiation prowess anymore. So what he did there was, he looked at the resource. Will this be good? Will this be a plus for us or a minus?
Well,
and he deemed it to be a minus, and he just gave up his life.
Assumptions, right? Like, maybe it's just, man.
I got caught out. I got caught out.
Yeah. I just caught red-handed, like you said, and there's no way out. We saw a three-man stack from the side of DreamMax. I guess in the way, if you do burn a flicker, you would want essentially the enemies to burn 2 flickers at the very least to make it worth.
Yeah. I mean, DreamMax here really know how to, you know, utilize their early game prowess. I mean, at level 2, everyone goes to the mid lane. They punish someone. I mean, it's the tank, yes, but a kill is a kill at this point.
Yep, that's right.
200 gold now at the early stages of the game is better than 200 gold that you'll get in the late game.
That's right, and every single coin that they get is gonna be really rewarding. And speaking of coins, have you guys actually collected your coins to be making those predictions? Yep, if you guys haven't do it right now, predict your champions of the M2 World Championship, and you guys could get so many in-game exclusive rewards, such as, you know, the special avatar border. We got skins, we got battle emotes, we got sacred statue. You know, stickers are a thing, and if we're gonna be getting stickers, I think I do have a special request of stickers.
What?
Somebody stop him.
Somebody stop him. By Gideon Q. All right. I'll buy that. Somebody stop him. EDM remix. But you know what? Just having the best sticker or the sticker of the biggest MLBB tournament in the world, you gotta have that.
Yeah, I mean,
you gotta have that.
If the players are flexing it, why aren't you flexing it too? So if you guys didn't really get that prediction right, not to worry. You can also get your hands on the exclusive skins, as you can possibly land yourself the Clint Shadow Omen skin for just 899 diamonds only.
And this event is happening right now till the 24th of January, after the end of the M2 World Championship. So what are you waiting for? Support the tournament and join the fight by buying this pass.
Yeah. You almost make me sing the lyrics too, you know.
Fight
like,
for our life.
Immortal Hero has been hooked onto all these casters for quite a while.
Yeah.
Like, we've just been, you know, mumbling the lyrics while we're on the break.
Do you hum it in your sleep?
I might. I need to ask Gideon because we are sharing a room. But hey, let's not get to that. Let's get into it. The action in the Land of Dawn. Finally, an unpause. And here we go. Already first blood on DreamMax side. If you guys have blinked that eye and hijack. That's not looking all too good. Just a little bit of reset to disrupt Sin for a little bit, but not too much has happened. Nyx though dives his way on towards Finn. Oh, good pokes though. 50% of health gone out of that.
I like how, you know, the Joy and Selena keeps disrupting this Claude. I mean, it's not much. They're not really stealing the gold, but with one reset, the seconds add up. So that means even if the Claude can't clear fast, you really have to take into consideration that these seconds add up, and it could be a minute, it could be 2 minutes. And Sin going here for the Blazing Duet, and they will just back off. They know that the Tams and the Yi Sun Shin are there, and they know that they can take him down, and Pomis gets thrown back to the turret. I don't think that was intended for him.
Yeah, like, he's probably safe anyway, so now we're going to be seeing some sort of the attempt, perhaps, with King already keeping his eyes peeled out for any sort of returnable attempts, while the side of DreamMax are trying to shove the wave, trying to get a little more control before they can hit towards the river, while RQ, Hoshi, just slowly getting themselves a lot more control over on towards the middle side of things. And here goes, first little attempt coming in from the side of RRQ Hoshi. And they might just be able to actually secure this because Maker, he's actually stealing the buff over the fact, and Maker is making an appearance, and it will be a kill coming over on towards Finn. First one for RRQ, and they also managed to snatch the turtle.
And it seems to me that DreamMax isn't really ready to take that team fight. They lose 3 people in the process, and RRQ even got the turtle.
Boy, definitely not a good start for the Brazilian side. And starting from this point onwards, they're just going to be going for heavy punishments. And you can already see Vendetta already going for some slight invades. And he might just be bumping in towards that Yi Shin rule soon, as he's currently attempting on his buff.
Sin right now going for the unstoppable force. Arrow won't connect though. BMI out. He goes in. Cyclone Eye. And that was actually good for him. He still lives. Psycho here trying to get away using the electroprinal blow. And that's going to be the Imperial Justice hitting on someone. And that is going to be a clear punish for the side of DreamMax. Sin is not done yet. He will take down Nyx, which is actually Sin backwards. So that's
actually yes.
Nyx is Sin backwards. So
so it's like, okay, I'm not touching Sin right now. Like, is he part of my teammate? Okay, let's let him live. So he's not going down just about yet, but oh, so many money on that tower. And now over the top side, Cabral is being slain. And there's nothing much that can be done about it, but WizKing having some issues right down to the bottom side. Hum is forced to pick it away. It will be Sin that goes down towards the hands of the Asian Shin. Luis possibly will get a little bit of spike out of that, but they are now focusing their attention on towards this turret, but WizKing, he's just waiting for Cycle to come in back. Electo to dive right in towards Luis. It's a killing spree for the Benedetta, and looking for Make It as well. Make It could possibly make a dash, but where is the help when he needed the most? A double kill coming right through.
And Psycho with the recall, as if he really wanted to go for the recall there. Now, I think that Mike and Nyx had a good idea into just throwing like the Claude into that arrow, but the execution was slightly off. So it didn't really hit, but R7 gets hit. Will he go down? No, he won't. One more arrow will not connect. Now,
dangerous though.
Very dangerous. If they actually talked about it, to be honest, that could have been great. They could have gotten the Claude, but they didn't execute it properly and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and you can definitely see the DreamMax side is starting to gather up their forces here to be able to secure a little bit of pressure on towards the turtle. Make is just making his presence being known, but RQ, they're going to be responding real soon. And with that, you can definitely see Psycho just dashing right in. Oh, he's going for Hamas, but they have to respond to this turtle, and he might just snatch it away. RQ Hochi dives right in, and the Benedetta goes unstoppable. 5 kills for Psycho as he needs to get up. He's dropping real low. Cabral might just be the next one out here on the chopping block. Finn tries to stop him out there, and Sin just gets his turret 1. Hamas, he's trying to get himself safe under the turret, but Finn not giving him any air. So here comes Psycho once again.
And Psycho here is trying to go back and forth. And the Kaja here will be taken down. There is a stun. Arrow connects. Ejector there. And they got 1 kill. But DreamMax, obviously, is getting the shorter end of the stick.
Yeah, not looking great. But I do like the idea that they had. I felt like they dropped the pressure. And they were way too fixated on getting the turtle. But they couldn't really get that escape. And the worst part is that RQ Hoshi has managed to steal it away by having that retribution at the ready. So they really have to be careful about all these small little mistakes that have been punishing them for 2 times in a row already.
Now, Nyx and Homis, they need to find a way to stall this game a bit more. Remember, you're aiming for the early game and you're probably relying on the late game potential that the Yisun Shin has. But the thing is, for the side of RRQ Hoshi, they're at 23k gold. So that means Psycho has items, R7 has items.
Yeah, speaking of items, maybe we'll have a look at it and you can definitely elaborate on, you know, sort of builds that they are going for. So we can definitely see it later on. And on your screens, we got the Demon Hunters on Sin already, but Cabral is getting dope upon 4 members on top of him. He's probably not going to be surviving all too long, but there's Cavalry has just arrived. Monster kill for Psycho. The 6-1 on his side. And oh, what a flip coming in. But Bacon, I think eventually the comments will be coming right in as well. Nyx, so he's soaking in the damage, but they won't be having enough to be able to get the shutdown. A double kill coming right through, but eventually Nyx will still fall.
Winter Truncheon is now out for WizKing. R7 getting his own item as well. So this does not look good for the side of DreamMax. But DreamMax there, let's just say that they won that fight. It was a 3-4-2 and it really favored their side.
Yeah, I guess like for the side of RQ Hoshi. They really took too much of a turret hit because they sent all 4 members right under the turret, hoping to actually get that kill underway, but they still have Cabral surviving. They got to respect this Hammond somewhat because getting in towards the mid game, he's getting a little bit tankier.
Whisking almost getting caught out there. No unstoppable force whatsoever, but you know what? While that was happening, Turtle has been slain by the side of RQ Hoshi, and Whisking goes down.
Oh boy, Psycho trying to look for that perfect Electo, but Meika will not have much left for himself. Here goes one for the Yishin Shin, but Honest tries to make a run. Sid, oh boy, he gets busted down instead. The rest of RRQ, they're falling back. You can see DreamMax getting so much more aggression, looking for Psycho, but Nyx is gonna be taken out with another auto attack. And Sin still looking for more. He's still going right in. Oh, it's a miss. Electo, but it's still gonna be doing the job. Psycho with the 7th kill.
The literal run and gun, ladies and gentlemen. Sin here going crazy with those guns. Now, RQ, clearly, as you can see, it's obvious that they have the upper hand, but DreamMax, they were getting the initiations that they wanted. They even countered the Blazing Duet, and Luis, I don't think he should be here.
Oh boy,
but Mike might be the sacrifice here. He does have the flicker, but look at that.
Duet! He's gonna get one in the attack, and he almost got a triple just by diving right in. That's gonna be opening up the inhibitor, but Cabral tries to stop him on his tracks. Hamas tries to go in for the Divine Judgment, pulling Sin all the way backwards, and that's a big fat shutdown. R7, he could have a little bit of a way to just get out of that alive. Now focusing on towards the mid lane. They won't be able to secure a turret, but that's all that they can get for the moment.
Now, DreamMax, they still have a chance to get back at this. I mean, the Selena arrow is just way too good of a skill to just, you know, not consider. But DreamMax, they lose the Selena in the process, so that might have been the caster curse working.
I guess so, and Psycho now bringing in the BOD, Blade of Despair, and even more good news for RQ Hoshi. Hey, they can go for the Lord. So DreamMax needing to respond to this one, as they've already got 2 to 3 members being planted out, but DreamMax being very disciplined. They're going in for some sort of the checkpoint checks as well. Just taking precautions.
I mean,
as Whisking is just trying to poke them a little bit.
I mean, right now getting the Lord, yes, they might have the opportunity, but for RQ Hoshi, I think that they want to go for the Luminous Lord more. Like at 12 minutes in, once it hits that mark, even if you get the Lord, it doesn't really evolve, and you need to reset it still. So right now, they're just taking control of that certain area so that DreamMax, you know, can't really, you know, run over them when the time comes. But for RQ Hoshi, they're just wanting to end this game, and not getting the Lord now means that you just want to end it as fast as possible.
That's right, and with that being said, the setups are already underway, and Finn tries to actually bait the rest of DreamMax to come right in, make it so get a little bit too much. Clicker being popped as well. Psycho might just actually come right in. He's trying to set the Electo, diving right through, finding Luis, but how deep can he go? He's gonna be crushed right under the turret, as DreamMax will still punish him for it. And Cabral, he might just be able to actually do something right here, but the rest of RQ Hoshi, they could possibly still get this Lord eventually.
Now that the Lord level up, this is going to be the prime objective for the side of RQ Hoshi. DreamMax didn't really lose anyone there, but Psycho was the sacrifice for the side of RRQ. Now, they're not really getting it as of the moment just because they need Sin to go for the lifesteal, and probably because Psycho is down. Now, orange buff is going to be always secured along with the purple buff just because, let's just say that Claude is a marksman that needs a lot of mana to keep up that certain attack speed that he likes.
That's right, and now pressure is on. Meika already has immortality. Oh, great Abyssal Arrow, but of course, there's not going to be much of that follow-up coming through. They are just waiting for somebody to take the bait right there and then, and it could be a game-crushing defeat if DreamMax were to lose this one out, and right now RQ is already starting on the attempt on towards the Luminous Lord already. Trying to get the little Wanderer. The Abyssal Arrow is going to give it a little bit of information, but the rest of DreamMax, they're already responding towards this pressure. But RQ Hoshi will steal the Lord. Well, I can't really say steal because they still got it in the back, but oh my goodness, Cabral in the middle, he will be falling down. R7 though, over the back, great work as he's trying to take every single one of these DreamMax members down. And there's only 2 members left. I don't think that they can hold on for long.
Mikey there, even using the flicker just to get out. Luis, Homies, can they defend this? Suppressed here, Divine Judgment is used, but it doesn't really matter. Damage output is just way too high, and this is probably it. RQ Hoshi takes game number 1 against DreamMax.
Wow, that was swift as the win, and you can see RQ Hoshi is so decisive. They didn't really need the Lord to be able to just shut them down. All they need was one great pick. Cabral went diving real deep to look for that opportunity to steal that Lord away, where RQ Hoshi have already gotten 2 to 3 steps ahead of them.
And you know what? Psycho is talented on the Benedetta. He just went in there facing against 5 enemies. That was a 5v1, and it almost took them 30 seconds to just take him down. And you gotta have that kind of talent, man, if you want to really go for those, you know, risky plays. But then again, it's RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, it's RQ Hoshi that we're talking about, and Psycho on his debut for the M2 itself, looking really, really great on this one. And well, gotta thank him for really putting on quite a show. But you know, we gotta also thank all of you guys who are currently watching, and most importantly, we would like to thank Toomey for being partners in esports for the M2 World Championship, as the journey to become the champions of M2 has been perfected with the latest Toomey luggage and backpack. And I'm really excited for this because you can actually use your Toomey backpacks to bring your gears anywhere with you safely without worries. So pro players who are traveling from abroad, of course, you need something to secure all your luggages, and you got to get that Toomey. So be sure to check out toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the M2 experience.
Look at how far we've come. Even our gears have, you know, luggage or bags for it. But let's not forget, an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group, is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Aikchong's IT's Cup, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
It's been amazing matches after another, and before we jump into the next upcoming game, let's get in towards the Razer giveaway, because you guys can possibly win the giveaway and, of course, land your hands onto that Razer Kishi mobile gaming controller. All you got to do is just leave a comment in the chat with the hashtag Razer Kishi. Do you need me to spell it out? I'm pretty sure you know what it is, right? So, yeah, put in those comments right down below. So, Butters, I think we've had enough of talking. I'm pretty sure LaFell has a lot to chip right in. So, LaFell, take it away.
The King of Kings against the DreamMax. Now, again, we all saw the game. RQ Hoshi won the game. However, I do want to give a special shout out to DreamMax, because they have been playing so well. Because their evolution towards M2, I can always see, like, the first thing that I criticize them about is that there's no early aggression, even though their draft is so good for early aggression. And the fact that this time against the King of Kings, they really went at it. Even though they were losing, they didn't look like they were losing. Now let's look at itemization as well as the hero picks for both of these teams. Now, I like how Homies using the Kaja is a little bit more aggressive this time, but the itemization on R7 with the Bloodless Axe, with the Blade of Despair, the damage numbers as well as the sustainability is really high. The more damage you do, the more healing that you have. But Zin, it's a good thing that he had the immortality earlier on, because if not, he might have died a little bit earlier when he dove in. But the last thing I'm gonna shout out is on Psycho. He used the Iron Mask as well as Vin. Both of these heroes, they were playing in the mid and they were both wearing the Iron Mask, which is very interesting because Psycho, he played a mid Benedetta and he roamed around, he engaged on a lot of situations, but we don't usually see two Iron Masks, especially on an assassin, you know, except for Natalia. So this is something different coming from RRQ. Perhaps they're trying to really give every single resources towards Xin for him to carry the game, but I mean, this is RRQ. You don't need one singular person. Everyone does basically everything. It's in this kind of situation, DreamMax, they did a lot of early aggression, which I really like. However, we can definitely see the experience from RRQ Hoshi in terms of all the neutral objective control as well as the turret control. They're just a little bit better. Not a little bit, world class better. They were able to set up much better positioning towards that area. And before I move forward, this is the MVP of this game, RRQ Psycho, with the match KDA of 7-12, using the metadata mid, and again, he used the Iron Mask. So perhaps it's something new that RRQ is bringing in the M2 meta. It's something that all of the casters as well as analysts will like to study to see what are they trying to do. But as of right now, it seems like perhaps they were trying to funnel a lot of resources towards Xin. We have to see whether they will do something like this again for game number 2, or they want to try something ultimately different. But in this game, we can definitely see that DreamMax, they have pushed caution out of the wind. They're like, you know what? You're the king of kings. We want to see if you can bleed. And they definitely went it hard. I really appreciate that they gave it their best. With Team RRQ, the way that they set up in the turtle, the way that whenever they win any kind of team fights, whenever they get any kind of pickoffs, they just get the maximum amount of resources from DreamMax, whether they get the turret, the turtle, or an extra kills. But either way, when they take one thing, they take everything, and it's definitely something very difficult for DreamMax to handle as of right now. But either way, this is just the first match. We will be proceeding to the second match to really see how DreamMax responds and how RRQ, whether they're gonna use the same kind of strategy with two Iron Masks and maybe an assassin mid, or they want to try something a little bit different. But before that, I do want to say thank you to me as well as Razor, to me not only carrying all your gaming gear but also carrying you guys to victory. But either way, I think the casters are all ready and everyone has, yeah, everyone's ready. So casters, take it away.
That's right, LaFell. We are definitely ready for game number 2 coming our way. DreamMax now with a deficit. Will this dream remain as a dream for DreamMax, or RRQ Hoshi, the Kings of Kings, booking their way towards the upper bracket slots if they could actually win this and face off with EVOS as you will win? But of course, that is for a later question. Because they will be playing the very final series of today. But with that being said, we would like to thank our sponsor, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming chair, or you can also call it gaming seats, engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit the website of secretlab.co.
And we would also want to thank BVP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. BVP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike. So, I mean, if you're a professional gamer, 100% you would want to have that certain platform that you want to play for. So yeah, this helps. This helps a lot.
That's right. And with that, we are definitely having some real high-speed games today. There's a lot of 2-0 victories. I wonder how your predictions are going like so far, but remember, we got a lot more gifts for all of you as you log in on January 30th to claim a free permanent skin. So today we're very pleased to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess. Blazing Hammer, the new adventure, will officially begin on this day, January 30th. remember that because you can actually get new upgrading systems blessing, new little commander maps, synergies revamp, free trial, and advanced skins awaiting for you. So what more do I have to say?
You don't have to say anything more. You had me at free permanent skin.
The question is, what free permanent skin?
Free permanent skin? Who knows? Who knows?
You know, I know you're wondering, like, free permanent skins? Could that be the M2 exclusive skin? That's the Clint Shadow Omen skin? No,
not probably, but you can get that pass for
Yeah.
$8.99. But we're just putting it as a segue. But right now, let's head on to DreamMax versus RQ Hoshi. Game number 2 draft, and we start off with DreamMax banning out that Claude.
And I'm not sure if you actually want to ban off the Claude. Like, there's just so many marksmen that's great out there. Like, Brody, hello?
Yeah, I mean, Claude isn't really that first ban material. I mean,
it's true. Perhaps they are actually looking to actually open some of all the other picks out there by wasting one ban on that Claude, which may or may not affect RQ Hoshi. We know that their hero pool is absolutely wide, so this is honestly not the biggest concern. But for some reason, RQ Hoshi does not want to see a Cho. Knowing for the fact that players like R7 Sin is pretty good at the Cho as well, but honestly, we're going to be seeing a very standard ban coming up next. So we've got Natalia, expect Esmeralda, or perhaps a Selena. What else on the list? Brody, I've mentioned it already. So definitely it's up to their liking at this point.
RQ Hoshi here, really happy with the results of game number 1. But now they want to make this to 0. DreamMax here with their 3rd ban. They go for a Matilda. RQ Hoshi, are they still gonna go for that templated ban against DreamMax? Since they don't really have to adjust anything just because they won.
Yeah, I definitely think that they don't really have to fix any sort of the composition of their draft. All they have to do is maybe try something new while they have the chance to do so at this point in time. So Matilda is something that sometimes can get really annoying in those really big objective fights, you know, like suddenly a circling eagle goes caw, and you get flanked from an angle that you wish to actually secure, and you don't really have the exit. No better than this time around. So I wonder what Psycho is playing. So starting off with Hamas here. He's going to be going in for the first pick, so Yuzong is available. I think it's a decent first pick material, so DreamMax can definitely consider that. But we got the Brody as well.
So, DreamMax, are you guys going to go for the Brody first pick? But that only means that power picks are going to flood out of RQ Hoshi. This could be a bait because, you know, pick a Brody, RQ Hoshi gets the Jawhead, gets the Lapu. They're still good. They're still fine.
Absolutely. And the answer to that will definitely be the Brody. So got their marksman secured in that sort of sense. And Vincent or Nix.
Nix, the cousin of Sin.
But if you were to reverse Sin's name right now, is Nix. That's a lot of N right there.
I was on point. It was the Joy and the Lapu Lapu. Wow.
Okay. Great predictions, Butters. So, I wonder, Cabral, he must be thinking, what can you possibly go for if you're going to be facing off against Lapu? So they responded with a Tabas. Honestly, not too bad. When they were actually picking some really decent team fights, they managed to go toe-to-toe at a certain point. But late game, it was really down towards the decision of going for that Luminous Lord that really costed them. So this time with the Akai available, they're going to try their luck to clip them off with some Hurricane Dance. I guess it's pretty okay, judging that you can displace that Lapu Lapu and push him to a corner, but that's response. Coming in with the Yuzong is going to be finishing off the first phase of the draft for DreamMax.
I kind of get what DreamMax wants to do here. Like, if you would notice, RQ Hoshi really just went for those heroes that can dive. Unstoppable Force, Lapu Lapu just going in with the dashes, going crazy with the slashes. That rhymes. Yu Zhong is one of those heroes that can go to the backline. So even if RQ Hoshi goes for something that's stationary, or it's actually kind of a counter to the Yi Sun-shin as well, just because Traceless is a one-off. So that means there is this balance against this Akai and Yu Zhong pick, because seriously, I'm really thinking that RQ Hoshi will just be aggressive all out, and that Akai is going to help them in a sense that if they want to fight, they can use it as initiation. If they don't want to fight, they can force them out and push them back.
That's right. And so there's definitely that two-sided mechanism that they can definitely utilize, but hitting it towards the second phase of the ban, I feel Chang or ban right here is pretty decent, if I must say. Loyi is something of a standard where you can definitely use the diversion to just get yourself a better position to be either taking the fight head-on or escape in that scene. So Nyx as well as Luis, this one, the ban here is going to be coming in soon, but you know, Valir is something that honestly is a tough call, because there's obviously many other mages that can be picked up right here. But Farsa, I would definitely agree with that.
Farsa is the ban here. RQ Hoshi, they do not want to give, they do not want our RQ Hoshi to get that. But RQ Hoshi got a bit of a Selena pick here, and that is going to be interesting. But right now, DreamMax pulls something out of their hats, and that is going to be the Popol and Koopa, and RQ Hoshi answers that with a 1-1 pick. It was the decisive pick. They didn't even think about it. It was like, okay, punch it in, we're going for 1-1. We were setting this up ever since the first pick.
And of course, side lanes, we do expect to see the marksman coming into play. So 1-1 honestly can hold her own without much of a problem. It's the question of, you know, when DreamMax is going to be utilizing this Popol and Koopa to the maximal effect, where you just want to keep sending some sort of pokes towards your enemies from quite a sort of range, so that you can just easily suppress them from time to time. But you know, RQ has faced this before, and it kind of reminds me a little bit of, you know, EVOS Legends on their Super Drafts at times, but that was a very long time ago. So now RQ Hoshi just needs one more win to just find that 3 2-pointers on towards their own respective group. Just a lot of joy on their face, as they are definitely having a blast here in the M2 World Championship. Hope you guys are keeping yourselves safe, and now we are going in for even more action in the M2 World Championship. Hand of Dawn, DreamMax versus RQ Hoshi.
DMX here, they are just going in and out of the brush. And I kind of get the Brody Popol setup onto the mid lane. It's like a poke comp that really has no punish whatsoever. Like, looking at the heroes right now for RQ Hoshi, the only time that you can punish this certain lineup is if someone gets hit by the arrow.
Oh yeah, and or Psycho just charging in and just
with a
gets
flicker. With a flicker.
Yeah, with a flicker, and then it lines up with the missile arrow. And speaking of the jaw hit, it's going to be a little bit of a push and pull going on, but he is absolutely safe as of the moment. There is Selena trying to just pressure on towards this Luis. Oh boy, I think he has to give a little bit of these minions out towards the enemy side, but Make's got that under control. But oh, speaking of that, it's a dive! It's the first blood coming imminently with the Selena securing that, and RQ Hoshi up ahead with 1 kill.
They did not hesitate with that flicker play. Both of them just went in. They really just wanted to get that kill. Cabral here getting caught out, and Cabral will go down. And look at that whisking setup for Psycho.
And well, it went by really swiftly, and I felt like he shouldn't really have gone into challenge. at such a point, like, you're just level 3. You haven't gotten your ultimate there. Like, one more wave or so, then perhaps it may just be able to be worth it. So,
I mean, a lot of players right now really like to go for the bait strategies. Like 1-1 just advances, and when you play these kinds of games, you should be able to read those kinds of movements.
Yeah, and I really felt it was an honest blunder at a certain point in time. But over on side of DreamMax, they really, really want this River Crab, so they're going to be having this being chewed on by Popol and Koopa. This arrow.
Oh, Psycho!
This, but wow, what a detector! It does flip Mako over, and this will be taking the Akai down. But the rest of DreamMax disengages. They have to just give this one away. Lewis still keeping an eye though on towards the turtle, but Vin is giving no hope towards DreamMax on taking this one down.
Look at the movement on the map here for RQ Hoshi. It's as if someone is taking a turtle, somebody secures the top lane, somebody secures the mid lane. Like, there's no dead lane. As long as they know that DreamMax doesn't have a member there or they want to contest, they will always bring everyone near the area. It's the movement in the map that really sets them apart from other teams. Because if you wanted to fight, then that only means that you'll be more ready, because it could be a 5v4 or probably a 5v5, and they'll get surprised that they were the ones who set it up, but they were the ones who got, you know, ganked in a way.
Yeah, and yeah, really does feel pretty bad about that. And well, Luis gets shot from above, and one more auto attack seals the deal. So
yeah, Soul of Lava doing its work.
Oh, the buff really does hurt right now, doesn't it? So Nyx being all alone, did you expect this Abyssal Arrow to not hit? And he's just gonna be safe and sound for now. The Brody still needs a little bit more time, and of course is currently not working in his favor in terms of goal. We're already seeing 3,000 up ahead for RQ Hoshi.
I'm kind of getting why DreamMax here went for the Popol and Koopa. Because it is an additional unit that can get hit by the Abyssal Arrow.
True. And speaking of which, oh, Cabral getting doped upon, but he's trying to make his way out, but even dragons will fall.
Yeah.
RQ Hoshi, they are definitely having the best of setups, but there's also a dive being set up over the top side as a counter towards that sort of response, but R7 is waiting on the lines to find a way to defend Psycho for the moment, but they're going for Vin, and Vin preemptively goes
look at
into
Psycho.
Flicker.
Look at Psycho, looking at his prey. He was just there running, you know, happy, joyfully running, and just being so jolly. And he just goes in. I want to give you a big hug. Come here, come here. And everyone on DreamMax just ran from him.
Oh, speaking of hugs here, it's going to be a Hurricane Dance pushing Finn all the way towards the back, knowing that he does not have Flicker. He will definitely go down. And Hamas finally finds his very first kill. This is DreamMax's first as well. So I'm not sure if this is a sign of life. Zaman Force being popped out straight for that third dive. And there goes another one. And that's the 8th kill for RQ Hoshi, looking for number 9. And this will just go in the hands of Psycho. Oh boy. I guess he wanted to actually pass it over to WizKing, but at this point, does it really matter? Let's call it for a first start there. And Cabral, that's not the place that you want to be. Mega kill coming through, and WizKing is just
having
so,
a great
so
time.
slick.
Having a great time. I mean, there wasn't really no contest. WizKing, even when he, you know, tried to play with their certain playstyle that everyone moves in a certain area of the map, he was still farming at that point. He got priority over mid lane, and at that point on, you know that WizKing, there is no downtime for his farm.
Yeah, and at the moment, already got Demon Hunter's Sword on WizKing. Zaman Force pop preemptively, but oh boy, Abyssal Arrow straight to the face. What hair, boy? So long, good night. And there goes. Make it. Looking for an exit, but Psycho gives him a little bit of room. Like, enough of hugs for now. I guess there's just gonna be giving ways towards RQ Hoshi. Abyssal Arrow does not connect. And the rest of DreamMax says, okay, go ahead, take that turret up top. And doesn't matter anymore. Like, it's just Whisking just making a little dance. Synth got that bait of despair. Oh, far from above.
You know what? Right now, Luis even forced to use the Zaman Force to push away R7. Was that even necessary?
He used it in the base. Like, I think he just fat fingered that for the moment. Oh, Psycho goes into the jack. Tom is right there and then. The Brody does not even have a chance to land those auto attacks on towards mid at all. R7, yeah, flexing what they can. They're just the king of kings.
Just know this. Turtle, this is the third turtle if I'm not mistaken. And we're not even in Lord territory yet. And yet, DreamMax here, they are forced back to their base. Cabral here, just, you know, going for the Black Dragon form, but you cannot really contest what RQ Hoshi has in terms of firepower.
Oh, this might
right
just
now.
be it. They are just watching right in. They're just taking one another down. 3 members are off the bat, of course, taken out of DreamMax, but RQ Hoshi, this definitely looks to be a walk in the park at the moment.
RRQ, let's see. They are trying to end this game right here, right now. They aren't even waiting for the Lord. This could be a flex of power. This could be a call to everyone who's here in the M2 World Championship.
Well, I guess they're slowly taking their time. They don't really have to rush it all the way through, but okay.
Gets caught out.
Hurricane Dance being used up. I feel like at this point, DreamMax...
Oh! Still gets hit!
Yeah.
Luis there. What a damage output coming here from the side of RQ Hoshi. That's just 2 skills that hit. Well, probably 3 because of the Abyssal Mark. But still, yeah, as you can see, it only takes a few shots for them to just go down.
Yeah, and Vin really working his shots of Abyssal Arrows really well. And speaking of which, this is the best catch they can get in the form of Nyx. Make that a mega kill coming right across. Or 3 kills for Sin, and R7 is on his 4th. So Meika not in position. This is a freebie going in for RRQ Hoshi, and well, are we having?
I'm just gonna think about what's happening right now, but there is no time for that as it went back, ladies and gentlemen. Unstoppable here for the Yi Sun Shin. The arrow almost connects, but does it have to? He goes down before that. RQ just gnawing on the base, and they take game number 2, another 2-0 for today's group stages.
It cannot be more convincing than this. And unfortunately for DreamMax, they have lost out on this match as well as the ones that they have had previously against the likes of EVOS SG, which means that they will be at the bottom of the group. But RQ just working it out clinically, like every single survey stance that they took on towards securing those turtles were the right calls in the right time.
Yeah.
And you can see that DreamMax, they were already battered and bruised. They were even using the Zaman Force when it's not even necessary. Hurricane Dances. Like, they have the right idea in the drafts, but what exactly is the problem right here?
Technically, what RQ used there was basic MOBA fundamentals. That's it. Always go for the better trade. Always try to go for those vulnerable lanes.
The pressure on the side lanes as well.
Pressure on the side lane.
So it's basically down towards their usual textbook A to Zs that has been able to garner them this win. And it has been proven that, you know, you just have to follow the own law stated by RQ themselves as the king.
And the King of Kings just proved themselves against the team from Brazil, and right now they still have a clash with EVOS SG a bit later in the day.
That's right, and of course with that, we definitely thank all of you guys watching out there, as you guys who are supporting RQ Hoshi. Remember, this also could be the other matchup that they will be facing against EVOS SG, and in a way, EVOS SG is still flying under the banner of EVOS. Could this possibly be called El Clasico?
Yeah, this could be the El Clasico. I mean, the revenge for Bren, probably? An alter ego. It's just them, just proving that they're the better team.
Yeah, and of course, later, the upcoming match will be very explosive. That's all that we have here from me, Contra, as well as Butters. But before that, remember that you guys can catch the live streaming of the mega event of the M2 World Championship here, held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on VWatch from 18th till 24th of January. And speaking of which, a total of 12 teams will be contending from 9 different countries. That includes RSG as well as EVOS SG, who's going to be playing in the very final series today. And they are competing for that prize pool, that juicy $300 up for grab. Make sure if you guys are in Singapore, you guys can head over here and support Team SG in the group stages. My name is Contra. This is Butters here. Thank you very much. We're going to be passing you over to LaFell, and your casters for the next game is coming up next.
The King of Kings just showed how they ruled over the Land of Dawn. Honestly, the casters have pretty much wrapped it up very, very nicely. It's just a matter of textbook Mobile Legends. They had better mechanics, better map control, better map awareness, and some of the clips that we'll be showing you just now is just pure mechanics, because the thing is, their understanding of the game is at such a level that it makes it look easy. But right now, let's look at the highlights to see what really happened in the game. And it started off with a very early aggression at top, where Liz had to run away, and then Akai had to sacrifice himself. But the moment of true, pause it right here. You guys will see it later in here, but pay attention towards Wiz King and Makey. Look at the interaction between these two, where the Akai is using the Hurricane Dance. And yes, of course, that 1-1 can purify out of it, but look at how, like, she jumps straight to Akai and then purifies instantly, meaning there was no interaction between these two. It just shows the level of mechanical superiority. It's like, yeah, I know you have an Akai, I know you have the Hurricane Dance, I know you have crowd control, but it really doesn't matter to me. I know the right time to press my second skill to purify out of this. Just watch the clip, right? So over here, you guys can see that the Akai is pushing everyone away, but towards pushing everyone away, the 1-1 had no effect at all. And look at all of these clips, it's just mechanical outplay. It's just a matter of better reflexes, more mastery on those heroes. And this draft from Araki Hoshi is actually one of the more dangerous drafts. They have a Yi Shin as a jungler, as well as 1-1 in the side lanes, where 1-1 really conquers the gold lane very, I wouldn't say easily, but very steadily. He doesn't lose out, and the longer the 1-1 stays alive, the more he's winning, or she, I guess. Once she has the Demon Sword, Golden Staff, as well as the Corrosion Scythe, as you guys can see here in the itemization, of course, the Corrosion Scythe first, and then once she already has the Demon Sword, it's really easy to just poke people out and then trying to break their weakness stacks and then triggering her ultimate, the Crossbow Tank, to really win any kind of team fight. Looking at the itemization of DreamMax, he only managed to get 2 kills and 20 kills for Araki Hoshi. Homies, he could not even finish one offensive item. He has a jungle item, but he doesn't have his Blade of Despair. It was on his way, but it wasn't enough. And Louise, Calamity Reaper is the core item for Harif, but it's not enough. Again, 1-5-0 in this game. The first match, DreamMax showed a lot of life. In the second game, Araki Hoshi forced them to bow down to the Kings. And as it stands right now, Araki Hoshi, this is a very clean display of what it means to be a king. And yeah, in terms of the itemization as well, again, RQ is using the double iron mask from Psycho as well as Vin. So perhaps this is a thing with their lineup, something that they're bringing into M2. And the MVP of this game is going over to RQ Zin with a match KDA of a 6-0-10. He's only used 2 heroes, and both of them are marksmen. So perhaps this is something that other teams would like to take note of, both the Cloud as well as the Yi Shin. And you know, in my personal opinion, Yi Shin seems a little bit more dangerous just because he can get aggressive much
earlier on. So in this match series, I would say that DreamMax tried their best for match 1, but match 2, RRQ Hoshi just showed up and be like, this is what it means to be in the same stage as us. But either way, this is the match series between RRQ and DreamMax. After this, we have more exciting matches. Thank you very much to me as well as Razor. They have been great. They have been giving a lot of things to the players and hopefully for the talents as well. But either way, my name is LaFell. We'll be having more matches after this, but that is it for me. We will be back right after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Way in the desert.
To celebrate the release of Paquito, we are gonna showcase his true power in an epic 1v1 mini tournament between the best Mobile Legends players all over the world. But before we get into that, let's first talk about his hero. Paquito is a super versatile fighter that aims to be the strongest fighter of them all. He can be played in the side lanes or even be played as a roaming tank. His passive, Champ Stance, is a unique mechanic that allows him to conduct a variety set of combos, making him unpredictable and able to create skillful plays. Paquito builds stacks when hitting enemy heroes with basic attack and skills. When 4 stacks are reached, Paquito enters Champ Stance and enhances his next skill. After using his enhanced skill, Paquito will have a short burst of movement speed. Personally, I really like his movement speed animation. Whenever Paquito enters Champ Stance, his skills will be enhanced and it will also reset the cooldown of his skills, allowing for devastating combos on his enemies. Paquito's first skill is Heavy Left Punch, which he will be using his left hand to do. It is a damaging skill that gives Paquito a shield when he hits his enemies. In Champ Stance, the damage and shield numbers will be higher. Paquito's second skill, Jab. Paquito's Jab is a blinking ability that lets him dash in or away from his enemies. He can dash through small walls, however those thicker ones, yeah, that's not gonna happen. This skill does massive damage, and in Champ Stance, Paquito will do even more devastating damage. Paquito's ultimate, Knockout Strike, is his flashiest skill, which makes him good in teamfights and diving. Paquito will dash forward, pushing his enemy and dashing back away from them, all while dealing damage. In Champ Stance, Paquito adds a knockup after pushing the enemy away, creating a better setup for a team fight. Correct use of Paquito's Knockout Strike can definitely help him out in winning those team fights. In this Paquito challenge, we have 14 players. M2's first seed teams will have 2 representatives, while the teams from the second seed below will only have 1 representative. They will be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals. That will be a best of 3. Who among these talented players will pilot this new hero to the greatest height and be the champion of the Paquito challenge? Get ready for some impressive fistfights. Stay tuned to the next episode.
Mabilis siya gumalaw, tsaka marami siyang burst damage.
I think in general the hero has a lot of potential.
To me, it's quite OP on this side because it doesn't require mana. In terms of damage wise, it's out there.
Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Way in the desert.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Go win, go win. My chicken win.
A knockout!
Victory!
Huh? We'll be competing in a 1v1 best of 1 elimination ladder match, except for the semifinals and finals where it will be a best of 3. Before we start the fight, we have to talk about the rules for a bit. Both players will only be allowed to play in the mid lanes and cannot touch any other minions from other lanes. Both players cannot kill any neutral creeps except for the little wanderer in the river. The winner is determined by whoever gets the first 3 kills or destroys 2 mid lane towers first. With all the formalities out of the way, let's get into the game.
Boom! They trade 1 for 1.
Oh my goodness, a double coming in from Fenrir, but that's not gonna be enough. Ace will advance forward. Now one more kill would have done it for one shot right here, and he's looking for the jab, and he's landing those left hook. Yep, one shot will move on to our next round. Coco is already breaking in towards the tier 2, and this might just actually end the game with only a kill, and it will be Coco advancing forward to the next 1v1 with Paquito. He's only got seconds left until his ult comes back up, and he's going for the dive, and he gets another one, and that will secure the win for EJ right here, 3-0. Well, Chiku is still hoping to bait him in towards the turret range and perhaps even the score lines to 2-2, but he should have actually recalled way early on.
Double KO strike plus the execute, using the jab just to close the distance. The rotations are coming out faster for the side of 4 minutes. Double parries, and he finally gets the heavy left hand with the jab. Oh my goodness, that was too close.
All right, those were intense rounds, but right now we will be moving to the top 8.
And now we do have Ace from Burmese Goals taking on Eunice de los Volt, and my goodness, they're already going at it by the corners of the river, and it will be a first blood for Ace.
One shot going in for the full combo, but Ace still able to edge it out. The execute, such a powerful spell. This has just been an absolute game changer here in this Paquito 1v1 challenge.
Ace now wins the entirety of this 1v1, and he proves to be the better Paquito. It's Bren versus Bren. We've got EJ versus Coco. Now let the dances begin. Wow, great KO strike going over on towards EJ, and EJ gets first blooded, and Coco with a great start. And they go jab for jab. Oh, the parry comes true, and EJ, he takes this one.
And EJ gonna capitalize on that kill by taking the second tower and taking the game.
Now we move on to the next match.
Oh no, OP stopped his recall. He's getting greedy for that wave. Wow! Oh!
Whoa! Whoa! My goodness!
1 HP! He was able to survive with a single turret shot. He was able to get the full combination out before he could respawn. OP, he wants a little bit more. He misses his own jab. He's got the knockout strike, but this is right under the turret. We know how these goes, and Curtsy, he's learned his lesson, destroys the turret, and he knows he has taken this game away with his life lead.
This is match number 4 between Matthew and Luis. It's EVOS SG taking on DreamMax. Low 5 for Matthew right now. He's got parry up as well as the jab. He can't actually set up a dive. He's got the execute going, and this will be first blood headed towards EVOS SG Matthew.
All right, now Matthew's coming in. He's already been zoning out Luis. He took a little bit of a bad trade, but he's still a level up, and he has the item advantage.
Indeed, and now it's going to be a little bit of the moves coming in. Jabs landing off with his ultimate, finishing off the member of DreamMax, and it seems like EVOS SG will advance forward.
The hero is actually really fun. I was quite surprised how fun it was. The combos and the element of surprise. So I think like even the game that lost to Curtizy, he came the brush and he just comboed me. I didn't expect it, and I think in general the hero has a lot of potential, and even for like casual viewers, I think it will just be very satisfying in general.
Chúng ta lấy hero nên là 40 hiện tại lấy thì các skill với hình gì nhảy chứ kia hình gì nhảy hay ta nhưng cái tập skill của hero nó tăng và thay chơi mà phải mấy chân này còn một hai giờ bạn ấy thấy auto bạn thì hero mình vậy này rồi sẽ đặt nhóm hero nó cho trình skill với lọ phòng tha bây giờ combo tới thấy skill với lướn hay đừng combo tới stand to lại trình.
I think it's hard, yeah. I feel Paquito is a very fast-paced hero. He requires a lot of mechanics. He won't be a very simple hero for most players. Paquito has this passive where when you hit 4 bars, you're changed to a different stance. And every time you change to a different stance, your whole skill will reset. And you have to take note of the cooldowns also. So it's not very easy to just tap, man. play it lah.
To find out who will be the champion, don't forget to check out our next episode of the Paquito Challenge. Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge. And now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting. And oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. Alright, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းမှာသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထိုင်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲသူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီကအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်ရှာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်ရှာကောင်းအောင်ဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိကသူ့ရဲ့ skill ပုံတော့အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချရတဲ့ပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပဲဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင် enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary!
Welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championships 2020, powered by Moonton.
This is supported by the Singapore Tourism Board. Going from zero to hero is made possible in Singapore. Follow the Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account at visit_Singapore. And don't forget the hashtag #PassionMadePossible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
And not forgetting Skoga, an NTUC associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. And we would like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, Cathay Cinema, and Razer, M2's official gaming gear, for making this all possible.
And of course, you watching at home, you make a difference. If you haven't yet, make sure to share the stream and let everyone know that M2 is happening right now.
Now, this is honestly really crazy, because now we're seeing a lot of these teams just dipping their toes into the water and really showing what they have. And some teams definitely struggling more than others, while others just naturally just feeling, just another day at the office, feeling good, feeling good.
Yep, and so far for these two teams, that's been the case. Not to count out Japan's very own 10-second Gaming Frost. They did their best. They were drafting very creatively, but right now, I do believe this is what a lot of people watching at home have been waiting for. This is an MPL Invitational rematch, and of course, it's going to be Alter Ego versus Bren Esports. But for now, I think we are going to have to give a quick update on Group D. The last series we all watched actually was a match from that group, and right now, here's what the scores look like.
Yep, and here are the standings. RRQ looking real nice and healthy here with their 2-0 win rate, and the same goes for EVOS SG with their 2-0 win rate as well. DreamMax, unfortunately, not going to be able to take that top spot just yet, but at the end of the day, this is going to change. Either RRQ or EVOS is going to lock into the upper bracket.
And that's the very last matchup. We have one more before that, and that's what's coming up next. So once more, we have Group D just waiting in the wings, but after this next matchup, Group C is going to have their upper bracket slot locked in. Waiting to join the Burmese Ghouls and Omega Esports of Myanmar and the Philippines, respectively. So yeah, back into the caster's desk. Once more, my name is Leo. This right here is Gideon, and we will be bringing you Bren Esports versus Alter Ego. Just seeing the matchup just gives me chills.
Yeah, because this has been what we've been waiting for all day. They've saved some of the biggest games for the end, and I don't know. This might be the first time in day 2 that it's going to go to all 3 games.
No doubt. But for now, let's go ahead and check out and get to know who the first 5 for each team is going to be. Let's go ahead and meet Bren Esports. Once more, it's Carl Teasy. Again, the very first Savage in all of M2. Joined by Flap Teasy, Lusty, Rebo, and Few.
I mean, we saw how they played. They're looking real good. They're looking real fine. Very warmed up and very comfortable in their own skin. But they've got the biggest challenge up against them. And this is, rather than, lose at a much later time, it's better to start now, start strong, and making sure that they know what they're up against in the future. And that is going to be their competitors. As we look on over to our next player lineup, it is going to be the boys in red. They are tough. They are mean. Alter Ego Esports. It's going to be Yam, Leo Murphy, Udil, Selly Boy, and Pi.
I actually don't think Yam was that odd of an addition. Like, people were expecting Ahmad, and he had to stay home. But for this time around, M2, it's looking like Alter Ego isn't even skipping a beat. Like, they look exactly as they did back in the MPLI back in December of 2020. And I can say, coming in from their matchup from the very first series of the day, 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, it's like Yam has just always been here. Especially with that Alice, it just looked like he belonged.
Exactly. And when we were doing the studies and we were getting briefings on exactly how these teams actually play, I mean, these guys are some of the most individually talented players. I'm trying to even word it properly here, where it's like, how do I describe a team of like really strong individuals that somehow mesh together? And I think the best way to explain is that when you have teams at such high calibers, it feels almost natural playing with them because they instinctively know what they should be doing at every point of the game, and that is Alter Ego.
And that's how I would describe Udil. He was just recently picked up by Alter Ego, coming in from another franchise team from Indonesia, and this man, how do I call him? He's a savant. just the way he thinks about Mobile Legends, it's on a whole nother level. The way he talks about it doesn't do justice, because when he plays, I've seen his Lunox, I've seen his Harith, he's played some Luoyu today, and it's poetry in motion. Just the way that this man is capable of popping off diversions, it's like he's 2 or 3 steps ahead. It's like he's from the future.
Exactly. Honestly, I feel like he's almost found his home with this team, where it's like they suit his play style. He is perfectly integrated with them, and it's going to be a tough match. Honestly, what do you think the odds, especially with Bren up against Alter Ego here?
Here's the thing. Watching both of their matchups from today, that is the best evidence we have. That's the most concrete image of what these teams are after their quarantine, after 2021, after the MPL Invitational, because that metagame from back then, wherein Alter Ego swept Bren, it's such a different world.
Yeah.
We are just miles away from that, thousands if ever, from their hometowns, right? So here in Singapore, at M2, their previous series, which by the way, they both swept, both dominantly, that's all that we have to go off of. And right now I can say they're both at tippity top shape. Now, the strengths of both teams, again, we already mentioned the mechanical prowess, just the skill, the way that Alter Ego Esports is able to just dominate their opponents on the battlefield. I can say that Bren maybe has the edge when it comes to just creativity. Man, you remember how greedy they were with their game number 2.
The thing is, I don't know if they're going to get away with it this time around. If they are going to go with something creative, they have to be really polished in what they are doing here, especially against a team like Alter Ego, who will punish the very minimal of mistakes. Individual laners, and especially the side laners, is what I want to keep my eyes on, because the supports naturally are going to clash with each other, but however, they're not exactly going to be the biggest playmakers here. It's a lot of macro plays, especially when you see low E pickups from Alter Ego. You need your whole team to be working together to get that dispersion, to make sure it is effective. If not, it's just going to be like, hey, I teleported by myself. This is kind of awkward.
Yep. And that's a nice matchup to bring up, actually. It's Few versus Udil. The way Udil plays, you cannot compare it to Few. The way that Few plays, if y'all will remember from game number 2, he played a Matilda. He played a Matilda side by side with Lusty's Kaja. So it's that kind of gameplay that we can expect from Bren Esports, that they want to build up to something. Udil, you can expect him to just do good by himself. Like, that's exactly how I see it coming down, even with Pai. Pai from the side lanes and down in mid, Selly Boy. Now, to come to think of it, I think, yeah, Bren Esports just comes better as a package. Like, they work better together, more than the sum of their parts. But Alter Ego, it's just scary to pick a fight with any single one of them. You don't want to get into duels. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Because once they start the fight, the rest of the members are going to sniff out opportunities elsewhere, either across the map or in the fight itself. Oh, somebody's lagging behind. Someone's making that rotation, and I so happen to just see him for a split second on the map. I could punish that. Ooh, the bottom side of the map is wide open. I could take that. Ooh, you're juicy, Soul of Lava. It's there all for the taking for myself. There are many different ways to be punishing your opponents, and for some reason, Alter Ego is just able to see through those cracks. Now, as we're going closer to this draft, I'm excited to see what they're going to prioritize here, because this is going to be one of the bigger two of the bigger teams here, and they want to make a good showing here in the group stages.
Right now, I think it's going to start with the draft, which I believe we are moments away from, right? So we already talked about how greedy Bren Esports could be with their draft, although it does result in some beautiful things. Again, the very first Savage in all of this year's World Championship. But yeah, I think you start off with respecting the hero pools that each team has. Obviously very, very deep. Each of them can just flex as much, maybe not as fluid as our hometown contingents, right? Like we know RSG and EVOS SG do that, but I'm talking about just how deep and how crazy they could go, especially Bren Esports here, no tank. That's something that's very possible, but against Alter Ego this time, and same way, likewise, vice versa, you have to always cover your fundamentals. Always go to the base. So that means don't open up the Natalia. That means don't open up the Jawhead. And after today's statistics get collated, I am excited to see what changes have come up and how wild these statistics come through, because from day one, from yesterday, our top performer when it comes to just appearances, whether it be bans or picks, would be Benedetta. So I'm looking forward to how these two teams will be considering that factor.
I absolutely agree here, but knowing that these two teams are playing at such a high level, here's what it boils down. Well, personally for me, this is what it boils down to. Somebody is going to get targeted. Somebody's pool is going to get targeted, and they are not going to have a fun time. No matter how wide wide your pool is, if they force you into a particular hero or into a bad matchup, that could be an advantage in itself. And both teams are going to be looking to target somebody. We just got to figure out who.
Historically speaking, for Bren Esports, I believe locally what has been done to actually, how do you say, take a peg off of the tyrant is to try and choke out Carteezy. Whether it be through his resources or you try to close the gap as much as possible, that means forcing Few and Lusty into odd fights so that Carteezy isn't as free as he could be. That's one way of doing it, right? I, at this point, believe that the metagame is too wide open to even think about choking out his heroes. This young man is capable of playing Lancelot, Yusen Shin, Ling, Roger, Claude. It's just out of the question. Like, just let's not even consider trying to choke out his hero. So maybe it comes down to gameplay. But how about Alter Ego? Who might we choke out in Alter Ego? I think the obvious answer might actually be Yam, given that he is a recent addition to the main 5 of Alter Ego coming into M2. But I'm guessing that might be a moot point, Gideon. I'm not sure if you agree with me, but if you target Yam, that's such a small part of the map.
Exactly. I think, you know, Yam is a pretty interesting addition to the team because he naturally is going to be playing the fighter assassin roles here. And the fighter itself is pretty interesting because now they've expanded the pool so much so that you're getting the Harris, you're getting the Wans here. And now, unless you can get a really hard read on your opponent, which is going to require a lot of homework to do, knowing that, okay, out of both their fighter assassin, both their fighter players, the off lane players, which one of these guys is going to be you know, absorbing that pressure, and which one is going to take a losing matchup? You can't say both of them have winning matchups. If not, the draft wouldn't even be necessary. It's going to be very obvious and very easy to deal with. And personally, I would be thinking that they would be forcing on something like. Forcing them onto a marksman of some sort. Like, okay, sure, you can have the Yi Shin Shin. You can play something a little bit more traditional. That way we can kind of read into what you're playing and look for the counter picks either through supports or maybe into the off lane.
Of these two, I think it would be more beneficial for their opponents, now specifically Bren Esports, to try and pressure Pi. I mean, again, we already mentioned Yam. He does more often play the fighters in the EXP lane, so we're talking the Yuzhongs, playing the Lapu Lapus. He did play an Alice one time, but I do think that was just a product of the matchup. Like, he just wanted to be able to play diversion. Like, okay, you are a Chang'e. He was laned up against a Chang'e when they were playing up against 10 Seconds Gaming, and it was just the right call. But right now, right here against a team like Bren Esports, Alter Ego knows that they can't pull the same stops anymore. They can't just think on that level. They have to go a little deeper. So I'm guessing it would be more worth it if they just try to maim Pi. Like, Pi is the one who plays these Wans. Pi is the one who's more likely to play these Claudes when there's all the Yusen Shin on Selly Boy. So if they try to stop Pi, and they let Carteezy do Carteezy things in mid, if they try to stop Pi, and even if they do give him a good hero, which I believe is nearly impossible to stop because of, again, how open the metagame is, I think that'll be better.
Yeah, a lot of speculation here, a lot of speculation, and I hope we get into the draft as soon as possible because I'm getting a little too excited here. We are speculating a lot, but expect a lot of these priority picks to kind of slip through the cracks here because again,
something's got to give.
Yeah, something has to come through. It's either everything is open or nothing is open. That is the name of the game, and you know, I expect Jawhead to be banned almost 100% of the time between these two teams, mainly because it's just really efficient, and if you give it into the hands of these tank support players, they can really abuse it in a lot of the sense. The early game just becomes so unfun.
Exactly. Leo Murphy himself, I don't know, man, why in my head I see him as a Tigreal. I've seen more Tigreal he played, but that's only because the Jawhead was either banned or taken by the opponent. But yeah, Leo Murphy, again, I respect the hell out of this guy, but right now, I agree, like, just don't open the Jawhead. Jawhead is just broken at this point. Although Sylvana, I have a big question about the Sylvana. I think she's slowly chasing Jawhead in contestant rate. Like, she is just building up. People understand how strong Sylvana is nowadays.
Exactly, but Sylvana is good on certain conditions here. She needs to hit that level 4. If, let's say, your opponents have these strong early games looking for those big invades, Sylvana can't not help you in those situations. Not like a Jawhead, not like a Cho, and definitely not like a Lo Yi. So it's some things to consider where, yes, she is great, but only once she hits level 4. Before then, she's kind of just there for the most part of it. Yes, I can get a little bit of a stun. Yes, I can get a little bit of damage. But overall, I'm not really helping the entire situation.
Yep. If anything, she does have flexibility. Again, you can play her as a mage. You can play her, put her on Cho, put her on Udil, although it doesn't seem like a very Udil thing.
I mean, when that's the big thing. If you say, it's not really an Udil thing, and he hears about it,
and that's exactly when it becomes an Udil.
That's when it becomes an Udil thing.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, as y'all can see, these guys are locked and loaded. We're just waiting for the draft to begin. Prior to this whole process, we have made sure everyone involved here has sanitized all the equipment.
Oh, yeah.
We're all set. Again, we are broadcasting to you guys live from Singapore. So from wherever you are, show some support to your favorite teams. Like right now, it's Alter Ego from Indonesia and Bren Esports from the Philippines. So if you haven't yet, do share the stream and let everyone know that the MPLI rematch, and a lot would argue the M2 Grand Finals. This is a taste. A lot of people are saying, like, I'm not saying I'm saying it, but I'm pretty sure the world will agree. Like, fans say that these are two of the strongest teams right now.
I'm sorry. This is what people should be calling appetizers here. This is just to satiate that I want to see the grand finals right now, but no, not yet. You've got so much more. You haven't even reached your main course, so everybody's got to be a little bit patient. But don't worry. We'll sprinkle a little bit of something for you.
We're gonna get there. All right. So on screen right now, as you can see, these guys are just all smiles. Coach Ducky, I'm pretty sure he's raring to go. The draft is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, so just please hang on tight and stay with us because game 1 is about to commence. Game 1, we're talking here, Alter Ego versus Bren Esports. The last time they met was going to be a was a best of 5.
It was best of 5.
It was best of 5. This one's a best of 3. So you're right. I totally see how this is an appetizer.
Exactly. You know, it only gets better. And if you're saying that this is a final, that's a best of 7. That's going to be insane.
It's a jump. Huge jump.
It's insane. It's a lot of games. And these teams, they are going to go at it. And it's come to a point, it will come to a point where strategy is going to go up to a certain length. And at that point, you just got to be better than your opponents. That's the beauty of the best of 7.
Yep.
But in the meantime, we're gonna pull this back a little bit. And I kind of want to talk about, you know, MPL Indonesia and the teams representing them, RRQ and Alter Ego Esports. I find that they are so on brand to their team names. Based on the analysis that we've heard from both Wolf and LaFell, it's ridiculous. RRQ just plays like kings, very clean, very calm. Alter Ego, it's like, they're fun guys on the inside, but the moment they start playing the game, there's a switch. It's ridiculous how on brand they are.
Just like Janus. The old two-faced god. Actually, the 3 faces on Alter Ego, but you know what I'm saying, right? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go on screen. It's Udil and Coach Nice Duk. They are just powwowing, aligning. What are we going to do, guys? How are we going to take down Bren this time? We're 1 minute and 20 seconds away from the draft going on. And I think a lot of teams this time, there was a time back in 2020 where Red Side was just all the rage.
Oh, yeah.
But this time, I think it's pretty down the middle.
Really? I feel, as of right now, I do think Blue Side has a slight advantage. A very, very slight advantage when it comes to it. It's not as bad as... actually, now that I think about it, there is a little bit of pattern of alternate seasons being red. You know what? I'm going to double check that later on. Once we come back
long
on
history.
There's a long history of where Red Side was for a good majority of the leagues all across the world. Such a huge advantage because you get 1 pick, they get 2 priority picks. There just weren't enough bans. Then 10 bans came in, not too much, and only affected the second phase of the draft. However, the hero pools definitely increased, and that's when people started realizing, oh, wait a minute,
this is getting a little bit more difficult. Blue side has kind of adapted a little bit more to say, hey, we can decide whether or not red side is going to give us a pick, whether they like it or not.
There's more of a game to be played. And by the way, have we told you guys about the in-game event right now?
Yeah, I mean, the in-game event is happening right now. If you complete your task and predict the champions to win M2 coins, you can exchange those M2 coins for exclusive rewards. I mean, oh, they've got a battle emote, they've got exclusive skins, special avatar border, but the thing you guys really want is the M2 exclusive skin, the Clint the Shadow Omen skin, and can be gained directly for 899 diamonds.
It's going on till the 24th of January, so get it right now, all right? 24th, you don't want to wait for that because that's playoffs time. Here we go. Bren Esports versus Alter Ego. It's Bren on the play. So they're blue side this time.
Now, on the blue side, they're gonna get first pick. The Jawhead becoming a very staple blue side pick, and Yi Shin as well. Priority still up and about. So Alter Ego have to make the decision whether how many of these priority picks am I gonna let through at this point. Matilda on the table. Matilda is still on the table. Esmeralda, Benedetta as well. Benedetta, I feel like gets through in towards the pick phase a lot more often than she should,
which I think is not a mistake. Because I think it's more of her kit that people allow. Because again, sword intent, the parry, it's so high skill cap that even if you have an okay draft all over it, there's still so much room. The margin for error is so big.
Exactly.
So you can kind of bully the Benedetta or give the opponent some false hope. So I totally get that.
Yeah, and I mean, the two main picks that should, actually the three main picks that should never get to go through, Natalia, Brody, as well as the Esmeralda. I feel like these three are going to be the staples, 100% pick and ban. And we've seen Brody actually drop games before, but when it comes to high-level teams like Bren and Alter Ego, that's just a free win.
Exactly. I would like to have an honorable mention there, especially after day one. Jawhead. People just have had it with Jawhead. It's over. Like, we don't want to see this guy anymore.
Well, I think it's not because of his numbers. Esmeralda, Natalia, and Brody, their numbers, they got to do something about their numbers. But Jawhead is 100% efficient because of his kit. That ejector, absolutely ridiculous.
Unstoppable force, don't get me started. It's unstoppable. All right, we're waiting for one more ban from Alter Ego. That's the Sylvana taken up by Bren Esports. So they understand the versatility, the flex that's very much present when somebody is considering a Sylvana. And there you go. We talked about it. Speaking of the devil, that's going to be Esmeralda. So right now, first pick for Bren Esports. Let's see how powerful exactly that first pick priority is.
I want to see how confident they are on this Matilda here. Yep, there we go.
Very much so, Gideon. Very much so. And why is that exactly? I'm guessing it's because of how much early game pressure there is. She has great damage. She builds the whole team's mobility. Like, it brings her up like 2 or 3 tiers. And her ult confirms one knockup. At least one knockup. So that's a CC that very many heroes at this point in the metagame just can't answer. It's so hard to read, even with a Purify.
I would totally agree here. And it's very on brand for Bren and their aggressive playstyle. Because again, not only aggressive and team fight mechanics playstyle. They want to be able to team fight a lot. And Matilda really suits that when you want to include wombo combos. You want to add the Yuzong, you want to add the Alice. Then you've got some cool things to go around. But Alter Ego now have to deal with it. How do they deal with it? They take away the Yuzong, take away one of their tools, and also bring in the Ling. Now, I think Ling is kind of interesting here. It's a big tell. It's a really big tell to show your jungler and say, hey, this is what we've got right now. You got rid of the Yi Shin, no problem. I go Assassin. How do you reply to this?
Oh, well, this. Exactly this. You're able to answer back. And if I may say, in addition to being interesting, it might even be, this seems like a hyperbole, it might be a non-starter. Like, if you catches you with a circling eagle, even as a Ling, that's already a -1. So I don't know. Selly Boy here has to play very, very carefully. Nice pickup on to the Benedetta by Flapteezy. Again, it's surprising sometimes how much teams are just willing to let the Benedetta through. Like yesterday, I think we saw her come out last pick, very last pick.
Exactly.
So even that just baffles my mind. But right now, Cho as well, solid pickup, might be a tank. Most likely a tank already. I think it's not worth it anymore. The cost of playing around with your picks like this, especially second pick as a Cho and putting him in the side lanes, it just hasn't been very successful.
Yeah, and I mean, Alter Ego is doing a really good job at saying, hey, we're going to get rid of... now we're going to start focusing on making sure that your early game isn't too strong here. You've already got the Benedetta, you've already got a Cho who's really annoying. Matilda, absolutely ridiculous in the early game, and you only have a Lo Yi to defend yourself. Yuzong right now can't really do too much. Same goes to Ling, so they need that defense here. Now, looking at Bren, they're making sure they're getting rid of the Tigreal. Okay, sure, at least you can't push us out of your jungle if the situation does come for it. So Alter Ego, they're going to be looking to reply. All right, that's fine. You're getting rid of one of the tanks. Akai is still on the table, and we are on red side, so we get first pick.
So at least Leo Murphy will have his bases covered, but I'm wondering exactly how Pai will be responding. I guess Pai still has the Claude. Ooh, unless Carltese steals the Claude, they take out the Hayabusa. So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Like, I think they understood that if Bren Esports gives Carltese an assassin, then all the more Celiboy's gonna have a bad day. So I think they understand that, and they're gonna force Claude onto Carltese, and then the whole Matilda X something combo isn't as bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Bren taking out the Alice. I definitely understand. I understand why, but I would have expected them to actually pick it up much earlier on instead of the Cho. But that's absolutely fine. It comes down to preference really more than actually being a draft mistake. So I can totally let that go. Alter Ego getting that first pick here. Now they could go blind. They could go for a blind pick Lapu Lapu and let Bren Esports play for that counter on that lane. We've seen it happen before. It's not fun, but hey, Lapu Lapu can make some moves here, especially when you're giving it over to Celiboy, or even
give it to Pai. Most likely gonna be Pai here, unless Pai goes ahead and becomes cheeky, because I don't think there's enough damage here that scales. Like, you need more scaling damage, so I'm guessing it's gonna be a marksman in the side lane or something like a Harith, but they will take care of Celiboy first. So that's the Akai for Celiboy.
Yep, it's going to be Pai.
There you go.
Gets picked up for the side of Bren. The scaling taken care of.
Yep, they push him, though, into this marksman role. So the whole wombo combo of Matilda, X something, that X something should have been an assassin. I think it should have been an assassin to really take care of the Ling.
I think it's okay. I actually think this is okay.
Slower, though.
It's a little bit slower, of course. Not exactly, the best, but Claude is one of those marksmen. 2 items can start to get the ball rolling really, really quick.
Yeah, so I'm guessing,
Same goes for Leo Murphy on the Ling as well. However, it's that chase mechanic, and it's going to come down to mechanics, like pure mechanics here between Claude with the Matilda as well against the Ling. Final pick. Lapu Lapu.
Yep, they're lacking some magic damage, but that's fine. I guess you go for just shock and awe. Essentially, what Carltese here has to do is build that Demon Hunter Sword, build that Golden Staff, and then just try to go ham as soon as possible. Hit the ground running. Now for Alter Ego Sports, they still need something for Pai. There it is. It's going to be the 1-1. And, oh.
Yeah.
Interesting how they pick the 1-1 still, given that not many of Bren Esports' heroes stay put.
See, here's the thing. If they showed the 1-1 earlier on, and then Bren could just opt to decide, you know what, I can just pick the Harith, I can pick the Harith into it. It's not the worst matchup in the world, but now that they've locked in the Lapu Lapu, it allows Alter Ego to look for that counter pick at the end of the day. So, honestly, some great drafting overall from both of these teams. They've got their plus sides, they've got their downsides. It's A-okay, but this is going to be the first match, and honestly, Bren, their composition, as you've been telling me, as well as the other Filipino casters have been telling me, this is pretty much their bread and butter. Their early game, they can be aggressive, but if that fails, they can drag this game till Kingdom Come, until it is time for the man himself on Claude to scale and carry the game.
And that's the story we've been telling for the past, what, few months.
14 days.
Well, yeah, also 14 days, but even back home, like, this is what they do. Again, they're so used to 25, 28-minute games, and
oh my goodness,
as tiring as that sounds, it really is just what they're good at. So right now, I'm guessing if we're writing a new chapter, if the author has changed, if this is like the trade paperback, I don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, and I hope you're ready for the appetizers, because game 1 is upon us.
Oh, my mouth is watering. Let's see the lane assignments from both of these sides. Who is going where, as Benedetta running up inside the gold lane, except Wanwan, and as well as Akai is going to meet him right head on. Ling going to be looking to actually maintain into the mid side. He's not going to go straight for his buff just yet, knowing that Bren is going to be
very aggressive early on.
I like what they've done here. They actually put Flap TZ on the Benedetta. Usually what happens is you send the Lapu-Lapu over to the gold lane and then you swap it out. But right now, hold up, Lusty is picking a fight with Leo Murphy. He sensed it.
Yeah, I mean,
two tanks.
He wins. Lusty does win this at level 1. Leo Murphy really can't do too much as a Kai at level 1. Level 2 is when it's a little bit easier because he can get in and out of fights. But now, look at Flap TZ. He doesn't have to worry about the Cho, and he can jump right onto Pi at level 1. This is how they want to play.
Yep. Again, back to what I was expecting, actually. Lapu-Lapu versus 1-1. Usually a non-starter, but right here, this is okay. Bren Esports is comfortable here. Flap TZ will sometimes even be able to get maybe a kill or two onto Pi, and that's great for stopping Alter Ego's scaling. But right now, let's watch what the rest of the squad's doing. Yeah, it's just both cores, Selly Boy and Carl TZ, keeping to their own side, getting the buffs, and Leo Murphy is not letting go.
Oh boy, this is good. They're trading shots for shots here. As long as Lusty does not get hit by those, by Wanwan's passive and gets locked down, then it's fine. It's overall okay. But a lot of priority onto that top side, especially for the first minutes of the game, just to protect that red buff. Just in case, if you go for that invade, we have people ready to respond.
The orange super important for both of these players. Right now, Selly Boy picks the fight.
Oh, he takes a little bit of damage here, but I don't think it's going to be a full commitment just yet. 3 more seconds until the turtle comes back up, and that Bren, they're calling in. Oh, the Blazing Duet gets a little bit onto Udil, but it's just to clear that wave. Again, this is about the macro play. It's about those objectives.
Yep, and both teams kind of understand the fanfare that's involved in this matchup. Again, we saw a false engage by Selly Boy pushing Carl TZ back, and then we saw Carl TZ just kind of tease the Blazing Duet, and now they've begun going for the turret.
Yeah, he can actually go in. Yeah, Black Dragon is actually going to be jumping the dispersion as well. However, Udil in the back line doesn't manage to get on out. First blood is secured. It's going to be a full fight here, but it's not looking good for Alter Ego. They've already lost their Ling in the process as Bren is going to take full control over this matchup. Yeah, I'm trying to get out. His passive is going to heal him up, but Leo Murphy is on the run. He's going to get hit by the Swallows as well with the help of few. Oh my goodness. Bren come up huge off of that one fight.
Wow, I think given this 3-for-1 trade, yes, they do take down Carl TZ, but I think the real highlight, the marquee play here is the super rookie himself, Flap TZ. If the Benedetta was not there, this would have been sideways for Bren Esports, but instead they come out winning the trade. Sure, Carl TZ plus the turtle, 3 kills. I think right now they're liking it because they are ahead about 200.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small lead. It's still something, but let's see how this is going to play out because this was one big fight. And now they're ahead in only just a little bit in terms of EXP. They did give up a little bit as Pi. He's going to be popping his ult onto Flap TZ here, but not enough to put him in any real danger or force him to go back into base.
Ooh, look at this duel down bottom though. Yam is getting bullied, and here comes Lusty.
He flickers right on top of him. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. He secures that. A bit of a mistake coming in from Yam's side, but Bren going to take full advantage. Matilda going to harass Udil for now, and he's got to be careful. He's maintaining mid pressure, but topside Pi is scaling very nicely.
That's going to be a Hurricane Dance by Leo Murphy, and of course the sticker. And oh, what? All right, that's what's scary about Few. That's what's scary about Matilda. Like, I think Alter Ego knows that he still has the circling eagle, and Few gets blasted right there by the dispersion.
Oh, yeah, and Pi, he's trying to kite his way all the way forward. Flap TZ walking up. Pi saw what was coming, and he was like, nah, I'm not having none of that right now. I'm going to carry my team. Just give me some time, boys.
I think it's at the point where right now it's all about Flap TZ, and then later on he goes for the alley-oop to Carl TZ, and this is huge pressure down bottom.
Yeah, I think they understand that, team fighting as of right now isn't going to be working out too well, so they're willing to kind of just like show, hey, yeah, we are trying to get mid-pressure. We've got bot lane pushing. They've controlled the waves, and now they're going to force something here as the rest of Alter Ego. Leo Murphy taking a bit of damage as well. Yam goes in pretty hard in towards that backline, but he's taking way too much. But Selly Boy, he can't go in any further than this, and now Few, he's trying to look for any opportunity to chase them down. Gets a little bit of a shield. Can he take out Pi? No. Oh, but Carl TZ, he uses his battle mirror image forward and aggressively to take him out. It's a 1-for-2 trade.
How perfect, even the out. Carl TZ planned this all. Ribo sitting at 0-1 and 6. 6, not getting any stacks on his Festival of Blood, but that's fine. He's doing all that he needs to do, and right now the pressure is on this mid lane, the main artery. If this is a successful push by Bren Esports, then it's going to be all the easier for Kaltizi to once more get back into the game. He's sitting at 1, 1, and 2. It sucks for your jungler, for your core to die in the early, but I think they're on the road to recovery.
I think at this point in time, their saving grace right now is going to be Leo Murphy. If he can find a pick, or maybe make a play for that team, which is what Akai is known for, even in the past, it's going to be really tough, especially against a lineup from Bren, because few can save a lot of their members almost immediately after the Hurricane Dance.
Oh yeah. I don't know, I just wanted to talk about how Kaltizi is actually struggling as the core. But yeah, overall, Bren is just doing great. Bren is doing all right.
Yep, oh, here comes Way of the Dragon onto Leo Murphy here, trying to force something out of him. Boy comes in pretty hard. However, Kaltizi is going to pull up his Blazing Duet to kind of show them back away. You're not going to get any more control over this mid wave.
That's what I'm talking about. He has unexpectedly stacked up, so his Art of Thievery is doing okay, hence the Blazing Duet actually hurts. And Boy had to call it quits, get out of there. And it's not like Boy is having the best time of his life as well. I mean, it's just a matter of time before Bren starts to go for the choke and starts invading aggressively. And it just hasn't happened yet because we haven't seen any turrets. Once the first turret goes down, best believe Alter Ego or Bren, whoever gets it first, will start pressing the advantage and start choking the opponent out. And right now, I think both know that's what the other's up to.
Exactly. And Bren, they really want to push this agenda here because they know that Alter Ego, eventually, once they get their items, it's going to become a struggle. Oh, wait, the Dragon onto Leo Murphy here. And we come with a full Eagle coming in from Few here. Comes Boy trying to get into the fight, but he can't do anything about it. Lo Yi, even trying with the rotation, is going to turn this fight around. Udil finds the opportunity and gives a free fight to his team. Well done. 4 for 2 in favor of Alter Ego.
Lapdaisy gets someone out on the way. Pi, this straggler, I think he did as best as he could, but maybe there was just a small miscommunication. Maybe if Lapdaisy was, instead of clearing the waves, would have done better to join the fight. It was such a big blowout. Look at this.
I mean, let's look at this. Immediately when you see the Black Dragon come in, you see that rotation cut off all the exit points for Bren Esports. They were all conglomerated in an open area. This just, it's not as close as you think it is, especially when they're that close together. But wait, hold on. Leo Murphy using the Hurricane Dance. I'm trying to go for the run here. Bren was not happy about that fight, and they will find their retribution.
Oh, they have been revenged. All right, after that replay, I guess it's just not enough sword intents for Flappy to join soon enough. So right now, the best thing that Bren Esports can do is try to make up for that big trade that they lost. And right now, Pi is just putting a beat on Lusty. Oh, I think he's going to make him pay.
Oh, Boy, he's going to pick up this kill, luckily, and Pi is able to pop his ultimate just in time to minimize any kind of damage and allow him to rotate back into lane. Yam here, he's actually going for that. He's actually going for the blade armor here. All right,
he's had it.
He's done. He's like, I'm tired of dying.
All right, Carl, try it again. Carl, try it again. Both of our junglers here are doing exactly what we thought they would. Oh, and that's a quick push up top, Bren Esports. But again, Alter Ego Esports, they really made that last trade that they won just work for themselves. They converted into 2 turrets, and right now Yam is the target, and Blazing Duet just short of maybe 3 or 4 bursts.
Oh my goodness! Can we check the items out here, because that is quite a lot of damage. Okay, he already has the Demon Hunter sword, so at least he has some form of damage there. Boy has he does have the Endless Battle, and Yutong ends up dying off screen there. Okay, that's not likely, but now Boy in a little bit of trouble here as he gets hit by Lusty, but he's still able to rotate on out of their Battle Mirror image to make sure he doesn't get hit by the rotation here. But yeah, back to the items.
Yeah, I'm guessing the only reason why Yam actually focused on the Bloodlust Axe first is because of the lack of magic damage from Bren Esports. Usually what you do as a Yuzhong is try to go for the Oracle as soon as possible. But right now, it's just not worth it. That amount of gold, it's just not worth it, given that there's only really one source of magic damage, and it's not even like the kind that you want to stop. It's more of something that builds on other things.
Agreed. And Boy, he's been in the middle of a 1v1 against Flapteasy here. This is just an epic trade of swords. But yeah, coming back to your point, actually, I think what's really interesting is that Yam, I think in very Alter Ego fashion, wanted to win his lane. So it's like, you know what, Bloodlust Axe sounds like a pretty good idea. Oh. Is this going to be a fight going to break out here? Is Lusty looking for an opportunity?
There is some damage present. I mean, Kartizi is a simple battle mirror image away, but right now it looks like the name of the game for Bren Esports is to regain parts of the map. Hence, they're not picking any fights unless it's Flaptizi who knows he can get in and out at will. It's all about trying to regain bottom and mid.
Yep, and here's the golden staff purchase. This is huge. View already. Oh, Kartizi. You gotta, oh my goodness. You gotta stop it, man. That's a lot of damage. He's playing off his power spikes perfectly, and now, frankly, they want to push even further here. Yam trying to disengage the fight with the battle, but that's going to be stopping the pie, managing to survive with the Aegis as well, but Yam has to trade off. It's going to be 2-4-0 in favor of Bren as they look to be even more aggressive. What timing on that fight.
Their patience has been rewarded. Now Udil able to blast down these three, and I think it would be best if Bren Esports just takes what they can, take their candy, go home and enjoy it. If they push this any further and Yam and Celiboy are here to make them pay, then it might go ahead and bite them in the behind sooner than they expected. So right now I think you're right. You mentioned the power spike, and yeah, going past the 11-minute mark, Kartizi hasn't had a good early to mid game, but as we approach his maybe third or fourth core item, that's when Alter Ego Esports should watch out.
Yeah, I mean, no, even now when Kartizi had just 2 items itself, the moment he got the golden staff, he's telling his team, okay, we need to fight right now while I am strong, because the moment they start picking up their items, it's not going to matter. So they force that fight, and they manage to profit huge off of that. So well done for Bren Esports on that end, but Alter Ego now in an awkward position in themselves as they've lost all their tier 2s, so they don't really have control over the jungle. Dispersion is going to fake them out here as Bren looking for an opportunity to catch somebody off here.
Oh, I'm just watching Few, man. Once he pulls the trigger on the circling eagle, that's 1 Purify down. You're waiting for Yam to do the same thing, and it looks like all throughout this mayhem, Kartizi just bought enough time. There's a sneaky Lord, and it's Luminous too.
Yeah, Luminous Lord is going to be a huge win here as Celiboy just, again, knowing that his team is behind, he needs to find gold somewhere across the map, and Flaptizi realizing, oh, what happened to my wave?
You know what? Here's something to note. I just saw that Flaptizi picked up an Oracle, and that's how much Bren Esports is making the most out of this gold lead. That's what, close to 5,000 gold?
Yep.
And that's what awards Flaptizi his hard work. Sitting at 4-0-2, he can say, okay, there's only also one other source of magic damage, but I'm willing to take a chance. I will build this Oracle because these fights are lasting longer than I'm comfortable with.
Yep. Now, this is where they have to macro it perfectly because they want the waves to crash simultaneously. Oh, they've done it. Look at that. Ooh, it's like so aesthetically pleasing.
Like synchronized swimmers.
Yeah, it looks so good. They get the last tier 2. Luminous Lord crashes into the inhibitor here. Are they going to push the agenda? Rotation comes down, and yes, they are. Flaptizi trying to get into the back line here with the final blow already coming through. Lusty looking for an opportunity to get on top of Leo Murphy, but it isn't going to be enough. Few getting caught out of position here, but it doesn't matter because it's Matilda.
Great defense here by Alter Ego Esports, showing us that, hey, this is still our base. These are our turrets. You watch out. Oh no, Leo Murphy jumps out.
Oh no, Few, he's gonna get some good. The Wisps are doing some major damage here, but now Kartizi getting to the backline with a blazing duet. He's holding his ground. He takes it back. Pi not even using his ult at that point of time, and finally Udil gets the kill with the dispersion and the rotation here. Finally, the Train of the Dragon is going to be pushed onto Udil, who uses his Winter Truncheon to protect himself. Yam going in. He wants to chase this down. He's not going to let Rebo get away with this anymore. Rebo on that Lapu Lapu 1v3. The man on a mission to survive longer than no man has done before. Rebo finally goes down.
Run, Rebo, run just wasn't enough. He didn't make it to the Cyclone Eye. Even if he did, I'm not sure how much gas he had left in the tank. One thing to note, Kartizi went too deep, too fast. Yes, he was confident. Yes, this is the best time to do that. But now I'm guessing maybe they bit off more than they could chew. If it was me personally, I would have just said, hey, take the inhibitor, call it a day. But right now, I think we're in too deep, and they're going to go for another.
Lusty got a little bit greedy there, wanted to maximize his time. He didn't instantly go for the second part of the Way of the Dragon, which allowed him, Celiboy to pop his ultimate in time. Now, looking at the way this is going here, Alter Ego coming back into the game, evening out the score, 43 to 43k even down an inhibitor. That's kind of nuts, actually.
I guess they were willing to sacrifice the inhibitor. But right now, another fight in mid.
Oh, they're holding their ground. And finally, he jumps right over the wall, getting his whiffs down. It's not doing as much damage. He doesn't scale as nicely. And Flaptizi, he's walking up. He's looking for that opportunity, but AE just won't let them have it.
Not so quick, they said. Not so quick. Right now, Bren Esports, what are their options? Again, just manage the waves. Right after that turnaround up top, where maybe Bren traded out a little more than they were willing to pay, Alter Ego made the most of it and cleared the waves. They pushed up top, they pushed down bottom, not exactly penetrating, but the fact that they're able to catch up to their net worth.
Yeah.
All right, the fact that they turned it 43 to 43 square, that's amazing. That's impressive, and that just means Alter Ego is still in the game despite how well Karltizi recovered as a core and how well Selly Boy is still making the most of Link despite all of the nerfs in the past months.
Absolutely, and I think Alter Ego just doing a phenomenal job here. However, Karltizi did finally get the most necessary utility item on every single Claude, the beautiful Winds of Nature, just to protect himself against Selly Boy when necessary. However, if we're talking about scaling versus scaling here, Alter Ego has a much stronger late game composition when it comes to just raw damage. Pi, absolute monster. Udil has damage. Leo Murphy getting hit by the Way of the Dragon, but it's not going to mean anything. And Selly Boy naturally on the Ling.
Yep, and I think that's why he picked up the Wind of Nature. Oh, sorry. He picked up the Wind Talker. There you go. If it's a Wind of Nature for Karltizi, it's a Wind Talker for Selly Boy, and just like that, he picks off Few. Flaptizi couldn't even respond.
Yeah, there's just no time. There literally is no time. Few can't make these moves anymore, and now they find another pick. This is what Leo Murphy has been waiting to do. However, the Blazing Duet takes them out. He is not going to get his moment just yet. Selly Boy coming in pretty hard. Drops down with the Blade Storm. And now Flaptizi looking for an opportunity to take him out. He has the execute, but Selly Boy on the run makes it out of there, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Pi, can he get this kill onto Lusty here? I'm pretty sure he has. Oh my goodness. Lusty, crossbow tag being popped, and now he has to 2v1 this situation, perfectly able to cleanse himself out of there. Rimbo trying his best, flickers forward, misses it as well. Udil saves the day, but Pi, what an absolute alpha Chad.
It was a 3v1. There's only so much a Lapu-Lapu could do, even if it is on Rebo. And he's not having the best game of his life, but he's playing the role that he needs to play. 1-4-10, no stacks on the Festival of Blood, but he did buy time. Enough time to actually force a wave up top.
Yep, and now this is where it gets really dangerous here. They want to take this. They want to take this Lord away. Selly Boy is just dancing around, but Few is trying to zone him out of their final blow. Coming in for Flaptizi, he finds two. This is a great opportunity as they get the Blazing Duet. Few comes in, pulling the rest of the team, but now Pi on the run. He can't do anything. He uses Cleanse super early on. No Aegis, and the Way of the Dragon will help secure him in his grave.
Okay, now given that it is Yam and Selly Boy who are out, left alive, nothing is impossible as long as you have a Retribution. But given, Gideon, that this is what, 25, 23 seconds away from the Retribution, there's no way they can steal this. So right now, that's Lord number 2 going for Bren Esports, meaning enhanced minions, meaning Lord is going to be marching down top again. And right now, Selly Boy catches Few. Few going to be able to dash through, but only buy him 1 second more. There's not much Lusty can do.
Yeah, I mean, Lusty, he's going to use the Way of the Dragon, but it's a little late now. And Yam is just saying, hello, hello, hi, nice concussive blast. It's not going to do much, but Karltizi walks in, says, ha, you thought this was just Lusty. Say hello to the rest of the Bren fam.
The revenge of Rebo. He comes back strong. He was bullied earlier on, 3v1s, 4v1s, and here he comes. Hey, Selly Boy, welcome to the jungle.
Oh my goodness, I hate the fact that this is game 1 already. This is really nasty. It's really going up to 19 minutes, and this is just an appetizer.
Yo, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. I mean, reality is always going to be better than the imagination. And we've imagined this matchup for the past month. As soon as the groups were announced, as soon as M2 was even announced, we all knew this was going to be it.
Oh yeah, and perfectly done. They're able to get both inhibitors. Yam is forcing the fight and forcing the situation to allow AE some breathing room to get rid of this annoying Luminous Lord, but that doesn't mean that they win just yet. This doesn't mean it's game over.
Yep, they do push all inhibitors, right? In a single sweep, not trading out anyone, and I think this is just great discipline from Bren Esports. They're able to take mid and bottom and build upon that. I'm guessing it might take another Lord before Alter Ego actually goes down. Another Lord, or maybe a good 3-for-1, 4-for-1 trade, because that's what the turnarounds are made of. But right now, let's look at the items. Selly Boy just missing one more core, goes ahead and picks up the Queen's Wings. He does have the Wind Talker, as we mentioned. Kartizi, though, he also is just lacking one more. I'm guessing he might invest in something like an Immortality.
I just love the fact that Flaptizi is just like, you know what, get rid of my damage. I don't need it anymore. It's just pointless. I'm not going to scale hard enough to be relevant as Kartizi. So as long as I just play my utility, look to clean up a lot of the fights, make sure I keep up my battle spell, I'm going to be relevant in this game when it comes to clearing those waves. Because look, his entire build is made to survive.
This young man refuses to die. 505, that's it. He just doesn't want to add any numbers to that.
Can you imagine if this entire situation is happening because Flaptizi just refuses, like, I'm not going to die to them. I don't want to ruin my KDA. I don't want to ruin it. It's not that I care about my team, it's just I don't want to ruin it at all.
Sometimes the numbers matter. Sometimes the numbers matter. And right now, they're coming for the choke. Gideon, this is miserable for Selly Boy right now. If he can't even get his orange, can't even get his purple, they are obviously at a disadvantage. It's going to be difficult, and that is an understatement.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is difficult, but Selly Boy, it just means that his energy management, he has to make sure he ensures that kill. If he doesn't get it, it's going to be real tough without those buffs.
Sitting duck.
Oh, boy.
Sitting duck this Ling. Again, nerfs have not been kind to Ling, but it's just his kit and what an amazing player like Selly Boy could use with him. But again, you just need that purple. You need the purple and you need the orange. Against a chunky team like this, especially looking at Flaptizi's items, you need the orange to even stand a chance. But right now, yeah, I think Flaptizi spamming the Alter Ego sticker outside the walls of Alter Ego's bases. He is going straight for the Psyche.
I think it comes down to whether or not Alter Ego can take out Kartizi. If they can take him out, it's a free fight. Ribo, he doesn't scale into this. The most he can do is get on top of Pi, but Pi's going to keep kiting him like we saw earlier. If he manages to get a kill onto Yam, that is a huge, huge win. If we're talking about Lusty, he's got no damage. Few does not scale into this game in comparison to Udil, who will absolutely chunk you out. And that's why Flaptizi is saying, you know what? I've got to get MR. I've got to get armor. There's no way I'm going to be able to take you all in one fell swoop.
You're right. Now that we put it into perspective, it's all about Kartizi. That's the damage. Selly Boy goes down. Flaptizi takes him. And yes, it was unfortunate, but that's exactly what happens when you don't have enough energy.
Exactly, and Flaptizi making sure that battle spell is used to maximum effect, and Mew is there to pull Lusty back into safety, but they can't seem to end this, but they will get this Lord for free. Two members for the side Bren with all three forcing the fight. Wait, Alter Ego, can they actually pull this off? They're trying very, very hard. Ribo trying his best. 1v5, can he pick it up? A godlike coming in for Flaptizi, who comes in to clean up the fight. Ribo is still holding on strong as Lusty turns around to say hello, hello, as Few gets chunked out. Kartizi, he's coming in. He wants to end this fight. Big battle mirror image comes in, blazing to wet. He's got it, and there you have it. That's gonna be the game. GG, well played, going on to Bren Esports.
Flaptizi, your sacrifices have been appreciated. He did say, I don't want to die, but if that's what it costs to take Lord and win the game, overall, he'll do it. This young man, ladies and gentlemen, a super rookie no more. He has earned his stripes. The black and yellow are proud.
I mean, the black and yellow definitely should be proud, but you have to give that gold star, that gold medal to Ribo. That man 1v5 to a 4-man ult to get a quadruple stun. That's ridiculous. That literally is ridiculous.
Here's what's crazy, right? There are so many things we can say about the individual members of Bren. Every single one of them played the role to a T. Someone give each of them an Academy, an Oscar, a Grammy, whatever it takes. It's just that well executed. And Alter Ego, I think it was just a matter of time. The writing was on the wall. As soon as the second Lord was secured, and as soon as we saw the choke, it was as good as locked in, maybe 98, 99%. It was just so difficult, especially when you're on a Ling that just doesn't have any buffs and that you're choked in your own base. It really just came down to how you could even like get back in.
It's just the action, the way the action is. But do you know what that reminded me of? I mean, Alter Ego, they were trying so hard to break open and get Kartizi. So Brett, they immediately reminded me about Toomey, who happens to also be the partner in esports for M2. So as the journey to becoming the champion of M2 has been perfectly to be perfected with the latest Toomey luggage and backpack. If you didn't see that game from Bren just now, they made sure Kaltizi was just packed in a Toomey all in one. And you can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worry. So be sure to check out toomey.com/esports to perfect your own journey and enjoy the rest of M2.
It's just a matter of time before we see if Bren Esports is going to be able to get this down pat on lock. But for now, we would like to say thank you as well to an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia, SUTL Group. They are a proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ike Chong's It's Cups, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
Yep, and it's time. Now, you thought this game was really exciting? Let me add the cherry on top. It's nothing but amazing games all day, and this one just topping it off. So let's get to our Razer giveaway. You guys have seen it. You've heard about it. You've been waiting for it. And if you want to win a Razer Qeon mobile gaming controller, all you got to do is leave in the comment in the chat with the hashtag Razer Qeon, and you will be in the running.
It's a simple thing, guys. Hashtag Razer Kishi. Don't forget, right now we're going to be hearing from our analyst.
Let's throw it over to our lone wolf. Break it down for us.
You know what, if you give me an hour or maybe 2 hours for this, I can break it down. But man, the time slot that I'll be given for today, for this particular analysis of the game number 1 will not be enough, but I'll try. Breaks of the game, of course, brought to you by Wolf, the analyst. My goodness, so many important and I would say MVP-worthy performances, not only from Bren Esports, the winner, but also coming out from Alter Ego Esports. Man, I think that there were so many struggles of power that happened in many stages in that particular game. But then again, it was kind of mitigated about from when the both teams kind of went smart about their item choices. Now, for example, the blade armor picked up from Alter Ego Esports coming out of this Akai was also very well done. And the other items that were also decided upon by the other members of Alter Ego Esports, like picking up the turrets early on the Luigi, it was perfect. It makes a lot of sense. Maybe the lack of Sea Halberd is probably the main problem for Alter Ego Esports, because there's just so much sustain outside of a Bren Esports when the late game did happen. Do take note, Lusty went in for the Sky Guardian helmet to go with this. So there's just so much sustain from Flapteezy's all defensive Benedetta, which I love, by the way. It made a lot of sense in the late stages. And of course, coming out from the Lapu Lapu with the natural sustain. Now, another interesting item of choice came from Lusty with this Shadow Mask. He upgraded his mask into this Shadow Mask. And you know what? Sometimes Cho players opt for the Courage Mask as the upgrade to the Wooden Mask, or sometimes the Awe Mask, because it kind of makes sense a lot when it comes to Cho, because you got that instant, additional stun. But this Shadow Mask, it went at least twice in favor of Bren Esports, particularly that last clash, or at least that last pickoff onto the Ling, as well as the early pickoff on the Ling. That really caught off guard the members of Alter Ego Esports, because the win condition for Alter Ego Esports is to, number 1, make the Ling pop off, or number 2, let the 1-1 get up his ultimate. And Pai and Sally Boy, they tried their best, but their best probably wasn't good enough against this guy, Lusty, with a 5-2 and 12 performance on his wonderfully itemized Cho, and the timing was even better than his item decisions. My goodness, the way that he was able to just wait out when the crucial heroes from the opponents went into the fray was immaculate. I wanted to take note of the first clash, or the first struggle of power, as maybe we could say it, where both teams are just trying to win the tug of war on whoever takes control of that specific period of the game. Was about 10 minutes in, where Sally Boy and Yang was taken out by the members of Bren Esports, and this was off of Lusty just landing that crucial Wave the Dragon stun. That happened at 10-minute mark, wherein they were able to get the first Lord of the game, and eventually the first inhibitor of the game. The second struggle of power, it kind of was won by Alter Ego Esports. By then, they were able to kind of equalize the match, right? Equalize the strength, the power spike in their favor, and it kind of gave them a little bit of an opening in the map. And it also allowed Pai to outplay the other members of Bren Esports and win that clash into the top lane, but that was quickly followed, however, with another usage of the Jeet Kune Do coming out from Lusty. I think that massive counter stun onto two members of Alter Ego Esports was just so perfect. The most important factor was when there was a crucial outplay about 22 minutes in, when they were able to pick up the kill onto the Ling, because they know that the Ling didn't have any purple, and you can see that the nerfs weren't really that favorable for Ling. Obviously, they're nerfs anyways, but you can see that it was duly punished by Bren Esports by even just a Benedetta without a damage item, able to just gun down and run down the side of the Ling. I mean, there were so many other MVP-esque performances, like just Galtizi soloing the Lord and then winning the fight with the Blazing Duet. Rebo just trying to outplay so many of the members of Alter Ego Esports, and Few as well. And even Alter Ego Esports, they did well. Man, I'm telling you, I don't have enough time to break this down. I'm gonna take more time for sure, but I know that you're all excited for game number 2, whatever the result may be. So let us bring it back to the casters.
Thanks, Wolf, and welcome back, everybody. Now, to Game 2, we got to give our special thanks to our sponsor, who are making sure that while these long games are going, that our backs and our tushes are going to be real comfortable, real nice. We got to thank Secret Lab, the award-winning seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official store in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.go.
We'd also like to thank Singtel, our partner in esports, to unlock lag-free and ultra-fast gaming experiences with Singapore's fastest 5G network. Keep calm and get the edge you need on your road to Mythic in MLBB with Singtel, Singapore's fastest 5G network.
Oh boy, that game was just... That was definitely a breather. That definitely was a breather, and I can understand Wolf's perspective here, because again, I think a lot of it came down to just like whether you could itemize well, whether you can like change, adapt on towards the fly, and I think definitely a large majority of that, I think Ribbo would have had a much harder time 1v3ing and 1v5ing if somebody had a way to kind of minimize his healing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have two teams this talented, when you're at the top of your game, when it's the pinnacle of competition in esports right here at the Mobile Legends Bang Bang World Championship, the real difference between you and your team losing and winning against a team that's arguably equally skilled is those little decisions, like what item to build, when to do it, when to sell it, when to juggle your timers, when let's say immortality is down, do I next get maybe an Athena shield or like a Queen's Wings in this particular matchup, since there was very little magic damage on board either side. It's really that much in depth, so I understand why Wolf is just struggling to get all the points in, because again, in this 20-something minute matchup, there was just so much that went down.
Oh boy, I can't believe it, where it's like, oh yeah, you know, this is just an appetizer. This felt like a full meal. I can't imagine what a best of 7 is going to be looking like, just like 40-minute games off the bat.
I am pretty sure we need to go through the best of 5s first.
That's
and
true.
Then the full 7.
That's true.
Don't know how prepared we'll be for that, because right now I feel spent. That game 1, especially even the draft we were already like, you know, sparks left and right, you know, guessing, speculating, keeping us on our toes. Even the coaches, I'm pretty sure, have already felt some sort of exhaustion, fatigue after such a long, grueling matchup.
Yeah, they're watching the games and they're just writing down notes like, okay, we got to work on these couple of things.
Yeah.
Okay, there we get these couple of things. And as the games go by, it's like, I don't have enough paper for this.
Yeah. Can I get another one, please?
Yeah, one more. But yes, coming up to this game 2 here, only more exciting action to come, because I would assume that they're going to switch sides. I don't know if they're going to be on the same sides. And if it's going to be on the same sides, what is the draft going to look like?
I'm guessing loser can choose, right? So now we'll see what kind of preference they have and what kind of strategies might be brewing in each of the coaches' minds.
Ooh, it's tough. It's tough. But you know what's tougher? Being able to miss out to claim 3 permanent skills. So make sure you're logging in on Jan the 30th for the Battle Night. A lot of new content is being adding over into Mobile Legends, and you guys don't want to miss on it. And you know, it's very happy that we would like to announce the launch of the new anniversary season of Magic Chess, Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. Now, new upgrading system, blessings, new little commanders, and a map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins all waiting for you. So, why not log on? Check it out.
Couldn't be the 30th soon enough, but before we even get there, you have to get through the playoffs. We have to get through this very next game, which we are minutes away from starting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
So, before the countdown goes, Gideon, I gotta ask you, man, do you think since in game number 1 there was very little magic, and of course, seeing how well Flapteasy played the Benedetta, do you think in game number 2, like, it just should not be banned out? Do you think they should be like, Benedetta, get out of here and let's play a little more magic? Like, I feel like it should shake up.
I definitely think it is going to shake up. I definitely think there is going to be a little bit more priority here because, number 1, Loi did give quite a number of issues to Bren. I think they could have won so much harder, but just Udil single-handedly turning that fight with the rotation, just expression rotation, boom, 3 people get stunned in the middle of a fight out of nowhere, really caught them off guard. So a couple of options to think about here, and I don't think... I don't know whether or not they're going to get their hands on those priority marksmen. Like, I think if this was a Yi Shinshin instead of the natural Ling, I think this might have shaped up a little bit different towards the mid game.
Yeah, and again, that was an early decision that Alter Ego made, right? They revealed the Ling a little too early, and by hook or by crook, that might have been one of the few causes of Bren Esports' victory, but I guess that's why the Matilda is so strong just as well. It's that confirmed stun, ladies and gentlemen. It's effectively a -1 if everyone is on board when circling Eagle is triggered. So yeah, right here, this is the man, the face of El Capitan, few who played the Matilda earlier on today, and especially in game number 1. So I'm wondering if Matilda might be banned. I'm guessing they still have to respect the Jawhead and then Natalia. They also have to respect the Esmeralda. So again, just the danger, the list of dangerous individuals just ever grows.
I mean, I just love how El Capitan is just warming up your hands. It's like, okay, now for another 30-minute game. Don't worry, as long as we do these exercises, we'll outpace them.
Yeah, I mean, again, these folks, these young men are playing at the top of their game, and I'm pretty sure that 20-minute game was but a warm-up. Like, for them, that was but a warm-up, but I'm pretty sure for our viewers and even for us here in the studio, it was... We're spent. Essentially, like, if games go on like that all day, then you can expect just all of us to just be knocked out by the end. But right now, I think they have swapped. So yeah, Alter Ego Esports, they want that first priority pick.
Yeah, just, you know, everybody who's heart stuck in Epic, just 20-minute games. Yeah, this happens all the time. No problem.
What are y'all talking about?
Now, looking over, yes, Alter Ego is going to be on the blue side with Bren Esports going to be on the red side. And now Benedetta axed out of there. Get him out. Lapu Lapu, get him out.
Oh, if anything, this just telegraphs that Alter Ego Esports, they are on the defensive. They have been put back to the corner, trapped between a rock and a hard place. It's just a pickle. All of the idioms that essentially say they're in trouble. This is just them reacting to essentially what Bren Esports did in game number 1. And right now it's hard to say how well they can make use of this one pick. They have the best pick in the house. It's the first pick. But against Bren Esports, who can essentially just make paintings out of a single color, it's scary.
I won't lean towards Bren just yet because we haven't seen what the full ban list is going to be, and you know, Alter Ego obviously reacting to a lot of these big picks that really made a difficult time in game 1. They need to shake things up, and I think this is a good way to kind of put them back into that motion. Natalia, Esmeralda, Brody being on the red side, having to ban these things out, that's absolutely fine.
Yep, but right now someone's out there. We're missing out on a a solid
Matilda
ban. Yeah, exactly. Matilda's still up. I'm wondering if Udo's feeling it, and he is. Here we go.
He's feeling it. He's definitely feeling himself a little bit like, all right, this is gonna work. Now, Bren Esports, most likely, I would assume that they're gonna pick the Yuzong for themselves, knowing that Lapu Lapu and as well as the Benedetta has been taken off the table. So then your next best option is going to be the Yuzong.
Yuzong on Flap TZ, and maybe it's. There you go. I was gonna say it's either the Luo Yi on Few or the Yusen Shin on Kartizi.
Oh, wow.
But instead, hold up, I like it. This is a flex. This is just flexes on flexes. Sure, you get the 2 picks, but also you're not sure if this is a mage Sylvana, seeing that it is Few who picked it, but it could also be Lusty's support.
Agreed. I like this, and this is just denying your opponent a lot of options here. Because yes, you have the Matilda, but guess what works well with it? Having a Sylvana with you, being able to almost double your distance in gap closing with the Imperial Justice, it can be very, very frustrating. You jump over to your Matilda, all of a sudden you jump on with the Divine Justice. Nobody can really react to it as quickly as you would like to imagine. Now, Alter Ego going to be locking in the Yuzong. Fine, you gave it to us. We'll take it. And also, the Atlas as well. Okay.
Okay, so far we have only seen Atlas as maybe a last resort or like a very specific and niche answer to certain things. And we are far from the heyday of Atlas. Atlas was so big, like what, 3-6 months back, and that's being optimistic. But right now, he seems to be a very niche. He's a specific tool needed for a specific job, and Alter Ego Esports picks him up in the first phase.
Yeah, and I think, they're just getting combo pieces with Matilda. It's like, yes, Matilda's going to give me that extra mobility, something that Atlas has been significantly lacking here. Now it gives you another dimension. He's not as linear, because is he going to hop over the wall when Matilda used that Circle Eagle? You never really know.
I can see how this works. It's essentially the free dash from Matilda, plus the perfect match, and then you go for the Fatal Links. But then again, this reminds me of how 10-Second Gaming earlier was drafting. It's a very wombo combo. It's a very Magical Christmas Land kind of ML lineup. But so far, I trust Alter Ego. I think they know what they're doing here. And the Bren Esports, they're just playing solid Mobile Legends. This is just good picks up overall. Like it's the burst that you put together with the Sylvana, side lane Farsa possibly, and then you just have an ever-scaling Yusun Shin. Second phase of banning, they're going to choke out Selly Boy's choices. That's the Claude. And even Pi, like you kind of get some collateral damage off of Pi.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, making sure that you pick up the Farsa is going to be important, because they've shown, okay, they have the Atlas, okay, I need something that can deal damage, and I don't necessarily want to get caught. Farsa really suits the build really nicely. Alter Ego, seeing that Bren Esports has banned out the Claude, all right, sure, you want to get rid of our scaling, that's totally fine. We've got a lot of options, and arguably even assassin options as well. So Alter Ego going to be looking to ban out, yes, those flex picks, those offlaners.
So it's either Cho, I'm guessing Tams, they have a target on Tams, they're considering that, maybe for the ban. And for Bren Esports, yeah, they have a one-track mind. This is going to be Selly Boy having to think twice. Who's left? Oh, Lancelot's still out there.
Lancelot's still out there, Hayabusa is still out there. They still have options of Roger. So when we're talking about people who scale, that's not a big deal for Alter Ego, especially at this phase of the game. Bren are just making sure they deal with super safe options like Claude. So safe. That Battle Mirror image has been an absolute menace since his return.
And I like how Bren Esports still respects Selly Boy. As well as they took game number 1, they still had to work through that link.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted with the Khalid pick here. I definitely think I thought they were going to go a different direction with this, maybe even towards the Harith, and then force them onto the Khalid to punish later on. But okay, I might be overthinking it. And also, I did mention that the return of Claude, more like as soon as he's been released, he's never left pro play.
Yeah, he's had maybe on and off seasons, but always found home, especially since Project Next.
Yeah.
So Project Next really welcomed back our duo here. By the way, he's a duo. It's Dexter, the monkey, and Claude. But yeah, this is Bren Esports locking in their tank. It's going to be Lusty on the Baksha. So this does kind of telegraph. Few is going to be a support Sylvana with Rebo in the side lanes. Gold lane Farsa, while Pai picks up the Chang. Interesting duel here between two very long-range mages.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, this is only natural. Chang'e into the Farsa. We've seen this matchup happen in previous seasons many times before. The question is, what is that last pick? They know that the box is there, so even when they're thinking in their heads like, okay, it's something that can sustain and heal, it's going to be a little bit of a problem when you have something like Baxia and the Tortoise Poissons absolutely negating you each step of the way. So, all right, we need something that scales. They take the Hayabusa, and they have plenty of damage on their side and a lot. And I'm talking a lot of mobility.
Yep, again, you have Quad Shadow plus the dash, or if Selly Boy's feeling it, he can say, Leo Murphy, bring me my prey, right? Bring me my dinner with the Fatal Links, and then, of course, you have Yam playing Diversion with the Yuzhong. I'm liking it. Alter Ego Esports, they drafted very well here. They drafted with great coverage, damage, it's equal magic, it's equal physical. Now, Bren Esports, how will they respond? They still need a hero for Flap Easy. EXP laner, please. Hold up. They go for double mage. Triple even.
Yeah. They're going to depend on Nishin Shin to scale well into the game. They're probably throwing Sylvana in towards the side, either Farsa or Sylvana. I'm pretty sure it's going to be. Farsa because Rebo is playing it, and she doesn't get caught that often. Wings by Wings just fly away. Just go outside of the map a little bit and come back. Super annoying. I absolutely hate it. I had a lot of PTSD with it. But besides that, Flaptizi on the Selena. This is going to be really interesting because it's all dependent on whether or not he can land that Abyssal Arrow.
I'm guessing it's going to be a side lane Baksha again. Not the first time we've seen that. Side lane Baksha, still Sylvana on tank, and then you give you the Selena.
That's a good shout. That's a really good shout. All right, okay.
I'm guessing because that's essentially where they fit. They just changed the order, but they might actually just be playing with Alter Ego. They're messing with Alter Ego's strategy, and I mean, it's a single click. The swap is a single click, and to be able to force your opponent into this very interesting but solid draft just the same, I mean, that's what Bren Esports is doing with their red side advantage.
Yeah.
They essentially have final say.
Totally agree here, but I think, you know, the biggest thing is whether or not Alter Ego is going to get invaded very early on.
Yeah, they can definitely bully Selly Boy.
Exactly. The moment they hit level 2, expect to see First Blood coming up as soon as possible, because Selena is not just going to sit there looking all willy-nilly of, oh yeah, I'm going to play with daisies and roses. No, Hayabusa needs to be punished.
Exactly. You know, swagger on path. I think we called it right. It's Flaptizi in the sides, Lusty as the tank, Sylvana, Rebo in the side. Let's call it a day. Here we go. Game number 2, Alter Ego Esports versus Bren Esports.
Oh, Lusty's taking so much damage after getting hit by the perfect match from Leo Murphy. Lusty being brought down to 1/3 of his health. Sully Boy there just to cut the wave as soon as possible. They're going to make that rotation. And more importantly, he needs to get his purple as soon as possible.
I like how Purifies are all over the board here. Of course, you have one on Rebo. That's essentially his second life. And then for Alter Ego, Udil and Pai understand that if Few catches you with a 3-second stun, it's most likely over. Or if Flaptizi catches you with a rollout. But the thing is, Lusty, Imperial Justice, there's nothing you can do with that. You're stuck.
Absolutely. And I think it's hard for Lusty to actually catch Udil or Pai because a lot of them have high movement speed just in general because they can empower themselves, kind of circle around. Oh, worst comes to worst, just use Circle Eagle to kind of, you know, dodge around the Divine Justice as quickly as possible at a tap of a button. So they have, you know, inbuilt escape mechanisms.
Yep. So essentially it's an I know you know kind of situation, and it's very evident. It's essentially playing with an open hand.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's really going to come down to the execution from both sides and how creative you're going to start attacking the map. It's a game of chess at this point of time, and you know, Alter Ego going to be playing towards this bottom side, getting ready to catch somebody off. Few might be in a little bit of trouble here, but they are managing to get on out. No casualties just yet. Looking onto mid side, you can already see that Lusty is making sure he is covering their backs.
Yep, we're only 2 minutes in. Very heavy rotation from Alter Ego Esports, and I think they were essentially setting up for Turtle. Anyways, nice catch by Udil, and here comes Leo Murphy for the save. Can they get it?
They don't. I mean, it's really good that he used his Purify really soon because again, Curtsy is. Oh no, Lusty, you're in trouble there. Can he actually make it? Oh, Silly Boy turns back time to pulling through, but unfortunately, Shurikens don't take him out just yet. First blood going over to Bren. A great play, feathered airstrike coming on through. Murphy getting hit by literally everything, but finally goes down to Few, who dashes on forward with the Garrett as well as the flame shot to ensure the kill. Few still on the run. Yam now needs to go as Flaptizi saying, hello, it's me, to Toys Poissons. Just gonna run you down real quick as Lusty catching up.
A little reactive for the side of Yam there, popping the Black Dragon form. And essentially, he was what? 5-10 seconds too late, and that's all it took for Bren Esports to essentially reset, come back here to Turtle, take the first one, and then just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and this is a little bit. Oh no! Oh, getting caught like that, Silly Boy. He probably got hit by the lance from Lusty. That's what I would assume here. And Rebo just really quick on the fingers there. Pi getting a little bit of damage here, but he can't really do too much. Leo Murphy getting a good stun onto Lusty, but again, it's just the support, not that big of a deal. Flapsy down on the bot side, but Few, he needs to make this up. So it's going to be Circle Eagle coming on through. Udil needs to secure this kill. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Toys Poissons has been popped, and Flapteezy is going to run Udil down, but Udil, he's not having none of this. He's done, and he has to go back to base, but unfortunately, the wave is crashing in.
Yep, that's exactly how talented the player Udil is. He may have seemed to have bitten off more than he could chew, but he got away with it anyways. So, man, a lesser player would have just dropped in the face of Few and Flapteezy there. Nice check by Carl Teasy. Mountain Shocker just to stop. Essentially delay the reset for Udil there, and now Yam facing down against Flapteezy. I love the interaction here between Bax's marks and the sustainable kit that Yuzhong has. It's essentially a deadlock.
Yeah, again, as long as Flapteezy just controls the pressure and makes sure that Yam every single time he wants to rotate, Flapteezy is just constantly pushing that wave, constantly zoning him out, because again, Yuzhong doesn't win this matchup unless he has items, which he doesn't, so the early game is basically being given over to Bren Esports on that bottom side.
And so far, looking at the gold lead, it's about 2,000, give or take, for Bren Esports, given the 0-4 record. Now Leo Murphy going to be backing out.
Oh yeah, Leo Murphy's still on the run here. Flapteezy going to take a little bit of damage, but overall they're just going to back away. And sorry, let me correct my statement. Flapteezy doesn't actually win the early game until he hits level 4. Oh, Udil, you are playing with fire here, buddy. He gets hit with a shield unity, but it's still okay. Udil walks away. That shield keeping him alive, but Bren having full control over the turtle.
Can say though, Purify burned on Udil, so they can catch him with another. Now, that's going to be Leo Murphy in a little too deep.
Yeah, but now Lusty might be a little bit of trouble here. Yam wants to get that kill. Lusty's at 1 HP. Somebody take him out as Leo Murphy on the other side is running away. And Flapteezy can't really do too much, even with the Rejuvenate. He is going to get taken on out. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Alter Ego.
But still, look at how bold Bren Esports is. All right, we lost out, but we're still going to go for a turtle anyways.
Oh, the damage coming out of Silly Boy, allowing Pi to come down and clean up shop. Who's going to get the turtle? And it's going to be Yishin Shin. Teasy walks away, hops over the wall and says, all right, that's enough.
Yeah, boys, thank you for your service. Your jungler's gonna go back to work.
I mean, Bren is still ahead. Bren is still ahead ever so slightly in terms of kills as well as gold. Oh, here it comes. Meteor Shower coming off through, but that's going to be taking out Pi in the process. A good catch from Flapteezy.
Rebo sitting at 2-0-2 with Impure Rage on lock. This man is just all about rotating to where the fight is, blowing up, and then going back to farm.
Yeah, it's working out for them. It really is, but still, no major objectives being taken except for the neutral ones. Rebo has been in the right place at the right time almost every single time. I mean, their team are coordinated really nicely. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they are forcing these plays, and it looks good. It really comes down to a very slim margin of darn it, I didn't get the kill. He's at 1 HP.
And I guess if that keeps going on, essentially Bren Esports will just come out on top. But right now from the back, Imperial Justice!
Oh wait, but he manages to get the Black Dragon form. He's actually going to turn this around. He gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. Oh my goodness. This man, Yam, he's got some real cojones here, just managing to take everything. 1 HP, no problem. I'm still going to be relevant.
I'm here. I've already made the decision to let my presence be felt. And I guess he tried to save the turret, just not gonna work for Bren Esports.
Yeah.
They walk away, the first good conversion, and now Flapteasy wins 1v1 against Pi.
Did he get solo killed?
I guess. What is this young man packing? I think an item check is in order. I think we're wondering, because again, this is just your classic side lane Baksha, but I'm wondering how did he win that side lane battle against Pi, but hold up. I think they're going to try to go for the main artery here. They're going to go for the neck. Mid lane is next.
No. They missed a lot of their abilities here, but now Flapteasy might have overstayed his welcome. He's going to try and dash over the wall, drops down the Rejuvenator, trying to buy some time, and now he's going to go into his rollerblade form to get on out of there. Shield of Baxia going to protect him for the time being, but Turtle going into the hands of Bren.
Yep, this is as free as it gets with Sully Boy basically a world away. It's going to be impossible. So yeah, I guess that's 3 turtles now down for Carl TZ. Lord is going to be the next big one. I guess Pi picking up the Ice Queen one is good, but oh, not so nice for Leo Murphy.
Lusty is just getting great picks all across the board, and nobody can seem to get past Flapteasy on this bot side. Every single person he's gone 1v1 against have not won, and yeah, he's like, no more, get away from me, please. Black Dragon form, get me out.
So far, Yam has gotten away with a lot of things, but right now Bren has just read into it, right? Game number 1, sure, there's some good trades. Game number 2, not so much. Yes, you have a hero like Yuzhong, but even Udil is starting to fall victim to these pickoffs.
Yeah, they are getting very, very greedy here. It's like Alter Ego is punching a wall at Bren. As long as they maintain their integrity, Alter Ego are just cracking their knuckles. And Lusty, he takes a good amount of damage, but that Divine Justice is absolutely nasty. Lusty, you gotta stop it. But Flapteasy might actually finally fall as Leo Murphy has gotten the pick of a lifetime. But now the Rebo is making sure, oh, you want to siege? You want to play under your turret? No problem. That's where I shine.
That's a good trade. That is an amazing trade. 1 for 1, and then you eventually get the turtle anyways. And if anything, it was the EXP laner for the gold laner. So Pi here drop in as the Chang'e traded out for the Baksha. I guess Flapteasy is just doing his job. This is just what Flapteasy is doing. And right now, looking at his items, Dominance Ice, he has a solid Cursed Helm, and I think he's slowly building up to a Queen's Wings. Yo, this young man is on the road again to being MVP.
He is packing. He is packing some heat right now. Oh my goodness.
He won a 1v1.
He won multiple 1v1s. Multiple. He may not get the kill, but that's like, you don't feel good about it when you're walking back to base thinking, I lost to a Boxia.
That bothers you in your sleep.
Yeah, it's something you're going to be thinking about for a long time. Lord finally spawning here, but Leo Murphy finally getting his items that he finally really needs here. I have to admit, Lusty has been getting some amazing pickoffs for Bren.
Yeah, Lusty here playing the Sylvana. Essentially why she's so contested is because she confirms kills like no other. I mean, the Jawhead, there's the Ejector, can be purified, but Imperial Justice not so much. And there's another nice pickoff. Yam goes down just as soon as he's seen.
This is so difficult to play. Oh no, Alter Ego, they're on the run. Pi, you need to get out of there, buddy. You need to get out of there. He drops down that Meteor Shower to clear that wave, and Bren have created this brick wall here on their side of the map. They are playing for pickoffs, and now Sully Boy trying to get on out of there. He has the Quad Shadows, does manage to pull through. However, that tier 2 is under significant scrutiny here. 1 minion left, break that, and yes, it is going to survive.
Holy Crystal now on Rebo.
Oh my goodness.
Pumping up the damage percentage-wise, 11 minutes in. I think it's just a matter of time, considering that they might let this become a Luminous Lord and then go for the Penetrate.
Oh, yeah, that's actually pretty accurate here. Wait, Udil, as well as the Glaive being bought by Pi, they have their own magic penetration as well as the denial of heal. Hopefully that utility is going to be enough because again, Bren is hitting their is getting close to hitting their 3rd item power spike.
Lusty here. It's amazing how just a single hero just heralds your death, right? And they can have full knowledge. They can telegraph all of this. Essentially, Alter Ego, they like a GPS on everyone. Oh, just misses Udil by an inch.
Very small, but Lusty looking again while Leo Murphy trying to take the advantage of the opportunity, but gets caught out instead. Great Cosmic Lance coming in from Lusty. He is so hard to get past. Nothing slips through this man.
Yam just doing Yam things. So far, across the board, it's a matter of Yam being at the wrong place at the right time. Like, he has the job, right? He knows what he has to do. But again, you already mentioned, even when he does have the Black Dragon form, it ends up being null, because even after just a few seconds of an onslaught from Bren Esports, it's all the more worth it. And right now, there's just no room for the contest. Luminous Lord, easy pickup here by Bren Esports. 3, 2, 1. Hold up. He's taking too long. He's doing it solo, though.
He's doing it solo, so he's taking his time here with the rest of the team. Like, he still has a long way to go. Sorry, a quarter of the way to go. So he's bringing up the rest of the team. They finally pick it off. They just needed to make sure that Alter Ego was nowhere close to this.
Yep, I guess, yeah, it's too much. It's too scary. And again, this is just Bren Esports showing respect to Alter Ego, given that, yeah, they have put Celiboy down. Celiboy is just not ready for anything, but just the same, a single Quad Shadow plus Retribution could just deny this First Lord.
Yep, and finally, Celiboy able to get that endless battle. That is going to be a key buy. Oh,
3 seconds stun.
Liam Murphy. I mean, he's gonna be a-okay because that's just his body, and now the rest of the team is going to be coming on through. The Lord is brought down to half HP. Yam getting hit by the Cosmic Lance, but that's not going to matter too much. Where is those big ultimates? They are still holding it for the side of Bren Esports. They're waiting for an opportunity to jump back in. Wait, they actually used it already. They don't have anything left. Yam, he's going to start initiating the fight. If they don't start it now, they're going to get the cooldowns back up, and it's going to be a tough fight to win.
Yep, all lanes perfectly managed here by Bren Esports, but right now that's going to be the Feathered Airstrike popped in here by Rebo, Poisans by Flapteasy pushing everyone back in. Meteor Shower already used by Pi.
Oh, Divine Justice coming in from Lusty, but again, Mountain Shocker as well. Leo Murphy doesn't find the pick that he was looking for, and Yam pays the price as the rest of the team is going to go return and recall. Oh my goodness, where did he go? Where did Celiboy go?
Nowhere. He didn't even get the click. Death Shadow, Quad Shadow into Shadow Kill. He didn't even get his ult. It's still on cooldown.
I'm at a loss for words.
That's the sound. That's the sound of that failed engage.
I literally blinked and he disappeared. Oh my goodness, Bren is so far ahead into this game. And now they're going to push their advantage even more. Alter Ego trying to look to pull back. Hearteasy taking a little bit of damage here. It's going to be Circle Eagle going to be pushing him through. They need to go in. Leo Murphy, can he find the catch? Yes, he can. No! Hearteasy, he makes it out. He emotes in victory as Yam. He can't go any further as Flapteasy is going to run the last few members down. Oh my goodness. What a disappointment here. And Carlteasy, he has got to be so livid right now.
Carl Teasy has been having a great day, scoring the first Savage of M2, and right now they're going 3 for 1. Rebo for Leo Murphy, Yam, and Udil. What can Pi and Celiboy do? Yes, they have amazing wave clear, but Celiboy is just running for his life. Quad Shadow already spent. He's gonna go down. That's just one defender left. Pi, I don't think it's enough.
I mean, he cleared the wave. The next wave is crashing on through, and Leo Murphy, now this is where the game ends. Leo Murphy has no wave clear. What an incredible game this has been for Bren Esports. And look at that. Look at just the joy on their faces. They're just like, yes, I don't smile very often in game, but this is a good day.
A great day for these young gentlemen. Carl Teasy and Rebo on screen, and Udil just frustrated. Celiboy, I can only imagine what's going on in Alter Ego's minds right now. It was great the last time we met, but this time around, you're a whole different beast.
They are a whole different beast, and I gotta give it to them. That was a pretty impressive game coming out from Bren. Philippines has to be really happy about that. Alter Ego probably, I mean, it's not too crushing of a defeat, but it does show the cracks in their own system, something to kind of think about, because this is only the group stages.
Yep, I can only imagine what Coach Ducky from Bren Esports is saying. Are you not entertained? Is this what y'all were looking for? I was expecting a 3-game series. I'm pretty sure a lot of fans were as well.
Absolutely.
But right now, we are at an impasse, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0.
Oh, man.
A clean day for Bren Esports.
Really, honestly, a really, really clean day for Bren Esports. You know, honestly, that's really impressive. And, I mean, it only gets better from here. It's a little unfortunate to see, of course. However, I mean, the Indonesian squads, you know how they're like. You beat them one time, and we've seen this before in past international tournaments. Philippines knock them down one time, all of a sudden you see Indonesia knock back, and it just goes back and forth between the two regions.
Yep, and at this point, we can say for sure with an optimistic mindset, there's a possibility for these two teams to face off once more, maybe even twice more all throughout M2. So it's not over just yet, but one thing we can say for sure is Bren Esports secures their upper bracket slot.
Congratulations to them, and with that, they are going to be securing their spot in the upper bracket. So with that being said, top 4. With that being said, you could catch all the live streaming of the mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in the in Singapore in the Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th to 24th January. A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore. They're also playing the next game, by the way, hint, hint, competing for 300,000 USD. So, support Team Singapore in the group stages.
We're going to be throwing it over to the analyst, right? I mean, it was a quick series, but I think we need Wolf's help to actually break this down. Wolf, tell us, what's up?
You know what? I think this is Bren Esports off of their loss against Alter Ego 3-0, just going back to the drawing board and preparing every single thing, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, because this is such a well-prepared performance from this squad against Alter Ego Esports. My name is Wolf, and I'm going to be talking about how Bren Esports won the entire series against Alter Ego by understanding the meta so much and banking on their own strengths. Now, I do have to take note, this particular game number 2 was off of Bren Esports maximizing their objective-taking potential from the Isenshin, as well as the theory on poking their opponents. Like poking mechanics coming out of this Farsa, as well as this Isenshin, as well as the masterful display of Few on his signature Selena. This was a quote-unquote championship Selena from when he got his first MPL championship in the Philippines back in Season 2. Now, do take note, this first blood was off of the fact that Lusty was able to just bait them out, and Alter Ego Esports was in a very bad spot. 2 key wins for Bren Esports, and then it was followed up by a turtle. And now, Alter Ego Esports, come the second turtle, they want to take it, but CalTZ was on point once again with that retribution play. By the way, amazing arrows coming out from Few, just world-class performance from the captain of Bren Esports from the mid lane, or hashtag support Selena. Do take note, this was an interesting class. If we pause right now, I just want to take note that before this particular clash happened, there was someone from the Alter Ego Esports squad that was caught out, and they kind of forced them in a bad spot. Now, if we play this very slowly and understand the poke mechanics of Bren Esports, they were forcing Alter Ego in a very bad spot, and it will end up with Few just landing that massive arrow to the face of Celiboy, because he knew exactly where Celiboy will end up. And a very crucial clash, by the way, this was the dagger to the heart of Alter Ego Esports. So if we play this, you'll see how masterful Bren Esports was when it comes to just controlling them. I think that Alter Ego Esports, they were lost. Yam already popped his ultimate. If you will notice on this particular clash that he's already in Draconid form or Dragonoid form, and it just means that there's just really not much initiation from their part. Leo Murphy, as much as he can, he was too underfarmed that he will melt if he will try to go for that ultimate. By the way, there still are purifies on the side of Bren Esports, so it's just not that easy for Leo Murphy to be in this spot. Now, again, no more ultimate from Pai as well. As you can see, it's already cooled down. And if we play this clip, you will notice how Few was able to just time this arrow so well. And it led to the victory of Bren Esports. Let's play this. And I think that apart from this, Alter Ego Esports, they tried their best. But unfortunately, there were so many questionable plays from their part. Look at that flame shot, and now Celiboy will eventually be caught by the arrow. And of course, a kill coming out for Bren Esports. And I think that this was already the breaking point, right? Absolutely for Alter Ego Esports. There's this point of no return, especially because that chase onto CalTZ failed horribly. And unfortunately, they were shut down. I think that Yam on this Yuzong, they need to really recalculate on how to utilize this Yuzong, because this is not the best usage of the Yuzong. You need to be on the aggressive. You need to be on the aggressive position, or at least utilize your ultimate so that it will win you the fights. And unfortunately, the positioning wasn't enough. I mean, not from Alter Ego Esports. Now, looking at the items that we have right now, this is not going to be telling of the important I'd say timestamps on the items, but I'm gonna say them anyways. 7 minutes in, Dominance Ice was picked up by Flat TZ, and about 2 minutes afterwards, Lusty was also able to make his own Dominance Ice. And then if you compare the tanks, Lusty had his first item by 9 minutes, and Leo Murphy wasn't able to get any sort of a big item, any complete item by that timing. And if you now align all of the timestamps, that was when Celiboy should be dealing the damage. But with 2 Dominance Ice pickups on the side of Bren Esports, as well as the other defensive items, and coupled with the damage items of their course, Celiboy didn't have a good time in this particular game because he just can't find the opening. He just can't output the damage that should be coming out from the jungler. You do also have to take note that Pai couldn't be a massive Chang'e from the side lanes as compared to a mage far side the side lanes as well from Bren Esports, because Yam wasn't able to make the space as well. Bren Esports, known as El Capitan Few, and also the quote-unquote championship Selena from MPL Season 2, where Few was able to first get his first MPL championship title. This was stuff of legends. And now playing in the mid lane with that last pick Selena. I think that Alter Ego Esports thought that Farsa will be the mid lane or the support of Bren Esports, but it was actually a curveball, putting Farsa onto Rebo for more damage in the early stages. And then Few on the quote-unquote supporting or utility role, just landing all those flame shots, just baiting out his opponents. And of course, the massive arrows that he was able to make. Oh my. It was perfect. I think the bait plays coming out from Lusty also paid dividends for the team. I think that it's also important to take note that this was an overall team effort, and the last icing on the cake, at least for me, the way that Bren Esports was able to just control the objectives. 3 of the turtles went in their favor because they made a play before the turtle happened, and also just sitting patiently waiting for the 12-minute mark to actually start on the Luminous Lord so that it will be more potent when it comes to pushing down the lanes. I think that was also very important to take note. That was a decision making that only a top tier caliber team can do, and Alter Ego Esports cannot react to that. Amazing display of understanding the approach of the Mobile Legends game, and also I would say a perfect execution of an objective-based composition really helped Bren Esports score this 2-0 victory for Squad. I mean, Alter Ego Esports, they did well, specifically their first game against 10 Seconds Gaming Frost. Unfortunately, in their game against Bren Esports, it seems like the better prepared team is Bren Esports. There still is plenty of more chances for Alter Ego to come back and face Bren Esports once again, but as the casters have said, Bren Esports have just secured their top 4 slot here in the M2 World Championship after bagging that upper bracket berth. Now, they are going to be joining Omega Esports as well from the Philippine squad. We still have one last series to go, and I'm sure that you are all excited about that. Again, congratulations to Bren Esports, and for Alter Ego Esports, I'm sure that they will be going back to the drawing board and maybe come back in this tournament. That has been our 5th series of the day. My name is Wolf. That's it for me for today. Catch LaFell and the other boys like Butters and Gideon when we come back for the M2 World Championship.
welcome to the semifinals, where right now our players will be playing a best of 3 to really find out who deserves to be in the finals.
Dive right in whenever he gets the chance to do so, and jams land true. A double KO already being charged up. Same goes to Hassan Matthew. It's going to be a blow for blow, but Currency still lands the final finishing touch.
But now double KO punches coming out of Ace. It's already going in. EJ doesn't have anything left. The cooldown's not up done. Too low to handle. Ace comes out on top. A sliver of health.
Assassin, high and dry, and the spell is execute. So you can sure kill the opponent.
And ang recommended item ko sa kanya is Endless Battle or Deadly 7Cs. Deadly Blade and 7Cs.
É machado sanguinário, bota. É porque a build a gente faz na hora, né?
Immortality is really good. Can always go in and get the immortality and just get the hell out because he's so mobile with his skills. So gives you a chance at second life.
All of our players have showed their best Paquito skills. This is the finals of the Paquito Challenge, and we will see who will be the champion.
Already out, but the ultimate's been blown off coming from Burmese goals, which means Curtsy might just have advantage right here, going back for the KO, and Ace now looks for the kill, and it's a turn around. And he does open up with a KO, double KO coming out from Ace as well, but he hops right back at him, and Curtsy, he made a mistake, and this will be a GG.
Well played, Ace. Well played.
Di Paquito Challenge နိုင်ရတာရမ်းပြောပါတယ်။ဒီကတခြားနိုင်ငံက player တယောက်ချင်းစီနဲ့ဆော့ရခွင့်ရှိတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်လည်းပြောတာပေါ့။ဒီကတို့နိုင်သွားလို့လည်းကျွန်တော်ရမ်းဝမ်းသာပါတယ်။ကျွန်တော်အဲ့ဒီ original ဆာဗာမှာတော့မဆော့ရဘူး။ဒီကအဲ့လိုကျွန်တော်တက်ဆာဗာမှာဗီဒီယိုဆော့ရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကြည့်ရတာတော့ဒီရဲ့ hero ကအရင်မျိုးသူစကေးတွေပေါ်မှာရန်ကြမ်းတယ်တော့ hero ထိလိုက်ပြီးတော့အဲဒီတက်တူပြီးရတယ်တက်၄ခုဖြည့်သွားပြီသူစကေးအကုန်ပြန်ပြေးဆိုတော့ရန်နဲ့ကြမ်းတယ်တော့ဒီရဲ့ hero တော့ဗီဒီယိုနဲ့ရန်ကြိုက်အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါကျွန်တော်ဘာမစ်ပေါ် H ပါကျွန်တော် Paquito hero ရန်ကြိုက်ပါတယ်အကုန်လုံးလည်းကြိုက်နေမယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်ပြောနေပါတယ်ဒီရဲ့ hero က January 15မှာ6ရက်6မှာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်အားလုံးပဲစောင့်ကြည့်ဖို့မေးပါတယ်
Congratulations to Ace, but we are not done yet. We have seen Paquito in a 1v1, but let's see how Paquito does in a real match. Now Ace, along with his teammates, will go in a 5v5 where Ace will be using Paquito. In the 1v1, Paquito's strength is limited. But now let's see how he does when there are no rules to hold him down. I can't wait to see how Ace will be using Paquito in a real match, so casters, take it away.
Congratulations to Ace of Burmese Gold for winning the 1v1 Paquito challenge. And now we'll be seeing how he'll be rocking with a 5v5 setting. And oh my goodness, he goes in straight for the first blood.
Absolutely, and he gets a second kill as well with the rest of his team looking for these hard dives. Paquito at level 1 has its effectiveness overall in the matchup, especially when he gets that refresh of his cooldowns with that champion stance. All right, now Ace walking back up into the lane, and I mean, Alucard, he shouldn't be standing there. I don't think he realizes how much danger he's in as Ace comes in hard with a knockout punch, goes in with a clean combo jab into double left heavy hand.
Yeah, that's a perfectly charged jab right there, and oh my, it seems like there just might be another casualty on this line. Ariana Safi, he's probably not going to survive this. Look at that! The knockout burst just comes out from Ace.
Nobody expects how much damage that Paquito can actually pull off with the double knockout strike. It's so shocking. Like, look, he hasn't even used his execute just yet. This game has just completely gone downhill for the enemy team. They don't know how to deal with Ace right now. He's just so huge. But can they push this even more? I think they're looking to try and end this. Oh no, Alucard, he goes in, but he's way too weak to actually handle the amount of damage. The wombo combos coming out of Ace is too clean to handle as he takes him out and looks to press right under their turret. Nothing they can do, and the rest of the Burmese ghouls just knocking them down like flies.
That's right, and that's gonna be the top side being opened up, and they're already diving right in. It's a mega kill for the Paquito.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Paquito is huge. The snowball potential that comes out of this man. No mana, 9 kills to end the game, and there you have it, your new champ, Paquito.
Paquito hero က 5v5 မှာဆောက်မယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီ hero အရင်ကြောက်စရာကောင်းမှာသူနဲ့ lane နဲ့ face ထိန်ရတဲ့ hero ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတတိထားမှာဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့သူ spell တွေတစ်ခွက်စီကအကုန်လုံးကအဲ့ဒါကြောက်စရာကောင်း level 1ဆိုရှိရတယ် level 2ဆိုရင်ရှေ့တိုးပြီးထိုးတာဆိုတော့အတီးရပြီဆိုရင်သူလုံးဝတတိထားမှာပါအဲဒါကြောင့် 5v5 မှာဆိုရင်တော့ပို့ပြီးတော့ကြောက်စရာကောင်းတော့ဒီ hero ကခုနပြောခဲ့သလိုပဲ 5v5 ပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ် 1v1 ဖြစ်ပဲဒီ hero ကကြာအဓိကသူ့ရဲ့ skill တွေပေါ့နော်အဲ့လို enemy တွေတွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လို dive ပြီးချတဲ့ပုံစံဆိုဒီ hero ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ aggressive ဆန်နဲ့ဆော့တာကောင်းတာပါဘာလို့လဲသူကအဲ့လို aggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင် enemy ကဘာမှလုပ်ချင်မရှိပဲသူ့ရဲ့ stand အောက်မှာနေတည်သွားမှာဆိုတော့အဲ့ဒါကြောင့်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုရင်အဲ့လိုaggressive ဆန်ပြီးဆော့ပါ
Now that everyone has seen how strong and aggressive Paquito is, don't forget, he will be officially released on the 15th of January. That is it from us. We will see you in the land of dawn.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it.
Legendary.
Way in the desert.
And welcome back to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020. It's Contract here alongside with Butters for our very final match of the best of 3 in the group stage day 2. So of course with that, M2 World Championship is powered by Moonton and supported by Singapore Tourism Board as well as Skoga. We'd like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, for making this possible, and that includes all of you guys who are currently watching this through the live stream, or if you guys are in the cinemas watching through Cathay Cineplex.
And going from zero to hero is made possible here in Singapore. Follow Singapore Tourism Board's official Instagram account, visit_Singapore, and don't forget to use the hashtag Passion Made Possible to share your fondest memories of Singapore.
That's right. And of course, if you guys are wondering, what exactly is Skoga
What is
all
Skoga?
about? So just to answer you right there, so Skoga is a NTUCU associate championing esports talents and careers in Singapore since 2008. And well, we've seen some of all these finest gentlemen playing on stage, and now we will be seeing EVOS Singapore take on the Kings of Kings, RRQ Hoshi. So this is definitely going to be a challenge for the local finalists. So it's definitely going to be a tough game that we're going to be witnessing, but can they take at least, you know, a pointer out of this one?
And now I'm thinking, maybe this is the time for RRQ to unleash the beasts, which are Albert, probably M1. Who knows? It could be the time that they unleash these two players. But before that, let us see what happened in the standings during the last few matches that we had.
That's right. Let's have a look in towards the standings right now for Group C. And we saw Bren Esports taking a back-to-back win against the likes of Alter Ego Esports, as well as early on we had 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, who unfortunately will be dropping down in towards third seed itself with an aggregate of -4. But Alter Ego, they definitely put up some really tough fight in game number 1. Game 2, they were really not holding on as well as they did back in game 1. But Bren Esports now looking pretty in the upper brackets. I'm pretty sure that the fans from the Philippines are extremely happy about this news.
They are. Remember, we are fighting. Well, all the countries are fighting for their respective PH or the country's pride. So technically, a lot of the Filipino fans are pleased, and I know a lot of the Indonesian fans as well are still supporting Alter Ego, and they know that they can come back from this.
Yeah, and of course, this is the first time that we did see an Indonesian team actually suffered a little bit of a tough bout inside of the group stages. And of course, Alter Ego will be spicing things up in phase 2 of the group stage. But now that we are here in technically an El Clasico, since it's an RRQ versus EVOS side, although of course this is RRQ taking on a different side of it, which is in the form of the Singapore team.
Yeah, I think that's actually correct. Like, I mean, they face their arch rivals, but it's not really EVOS Legends. It's EVOS SG. Now, will the story continue? And will this be a heated matchup between two teams who really just want to take home, or probably for EVOS SG, make the trophy stay?
Yeah, and I gotta say that although, of course, it's different sort of style of plays coming in from EVOS Legends as well as EVOS SG, they are still being coached by the same legendary coach itself, Zaze. And even on the side of RQ Hoshi, you've always got James that have been really creative with his draft picks. So it's kind of like the battle of the coaches here that has been going on since the MPL ID days. And RQ Hoshi definitely claimed the top prize back in their local scene. But now that we're going back into its M2, it always gives us a little bit of a flashback of that best of 7 in the grand finals. You know, RQ Hoshi was already at that 3 points, and there was that point where they couldn't find any more wins after that, and it was reverse swept by EVOS Legends. I'm pretty sure that Zays have been put on towards certain scenarios where, you know, tension is high, and he has been able to cope with that and taught his players to do exactly the same.
I think, yeah, I mean, Zays has been in a very bad situation in the grand finals. They did the reverse sweep, but right now, seeing the reactions for the fans, I think they're leaning more towards RRQ Hoshi. But before we actually discuss that, let's head on to the player lineups.
That's right, let's check out the players that will be playing this time around. And like you said, it will be Lemon coming back for RRQ Hoshi. We also got R7 Psycho alongside with Albert as well as Vin. So expect to see some really unorthodox pick coming in from Lemon. It's just a Lemon thing, you know, like, I honestly wish I could just extend my question to LaFell. Like, LaFell, what do you think that Lemon will be picking this time around? Or since he's not here, Butters, just throw in the name later on when we get in towards the draft. Yeah. So this side, definitely needs no introduction. They've been around for the longest of time. And Cycle really on form today. I hope that he can still bring his A game, especially when he gets his hand on the Benedetta.
Yeah, and with Lemon seeing the changes in terms of generation, in terms of RQ Hoshi, we are bound to expect something great. But right now for EVOS SG, the hometown favorite, the home crowd favorite, it's Pokemon, Soul, Aeon, JPL, and Potato.
That's right, and this team here has been winning so many tournaments back in the MISG side. Same goes towards the local tournaments in Singapore as well. I've been seeing some great plays coming from Aeon, especially when he gets to pick that Farsa. So I'm sure that James has been taking note. Same goes to Zace, who have seen some of the matches of RQ Hoshi. But once again, all eyes on all of these players. Pokemon, I really like how he controlled the late game phase when he gets his hands on things like the Claude and Yishin Shin, if he may. But now, straight in towards the draft in a couple more minutes. So let's talk about this. There's actually more than 5 Singaporeans here, since both of the coaches are from Singapore. And they have trophies back in either the gaming house or just medals all over the rooms. So I don't know, like, this is back towards the same thing where it's technically still the El Clasico happening here in Singapore.
Yeah, it is the El Clasico in terms of going for the coaches. Like, this is a story that you don't see in front of the camera, but it's happening. It's happening behind the players. Like, these two teams or these two coaches really try to understand each other and really try to predict what the other has brought to the table. So it's more likely that we'll see a lot of interesting draft patterns here for both of these teams, since I guess these two coaches really know each other well.
Yeah, and you know, it's been games after games, and even so that EVOS Legends did not make it in towards the M2, EVOS Legends had a really big shift of the entirety of the roster. Of course, it does take time for them to groom even more of these sort of new talents as well. So hopefully we do see even more coming in for the future tournaments to come. But remember this, for those guys who are currently watching, you guys can score some great items out there by predicting the champions of M2 World Championship.
And of course, this pass includes the special avatar border, the exclusive skin, which is Clint's, the Shadow Omen skin, battle emote, and the M2 Sacred statue. And this could be yours if you are willing to pay 899 diamonds. Just for 899 diamonds, you get everything in this, package. So the event is happening right now till the 23rd of January, and don't wait until the end of M2, because there might be a chance that you can't get the skin anymore after that.
That's right. And do you guys know that there is an official live screening event for M2 in Singapore at Cathay Cineleisure Orchard? It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big cinematic screens itself. So what's more, you can also win attractive prizes when you take part in the activities, as well as lucky draw. What kind of prizes? Of course, you'll only find out when you're there, right? So I don't need to explain about that. MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. And you can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP to find out more about MVP.
And we won't really let the fans hanging with this, especially for the fans of Singapore. You have this chance to watch with your fellow MLBB fans.
Yeah,
you support Team SG.
That's right. And I'm pretty sure that there's also going to be those pro players from the other teams that will be cheering them on, and families, friends. You can definitely go out there, enjoy yourselves, but make sure you guys keep within the SOP.
Social distance. And keep safe, everybody. We just want you to be safe. But right now, let's head on back to our discussion about RRQ and EVOS SG. Like, Lemon has the same story as Soul, JPL and Potato has been with RRQ ever since the start of the well, not really the organization, start of the MLBB team. EVOS SG was formed with Soul, JPL, and Potato at its core.
That's right, and this roster has not really seen too many changes. We see players coming in and going, such as, you know, your Kolia, as well as Odir Bambi in the initial roster where, well, look at all these pretty boys out there really rocking it, and they've been scoring on second place finishes multiple times, and finally they managed to lift the trophy back in MPL MYSG on Season 4. And I was there, I was casting the matches. It was some really hype moments. Usually whoever fights them will go on towards a Game 5 on the Grand Finals. So recently we've also seen them going on a first runner-up finish, but once again, MPLI, it wasn't really a great run for them. Even for RRQ Hoshi's side, of course, they have drafted an almost all Indonesian lineup on towards their bracket. Clearly didn't really went well because Alter Ego actually took them down.
And you know what? Just seeing these players as storied as they are, you mentioned this already, they have trophies, medals, certificates, whatever the hell they have in their boot camps, and right now, this is going to be the last dance for EVOS SG, and the only thing that's lacking is probably an international tournament trophy.
That's right, and when every one of these 12 teams are eyeing for the same trophy, you only have to give all that you have. And the reason why, like, some people have been arguing with me with, oh, my power rankings, why is it that I put EVOS SG on a higher position? Because of this very reason that this is their last dance. They have more to lose. Like, you obviously want to either retire as a legend itself, or you walk away just, you know, feeling like, oh, my job's not really done yet.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe we'll see them one last time after this. There's a possibility, but yeah, they did say that it is their last dance, and EVOS SG, make it count.
Yeah, and not only that, even for a legend like Lemon, he has won so many accolades, like you said, but he has not been able to touch that trophy of M1 back in Kuala Lumpur just last year.
It's there already. He was already ready to grab it. But you know what? EVOS Legends, they just did the reverse sweep, and they put their hands on the trophy and they lifted it first. And that is something that Lemon wants to do for M2.
You know, like, I just gotta correct myself for a little bit. You know, like, I keep thinking that last year is 2019.
This 2020.
Yeah, it is 2020. So the previous World Championship indeed was held back in 2019.
You know what? When we talk about last year, it's actually like last season.
Yeah, it really feels like, you know, time flies like an arrow, and with that, well, we only got 40 seconds to get in towards the very first draft of this match. So no matter what happens here, of course, we talk about matches like this, there's bound to be a winner as well as a loser. But hey, for those of you guys who are in the chat supporting either side in this El Clasico, technically, so I hope you guys are having some friendly banter, respect one another at the very end of the day, because all these teams really took a whole lot to get to where they are.
They have sacrificed everything possible to make it here. It's not easy to make it into the M2, that's for sure. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we did tell you about the storylines and all the things that are riding in the backs of the players as they head on to this game. But for now, we will probably just go into the draft. Not probably, we're in the draft right now. RQ Hoshi, EVOS SG, Group D, the last series of day number 2.
And they're starting off with the bans once again. I guess that James really hates the Cho pick ever since the start of this group stage itself. Like, even fighting against the likes of the other team that we just saw early on, it doesn't seem like they allowed them to be picking on towards the Cho. Now, Esmeralda is going to be the same case as was the Brody.
I mean, for Cho, you do have two ways to control the opponent. You have the Jeet Kune Do, which is technically an AoE knockup. Everyone that gets caught inside will be knocked up, and it's not that easy to land, to be honest. And after that, you have the Way of the Dragon, so it's good control. RQ Hoshi might not like it ever since Concussive Blast came out.
That's right, and Concussive Blast has been that that really good emblem that you could use from many of all these sort of fighter picks out there. And now we're going in for a use-on ban, which I feel that this is quite a usual pick that we've seen back in the MYSG recent season. So EVOS SG, they're running out of options right here from the start, so maybe they might look for alternatives, but remember this, there's always that Lapu Lapu on hand, but RQ Hoshi is going to be the one that will be going in for the first pick. So a little bit of a trouble here, and EVOS SG still thinking on what should be the very final ban here.
I guess in a way, when you go for the EVOS SG lineup, you might want to go for the Natalia if ever you want to go, let's say, a Farsa, just to not have that certain control over that Farsa, so they just take it out. Lapu Lapu is a high priority pick for RQ Hoshi. We did see that earlier in the day when they faced up against DreamMax.
He just have insane sustain, like
we did see it with Rebo as well.
Yeah, Rebo just flexing off like, yeah, you can send 3 members just to hit on me. Like, I couldn't actually care less. So now heading with 2 picks. I guess JPL as well, so they could still secure some really good picks right here. Like, we've got the Loyi still up and available. You got the Yishun Shin, and well, they are going along with Jahe.
Yi Sun Shin, JPL, and Soul getting their heroes. That could be their heroes. That could be the mid lane. Who knows? But Lemon and Psycho right now stepping up to the plate, and they are the ones who's gonna pick their 2 power picks here for the first phase of pickings.
I guess 1-1 will be really good right here, or they can even leave it for later on as well. So with that, they are opting to secure the Sylvana as well as the Matilda within the very first phase of the picks. So this is definitely very convincing. Like, you've already got every single lockdown possible that you need within these 2 picks. And Albert, alongside with Vin, they can just focus on pure damage if they really want to.
R7 is probably really happy with that certain Lapu Lapu pick. Although I'm kind of, surprised that RQ Hoshi here didn't go for that Benedetta pick. They gave more priority into the Sylvana and the Matilda. I know Matilda has been doing well in the tournament.
That's right.
But Benedetta has a high win rate.
That's also very true. Like, we look into both of the Survey hero picks. Of course, we might need to do the comparison by the very end of the day and come back into its phase 2 to really break down the entirety of stats of all these sort of the pick and ban ratio coming in, because I believe that Matilda also has a similar win rate coming in towards the picture. Now, moving along towards phase 2, it's a Hayabusa ban. It's interesting to note that EVOS SG, who actually picked Hayabusa themselves, are the ones to remove it from play.
I guess they're just saying this time around that we don't have any catch for it, and we're expecting RQ Hoshi to keep on banning those tanks, or probably the possible catch mechanics for that Hayabusa if ever they wanted to go for it. So just to be safe, they take it out. EVOS SG right now, they went for the Hayabusa. I think RQ answered a bit here with the Luyi, just because, they don't have the Hayabusa pick anymore. So they can just focus on other aspects rather than just ban out the tanks.
It's true enough, because that's probably the few survey heroes that can't easily chase up to the Benedetta by just, clicking onto OG Shadow Kill. Now, without the lane, this is going to be less of those high mobility heroes on the board. So for the side of RQ, they gotta get creative, which is something that Lemon usually does, but there's still options up there available. But one last ban out there to try to halt EVOS SG in this El Clasico.
And what I meant about tank is actually an off tank. So it's not really the tank, just because JPL has his hands on the jawhead already. So I think they might be planning to go for Farsa right now. I think it's safe to say.
Perhaps so. Like, I definitely believe that the Farsa will be a really good pick right here, which is something of a staple for the side of EVOS SG itself. And for RQ Hoshi, that will be really hard for them to just focus on towards any one of these guys, because with the better airstrike zoning some of all these members away. Remember, they also have been picking things like the Kagura in this previous matchups.
And look at, is this R7? I think this is R7, right? He's yawning. Oh my
Okay.
Maybe it's
like,
RQ.
Come on, get this draft done and ready.
Yeah, I want to play RQ. It seems to me that they're pretty chill about this. They're not really gonna exert, a lot of energy, just being jolly and happy. They just want to get this over with. And EVOS SG, they look really serious right now. So for EVOS SG, they have to put things into consideration and try to punish RQ as much as possible. RQ Hoshi going for a Belleric.
Wow, okay. I'm guessing this is something that maybe Lemon will be playing in a sort of sense. But I really like the picks coming in to secure this. A Clot alongside with Belleric. And I'm pretty certain that EVOS here picks a Harif to show off the M1 World Championship skin.
I heard, or I saw in the certain video that, is getting played here at the Enter Championship, that certain skin is making a comeback.
Yeah, and speaking of which, yeah, you can definitely make that purchase as well. And maybe this is also a reminder in such a way. Potato, now very final pick, only has less than 5 seconds. And, oh, yep, I did mention Kagura. Yep, we're going to be seeing her in action instead of the Farsa. Now, let's talk us through towards this lineup that RQ feels like. Definitely star-studded, but with this draft here, how are they going to play things out against EVOS SG, which looks very mobile in this sort of scenario?
Let's just say that this is this going to be Aeon Zero?
I definitely think that this is one of these signature picks, even back in Season 1 when he was playing a long time ago. So he's very, very comfortable with a Kagura in this sort of sense. And if he actually lands a really good yin-yang overturn, oh, he's going to be popping some hits in that sort of sense. Now, going in towards Game 1, I'm hoping to see a very aggressive side. It can be either party, or Q Hoshi, or even the side of EVOS SG. We saw those early buff invasions. We see the jaw hit usually trying to scoop the buff away. Yeah, perhaps there's even more investments being put through towards this match. Like, historically, these two organizations are highly reputable for just churning up high-skilled talents, but we are already seeing a pause before we even get ourselves in towards the land of Dawn, so I'm assuming that we'll be having a little bit more of a chat before we really get the full action coming in the way.
And
so, yeah.
We really like to see the players just play in their maximum potential, so we are just going to have a bit of a pause, but don't you guys worry, we are going to head into the game in just a bit. That is going to be a fast pause, don't worry about it. But now, there is this thing that we pointed out in our huddles, that complex win conditions are a thing for EVOS SG.
Yes, indeed. Like, they also draft in such a way that they don't have one win condition, they have multiple win conditions, especially when, say, you saw the game with Hayabusa, right? So that Hayabusa wasn't really the one that was actually churning in all the kills as compared to a usual Hayabusa that you see in your usual ranked games, right? Okay, I'm an assassin, my job is to take kills, right? No, it was a pure focus on towards split pushing. And that was a thing, so that you keep that Benedetta that he was facing in that first match so busy that you can't leave your lane. If you leave the lane, you'll be losing turrets, you can be broken into, and yeah, with that, we'll get more in towards the action because we already are back in towards the land of Dawn. RQ Hoshi versus EVOS SG. Now, question that came towards us before we even start some of these matches were, you know, is there such thing as a home advantage for teams like RSG or EVOS SG in such a setting?
Is it,
perhaps so.
Perhaps so. Is it even, you know, applicable to esports? Just knowing that we are playing on the same map?
Well, questions to ponder about, but I definitely would say that for Singapore, this is their very first major esports
so a
event
lot is
for
riding on their
Mobile
backs.
Legends Bang.
A lot of
That's right.
A lot is riding on their backs to make the bacon stay.
That's right. Like, none of the seasons of MPL MYSG was ever played in Singapore, and this is definitely a very meaningful event for every Singaporean alike that has been waiting for a major event to get sure. Of course, the pandemic happened, and we all are actually celebrating through multiple ways right now. But Soul trying to make a run for his life. He will be able to dash his way to safety, and RQ has burned quite a lot of time being invested in towards that chase. Nothing much has happened throughout the 1 minute and a half, but buffs skills are not exactly the thing right now. But that River Crab is going to go on the way of EVOS SG. Gonna be setting up a little bit of crabs to die, but the minions did not crash just in time. But Albert, alongside with Lemon, they're already pressing on the attack.
And Psycho here with the rotation. Soul getting the eye for an eye up, but that would be enough to save him. And let's go. Claude here goes down. That was a timely response coming here from the side of EVOS SG, and they punished that aggression that came out from RRQ Hoshi. Now, Contra, we did talk about complex wind conditions earlier, but before that, they are now taking the turtle.
Oh boy, the turtle now being contested, and the circling eagle will drop right in towards the middle. Dark also opens up his ultimate here as Vin being chased away, but the turtle being secured right here. We do see a little bit more of that extension of goal going in favor of the side of EVOS SG at the moment. Like, I like how they are playing and responding, and oh boy, the mountain has been used.
Just to get a bit of information of where the guys from RRQ are. Well, that's a lot of R's. But, you know, if you have the turtle on your side, then that means you just want to have a bit more aggression. But Soul here being very aggressive. Electo final blow has been used. He used eye for an eye already, and look at the converge coming out from RQ Hoshi. It just seems to me that they're ready always to punish a Benedetta that's, you know, cutting the lanes.
That's right, and RQ Hoshi definitely have read it a mile away. So JPL now just going to be checking every single corner, ensuring that the Harif will be safely getting a little bit of that sort of lead. Just taking a little bit of gold from those attacks on towards the turret, as Lemon is just helping Albert to babysit him until he grows in towards the giant monster. But Psycho here getting ejected all the way towards the back, and JPL gets another kill. Second one for the Jawhead. Pokemondo, he tries to bring a little bit more damage towards the side of Vin. That's the Zaman force has been used. R7 might just give his life up just to save Vin, but JPL is chasing right in. It might just be one kill in the back. Oh, not enough to just fling that siege minion all the way back.
If he had unstoppable force there, that might have done the trick, but Soul having that space onto the top lane, Psycho here, and JPL having a bit of a tank fight, but they just back out.
Yeah.
And they don't want to go for that certain fight just because they know that they didn't really have the firepower for it.
Right now in the middle of it all, it's going to be Albert here that tries to do as much damage. But Soul, he's dropping real low. He has to back away. As you can see, Pokemon just dives right through, trying to get the sound force through, but Lemon still survives. Soul goes right back inside, but Psycho is shredding in for that triple kill with the Blazing Duet.
Whatever lead EVOS SG had, triple kill for Albert. You know that Albert is gonna get stacked in a bit. 3 kills for Albert plus a turret on the top lane. Look at this. Looking at Psycho on how he counter-initiated this.
Yeah.
He's just so dominant in just, you know, having these certain initiations that couldn't have worked, but they made it work somehow.
They just read it all the way to the microseconds right there to be able to pull off a sort of counter right in that split second, and that responded so well. R7 now has already gotten that Bloodlust Axe, as we are currently seeing a little bit of the scuffle just by River. Oh my goodness, that circling eagle was so beautiful, as Finn now risking his life, only a tick of health left, but Aeon flickers right in, tries to connect, just throw the umbrella straight to his face. Not gonna be far enough. He's got to pick that one back up. Now, Soul has to find his way back in towards safety. And Pokemon is just having a little bit of a tickle right now.
Aeon here needs to find a good initiation. That was a good yin-yang overturn, but it wasn't really enough to pull people back. Now Soul is trying to burst down Lemon, but a Belleric offlane isn't that squishy, so that won't work.
JPL though, he's getting dope upon, and rescue has arrived. Zapin Force being popped up by Pokemon. He's still chasing in to get R7 all the way back, but Finn gives his life up again. This is looking really good for Pokemon, but top lane switch up. Albert now going in for the Blazing Duet, and he tries to juke it all the way back in, but Pokemon says, no, you can't go any further than that.
EVOS SG. They came in a mission and they are delivering as of the moment. Aeon here trying to use the umbrella. Psycho might go down, but Soul doesn't have enough firepower to take him down to lethal threshold for the execute.
That's right, and of course you've already expended that Imperial Justice already, and Finn now flying right in. He knows, okay, that's a jaw hit. You really don't want to mess with him.
You don't really want to mess with him indeed. Now, I think Aeon here could have gone for, like, let's say, a Kaja. That could have been great for them, as it is straightforward. But if it's your comfort hero, it's your comfort hero.
That's right, and now Turtle going over the side of EVOS SG once again. Well, what I tell you, they are so hungry for this win against RRQ, Hoshi, and Psycho now being clipped off as well. So going for the dive as well, tries to go in for the Electro, but needing one more take of health to be taken off of him as he survives. But Vin goes in for a response as well. Oh my goodness, another punish towards Vin. Every single time he tries to engage, he could not execute any further than that. RQ understands that's an overextension. They take a turret down, and EVOS Singapore, this is a side we haven't seen in a long time.
EVOS, they look like they prepared their whole lives for this certain match. Now Claude tried to chase down Soul, but Soul has the Electro final blow, and he will survive that onslaught coming out here from Claude. Now, they need a scaling. Lemon here getting initiated upon, and look at that ultimate catches 3 people. And here comes RRQ. They want to get back. Kagura goes down. The knockup is there for JPL, but Belleric goes down. And Potato here doesn't want any more of that. He goes back, and they are happy with that win.
Vin?
But no, the flicker in, and Vin almost getting caught out.
Yeah, he went so close to the turret. He could have been, I don't know, like he could have been ejected right there, but he understood that was definitely the limit. They tried to jack the buff as well, but Vin has definitely known that, yeah, it's been long gone before they could do anything about that. EVOS SG, they look like they're one step ahead, and this is quite a rare scene to see a team like this actually hit 3K. Psycho having to find a way to escape out of that with the flicker, and now tries to get the buff for themselves as well. JPL now soaking all the damage. Bin coming from the back as well. Pokemon will be able to do the damage, and oh my goodness, Lapu Lapu just gets one more kill, and Aeon will be the next one to fall as you finally see the Matilda pulling every card that they have. But it's a 2-to-1 trade, and it's not looking well for RQ Hoshi.
EVOS as she keeps on getting the better trade whenever the team fights happen. Now Potato has the chance to get this turtle, not the turtle, but the Lord rather, and they have the retribution. Now, Claude doesn't have it up, and this is the perfect time for them actually to take this.
Boy.
But will it get stolen? Yes, it will!
What on earth? RRQ Hoshi has got that one in the bag on the right time and finally getting it back on track.
Potato didn't use the retribution for that.
It was so costly. EVOS, they could have just waited a little bit more. Like, you don't really have to force the Lord right there.
Yeah, you could have waited until 12 minutes in to have the Luminous Lord, but probably they thought that it was the right time since Lapu Lapu and Psycho, the Sylvana, is down.
That's right, and now R7 has the Blade of Despair as well. JPL just trying to scout things out for the moment. But the good news is that, you know, level 1 Lord, who are you kidding? You're not going to be getting all too much out of that. But it does strike a dent, but JPL now in a really tough position as you see Albert coming in with the Blazing Duet. Damage being done towards Pokemon as he tries to use that Zaman Force with a big fat shield to get himself back in safety. Soul trying to go in for the hunt as well, but he might just get punished for his actions here. He's way too far off, tries to dash over the walls to be able to juke out the rest of RRQ. Back in towards safety they go. They only lose out on JPL.
But that wasn't the best trade for EVOS SG. They're slowly losing their hold over the lead. While everything of that was happening, Qeon here almost getting caught out by that ultimate coming up from Belleric. And right now he goes... Matilda goes in a bit too deep and he gets punished for that. And here comes the chase. Soul, will he have the Electro final blow? Will he pull the trigger on it?
He may not just do so.
No,
There's too many members of his side of RQ. They are totaling it up on the purple buff. So if they were to really move right in, JPL will be punished. Now, Lemon definitely has seen that one. RQ is still going to be having their eyes set over on the top side where the Yishinshin is pushing right in. Do note for the fact that they managed to channel 9 kills over onto his Potato. They have not yet to shut down this really well-fed Yishinshin.
Qeon is really doing a great job just controlling the people here, but Albert, Soul doesn't have damage to even take her down.
Oh, Psycho now investing everything that they have. He's bought enough time, but look at Soul. He's still trying to survive, but that last tick of health will be replenished. Well, I can't say replenished. Taken out by the side of Finn. So, 14-12, you can see that EVOS SG still ahead by 2K, even though they lose out on the Lord. So all they have to do is just to find a way to get the rest of the members up, because Potato already level 15 and Albert's pretty much the same as well. They just have to be worried about their positionings in some of these sort of fights. But JPL honestly has been doing quite the wonder alongside with Soul, causing quite a huge disruption.
Pokemon and the others, they're just trying to scale as much as possible. In terms of late game, both of these teams have their potential with the Harith and the Claude, plus the Yisonshin here for the side of EVOS SG. Soul, I think, is going for the same route as Flap did with his Benedetta earlier. I mean, he has the Festival of Blood on, but it's not really working for him as much. He hasn't gotten a kill ever since minute 1. So you know that he might be opting to go for an off-tank setup.
Wait a minute, they're actually trying to scout out to catch Soul in action, but do know for the fact that within 10 seconds from now, there'll be the upcoming Lord that will be pretty much on the Luminous side. Only one more tap for the turret to fall, so they'll be diving right in. Diamond Force being popped up. Pokemon says, yep, this is pretty much worth it, but now that there is the big objective up and they have known that, oh, Salmon Force has already been used, so they have to wait it to be coming back up online. So that also means that they are leaving the top side being empty out. So Valor is currently going on a push. Battle Cycle getting caught out. This might just be a kill that might just be garnered, but nope, it's still not going to be a little bit too tough for them to crack open the shell. But Lemon flanking from the back. This is going to be a big move coming from the side of RQ. Pokemon getting caught out. He tries to run for his life, but JPL forced to figure away. This is a bad news for the local side of Singapore. And JPL, 1 tick of health. He managed to swing himself back in towards the base. So they only lose 1. Really, really tough bout out there for them to admit all the way through.
I'm surprised that Lemon made it that far without being noticed by the side of EVOS SG. Even if they did have the Mountain Shocker, Albert right now trying to get the Lord, but they turn on Soul. Soul might go down here, and the dashes are coming out, but it wasn't enough to save him. Aeon going down. Albert here getting caught out by the Yin Yang overturn. And there is another fight happening here, Potato and Lemon. But they will just back away, and I think EVOS SG, they'll just give up this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, I feel like they are just pulling strings right there and then, and JPL is the only one nearby to be able to do anything, and the redemption of this is probably snatching it away, and there's no chance as RQ Hoshi has been able to finish the job. 14-14 in terms of kills, but I believe that with the Luminous Lord, once again, on the side of RQ Hoshi, they could possibly get a lot more advantages out of the push, which now Lord is going to be going on towards the top side of the map, which means the rest of the members will be focusing either on towards the mid or even the bottom lane with a 1-3-1 formation being set up.
Okay, seeing the items earlier, like Soul had a blade armor and a brute force breastplate as with the Blood Blast axe. He's trying to go for the Blade of Despair just to get that extra damage, but right now, JPL catches someone, and Vin almost going down, but the protection is there. The shields will save him. Lemon here will be the next target, but can they take him down? A lot of skills have been used already, but only 1/4 of his HP is gone.
That's right, and of course, with Vin face checking, at the very least, they can clear the Lord. So it's pretty much of a sort of a risk that they had to take, but at the very least, there's no Circling Eagle to be catching them out of position. And with that, EVOS SG will have to respond towards this bottom side of a push and have to give some of all these camps away towards RRQ at the moment. So Albert possibly trying to see whether or not can they find a little bit of a pick. So JPL is honestly on form, doing his duty, making sure that nobody gets past him to do anything at all. Now, Soul does get himself that Blade of Despair, so I believe that at the very least, he could still pull the trigger to find some picks later on.
Now, it's the clean-up crew kind of style for the side here of Soul, but here comes the fight. They catch out JPL. JPL going for the flicker. Will the armor, will the shields save him? Yes, it will. And they're turning on Psycho right now. Psycho with the flicker. And here we go. Pokemon getting caught out. He did have a bit of armor, but that won't save him. Soul going 1v1 against Albert, but Albert has way too much damage. Potato going down as well. Immortality by JPL. Will it be enough though? Lemon though, just getting tossed in front of the turret, but it does no damage to him.
Oh no, it's going to be fling all the way back, but Lemons will be able to dash in towards safety as well. These members of the side of EVOS SG, as much as they found a lead, they eventually will still be knocked down a point by RRQ Hoshi. Quite a comeback from the Indonesian side, as the King of Kings has been able to draw first blood.
You know what? We say this a lot, but I can't say it, well, we can say it again. When these kinds of tournaments, these high-level tournaments come in, just one mistake coming out from your team could cost you the game.
Yeah, and in this instance, we did see it started from that Lord attempt. Like, everything was honestly going so well for EVOS SG, and you could see from the goal graph itself, they were actually having quite a significant lead until they dropped the ball right there and RQ went in chasing, and they understood what JPL's role is in this entirety of the fight. They actually went out to stop the Benedetta, and they found a solution to that split push right after securing that Lord. So after that, I think EVOS SG suddenly have to pull that reverse gear to go all the way, and you know, they have to jam the brake somehow.
Lemon made a lot of valuable plays there that won them the game.
Yeah, and one really important one was the Belleric flank all the way to the back. They got the top tower, and then they went into towards the mid lane, and he popped the ultimate. Like, that was a Great setup.
The Belric didn't even have a dash, but he went in unnoticed. But yeah, I think it's time to thank our sponsors, Contra.
That's right. And of course, with that being said, if you guys are actually here in Singapore, traveling just to watch the M2 World Championship with your family, you can definitely trust your gaming gear partners in the form of Tumi. And with them, you can get some really cool Tumi luggage as well as backpack and great stuff to be checked out here. You guys gotta visit tumi.com/esports and to perfect that journey.
And did you guys know that we partnered up with an established distributor of many well-loved consumer brands in Asia? The SUTL Group is the proud 2021 MLBB partner in esports for Fiji Water, Ekchong's It's Cup, and Mountain Dew. To find out more, visit www.sutl.com.
It's been nothing but amazing games here, and wow, really congrats to RQ Hoshi with that big comeback. But before we jump into the next one, of course, let's get ourselves pretty much educated about what we will be giving away. Well, it's the Razer giveaways here with the Razer Kishi mobile gaming controller up for grabs. All you got to do is just put in the comments with the hashtag Razer Kishi. And once again, before we pass it over to LaFell, I honestly want to thank Tumi once again for being a great partner in esports for M2 as the journey to become the champion of M2 has been perfected with the latest Tumi luggage and backpack. You can bring your gear anywhere with you safely without worries. Remember, visit tumi.com/esports. Now, of course, we got a lot to say, but we'll wait for Game 2 to say more about that. Now, we're going to throw it over to our analyst desk. Thank you so much, LaFell. Take it away.
All right, hello. Thank you very much. And since our casters were talking about a battle between coaches, somehow I have the image of Zays and James. They're just like, Zays made the first good move, and then James, he just took a chip and eat it. And then everything just went well. So basically during the game, we definitely can see that the side of EVOS, they did really, really well from the early game up to the mid game. And contributing to that is actually some mistakes from RRQ, but also how EVOS, specifically Potato, did not use the retribution to secure the Lord. It's a small thing, but somehow it created a snowball effect where RRQ Hoshi just started to get back all of their advantages and then just quickly and steadily taking all of their resources away from EVOS and then just proceeding to winning the game. And just like what Butter said, it's all about Lemon. I mean, to be fair, without Albert, that comeback could not happen just because he has really good positioning on the cloud and he knows the right time to go in with the Blazing Duet to make sure that he doesn't die, as well as deal as much damage as he can. But all of those crazy flanks by the Belric and then all the right timings of the Wrath of the Dryad, it's really good because the thing about Belric, he is so tanky. Like, if you guys watch back the clips, he just stayed in front and then it's almost like he's daring them. Well, he is a Belric, so he's like, please attack me so I can trigger my passive so I can hurt you more. Please, I like pain. But yeah, we will look at the itemization of Lemon to see how he really builds the Belric off lane. And over here, you guys can see he still builds tanky. But the thing about Belric is, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last patch or the last two patches where the increase in HP based on the items has increased drastically. So definitely Sky Garden helmet as well as the Curse helmet, they pair up very, very well, making him super tanky as well as increasing his damage and his base stats overall. Albert over here, we can definitely see with going really, really full damage. As you guys can see, the only defensive item he has is the Athena shield. He didn't even bother with the Wind of Nature to go up against Potato, just because he feels like I can handle Potato. I just need to get the rest of them out of the map. He doesn't care that Potato only died once. He just cares about killing all the other people. And he has the Demon Hunter sword. He has the golden staff. He has the endless battle. It just goes out crazy damage. But the thing about EVOS SG, you guys can look at Aeon and Soul. Soul, I actually don't mind that much because I can I can definitely see what he's trying to do. He's trying to cut the waves. He's trying to be a huge distraction for Kyoshi, just pushing the lane and everything. But Aeon using the Kagura in this game didn't really impact that much. He didn't do much. It was mostly a potato Pokemon kind of game. And Soul, honestly, even with a 0.63 score, he actually did pretty well. It's just that he didn't do enough. And sometimes he just pushed his luck a little bit more. He bitten more than he can chew. So definitely EVOS SG, they have a chance to get this into a third game. But before that, let's look at the MVP of the game, the guy that really made it happen, the guy that got the victory for Araki Hoshi is none other than Albert with the Claude, a 629 KDA. The itemization is mostly damage. Again, Endless Battle, Golden Staff, and Demon Hunter Sword, yes. But even though Claude is the MVP, we do have to point out that Lemon with the Belleric did a lot of work as a good frontline hero, as well as getting a very, very good positioning in between everyone from EVOS SG, sometimes catching them really, really off guard, helped win most of those team fights. And if we look at the damage numbers, I think he did pretty well for himself as well. In this game, EVOS SG, if they secured the Lord, they probably would have pushed their advantages even more, getting more turns, and then just mainly controlling the map really, really well, and then managing to end out the game. But Araki Hoshi, being a very, very experienced team, veteran, and every one of them has played together in such a long time, they just understood. It's like, yeah, we're losing, but it's okay. We just need to catch one mistakes, and then we just have to push our advantage to a different side of the map, win that part, and then transfer that win into a different part of the map, and then just win overall, get a few good team fights, and then just win off of that. So maybe there is a bit of a tilt going on in EVOS SG, where when they didn't get the Lord, they're just like, oh, seriously? Come on, you know, maybe that happened, but they really have to reset themselves, because we're going to match 2, and if EVOS SG wins, they have a chance to get to the upper bracket, but if they lose, then it's just going to be all RRQ all day. But yeah, we have to see what they will be up to in the second match. The draft is definitely going to be a little bit more interesting. I want to see what the Lemon wants to bring in, the Belleric again, or he has a different pick. But that is it from me. Thank you, Razor, as well as to me. But right now, we're going to go back to our casters, because we are going for the second game. So casters, please take it away.
And thank you once again, LaFell, for the great, honest breakdown itself. And back to us, it's Contra alongside with Butters. Welcome back to game number 2, and special thanks to our sponsors, Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort, and of course, the perfect sitting form. Available in the Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerces in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co. If you guys are also fans of Secret Lab chairs, it's absolutely comfortable.
Yeah, I'm loving mine right now.
They deliver almost worldwide, if I'm not mistaken, so you guys can visit the website to get your hands on that gaming chair. You're not appropriate until you sit on one of these. All right, so of course we got a lot more to thank for, so
yeah, we would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports. Turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality, where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional gamers alike.
That's right. And with that being said, did you guys also know that you guys can watch together with your friends if you guys are in Singapore? That's right. And with that, you guys can head over to the Cathay Cineleisure Orchard just to catch out the M2 World Championship. It's called MVP, and you'll be able to catch all the M2 action on the big cinema screens. And what's more, you can win yourself some goodies out there. There's gonna be giveaways as well as lucky draws to be won. So you guys want to get your hands on that MVP slot. So MVP will be running all week long, and you can get your tickets at the Cathay Cineplex's website. You can also check out www.rsg.gg/MVP for more information about getting those tickets for MVP.
And that is about it. but we have to get back into the game. But before that, let's try to check the Battle Night here. Log in on January 30th to claim free permanent skins. And you know what? Today, we are very pleased to announce the launch of anniversary season of Magic Chess Blazing Hammer. The new adventure will officially begin on January 30th. New upgrading system Blessing, new little commander and map, all synergies revamped, and free trial of advanced skins await you.
That's right, and we are going to be going in towards our second game right here. EVOS honestly looking fantastic in the start of the game, in towards the mid game, until they commit a little bit of that slight mistake by not pressing that retribution right there and then to secure the Lord. And things definitely took a toll for a change, and RQ Hoshi have drawn the very first win. But now that EVOS SG is going to be on towards the blue side, things might be looking relatively different in terms of draft. They're going in for a Selena ban to start off game 2.
I don't really think that it was a fatal mistake, but it's just more on the
risky play.
It was a risky play. They didn't really use the retribution. There's that. But after that certain mistake that they made, they just turtled. And they had the lead, even with the Lord.
That's right. And I believe that at one point, they were still pressing on the attack. Like, they're still JPL just trying to draw every single aggression towards his side. Like, he's trying to cause quite a steer in the distraction to be able to open up the rest of the lanes up until the Luminous Lock came back up online. And that flank coming out of Lemon really changes the tempo of the team fights.
And right now, we are having our bans. Seems to me that the atmosphere around EVOS SG got a lot more serious. Right now, Zay's talking to his players. And yeah, we actually see a lot of yawning here from our players.
RQ Hoshi is just
chilling.
Low-key saying like, I'm just really tired of too much of a basic game. Bring me more. Of course, I'm not trying to speak on their behalf, and that does not actually come from me as well. Just saying, you know, like, no disrespect,
but probably
just assumptions.
Probably
just assumptions.
They just lack sleep.
Yeah, you know,
that could be it.
Gamers usually have a nocturnal schedule, you know, like they play till late or so, but when it comes down to the pro team, you have a very stringent schedule of scrims, you have practices, media shoots, and interviews. I guess it's definitely been a long day. RQ Hoshi, EVOS SG has been up since the early morning. So definitely, it has been a tiring day for the likes of Manny. And playing the very final series here, it's evidently so. Now, bans have already come true.
Even if you're not playing, you still have to watch the games that are happening at the very first, at the start of the day. So, RQ Hoshi right now, looking at the bans, it's Esmeralda, Brody, and the Claude. For the side of EVOS SG, it's the Selena, Ling, and the Natalia. And RQ Hoshi probably thinks that Pokemon might go for that side lane Claude with the Avarice again, so they just take it out.
That's right. And up till now, no Natalia, permanently banned.
But by the way,
oh yeah,
this is the first time that RQ Hoshi didn't ban the Cho.
That's right. And I feel like maybe they want to open this one for themselves in this sort of case. So Soul, he wants to secure for Potato once again. He was playing that Yushin to perfection. And with that sort of gameplay, I'm pretty sure that this is something that they can rely back on. Even though Cho was being open, we know that JPL, he's pretty good at it as well. But hey, it's definitely a chance for you to just secure this top tier pick before you give that double selection coming for RQ Hoshi. So you got so many
power
things
picks.
on board. Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, you name it.
Cho.
Go ahead.
Yuzong. They didn't go for the Benedetta. It seems to me that RQ Hoshi doesn't give Benedetta any priority. They had all the chance in the world to get it in multiple occasions and multiple games, but they did not really pick it for themselves. I think once they did, and it was Psycho using it as a mid laner.
That's right. And well, I gotta say that, you know, Lemon now stealing away JPL's pick, this is where he does get the chill, because you've been talking about that chill. This is something that he could always use, so it's really not too much of a big concern. Now that they can also secure the Benedetta, yep, it didn't really seem like it's a high kill volume for the Benedetta, as I mentioned. They could have gone for the Hayabusa as well, but hey, Benedetta is simply the better option in that sort of this instance. So the question is, will RQ Hoshi actually respond with the selection of the Hayabusa, since that they already got that use on?
Yeah, I mean, they did, but right now I think they can put this to the gold lane if they wanted to. They could avoid the Yuzhong in terms of laning. Right now, I think for the side of EVOS SG, they need a straightforward way to deal with things. Earlier, as you can see, you have the Kagura, who's a good catch, plus the Jawhead, but they had a lot of requirements to catch out people. For the side of RQ Hoshi, it was straightforward. Just get the Belleric, press the ultimate, and you catch multiple people.
I honestly like the Loyi pick right here, offering quite a significant burst as well, but RQ, they just know how to play the map very well. We evidently saw coming from Lemon that he could easily pull off those sort of tricks. Now that we're going in towards phase number 2, they find the opportunity to ban away the Hayabusa, knowing that they didn't went for that third pick earlier on. Lapu Lapu will not be seen at all, and surprisingly enough, EVOS SG didn't really want to go in for that Lapu Lapu, even it was being opened up, is because that, you know, it's even more worthy to secure things that they're more comfortable on. But let me tell you this, there's still one ban on each side, and that Farsa that we talked about, I honestly want to see it come online.
If EVOS SG wants it, then I think they can, but RQ Hoshi won't definitely ban it just because they have the Yuzhong.
That's right, and with that, I just feel like this sort of the final ban here will be targeting on towards more pulls coming in from the marksman side of things, perhaps. And there's still a couple of all these options left available. Without that sort of the clock online, I think you could see 1-1 could be pretty much of a good pick coming for RRQ.
It could be it is an RRQ pick.
Yeah.
We've seen it multiple times already. RRQ Hoshi isn't one to back down from that 1-1 side lane. EVOS SG with their final ban, they go for the Lancelot. They don't want Albert to get his hands on that hero.
Yeah, you just look at EVOS SG side, all 5 bans. Technically, on the assassin side of things, yeah, you could definitely argue. Yeah, Selena is technically
some are mid, yeah.
Yeah, but hey, it's looking pretty solid to say that EVOS SG did not want anybody to get anywhere near that Yishin.
RQ Hoshi on their 4th pick. This is the 2nd phase of pickings. Albert gets the 1-1. Yeah, and they still have a room to adjust for their jungler.
Indeed. This is where these 2 picks will be setting the tempo in the front line sort of matters. And I still want to see that Fossa. Will they actually go for it right here though? But honestly, I'm not too certain if that's actually going to be all too good, because if they were to go in for a Feather Airstrike and actually get caught out, wrapped around by the Yuzhong, it's hard to actually get around with that. But hey, they're going in for the Harry for the 2nd time for Pokemon. Oh, this is a Harley special coming from the side of Aeon. So back then, these guys, of course, have been playing a lot of Harley in the early seasons, and Aeon used to be known as the best Harley out there in the MYSG.
That is true, but for RQ Hoshi, I would have liked if they went for a Sylvana tank. Just looking at the EVOS SG lineup right now, they could have gone for it. It could have been better, but Jawhead is their go-to person. Now, I think EVOS SG is just going for this, have multiple problems or multiple mobile heroes that can go in and out. And honestly, I'm seeing RQ Hoshi's lineup right now. They don't really have catch as much. The only thing that they have is the ejector and the unstoppable force. for the Yuzhong, yes, the knockup is there, but it will be very hard to land against these heroes.
Yeah, that possibly will be true, but just look at how much DPS damage that they can deal as well as sustain.
That's true.
That itself will be really scary in the late game, especially when 1-1 gets activated. Now, it's time for us to see whether or not can the hometown favorites here, EVOS SG, pull 1 pointer back and find a way to climb up and towards the upper brackets, because if they want the best chance, they have to find a way to put RQ in towards the lower brackets. That's where the Kings will be slaying some of all the other bigger teams out there, and that definitely will be an interesting thing to picture, but it's all boiling down to results at the very end of the day. We will be a little bit patient, as of course being displayed on the screen. So we go back in towards this draft. So we got the Harif on the other side, also with the Yishin Shin. Sort of like a double marksman sort of composition. Obviously, one of it will be jungling. And over on towards the other end, RQ side actually fielding that Roger. So let's talk us through strength of the Roger right now.
Strength of the Roger right now is he has this gap closer that deals damage. So it's more likely that when you pick the Roger, you would aim to go for those high HP bar off tanks. You would want him to face against those heroes. But then again, the Benedetta might be aiming to go for that off-tank build that we've been seeing. The Brute Force Breastplate, the Blade Armors, it's there. Then again, I'm seeing right now, in a way, it's probably just for the dive. Because seeing the requirement from EVOS SG talking about complex win conditions, it's here. You can see that there is this thing about them that they need to scale as much as possible. Harith needs to scale. Harley somewhat needs to scale as well.
Yeah.
So everyone just has this need to get their core items first before they can fight. And with Roger, as long as you have the orange buff on your side, you will deal significant amount of damage, especially in wolf form.
That's right. All the buffs will be relatively important, as well as whoever gets a hit in terms of levels will be able to just get more advantages in that sort of sense. So this is a very resource-heavy game coming out of the side of EVOS SG.
I completely agree.
And with that, you gotta see from the side of RQ Hoshi, it's relatively about the same if you ask me.
R7 will be playing that Yuzhong Lemon as the 1-1. And look at this, he does not have the flicker, but he does have the Aegis. Lemon here, using that extra shield to get away from that damage and to not get forced out of lane. But Qeon here will be the target of Psycho, but there is a punish coming in here for EVOS SG. Make that a 1-for-1 Contra.
Well, technically you can call that a 1-1.
Yeah. That's actually funny.
Back in the game.
That was actually funny. It just took a while to sink in.
Seems like they're going to be changing the scores with Vin dropping out some health coming for the side of Aeon, but still, this will be EVOS SG with that lead, finally breaking that truce. So having a little bit of slight advantage in the early game. I love the fact that in both of these matches that we are seeing, every time EVOS SG loses a member, they go in for a trade, and that's absolutely worth it. Now, we do look at it, yeah, sure, it's just basically the Jawhead dropping down or Vin, but, you know, it's still going to be Goldie's goal going over on towards JPL side, which means that he has enough money to just build whatever he wants.
Look at this, Albert, with Albert in the area, they could not fight him. They know that he has the buffs. He will deal a lot of damage if allowed to go for the dive, but EVOS SG played that well. They did not jump the gun. They did not try to punish Lemon as much. And Lemon right now has the Aegis up. this time. Mountain Shocker to get a bit of information and harass on the enemies. So RQ Hoshi will stand back.
Very preemptive measure coming in from the side of EVOS SG, expanding the Mountain Shocker just like that. And now, with that, we have 4 members right there. Oh, Aeon looking to actually go in for the catch, trying to actually get Vin, but he's falling down low. No follow-ups whatsoever from the side of EVOS SG. But with the turtle coming low, they are forcing their way back, and they are giving this one up for RQ Hoshi to steal it away.
EVOS SG knows that they cannot contest that as long as the Roger is there. That's how much pressure they exude here for the side of EVOS SG. But look at that ejector. It catches out Pokemon. Zaman Force, he is forced out. And that's going to be Potato getting the kill secured. JPL going out. He does have the Jit Kondo and the Shunpo. And this is going to be not a 1-for-1, but someone going down on RQ Hoshi alone.
Yeah, and it's still very much evened up, but this buff is being hijacked. But Potato, he almost got caught out. It will still be another trade coming out of these both teams. Down force being used out, and it will be Albert chasing right in. This is looking relatively great for Pokemon as Albert tries to make a great escape, but Aeon says, no, I can still find you with whatever cost I can throw at your face.
EVOS SG timed that perfectly. Pokemon knew that the buff was out, so he decided to just jump in. It was the perfect condition. It was the perfect requirement for him. He had a Zaman Force. He had the capability to, you know, just have this trade with a Roger. And Albert knew that he had to get out of harm's way, so he just tried to get away, and after that, it wasn't enough. His mobility isn't that good.
Oh, Aeon's right here. He's going to be going in for the catch as well. Yuzon now finally using the Dragon 4, but it's way too late. Aeon has been able to find those pickups right there. He didn't really need that flame shot even in this scenario.
And that's why you call it deadly magic, because it's deadly.
Indeed. So, a couple of these sort of the goal being garnered coming from the side of EVOS SG. They are once again ahead, but only by a very slight margin. Now Psycho having a little bit of the camp protection. JPL causing some disruption towards the top side of things as Lemon has been having so much of the Guardian Angel by his side, but Pokemon just wants to poke a little bit of fun on this Jawhead. Nothing much has been able to be garnered here, but that turtle slowly having it being yoinked away as EVOS SG has been able to get this one in the bag.
JPL with the Way of the Dragon, he catches out that Lu Yi, and right now it's a 3v4 situation. Make this a 3v4 actually, and right now the Yi just jumps in. Pokemon gets bursted down. Potato here trying to deal as much damage as possible. Psycho getting deadly magic. It deals no damage at all.
I just love the way that they are pressing on towards the attack. You can just see how determined they are by just committing with the Way of the Dragon as well as the Zaman Force. Now Soul pulling in the wave as he's trying to proxy this one down. Lowy is going to be making his way over on towards the middle lane, but still having some space to be able to just force a little bit of the exchange later on. And the good thing about having such a high mobility composition from the side of EVOS SG is that they can easily find those picks whenever they want to. And JPL, they're just camping towards the top side, but for Soul, he can always make his way out.
Soul here using those dashes to his advantage. He'll get away from the hands of Psycho. He will not get ejected into the 1-1.
Oh,
and there's
boy.
the stoppable force. Aeon here using the Cyclone Eye wisely. And that's in. He got it in
Perfect
time.
timing.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, I guess that is definitely the magic trick in the hat. But RQ has been able to get their hands on towards the very first turret, which is in the mid lane. So this is going to be a little bit troublesome for the side of EVOS SG, knowing for the fact that some parts of the jungle they have to give away in terms of pressure. But looking at this sort of scenario, it's a 1-2-2 coming out from the side of RQ Hoshi, and they're finding ways to just put Soul to sleep. But at this very moment, is Aeon going to be able to do so much? But Albert is going to be diving right in! Oh my god, just look at the damage! Oh, he's going to be bursting him down, but Soul cannot do anything at all. 4 members of RQ just marching right in, looking for JPL as well, but he can easily just use his Shunpo as well as Jikondo to get himself back out. But what exactly would the response be for the rest of EVOS SG, because they don't really get that much of an exchange other than the turret on top?
Now, Albert has the Wind Talker. And with that, Contra, I mean, he's gonna be more confident in the dives that he will take.
Indeed, and Vin this time getting caught out.
Nice
It's gonna be having some force, but it will be a little bit more area for him to work with. Lemon tries to go in for a trade as well, but for RQ Hoshi, they are so preemptive in this sort of decision. Way up the dragon, this positioning their members all across the place. Psycho might just be dropped right here as Soul has been able to garner 1 kill in the back alongside with Aeon. The rest of RRQ definitely having some Survey members being bruised up. They are being forced to retreat, but currently there's not much of an objective for them to take. Lemon still pretty much healthy at the moment, facing a 2 versus 1.
Holy Crystal is now up for Aeon, and that only means that he's gonna hurt a lot, especially with his burst potential. Now for RQ Hoshi, I really think that they need to hold on to this certain lead that they have by just taking down the turrets. They haven't been taking down turrets. Yes, they've been winning a lot of these fights, but in terms of converting it to objectives, they haven't been successful in that department.
That's right, and just looking at this matter, how well it's been working. Oh, here comes the Electro being used up already by Soul, as he will be able to find his way back to safety. One great turret being secured coming from the side of EVOS SG, 96 at the current standpoint, 3k in terms of goal lead, and that's going to be extending once they drop this turret as well. I just love the way that they are controlling the entirety of the pace of the game, forcing RQ Hoshi not to be getting too much out of all these sort of exchanges. They're still waiting for the time for Lemon to kick up a notch and just force his way through some of these fights. Luminous Lord is now online pretty much soon in the span of 3 minutes.
And that was a timely... they got the orange buff in a timely manner just because the Lord is now up. 9 minutes into the game, Albert still has a fresh orange buff, so that means he can deal a lot of damage. Albert there, turning into a werewolf. He didn't go for the jump, but that, I think, scared the hell out of Potato.
Yeah, even if he commits a jump, they still have the mobility to actually move away. So it's a very risky thing for the Roger to just be the first guy to make that move. They just need them to have the jaw to commit towards this, and they have to give away this very first Lord on the span of 9 minutes. Remember, this is not going to be the one that's luminous, but hey, it still works very well. And you can see this is the very first time that I'm seeing a very convincing lead coming from the side of EVOS SG as compared to the ones that we see before. Now, speaking of that, Ejector on towards Soul, but he could still be able to find a couple of all these areas of play. The Wawa will be able to take one down, but Pokemon, he's in trouble right now. Getting saved there by Soul, but is it going to be enough? 4 versus 3 is not going to be the number that you want to be looking for, EVOS. And with that, Aeon, the next one to fall to the hands of Albert with a beautiful dive right through. Only 2 members left from the side of EVOS SG. JPL definitely on the wrong direction.
JPL trying to buy some time. The Lord is at the bottom lane. As you can see, Yisun Shin is making his way there so that the Lord can push a bit of these towers onto the bottom lane. Now, clearly seeing that the fight is done and he doesn't have any more information of where RQ Hoshi is going, he just went back because he didn't want to risk his life just to escort the Lord to that certain turret.
And I gotta say that RQ Hoshi played that very well. Like, they understood that, okay, with the Lord already going down towards the bot side, they are expecting to see EVOS members going up towards the top, and they cut them out before they could do so, rendering that Lord useless. And even so, EVOS still looking to secure more of these objectives. It's already 5 turrets in the back as compared to 3 from the side of RQ Hoshi. Now, finally, we get a little bit of a breather here to discuss even further, because this game is absolutely nuts.
Yep. It's crazy how well these teams are utilizing the small advantages against the enemy team just to get a certain lead. Now, looking at it, the Lord on the bottom lane might not have done any damage to the bottom lane turret, but still, the super minions, the enhanced minions, made a move onto the top lane and they got that top turret. So that means more gold for the side here of EVOS SG, and that also means that they have easy access on the orange buff onto the side of RRQ Hoshi.
That's right. And just to really bring everything out of the context for a little bit, just every single one of these guys who make predictions here will most likely put RRQ Hoshi as, you know, the ones that is looking to win it all because, hey, there's no EVOS Legends, right? And with Ahmad not really playing for the side of Alter Ego, their chances are really high. But now that you are looking at EVOS SG, putting that challenge, putting pretty much everything on the line to try to defeat these Titans is honestly very inspiring.
A lot of people were saying this is going to be a cakewalk for RRQ. To be honest, it doesn't look like it.
Not at all.
Not at all. EVOS SG is putting up a great fight. They've been doing the right things. They were playing their roles perfectly. It's just that they have to lessen the risky plays a bit. I mean, it's high risk, high reward. But if you get punished to it, if you get punished doing it, you're probably gonna lose like game number 1.
That's right, and you can definitely see that EVOS SG, they're not just doing it for themselves, they're actually doing it for the people of Singapore or all the fans that have been supporting them since the moment that they set foot in towards Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So I really gotta give props to this team. The veterans have been here for so long, and we talk about that last hoorah here. You can see in their spirit that they are bringing hope towards the Singaporean side. And even although I wasn't really raised here, I can feel the energy.
The passion.
Yeah, the passion. And RQ side, although they have been put in such a manner before, and even recently in their MPL ID run, it was close calls against the likes of Alter Ego. So it's kind of like a little bit of a bad flashback where there's a potential of dropping the game. That's why they're trying really hard to keep themselves in a very calm mind. Same goes to the side of EVOS SG, because honestly, game 1, if you actually lost such a game on your usual solo queues, of course, you feel a little bit tilted, right? Like, you got the Lord being taken away in really critical situations, but this time they're looking rather more convincing. Like, they're doing all the right moves. Just all the fundamentals that's being brought out once again has been perfectly displayed, not only from the side of EVOS SG, but RQ Hoshi's side as well. Like, they are looking at a very well fine balanced line.
And there's a saying, actually, Contra, nothing more is scarier than a man who has nothing to lose. And I think for EVOS SG, they have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
That's
and
right.
Right now, they're putting up a great challenge, or they're putting a great challenge in front of RRQ Hoshi. And there is a big chance that we might actually head in to a game number 3.
Okay, so if RRQ takes a 2-0 win, it's something that, oh, it's RRQ, people expected. But if EVOS SG takes this win and tops the group stages, this is where it's going to be front page news across all these regions. You know, like, wow, have you expected the grand finalists of M1 to suffer, you know, a big blow towards their tournament run, being sent down towards the lower bracket? But you know, this is the nature of tournaments. This is why I just love shoutcasting some of all these matches, because honestly, put those predictions aside, it's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game. And you know what? Talking to these players, knowing the sacrifices that they did to make it here into the M2 World Championships, it's not a joke becoming a pro player. And they did everything that they can to just put themselves right there on those booths, on those on that certain stage where they're sitting on right now. And yeah, I mean, just seeing how these two teams play, a lot of people are saying it's a cakewalk, it's a cakewalk. No, it's not. It's not. EVOS SG knows what they're doing. It's just the El Clasico all over again.
Yeah, and imagine this as well. Like, I talked about the battle of the coaches, two very renowned names, RQ James, EVOS Ace. So it would definitely be a bitter run if, say, James were to be held down by Zace's plans once again. Like, EVOS Legends came in for first sweeps. Yep, have done that before. They are trying not to let this happen ever again. Like, you saw the disappointment in the face back in Malaysia where, you know, they were just one game away and they're all beaten down. Like, after so much effort, after all that training, it's just that one crucial game that really give it all away. And remember, there's also $300,000 on the line. On top of that, it's life-changing. Whoever gets that way in towards the grand finals will be able to take it all. So now, this is where things get really interesting. We've already got 2 teams in the upper brackets, right? We got Omega. We've already got the likes of
Burmese Ghouls.
That's right.
I think Bren just locked in their slot earlier.
Yeah, that definitely is true. And I really wonder, this last slot here is to be decided in this very final game.
And we head back onto the game. Potato. As we see, got the crab coin. RRQ. They stay near their base. They're not aiming to just push anytime soon. They know that Lemon needs a bit more of items here. I think Lemon... Do you think that his positioning is a bit put into a bad spot just because he went for the Aegis rather than the Flicker?
I would definitely agree. In a few instances of the fight where he couldn't really get into his position where he can get the optimal pickoffs, but it's still something that is workable. Well, of course, why he chose this sort of spell is to ensure a little bit more of a safety net, especially when your team is playing on the offense. Nobody's going to be taking care of you, so he's got to find a way to juke things out or just kite in towards a certain angle. And now, at the moment, although there's not much of an objective, the next Lord that's coming online is going to be a little past 1 minute. But here goes that dive straight in towards the Harley. Oh, this is very costly.
Lemon here getting targeted by that Harley of Aeon. He survived that with the Aegis, I'm pretty sure about that. But coming into the late game, do you think the Aegis will still be relevant? Looking at the lineup here for the side of EVOS SG,
but I guess every single bit of it counts as well. Yeah, I definitely agree with you that maybe it might not be as
relevant,
as relevant as the Flicker, right? But it's really down to his preference because maybe Lemon is just feeling it at this sort of moment. But at this point in time, Albert is the one that's really pulling in the weight. You can see already 5 kills being garnered, but it's pretty much a all-rounded side for the side of EVOS SG. But oh my goodness, this is gonna be a camp being set up, and JPL almost fell for it. He had a hunch, and yep, just showing Lemon a little bit of how he looks like.
You know what? That could have been a disaster for the side of EVOS SG, but JPL read that well. He knew that there was something up. He knew that they had the Louis. So anytime when all these members are not pushing, are not showing the waves, they're probably up to something bad.
That's right. And speaking of up to something, EVOS SG is already starting things off. Diversion already being used up for the flank. Psycho as well has been there, diving right in. This is going to be the Lord being on the last quarter of health. R7 just moving, marching in their way just to try to clip over outside of Aeon as they completely ditch the Lord. But they're looking for the kills, and RRQ Hoshi is going to be finding 2 members down for the side of EVOS. Pokemon's next one on the chopping block, and most of the members of RRQ survive except for Psycho. This is looking relatively good for them to just get their hands on towards the Lord, having 2 members to be manning that. But JPL, he's got other plans. He's trying to force a split push, but he's coming right back for the Lord. But what can he do? He doesn't really have Retribution on his side, but all he can do is just to disrupt this at the very moment. This is going to be really crucial right now, but he can only watch as it falls to the hands of RQ Hoshi. And so he gets that shut down. Great pickup, but now there's a bigger problem here with the Luminous Lord in hands of RQ.
Okay, that was a good pick off coming out from Soul, just because now they have to push with the Lord with 4 members. The respawn timer on Vin is at 25 seconds. at the moment. So that means they really need to think about their next move there. RQ Hoshi, are they gonna push with the Lord, or are they gonna split up, or are they just gonna ignore this Lord push all in all?
At the moment, we do see a 2-2 split, but now with the cats coming here in, all members on deck, except for the Benedetta, and Zaman Force being used up, but Psycho as well. They are charging right in. Albert Whip, the Great Big Pokemon is down. This is fake news. RQ Hoshi, they can escort this lot all the way straight in towards the final turret of the top side. So they could possibly chunk out the hell for a little bit longer, but how long can the turret stand? As you can see, JPL tries to find a little bit more of a salvation pick, not really finding the crosshairs on towards Lemon just about yet, but they could definitely buy a little bit more time to clear that wave, but they're still hunting out for Lemon. Lemon still has some really big Aegis going on, that's the reason why he survives, and that answers your question, brothers.
That is RQ Hoshi just showing us how they use diversion, not the literal diversion that Vin has, but they put themselves onto the middle lane just because they knew that bottom lane is gonna push. Now, everyone from EVOS SG had their eyes on the mid lane. They just wanted to defend that. But in the process, they lost that certain turret, and now no outer turrets here for the side of EVOS SG. And they even up the map now.
Now, they are definitely breaking even. It's already in the late game phase. And, well, brothers, I'm pretty sure you want to talk about itemization, so let's have a quick look at some of all these items being brought up online. But before that, I think that they are still going to be having a little bit of a dance, but let's not worry too much about that. So, difference is 1 kill, and now, yep, finally, we got the items up. So, what do we have, brothers?
On 1-1, we do have the Rose Gold Meteor. And looking at Albert, he did go for the Athena Shield just to mitigate a bit of damage here coming out onto the side of EVOS SG. Pokemon got the Winter Truncheon, if I'm seeing that correctly. And I think Potato is still gonna go for that, what do you call this? The Endless Battle? Just because he has the Angry Tomahawk on his side.
Oh, Diversion being used up right now. A flank coming right in there, pushing to the side, and Aeon is the one in the middle of it all. So they will be able to catch that member off the side of EVOS SG, and they are slowly falling back. Talent Force being used coming from the side of Pokemon. They are still trying their best to survive, but this pressure is a little bit too much. They are finding ways to catch them all out. R7 is the next one to fall, and it's a 2-member trade for inside. They are still fighting, and Psycho, he does have very little health. Bad news for his side, as they do have been being suppressed right inside the base. Perfect defense coming in for EVOS SG.
EVOS just did the impossible. Lemon here getting caught out, and that is Soul just being the X factor for the side of EVOS SG. He wants more kills. There is the Mountain Shocker, and those are the skills. They really just want to take him down. Ejector giving Psycho a bit of shield here, but EVOS Soul is out for the hunt, and he uses his, he juked that skill. He put it in a bad position, and Psycho just went for the U-turn, and that is going to be a successful escape.
There's a little bit of timer here. They finally get the towers down, and it's a 3-man life, and there you go. EVOS SG, final blow, and it will be an equalizer coming in for Singapore.
Oh my goodness, EVOS SG taking a game away from RRQ Hoshi.
What was that?
We had the same thing in mind. I'm speechless right now. EVOS SG.
Finally seeing smiles on the face of Aeon, and that is what we expected. I call this an El Clasico for a reason, and that one bad blow has dented the hopes of RQ Hoshi to break open, but just look at that attempt coming from the Loyi. They went in, they've already secured Aeon, but that layer defense and that unbreakable wall being set up from the side of EVOS SG was perfectly done. And I'm pretty sure the crowd that is watching, whether you're currently in Singapore's Cathay
I think everyone is shocked.
This is what they have been waiting for. The hope is alive, and the hometown dream, the pride of the nation, the jewels of Singapore, is lying on the hands of EVOS SG to go into the upper brackets.
Man, oh man, EVOS SG, they just do the things. They have done the thing that people were telling us that was impossible.
That's right.
They said it was a cakewalk. That was the term. It was a cakewalk. But you know what? Let's just thank our sponsors right now, because I think LaFell is just waiting for us to throw it back to him.
That's right. And of course, thank you so much to Secret Lab, the award-winning gaming seats engineered for long hours of comfort and sitting form, available in Secret Lab official stores in major e-commerce here in Singapore, or visit secretlab.co.
And let's not forget PvP Esports. We would not want to forget to thank PvP Esports, our partner in esports, to turn your competitive gaming dreams into reality where gaming lives. PvP Esports is Southeast Asia's one-stop platform for amateur and professional games alike. But you know what? Catch the live streaming of mega event Mobile Legends Bang Bang M2 World Championship 2020 held in Singapore's Shangri-La Hotel for free on MeWatch from 18th to 24th of January.
That's right.
A total of 12 teams from 9 countries, including RSG and EVOS SG from Singapore, competing for 300,000 USD. Now, support the SG teams, and right now, let's just throw it to LaFell, because I think he has a lot of things to say.
Before that,
of course, just let him get ready.
Your last sentence was support Team SG in the group stage. You got all my support already.
You got
So LaFell says that, hey, he's been watching this and he's being left speechless for the moment. We're gonna let him have a little bit of a moment to collect his thoughts before he comes right in, you know. So we don't really have all these survey devices to really read the chats, but you know, I really wish we can actually see all of you guys supporting your favorite teams out there. Put on the hashtag, put the word win. If you want RRQ to win, it's hashtag RRQ win or hashtag EVOS roar or hashtag EVOS win. Up to you. Now let's head over to our analyst desk. LaFell, this is one epic match. Let's talk about it.
Wow, that was so surprising to me. EVOS SG, they play with Razor focus. Probably they trained in their secret lab in Fiji or in Mountain Dew using Singtel. Anyways, enough about sponsors. EVOS SG, they played really well as they're coming in. But yeah, we will be looking at the itemization to see what they use, but it's more on the gameplay, trust me. But yeah, these are the items on both teams. Potato is on fire with his Eastern Shin today. Maybe we'll get bad in third game, I have no idea, but he is doing so good. But look at Soul, the bruiser type Benedetta that we've been seeing all pretty much the entire M2. Bloodless Axe, as well as the Blade of Spare for the damage whenever he needs it, but with the defensive item as well, making sure that he doesn't die as quickly. Albert played out of his mind. Lemon, unfortunately, the itemization as normal, perhaps with more damage with the golden staff he could do more, but I think it's just because he doesn't seem all that comfortable with the 1-1, especially he couldn't really break all of those weakness stacks very quickly. Aeon, the itemization a little bit weird on the Calamity Reaper, but I'm guessing he really wants that burst on the Deadly Magic, so the first basic attack after those skills will inflict major damage, including some true damage as well. And JPL in this game, he did not die. Courage Mans giving that extra movement speed, the extra stats, as well as with the anti-cuirass to withstand the damage from Albert, as well as 1-1. And here we are, the MVP of the game has been given to the Cho. Seriously, he did not die. 307 KDA, and the thing is, yes, Potato did all the damage. Potato did all Potato things, but JPL, he set it up. He kicked the right people in towards his team. He survived any kind of engages, and the thing is, it's like his map sense is so huge. He could have walked into a brush and then be like, okay, I made a mistake, but he didn't do that. He could smell it. He could just my JPL senses are tingling. I can tell something is going on, and that really helped out the team. And yeah, as we guys can see, it has been a 1-1. So we will be going to a very short break, and then we will come back for the third match, giving times for the players as well as the talents to really get ready. My name is LaFell. Do not go anywhere. Thank you to me, Razor, and all of the sponsors for M2. We'll be going to a short break. I'm just waiting for the voice inside my head to say it's okay, because all these voices, you know, I trust them. But either way, we're going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Chivalry is dead. I will revive it. I've got a bullet with your name on it. Sir.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Unstoppable monster kill!
And welcome back to the day 2 of the group stages of the M2 World Championship of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is Contra, and alongside with me is the gentleman on my right, Butters. Oh boy, we talk about a 1-1 score. And
it's a 1-1.
Yeah, exactly what I said earlier on. RRQ alongside with EVOS SG now being tied up. And only one win here to settle the scores in this El Clasico. So we're going to be going in towards game within 2 minutes. So there's a lot of things to be considered in the form of this sort of the picks and bans, because this makes or break the entirety of the sort of the game in the server sense, where they are about to face each other off inside the Land of Dawn. So a lot of things actually work really well in this sort of draft. I'm looking at, you know, the MVP we saw early on, JPL, just having to be causing a little bit of a sort of a disturbance towards the side of members of the side of RRQ Hoshi. And not only that, on top of those parts, there's always that Yushin, there's always going to be that Hardy that's been disrupting them. So if to remove any sort of threats, it still comes in from multiple angles, and RRQ Hoshi needs to find that solution real quick. That's where Coach James comes right in to be thinking about the sort of drafts that they'll be looking for coming in towards this style play, because EVOS SG, they're going to be switching over on towards the red side yet again.
Now, looking at the state of this certain series, now it's reset to a best of 1. And the team who wins this next game will be the ones who goes in the upper bracket.
And you can see this time, every one of these members from the side of EVOS SG have lightened up. They have been in those sort of scenarios before. What I'm seeing right now reminds me of them back in Season 4, where Season 2, they get cut in the very final moment in a 5-game series, and that's where GeekFam won. And later on, next season, they've fallen again. And on the 4th season, they've managed to lift the trophy. So this time, the challenger is a world contender in the form of RRQ Hoshi. And these guys also have a story to tell, because they have been there when the Tigers attacked. And this time, they're sending them on a cage lock if they could find the keys to do so. But all the bans are coming right in. The first ban is on Cho, this time for a very good reason.
Okay, so what Game 2 showed to us about RRQ Hoshi is no matter how strong you are as a team, you are still capable of making mistakes in terms of execution.
That's right.
EVOS SG used that to their advantage. Soul with that heroic moment, just taking down everyone on his path. EVOS SG used that advantage and just went straight for that crystal. But right now, let's move on and just enjoy game number 3. We are on our last draft of the day. This is going to be a Brody and a Selena ban for the side of EVOS SG, with RRQ Hoshi going for that Cho and that Esmeralda.
Everything's on the line right now. RRQ Hoshi, last year they did manage to make it in towards the upper brackets without honestly much of a challenge in the sense. But now just a bump in the group stages here. I honestly think that Phase 2, they could still have a chance if they were to actually go in there. But who wants to be in Phase 2 when you can just get yourself a little bit of a rest just to hit in towards the upper brackets, watch the rest of the teams take each other out and just find even more strategies that they've been playing out. So now, enough of all this sort of talk. Let's focus on towards this draft itself, where the Jawhead not available, there's no Cho, which means that they are actually targeting JPL. They are forcing him to play something else that he's never played before in the entirety of the series.
I guess RRQ Hoshi just went back to the Cho ban. It did wonders for the side of EVOS SG. It gave a lot of problems on the side of RRQ Hoshi.
And they also stole the Yushin right now, being the first pick as R7. He says, I'm going to be making sure that my team's gonna get this upper hand. As you saw, all the mounting shockers gave so much info that was actually very vital for them to be executing so much of all these plans. And now EVOS SG giving a little bit of challenge to Zays here because JPL needs something to be on his hands, and we are seeing a first Sylvana for EVOS SG.
Okay, so now EVOS SG has a lockdown that is straightforward. They just have to catch him with the stun, then probably the Imperial Justice after. There is this good control to whatever it is RQ Hoshi is gonna take for their backlines, and that's going to be Soul. But for R7 and the others, they can still pick the Benedetta, but I think that is directly countered by the Sylvana as well. So it's up to RQ Hoshi who are they planning to go for now. I think Lapu Lapu is the best one to bring out at this moment, and you could go for a Benedetta, but it would be unlikely that you'll have a good time.
That's right.
And they go straight for a Carmilla.
And I really felt that the Lapu Lapu could have been picked up by the side of EVOS SG, but I feel like they're more comfortable getting that use on hand. But the Carmilla is something that's pretty much new to us in this sort of draft, where you have the Curse of Blood that can be able to give pretty much an AoE attack as well as a great sustain for herself. So that kind of actually brings them a little bit more of that longevity in those sort of traits that they're looking for. But to actually sort this draft out, RQ Hoshi still needs a few more things to add those finishing touches. And they still want to get the Harley for Aeon to come back on stage. Pokemon's gonna be having the bans right now. So let's see what they're opting for this time, because they honestly haven't really got those sort of marksmen on the side. RQ Hoshi will be going in on those bans to remove a lot of all these options from Pokemon at the moment.
Pokemon might go for another Harith. That could be the case, but EVOS SG here, they're thinking about the next ban, and it's going to be Ling. Let's just say that they're acknowledging the fact that this could be a Yi Sun-Shin side lane.
That's right, and there is that possibility for sure, but at the moment I'm just looking at, you know, we talk about mages here. It's definitely the interesting draft. It's good to see that, you know, the captain itself is having a good time, being very calm, level-headed, still having the time to smile it off.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're feeling great about this. So,
like, if you're the team captain, you need to be the captain's the team's anchor. Like,
yeah.
You need to be the rock that when everyone is just having a bad time, you're there to tell them that we should just fight this, we should just do this, and let's give our very best.
Okay, they're going in for the 1-1 ban, which is a smart thing to do because we've seen that double MM setup before coming from RRQ Hoshi. And I really wonder what's next on this list, because honestly, they can also work with just the Yi Sun-Shin for RQ Hoshi, but for EVOS SG themselves, they need to go in for those picks, right? So I'm looking at certain things like the Harith, which can be a pick that they usually go for since the clock is already being banned away. So what other options do they have?
I mean, you don't want Pokemon to get the Claude, so that's one thing. I think
it's already been banned away.
Yeah, I think Harith is going to be a good pick here for EVOS SG, just to give that certain amount of late game insurance, even if they did not get the Yi Sun-Shin. But it would be very risky if they went for that, since they didn't have the vision from the Mountain Shocker anymore, so they can act 2 steps ahead to whatever RQ Hoshi is planning. And they're planning to go at this very straightforward. They just want to fight.
That's right.
And it could be Potato. It could, the Harley could be the jungle hero.
Very interesting double mage setup here. Like, of course, you're trying to match these two vampires apart, right? The Camilla versus the Alice in the way. Drain each other out. Take your time, you know? Like, do it all you want. But this is the final pick for the side of Aeon. Still having a little bit of time to think. But Albert and Finn, how would you finish the composition? And I mentioned about the Harif, the articulated away. We also mentioned the double mage, so technically RQ Hoshi does have it on their side.
Okay, the only thing that I don't like about RRQ Hoshi's lineup right now is they don't have a clear-cut way to catch the Harley. Yes, that's going to be, the Carmilla is there, that's straightforward. But then again, you would know that Potato or whoever's gonna use that Harley will ask if the Carmilla has thrown out the stun. If he has, he's just gonna position himself so that the Kagura doesn't get a stun on him. So they don't really have a solid catch on this Harley. Could have gone for the Kaja more, but I think RQ Hoshi doesn't really put Kaja in a high regard. So EVOS SG, they just need to get a support or a jungler, and it's going to be 4 mages onto the side of EVOS SG. They started, they kind of did the same thing earlier, but it's the polar opposite of things since it's a physical attack 4-man setup.
I'm starting to see a little bit of an interesting sort of a way that RQ Hoshi could possibly find a way to counter, and it's by building a lot of magic resistance.
Yeah.
So
Athena Shield, Oracle.
They're looking for a hyper burst composition in a certain way or another, and that is probably how they're looking to take on most members of RQ. But Lapu Lapu, we talk about this fighter being also strong for a very good reason. Like, if you let him hit the mid to late game, he's still going to be having that sort of potential to be able to out-sustain them, just run at them, get those damage being done. It's like a Uranus 2.0. Not as annoying with him running all
Not as annoying. Not as annoying. I agree. You know what? The players are ready. We're ready. I hope you guys who are watching at home is ready for the storm that's about to come in. This is reset to a best of 1. Whoever wins this game will secure the upper bracket, and this is game 3 of the best of 3 series between RRQ Hoshi and EVOS SG.
EVOS SG, the last attempt back in M1 was not what they wanted. They crashed out of the group stage, but this time they're making their way into the playoffs if they could by taking arguably the best team in the tournament, RQ Hoshi. But RQ Hoshi, of course, being called the best, they still have things to prove that you are still there on top of the throne. But R7 already getting those pokes coming in. Interesting rotation coming from the side of Aeon, as, you know, the Barca pick itself that's coming right in for Aeon is definitely a talking point in this entire composition of EVOS SG. Emilia, speaking of Aeon, he's already got those boots already up on deck. And what do you think about the sort of the spells being used by Soul as well as JPL?
If Vengeance is a way to stop the damage output into the early stages of the game, I mean, they would be standing in front of the Carmilla, Lapu Lapu, so just getting a bit of damage mitigated and throwing the damage back to these guys will be, let's say, a bit important in the coming fights into the early game. It could help them into the mid game and late game, but it depends on the tempo that they will set for the early game. And right now, look at this, JPL dealing so much damage on Psycho, and I think Psycho is just forced to go back.
You can see that he immediately needs to pop the flicker right there. Like, didn't really expect the sort of burst that will be coming in that short span of time. Of course, early game, you just expect to see more boots being purchased. And coin in for the side of Albert to cash right in. Not enough to actually steal away coming from the Alice. And just love the lands being brought out as Potato currently initiating on towards this turtle already. Kagura is currently at level 4. So speaking of level 4 fights, this is going to be a pretty tough fight for the side of Cycle to come right in, being at level 2 at the moment, so they have to give this turtle away.
The first thing they've noticed is the turtle is gonna spawn near Soul. So when Soul got his level 4 ultimate, actually he's at level 5 right now, they just went for it. And they knew that if someone is gonna come from the side of RQ Hoshi, they're gonna be zoned out by that Black Dragon form. And great usage of the ultimate, by the way.
Yeah, like, it's a perfect setup. Like, there's no better way to actually put that apart. Like, RQ already understood that, okay, this is a no-go zone. So, might as well just get the first one. We still have many more opportunities out there. Lil Wander now will still go in the hands of EVO, so a little bit of a slight lead amounting to a lot more. But oh, the burst going out from Pokemon as he's using the Blood O to survive. He tries to go right back in to soak in a little bit more, but JPL has arrived to see they managed to trade with R7 going down, and Finn as well. 2-for-1 trade in favor of EVO Singapore.
I like EVO's SG's lineup in terms of punishing people. That Sylvana got the stun on the Kagura, and that led to Imperial Justice. And they went straight for that Harriet. They knew that Harriet didn't have any more Zaman Force. Didn't have anyone left in the tank. So that only means Soul and Lemon here is gonna have a back and forth. And right now, Soul is getting the upper hand in this lane, and they still get Harriet. He just respawned.
Wow, pure magic. We didn't even see that one coming. Like, literally. So.
Yep,
now 3-1. I really feel that this is actually giving too much of that surfy stuff over to the side of EVOS, but a dive coming from Lemon. They're still locking towards Aeon. He managed to escape with his wings. Flame shot coming out towards Lemon. Oh, that shot returned the favor. Soul secures that for 4 kills in EVOS side.
Okay, so we all kind of know how Potato or Harley got his passive rework. For every hit, the magic resistance goes down. So it makes a lot of sense. If Potato is gonna rotate, then that only means that, well, let's check here for a bit. Potato is here. He does go for the hat trick. And right now, Zaman Force in front of everyone, and they get forced back. That is the power of the Feathered Airstrike.
That's right.
And they proceed back to getting the turtle.
A little bit of push and pull. EVO is so disciplined, knowing that they can actually force things out. Lemon now in the middle of these members, really distracting them away. They are giving out JPL and Arkeoshi. Both go right in, and they steal that turtle away alongside with another kill. JPL Soul being down, and this is going to be pretty much that opening for RQ to come back up online.
Remember that if EVO's SG commits a lot of the ultimates, RQ Hoshi is gonna take advantage of the cooldowns that EVO's SG have.
Indeed.
They have a lot of big teamfight ultimates, and big teamfight ultimates usually lead to like high cooldown.
That's
Black Dragon form has high cooldown. Aeon, as long as he doesn't have Feathered Airstrike, RQ Hoshi is free to engage as much as they want.
And absolutely, I have to say that this game, going on back and forth, Potato now being clipped out. Lemon will be able to secure the shutdown on his Lapu Lapu, but Yuzong has arrived. They're being pinned down, and all of them are in this choke point. So Vin has to do whatever it takes, and it's going to be the Feathered Airstrike in the middle, not being able to do anything at all. Double kill for Lapu Lapu, and RQ Hoshi has finally found themselves ahead in terms of kills. Calamity Reaper already in the hands of Potato, but it will be Soul that will be backing away, giving room for them to take another turret down. Now, I just love the response coming from RRQ. They are finding their way back into the game in a really quick manner. They've already got 2 turrets being secured, and EVOS SG, now that they lost pressure across the map. Oh, that burst!
And Vin, he's gonna get caught out. Art 7 as well, and RQ Hoshi here pushing their luck, overextending and overstaying in the enemy jungle. They get punished, and here comes Pokemon. You don't have Purify anymore. That's going to be Blood Oath, Flowing Blood, and all the disables possible to be thrown out here by EVO's SG. They secure 2 kills, and right now this is a back and forth. Contra, we are on a seesaw right now. One gets the lead, then the other one gets the lead back, and so on and so forth. They're just playing in this playground right now.
Indeed. And now, with this turtle up online, they are selling the scores in terms of gold disparity. Feathered Airstrike, and finally they secure the turtle back on towards the side of EVO's SG. Psycho tries to run away the carts. Enough to secure the kill. Finn popping down as well. Lemon now stuck in between the 4 members. Make that 5. Where can you go, Lemon? I'ma squeeze you out to make some lemonade. And that's a big shutdown goal coming right in. EVOS opens up the mid lane.
When Clash gives you lemons, make lemonade. I like the idea, Contra. But you know what? They didn't have the opening. RQ Hoshi just went a bit too aggressive there. They had it on lock. Like, you have to wait until EVOS SG fails their initiations. They've used their Black Dragon form. They used everything. But onto the top lane, there is a fight happening. It's Soul and the Yisun Shin having a bit of a scuffle, but nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah, they called out really quickly. I guess it's just a small little taunt coming out there. Now, just look at this goal graph for a little bit. EVOS initially having 2k lead. Now, after that fight, 2 fights in lead. RQ managed to pull back, and now only 1,000 in difference. Honestly, as much as it's a 3 kill difference, it's still not too bad for Sam RQ. Vin this time getting caught out. Wow, this Harley is going insane. 5 kills already. Lemon now getting caught out once again. Soul driving everybody away while Pokemon is zoning Psycho. Aeon being the center of attention, but the rest of EVOS, they can't just choke out this Lemon, squeezing him through the walls. And where can he go? Soul also drawing all that aggro, and this is that mega kill for the Harley. What did I tell you? The best Harley of the tournament has arrived to the scene.
Potato just showing us his creds as the best Harley, and I do agree with you, Contra. He's playing one hell of a game. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier, since we're talking about the Harley, Harley got his passive reworked, and whenever he hits you with his skills, your magic resistance goes down. And it makes a lot of sense since you have a lot of allies which who deal, you know, a lot of magic damage. Anyone that Harley sets its sights to is 100% gonna get bursted with this certain lineup. But right now, Potato getting caught out. Lemon here, just being a beast, just fronting on everyone here, and he has been finding himself at the back lines every single time. Pokemon right now, they really want to fight. Pokemon going out, and that is going to be his death. Vin really trying to control Soul here. Soul doesn't have the Black Dragon form anymore, and that is the punish. Going to the side of RQ Hoshi. JPL is the only members alive right now.
This is a little bit messy for the side of EVOS SG. They were trying to focus on towards Lemon, which Lemon once again turns the tide for EVOS SG, and that calls for a Lord. There's no way that JPL can get anywhere close by to be able to secure this one. They have to give it up to RQ. So now, yep, in terms of kills, there is a little bit of that survey advantage, but Goldie now throwing back and forth. But RQ now holding it for the moment. We haven't seen a convincing lead from both sides. It's just basically the seesaw that you just mentioned.
Yeah. You know, Lemon just went through hell and high water to get that Potato pick off.
Yeah.
He's actually doing great the whole game. He finds his targets, he's doing his job, and the Mountain Shocker is there, so that means RQ Hoshi gets vision of what EVOS SG is planning to do.
Well, with that already split up here, Lemon's going to be interrupting from the sides as well. They'll be able to get another one through the mid lane. But the Lord, they're marching towards the bottom side, and all of a sudden, you can see whatever lead that EVOS SG had has suddenly disappeared. It's going to be a 3k disparity, but slowly catching up with all these spin waves crashing towards this side. But this is the problem that we mentioned early on. When you have so many mages on the side of EVOS SG, Lemon can just stack all these over MR. When the game ends, of course, I want to see what Fel has to think about this.
I think let's just show the items right now. Let's just see how they itemized against this certain EVOS SG lineup. As you can see, there are a lot of Queen's Wings. There's probably an Oracle that's gonna come out of Lemon. And Psycho as well with the Athena Shield. He's gonna pick up the Oracle. And they are just... they're not holding back on these magic mitigation items. Lemon going in, and this is what I was talking about. Potato getting caught out.
Wait a minute, he's going on a 1v1, and he walks out with a kill. Lemon, are you insane or what? You're still going for it, and oh my, so as well as JPL, they are going down, and they are just being pushed and pulled. Pokemon can only watch his teammates fall. R7 being really low, but that's not going to be enough. Triple going to R7, and RRQ says, dream all you want. We are trying to secure the upper brackets itself, and we will see you in the playoffs later on. And RRQ Hoshi, after such a tough game, they have been able to secure that wipeout, and the Indonesian side finally see the light at the end of the tunnel.
RRQ falls short. No, EVOS falls short of getting that upper bracket. RRQ just being the dominant force that they are, and a lot of people have been expecting this, but they did not expect EVOS to get one game against RRQ.
Honestly, that itself is respectable coming from both sides. Potato has put out the performance of his life. Today marks a history where EVOS Singapore, they are going to be going in towards phase 2 as the second place finisher in their respective group. But you can definitely see the hopes of the nation is up there. So, of course, having a little bit of heartbreak alongside Potato, they gave it their all, and you can see one wrong move will cost you a game.
They were almost there, but at the same time, it was a linear strategy. It was easy to itemize against, and they just lost hold of that dominating snowball that they had into the early game. But still, valiant effort coming out from EVOS SG. I know the EVOS SG fans are still happy, and they have this hope that maybe, just maybe, in the playoffs, they can get even.
That's right. And with that, this is definitely the closing of an epic best of 3 that we have just witnessed to close off our day 2. Yesterday we had a best of 3 at the very end of the day as well with Burmese Goals versus Light of RSG. And I think that also was a close call for the Singaporean side.
Yeah.
So
and it seems that every time I cast, I always get 3 games.
Well, isn't that an actual good thing for all the viewers, because we have already seen the best of the world in action in the group stages of phase number 1, and with that we definitely will be closing it out. It's Contras as well as Butters. We'll pass it to Lofel to wrap it all up. Thank you very much. Good night.
Well, what a way to end the day. First of all, valiant effort by EVOS SG, and the thing is, this is just the group stage. This is not the playoffs yet, and we can definitely see the level of play coming from the Singaporean team. But either ways, my name is Lofel, and right now this is the final analyst segment of the day, where in this game, it's a mixture. It's a mixture of the good things, the mistakes of EVOS as well as Lemon from RRQ. Right now, let's look at the highlights to see what really happened. Earlier on in the game, we can see that EVOS, they camped R7 and they made sure that they won that lane for Pokemon. And that was a very, very valid strategy. And then later on, they turned their focus on to Lemon, tried to get a few kills, was successful. However, Lemon did make sure, hold on, we'll pause here because this is actually a mistake. This honestly is a mistake where they got an advantage. All right, EVOS, they already had an advantage over here, but look at the HPs of EVOS SG. This is the first turtle take where they already got a kill off from RRQ, and the thing is, their HP was roughly around 50%, and RRQ, they were just moving back and forth. They were just kiting the entire situation, and we will continue with this clip where Albert managing to steal, and then with the turtle buff, they all went in. And the thing is, whether he stole it or didn't, it was still a very, very bad trade just because their HP was so low and they would seriously just lose the team fight. Now, pay attention to Lemon. He always makes those aggressive moves. He almost feels like I don't care dying. I just want to slow down the game, right? Look at this pause over here where he did die, but look at the bodies. Look at how many from EVOS are here giving time for the Lapu as well as the Harif. He always does this. He dives in. I want 1 kill or 2 kill. That is enough for me, but it's mainly just to pull everyone's attention, because the thing is, you guys have to see that EVOS SG, they have a very, very heavy mage comp, which has a power spike of around early to mid game. Later on in late game, of course, the physical damage dealers will be more relevant, and that's what RQ Hoshi have. They have the Lapu, they have the Yisin Shin, so they're gonna be really strong. And even Harif is more of a DPS kind of hero, so slowing down the game at any point is always good for Araki Hoshi, and he became the sacrificial lamb. And the thing is, he didn't even die that much. He got a lot of stacks of Festival of Blood, as well with the itemization. He's able to sustain. Now we will continue to see this clip, and always look at Lapu Lapu. He's just charging in, sometimes dying, but again, it's okay. Most of the time, it's very profitable for his own team, managing to get some kills off of his crazy engagements. And the thing is, EVOS SG, they took the bait. They took the bait. They're like, hey, I'll let me some lemon juice. Well, no lemon juice for you today. Get some Fiji water. But yeah, that was amazing from both sides. EVOS SG really showing up for M2. I can't wait to see their performance in the playoffs. Again, this is assuming they will make it out of playoffs, because tomorrow we have one more group stage to see who will be going to the lower brackets. Don't forget to check that out. But continuing on the highlights over here, Lapu made this last engagement, forcing the team fight onto EVOS SG, and the rest of his team just finish up, because again, they've scaled up. They got the items that they needed. They scaled their level. So either way, going to the late game, RQ was gonna win. But again, the draft, I think it was very clever. It was very innovative. Right now, let's look at the itemization for both of these teams. Albert managing to complete his Blade of Despair as well as Endless Battle. Now let's look at the itemization from EVOS SG. If they really want to push this extreme magic heavy composition, they could opt for one of the players, maybe even Pokemon, to have that Genius Wand to lower the magic resist even more, accompanying with the Harley's passive, making it even more devastating. Perhaps that is in the line that they were trying to do, but they did not get there fast enough, just because Lemon slowed down everything. Like, again, Albert did a very good job, 405, a lot of damage came out, but Lemon, he became the body to really push things out. He manned it up, you know, he hulked it out. He took everything, and he is our MVP of this game with a KDA of 536. The itemization, he has the Bloodless Axe, he has the Athena Shield, he has the Blood Wings, and he has the Magic Sword to make sure that he can sustain a little bit more, a little bit longer. He's going to complete his Rose Gold Meteor to make sure that he has a little bit more tankiness against this mage comp. Like what Contra and Butters have said, it is a heavy magic composition, so Athena Shield is good, Oracle is good, Rose Gold Meteor, pretty good as well. You know, as long as you can sustain in the front line, then that's all good, it's all perfect. So this is the last game of the day. Congratulations to RRQ for making it to the upper bracket, but really, EVOS SG, do not be disheartened. Right now, you are really the Singaporean favorites. My name is Lofel. Thank you everyone for watching. We will pass back to the casters to wrap things up, everything nicely. And don't forget to check us out tomorrow. But now, casters, take it away.
Thank you for the analysis once again, Lafell. It's been a long day for you. You definitely deserve a really good rest. So with that being said, of course, we may have had all our matches concluded, but we definitely want to update you with all the information possible, as we've got the brackets, the standings, and the schedules for the upcoming day coming on your way. So with that, I hope you guys have been enjoying your time here in the World Championship of Mobile Legends M2. So with that, you know, Butters, such an intensity coming towards the final games. I know that things have been extremely exciting, so let's have a look into the standings, shall we?
Yeah, and that game was a testament to
man.
whatever thing that you're thinking of right now. It can happen in the M2 World Championship, and as you can see, EVOS SG, they're at the second place, DreamMax at the third place, and RQ Hoshi standing at top. But in a way, Contra, they got hurt in the process as well.
That's right. Honestly, this is definitely a little bit of a wound that they could possibly heal in time and towards preparing for the playoffs. So it just goes to show you that even giants like RQ Hoshi will sometimes have their weaknesses as well. But honestly, this may not just be the full form that RQ Hoshi nor even EVOS SG has in the picture. So we're going to be looking at the brackets itself. Still really good survey stuff that we just saw, and that means that we have already secured our upper bracket slots for our respective teams coming towards Group A, B, C, as well as D. So let's talk about the upper bracket, shall we? Starting off, we've got Burmese Goals versus Bren Esports. And Butters, I know you're probably very happy about this. There's two representatives of the Philippines in the upper brackets this time.
2 lives for the Philippine teams. I mean, it's great that you have it, but at this point on, the challenge is gonna get tougher and tougher because these other teams that you're gonna face off against, they are the best teams of their groups as well.
That's right, and Omega will be taking on the side of RRQ. So whoever makes it in towards the phase 2 of the brackets will definitely be seeing them in the lower bracket rounds itself. So unfortunately, tomorrow onwards, we'll have to say goodbye to some of the teams that will be on board, and another 4 more will be making their way in towards the playoffs bracket. So starting off, we got the RG side taking on 10 Seconds Gaming Frost, as well as Unique Devo versus Alter Ego.
TDK Todak versus DreamMax for our third series of the day, and we end it off with Impunity KH and EVOS SG.
Well, now that we've already seen all that we have in their phase number 1, I believe that there's going to be an explosive action that will be coming your way on phase number 2. So, of course, Butters, I believe we haven't really seen it all when it comes down to the phase 2, when teams only have 1 chance before they get sent home. I'm pretty sure every single trump card will be revealed whenever they could possibly be on that brink of defeat.
And that only means that you have to use your trump cards early, and that is not going to be your advantage.
Indeed. And with that said, you know, out of all the things that happened throughout today, I hope all of you guys who have been watching to be having a wonderful time. And you know, right now it's the pandemic, but I'm glad that you guys are here alongside with us to be watching the M2 World Championship itself. So congratulations to the team that has advanced forward to the upper brackets, and we'll see which team that will be making their way in towards the group stage tomorrow with some wins to lock themselves in towards the lower brackets. And make sure you guys don't forget to come back tomorrow for more MLBB matches for Bubble Blaze Bang Bang World Championship powered by Moonton, supported by STB as well as Skoga. We'd like to thank our partners in esports, IMDA, Secret Lab, Tumi, SUTL, Singtel, MeWatch, Cathay Cinema, as well as Razer as the M2 official gaming gear for making all of this possible. Any last words coming from you, Butters?
No, I guess just expect the unexpected tomorrow, and see you guys tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you guys then. Love you all. All right, do take care, and be right back for more tomorrow night.
Dawn of the day, I hear you call. Face a new challenge, far, far away. Thrill of the fight as we fight to survive. For honor and glory, strong as a knight. Nothing can break us down, we will all wear a crown. We are unstoppable, we're proud like armor and shield. We are unbreakable, we're all invincible. Now we'll take on the world. We can fight, fight for our lives. When the world collapses all around us, fight like a knight. Join the fight, fight for our pride. Never off the strap for what you believe in is right. Zero to hero, immortal hero. Another day is dawning again. Forget our troubles, we're standing the pain. Some others are gone, but spirits remain. We'll fight in the names while victory awaits.